In an instant, Gu Yeoming understood that the muzzle pointed at him was like death's cold gaze, mercilessly proclaiming his fate. Just moments after emerging from a 20-hour gaming pod, still caught in the peaceful haze of rest, Gu Yeoming suddenly felt his heavy eyelids pressing down like weights of 1,000 pounds, refusing to open no matter how hard he tried. Time slipped away without a trace until he barely managed to open his eyes and found himself in a pitch-black room. Outside the window, the moonlight was cold and pure, but the faint glow it cast did nothing to dispel the oppressive darkness. His gaze settled on a figure not far off, a man clad in black, as if emerging from the abyss itself. He wore a trench coat and a bowler hat, his face buried in shadows, yet a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Gu Yeoming parted his lips, ready to question him, but a sudden gunshot silenced him. Bang! Blood splattered, turning the once white wall into a vivid scarlet. Caught completely off guard, Gu Yeoming's body went limp as he collapsed to the floor. A bullet hole marked his forehead deeply, blood slowly dripping from the back of his head onto the ground. It seemed his life was instantly ended. Yet, a cold, mechanical voice cut through the silence. Data error. NPC died prematurely. Template transfer failed. Revival successful. The man in black coldly flicked the smoke from the barrel of his gun before raising his left hand to a communicator in his ear. A synthesized male voice broke the quiet. Target eliminated? There was a chilling note of doubt. The man sneered, of course. Too easy. Was he really a threat? Holding a gun but frozen in shock for so long, completely lost his mind at the critical moment. Laughable. After a few moments of silence, the voice replied, he's just a test subject with limited cognition. The enhancement drugs have side effects that cause these delays. Task complete is what matters. Luckily, this is the lawless zone of Sin City. If he escaped to another country, killing him would become far more difficult. Exactly. Complete the mission and return quickly. The department has other matters. Just make sure he's truly dead. If the subject lives and flees abroad, the company will have a headache. The call ended. The man's eyes grew cold as he stared disdainfully at Gu Yeoming's blood-soaked, ruin-like form on the floor. He sneered again, aiming his gun at the seemingly lifeless body and firing several more rounds without mercy. Bullet holes riddled the corpse, blood flowed like a river. Yet he refused to believe this cannon fodder could still survive after all. Gu Yeoming was cast aside as useless, a disposable pawn even if had been injected with special serum. But something was off. Knowing he was sent to die, Gu Yeoming still chose to defect. The man chuckled lightly as gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. On screen, a notification blinked. You have been attacked by the Cleanerly Guang. Health 25, 30, 15 warning. Current health only 30. The mission's done. Time to go. He lowered his gun and turned to leave. But at that moment, Gu Yeoming, drenched in blood, slowly opened his bloodshot eyes. His right hand snapped up a gun, firing 3 shots at the retreating figure. The bullets sliced through the air, bearing an aura of death. The man in black rolled aside with sharp reflexes, but still the shots tore into his flesh, spraying blood like fiery sparks. He quickly regained his stance and drew his gun to fire back, but his shots missed. Unexpectedly, Gu Yeoming's last bullet struck right between his eyebrows. Shock filled the attacker's eyes. As he collapsed, confusion flashed through his mind. I was dead. How am I alive again? His body went limp, blood pooling on the ground, finalizing his death. You have killed the Cleanerly Guang. Gained 237 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 3. Current level, 3, with 6 free attribute points to allocate. Gasping for breath, Gu Yeoming stared intently at his fallen foe, still wary, continuing to fire until every bullet was spent. With a clatter, he dropped the empty pistol and propped his bloodied body against the wall, trembling. Pain surged through him, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring it because before him floated a blue holographic screen. The screen flickered as numbers scrolled rapidly. Template importing 1, 35, 78, 100 NPC template import successful. Current status, critically injured on the brink of death. Preparing to treat host treatment in progress. In an instant, a green light surged throughout Gu Yeoming's body. His wounds knit rapidly, though blood still stained his clothes. His gaze lingered a moment longer before focusing again on the blue screen as its contents shifted. NPC template name, Gu Yeoming. Age, 21. Gender, male. Level, 3. Experience, 3793. Race, human. Primary class, none. Secondary class, none. Active skills, none. Passive skills, none. Combat proficiency level 1. Vehicle expert level 3. Gunmanship master level 1. Swordsmanship master level 2. Blade master level 2. Mobility master level 1. Ranks progress as novice skilled expert proficient master grandmaster, each divided into levels 1, 2, and 3. Talent, Gunsword master. You are born to wield gun and sword as one who can match you. Attribute panel, strength 6 higher means stronger damage. Agility 5 higher means faster speed. Spirit 10 higher means stronger resistance to negative effects. Endurance 7 higher means higher max health. Note, normal human baseline is 5 in all attributes. Current free attribute points, 6. Current level, 3. Current status, healthy. Health, 120,120. Overall rating, your attributes and skills are wildly unbalanced, like Lu Bu riding a dog. Just as Gu Yeoming was caught off guard, the blue screen suddenly popped up a notification. Public Beta 1.0 launch in 11 days. Player arrival imminent. NPC? Player? Gu Yeoming's mind raced as he instantly grasped his current identity and predicament. In just a few seconds, Gu Yeoming quickly grasped his current situation had become an NPC, and this was actually a game world. But that wasn't his main concern right now. The gunshot he had just fired was deafening and would surely attract attention nearby. With no time to waste, Gu Yeoming hurriedly stood up and briskly walked over to the fallen figure in black. He swiftly pocketed the jet black handgun from the corpse. Just as he was about to make a quick getaway, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly turned back, eyes locking onto the pistol he had casually tossed aside moments ago. It bore his fingerprint. She couldn't leave it as evidence. Gu Yeoming crouched down, quickly retrieved the gun, and stuffed it into his jacket. Then, pulling out the silenced pistol head taken from the black-clad man, he calmly and precisely fired another shot into the corpse's head. Just in case, the bullet pierced through the man's skull, spraying blood and brain matter. Gu Yeoming quickly tidied himself up and dashed to the window, peering down. A large trash bin sat right below. Without hesitation, he flung open the window and jumped out. With a splash of dust rising upon landing, Gu Yeoming took a deep breath and rapidly scanned the area to confirm no one was paying attention. Inside the trash bin lay scattered plastic waste. He grabbed 2 plastic bags and promptly slipped them over his bloodstained shoes to avoid leaving any trace. Once he was sure the coast was clear, he relaxed slightly, quickened his pace, and disappeared into the shadows under the cover of night. Meanwhile, beside the corpse in the room, a faint beep-beep came from the communication device in the man's left ear. The vital signs were completely gone. This mission had gone utterly wrong. A male voice crackled through the earpiece, tinged with irritation. I've told you to be more careful. How many times have I reminded you? Finish the job, yet you never listen. The voice suddenly grew colder and sharper. 11:45, I know you're close. I don't know how you killed the cleaner, but you must be badly hurt, right? Pretending not to respond won't fool me. Betraying the company comes with harsh consequences. You'd better come back quietly before the company sends more people to find you. The voice echoed through the empty room, met with silence. Unbeknownst to the speaker, Gu Yeoming had already slipped away, vanished without a trace. The man snorted coldly before the comm cut off with a sharp disconnect sound, ending communication. In the domain of crime, the city gleamed under the night sky. Tall buildings clustered together, yet the streets were oddly deserted, scattered with trash and debris. In a dark alley, Gu Yeoming pressed himself cautiously against a trash bin, trying to avoid being spotted by passersby. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings, and only after confirming it was safe did he relax slightly. Leaning against the cold, damp wall, he pulled the silenced pistol he had scavenged from the black-clad corpse out of his pocket and held it firmly in his hand, ready for whatever unexpected challenges lay ahead. The P-27 silenced pistol comes in quality tiers: common excellent, excellent, fine, epic, legendary, immortal, and mythic. Its damage ranges from 10 to 27 points, with the current durability at 75. The magazine capacity shows 3 rounds loaded, with a full capacity of 15 rounds, and a level requirement of 2. Its origin is clearly marked as the Mold Company. This pistol is finely crafted and performs reliably. It's the exclusive weapon of the cleaner profession. As Gu Yeoming stared at the familiar text panel before him, his brow furrowed slightly. He muttered under his breath, Mold Company? Have I traveled into the Infinite Dimensions game? And it looks like it's an early version? As a seasoned PvP veteran in Infinite Dimensions and a professional gatekeeper, Gu Yeoming spends almost every day immersed in the game world, blending reality and virtual seamlessly. So he knows this game very well. The Infinite Dimensions is not a product developed by any corporation or industry, but rather an unknown game that suddenly appeared one day on Blue Star. No one knows its creator. When this game first appeared, players found a new game called Infinite Dimensions added to their helmets, much to their surprise. Unlike any other game on the market, it features extremely high freedom, with NPCs indistinguishable from real players, offering an immersive second-world experience to every player. Gu Yeoming naturally ranks among the elite in the game. Aside from eating and sleeping, he dedicates nearly all his time to Infinite Dimensions and enjoys it immensely. The background of Infinite Dimensions is vast and boundless, filled with countless different dimensions, each with unique professions, races, events, and factions. New players are randomly placed into one of these dimensions when they enter. The Blue-Tech dimension Gu Yeoming currently inhabits closely resembles the real Blue Star, with the only difference being the presence of hidden superpowered individuals and legendary eerie monsters. The blue tech dimension consists of 4 great nations and a giant corporation: the Kongming Empire, the Star Empire, the Red Blood Empire, the Moonshadow Empire, and Mold Company. Gu Yeoming is extremely familiar with Mold Company. It has been the undisputed top-tier final boss from Blue Tech Dimension versions 1.0 through 2.0. Every new player entering this dimension finds it hard to forget the nightmare they experienced back then. On the surface, Mold Company is a world-renowned top enterprise, but behind the scenes, it conducts horrifying experiments: cloning, hybridization, development of extreme heavy weaponry, virus trials, you name it. When new players spawn randomly, if they happen to land within Mold Company's territory, trouble begins. Although players can respawn infinitely, once detected by the company, escape is impossible. Those caught are forcibly absorbed into Mold's ranks as undead test subjects, subjected to inhuman transformations of all kinds. Back then, game forums overflowed with stories of players breaking down. Countless posts mourned a certain unlucky soul transformed by the company into a grotesque monster, becoming forever a laughingstock and a living nightmare. Right now, Gu Yeoming finds himself in the so-called Sin Domain, located at the very center of the Blue Tech Dimension, where the 4 nations and Mold Company's territories converge, yet it belongs to none of them. The Sin Domain is a lawless land, a gathering place for criminals and society's outcasts, serving as a refuge for the hopeless. At the thought of the experiment, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. How did he manage to get entangled with such a colossal force? As one of the few survivors from that version, he understood better than anyone the terror and brutality of Moreide Corporation. Still, overall, he was somewhat satisfied with his current body. It was almost identical to his original self. Thick black hair, a sturdy build, sharp, well-defined features. Not handsome exactly, but certainly easy on the eyes. After all, wearing someone else's face always felt a bit strange and uncomfortable. Lost in thought, a panel suddenly flickered before his eyes, and a brief message flashed across his vision. You have a mission pending acceptance. Frowning, Gu Yeoming reached out and tapped it. The panel changed to reveal the mission details. Escape from the crime zone mission. As former test subject 1145 of Moreide Corporation, you have not only broken free from their control, but also killed a company-affiliated cleaner. Hostilities have now escalated. Mission objective: evade capture by Moreide Corporation. Deadline: 5 days. Failure or death equals mission failure. Reward: 4 freedom attribute points. Triggers job transfer mission. Failure penalty: strength 5. Experience gain speed reduced by 50. Accept decline: 1145. The number sparked a distant memory of a past comrade's shout in Gu Yeoming's mind. He shook his head gently, pushing the distraction aside, carefully reconsidered the message, and without hesitation chose to accept. From the information previously revealed inside his BOTUS panel, it was clear he had been modified by the company. Now that he had escaped their grasp and killed the cleaner, they were outright enemies. Whether he accepted or declined, the outcome remained the same. As for the modifications themselves, there were no obvious changes to his Badino's strange new limbs or features, just some injected enhancement drugs, it seemed. His luck wasn't too bad. Mission accepted. Countdown initiated: 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Evade Moreide Corporation's pursuit immediately. The numbers on the panel began to tick down rapidly, and a surge of urgency flooded Gu Yeoming's mind. Once Gu Yeoming accepted the job transfer mission, his focus immediately fixed on the rewards, his eyes narrowing slightly. The infinite dimension was brimming with countless professions, so many that it was dizzying. Each profession could not only level up, but also complete advancement quests, unlocking multiple branches for players to choose from. Mage, gunner, martial artist, mechanic, swordsman, blade master. Those were just the basic classes. The game even offered racial profession branches. No matter what kind of role you could imagine, there was almost certainly a counterpart in Infinite Dimension. This was the core reason behind the game's immense popularity. Everyone could find a profession they loved. For Gu Yeoming, the class he had previously played was widely acknowledged as a Tier 1 profession in Infinite Dimension, the Gunswordsman. As the name implies, this class excelled in both firearms and blades. Rated medium difficulty, the Gunswordsman held an unshakable position among players for its balance of control and high returns. What attracted Gu Yeoming most, however, was the sharp and stylish combat stance that came with the class. That was why he had chosen Gunswordsman from the very start. Now, leaning against the cold wall, Gu Yeoming's mind replayed every familiar move and technique of the Gunswordsman. The Master Gunswordsman talent stood out clearly on his character panel. This wasn't just due to his deep understanding of the class, but also the countless intense duels he had endured day and night in the arena. Everything was the product of dedicated training. If time could be rewound, he would still pick the Gunswordsman profession he knew best, and every branch option after advancement was crystal clear to him. But the problem was, at this moment, he was no longer an ordinary player but an NPC who had entered Infinite Dimension early, losing the advantage of infinite respawns. His life was now far from guaranteed. No matter how strong the gunswordsman was, it was ultimately no match for those top-tier T0 classes. Still, if he switched to another profession, he might not be nearly as comfortable. A glint passed through Gu Yeoming's eyes as he silently nodded, considering several profession names. He didn't worry about completing the preliminary tasks, it was just about avoiding pursuit, not a heating clash with the company. He wasn't foolish enough to underestimate this difficulty. With his current grade G strength, if he were to duel the sweeper Li Guang from not long ago, he would still be at a disadvantage, even with the operational edge granted by the goalkeeper class. The massive stat gap was something pure skill couldn't cover. Recalling that thrilling encounter made his heart race. After respawning, Gu Yeoming had intended to fake death and avoid Li Guang's relentless gunfire, but unexpectedly, the opponent was extremely cautious, firing several precise shots at him. Had luck been even slightly worse, hitting a vital spot would have spelled certain death. Fortunately, fortune favored him that day, sparing him from disaster. In truth, Gu Yeoming had genuinely died once before. Remembering the life-or-death moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his mind restless. Unlike regular players, whose deaths were temporary, had the NPC template not loaded correctly, he probably would have perished completely and inexplicably. This only confirmed one fact was different from ordinary players. He was an NPC, capable of dying in the truest sense. Speaking of which, there were still 6 attribute points left to allocate. Gu Yeoming opened the attribute panel and began distributing them. He put 2 into strength first, then 2 into agility, and finally 2 into stamina. As his attributes increased, a noticeable surge of power welled up inside him. Gu Yeoming exhaled quietly, his expression gradually relaxing. Just then, the sound of quick footsteps echoed through the alley, breaking the previous silence. Gu Yeoming tensed up instantly, his eyes sharp with alertness. Could the pursuers have caught up so soon? He clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the silenced pistol, aiming the muzzle towards the corner near the trash bin, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a plop noise came from above. Gu Yeoming shot a rapid glance upward, instinctively preparing to strike back. But the sound didn't come from above, it was faintly coming from inside the trash bin. Could someone be throwing something away there? He held his breath, not daring to make a sound. A few seconds later, footsteps near the trash bin reappeared, but this time they gradually receded and vanished down the alley. Gu Yeoming finally relaxed, just about to let his guard down, when a huge white-furred hand suddenly swung down hard from overhead. He spotted it in time and ducked just narrowly to avoid the claw. Reacting swiftly, Gu Yeoming rolled to the ground and then snapped his head up. What met his eyes was a humanoid monster covered in white fur, standing upright on 2 legs. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly, razor-sharp teeth bared, and eyes burning a fierce blood red as it locked its gaze on him with relentless savagery. A thrill ran through Gu Yeoming's heart just as he had guessed. This was the rare experience monster he had been dreaming of. Although fearsome in appearance, the white-furred beast was a highly sought-after creature in the blue tech dimension, favored by players. Early in the game, these white fur monsters offered vast amounts of experience points unmatched by ordinary mobs. Defeating one would cause a rapid surge in player experience, greatly accelerating leveling speed. Gu Yeoming stared intently at the rare white fur monster, excitement sparking in his eyes. He whispered to himself that hiding in this dark, deserted alley was indeed a wise choice. White fur monsters preferred lurking in shadowy corners, which was why most ordinary players rarely encountered them. And now, fortune had smiled upon him. The precious experience monster had appeared right before him. If he could defeat it, there was no doubt his leveling speed would increase dramatically, significantly improving his chances of escaping the mission. Finding it was like searching high and low with no success, only to get it effortlessly in the end. He thought, his gaze firm as he prepared to face the rare white fur monster. Special grade white-furred beast. Level 7. HP 274. Strength 13. Agility 13. Spirit 6. Stamina 3. Skills: Furious Hammer Strike, Last Ditch Counterattack. Current rank F. Current status: Health check. Danger level Gur. Experience monster. This is an experience monster. Growl. Gu Yeoming's gaze swept over the status panel, a strange gleam flickering in his eyes. Huh. Usually when the level gap is this huge, the scouting interface only reveals limited info. Yet this time, it showed everything clearly. Could it be that my scouting skill has broken through the level restrictions? He nodded internally, feeling a surge of excitement. Roar. The white-furred beast let out a furious roar, eyes blazing as it bared its fangs and claws, lunging ferociously at Gu Yeoming. His pupils constricted sharply as his mind raced and knew he couldn't go head-to-head with it. Quickly controlling his emotions, he dodged swiftly to one side. Boom. The beast's massive claw swipe struck with terrifying force, leaving a deep scratch on the wall. Gu Yeoming's heart tightened from the sudden impact, cold sweat dripping down. This creature's attributes crushed his own in every category except spirit. The only relief was its low intelligence, making its movements crude and straightforward. His mind cleared rapidly, enemy weaknesses and strengths instantly apparent. Thankfully, the silenced pistol looted earlier from a scavenger still held 3 bullets. Without those 3 shots, he could only run desperately, risking exposure. Against such a massive gap in power, only a fool would stand and fight. But armed with a gun, the situation was very different. Gu Yeoming steadied himself, locking his gaze on the roaring beast charging forward, but steadily retreating step by step toward the alley's exit. With only 3 bullets left, every shot had to count to keep himself alive. Seeing Gu Yeoming's retreat, the beast roared even more furiously and charged relentlessly. Suddenly, in the darkness, an orange muzzle flash lit up accompanied by a whizzing sound. A bullet tore through the air aimed straight at the beast's right eye. Pop! The shot hit precisely, blinding the eye as blood trickled down. The beast clutched its wounded eye, roaring in pain. Though the bullet didn't penetrate the brain, it lodged firmly in the thick skull, not too deep, not shallow either. This triggered Gu Yeoming's swift reaction. He stopped retreating instantly, an intense aura radiating from him. Eyes locked on the beast's head, his right hand raised quickly, firing 2 shots in succession. Bang bang, 2 bullets flew accurately. Any miss could be fatal. The beast's left eye erupted in a spray of blood. Gu Yeoming's heart tensed, knew he was in a life-or-death standoff. With his attributes, standing against this terrifyingly strong beast meant no chance of winning hand-to-hand. His only hope lay in these bullets. The beast's fury deepened as tension spiked, its massive body stiffening slightly. Gu Yeoming's movements were swift and decisive. Only by fighting with all his might could he hope to survive. At that moment, another bullet struck the white-haired beast's neck with deadly precision. Blood spurted out like a fountain, a grisly and violent scene. Blinding effect 1, critical hit. You dealt 47 points of damage to the special-grade white-haired beast. You dealt 53 points of damage to the special-grade white-haired beast. Blinding effect triggered, bleeding effect triggered. Special-grade white-haired beast's remaining HP, 117274. Warning. Special-grade white-haired beast is about to activate its passive skill desperate counterattack. 2 blood-red damage numbers flickered above the beast's head. Gu Yeoming kept his eyes fixed on the rampaging giant not far off, feeling his tension ease just a bit. Having been a veteran player since his rookie days in the blue tech dimension, he was extremely familiar with the habits of most of the strange monsters here. Among special-grade creatures, the white-haired beast was an early hotshot familiar to him like the back of his hand. Desperate counterattack was the white-haired beast's passive skill, activating automatically when its health dropped to a certain threshold. During this time, it would ignore all pain, its mind overtaken by fury, turning it into a mindless attack machine. Because of this, Gu Yeoming's top priority was to blind the beast. Even if it went into a frenzy, losing its sight meant it would blindly thrash about like a headless fly. But that alone wouldn't be enough. His gun was out of bullets, and without powerful firearms, even a badly injured, blinded white-haired beast remained a threat at Gu Yeoming's current level. So the beast was inflicted with a negative status bleeding. Fresh blood seeped endlessly from its wounds. Special-grade white-haired beast HP 1. Special-grade white-haired beast HP 3. Watching the damage numbers pulse above the beast's head, Gu Yeoming slowly retreated. As long as he could keep dodging attacks, the bleeding effect would slowly drain the monster's life. This was the key to winning the stalemate. Suddenly, a strong gust swept through the narrow alley. The white-haired beast's massive, fur-covered fist slammed down hard toward Gu Yeoming's face. He reacted fast, ducking low just in time to narrowly avoid the heavy blow. The alley was too narrow. He had to create space. Taking advantage of the beast's brief pause, he rolled forward and slipped quickly behind it. The frenzied white-haired beast was fully overwhelmed by rage, completely unaware of Gu Yeoming lurking behind. Roar! As if sensing impending death, the beast let out a more ferocious roar and unleashed a flurry of heavy blows, denting the walls and snapping several of its white claws in the process. Special-grade white-haired beast continues bleeding. Special-grade white-haired beast HP 2. Special-grade white-haired beast remaining HP, 47274. Standing just behind the beast, Gu Yeoming's mind raced. The beast's roar would sooner or later attract other creatures. He had to leave first. Since he was already flagged as having aggro, no matter the distance, the system would credit him with the kill and grant the XP. Suddenly, voices came from nearby. Boss, I think I heard something here. Let's check it out. Simeon's probably inside. We can extort. Gu Yeoming's face went pale. He had expected that while the silenced pistol could muffle gunshots, it couldn't cover the white-haired beast's roars. Being discovered was only a matter of time. What he didn't expect was them arriving so soon. Now it was too late to leave quietly. Damn it. Gu Yeoming frowned deeply, his mind racing. He forced himself to stay calm, an ingrained habit. Whenever situations became urgent, he could always quickly steady himself, sort out the chaos, and find a way to respond. After all, in this high-stakes confrontation, only calmness allowed him to see the bigger picture. Pretending to be a passerby attacked by monsters? Gu Yeoming thought immediately, rejecting the idea. The Sin Domain was a lawless city at the junction of several countries, a chaotic mix of factions, with spies from the Moreide Corporation lurking everywhere. When he had searched for a hiding place earlier, had seen wanted posters plastered all over the walls no matter where he hid. If discovered, Moreide assassins would come immediately. Wait, a city? The thought struck him. If this was truly a city, there had to be sewers. Instantly, he anxiously scanned the ground beneath him. But it was two dark manhole covers disappeared in the shadows, impossible to distinguish. Time was running out. There was no chance to search carefully. Who are you? Who's there? A voice suddenly came from behind. Alert! Gu Yeoming furrowed his brows and slowly turned around. Outside the alley stood three ragged middle-aged men, raising their eyebrows slightly, their cold eyes fixed on him. Boss, this guy's got blood on him, a short man whispered to the others. I'm not blind, another replied coldly. The middle one was clearly the leader. Holding a crude iron rod, he stared at Gu Yeoming and was about to speak when a sudden wave of caution washed over him. If the perspectives were reversed, he would definitely notice the faint outline of a gun in Gu Yeoming's hand, and the frantic white-furred creature struggling behind him. A gun, he's holding a gun, and what's that white-furred thing behind him? The leader's expression darkened further, as if recalling something important. That face, wait. I remember seeing it on the wanted poster stuck to the utility pole. A bounty fugitive wanted by Moreide Corporation. The leader's voice tightened, and he stepped back 2 paces. The other 2 henchmen understood immediately and also retreated cautiously, reluctant to provoke this wanted man. Hey, Gu Yeoming coldly stared them down, his voice icy. Stand still. Don't move. Why wise, third master, we're listening. After confirming the man before them was the fugitive, the 3 hastily raised their hands and stood trembling. This was the Sin Domain, a complete no man's land. No one cared what anyone did here. If the wanted man lost his temper and shot them, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. What they didn't know was Gu Yeoming's gun chamber was empty, not a single bullet left. Don't kill us. We can help you with anything. The leader finally relaxed and put on a pleading expression. Just spare my life. Got a knife? Gu Yeoming ignored his flattery and asked directly. Huh, why yeah, got one. The leader hesitated, then reacted, tossing aside the iron rod and pulling out a heavy iron knife from his pocket. Throw it here, Gu Yeoming said quietly. The leader dared not delay, carefully tossing the knife at Gu Yeoming's feet. With the gun still pointed at them, Gu Yeoming finally crouched down slowly and bent to pick up the cold knife. Quality, refined steel knife. Normal attack, damage 59. Remaining durability 98. Level requirement 0. No rating. This is an exceptionally ordinary knife. Its sharpness is mediocre, yet it remains the most common weapon in a thug's hands. Turn around, all of you. Don't move. If you behave, nothing bad will happen. Gu Yeoming held a silenced pistol, coldly ordering the 3 men before him. Yes, sir. The leader and 2 others nervously obeyed, turning their backs to Gu Yeoming, sweat beading on their foreheads. Gu Yeoming glanced sideways, catching sight of the barely breathing creature behind him, a monster with a head full of white hair. Its breath was faint, as if it could die any moment. Seconds later, a system notification sounded in Gu Yeoming's ear. You have slain special class white-haired monster. Damage contribution 100. Rewards collected, 2,387 EXP, 10 permanent bonus EXP. Obtained equipment white hair fur armor. Level up. Current level, 11. Free attribute points 16. Got it. Gu Yeoming murmured to himself and immediately opened his backpack to check. Inside lay a jet black pistol and a snowy white fur armor. White hair fur armor quality, excellent. Adds 80 HP, defense 2047, durability 100, level requirement 5, highly rated. This armor offers balanced defense, effectively reducing ordinary damage and partially mitigating firearm attacks. Extremely practical. Gu Yeoming nodded with satisfaction, then switched to the attribute panel. Attributes displayed, strength 8, agility 7, spirit 10, stamina 9, free points 16. He earned 2 free points per level, and with 16 available, he had enough flexibility to get through this early vulnerable stage. After a moment's thought, his eyes focused as the numbers fluctuated. Then he began allocating. Strength 6, agility 5, stamina 5. The instant he finished distribution, Gu Yeoming's body trembled as a powerful force surged through him like a tidal wave, instantly enhancing his entire system. After a minute, he took a deep breath and steadied himself. Checking his stats again. Strength 14, agility 12, spirit 10, stamina 14. All 4 core attributes increased evenly. The boost in stamina noticeably raised his health, greatly improving his survivability. He pulled the white hair fur armor from his backpack and put it on. The thick, pure white fur fit snugly, appearing both warm and sturdy. Each stamina point corresponds to 20 health points. With the armor's defense added, Gu Yeoming's maximum HP rose to 360. Stronger and better protected, his body was now more resilient. The challenges ahead no longer seemed as daunting. Having finally secured a bit of leverage for self-preservation, Gu Ye's eyes landed on his newly refreshed attribute panel, and a faint sigh of relief escaped him. Just then, Outside the alley, several gang leaders stood with their backs to him, sweating nervously, their voices trembling. Boss, what are you doing? Just tell us what you want, we beg you to spare our lives. Only then did Gu Yi shift his gaze toward the three men not far away. Sensing the threatening stare behind them, the three instantly tensed up, swallowing hard, frozen in place. Perfect timing to test you, Gu Yi muttered to himself. Before he finished speaking, one leader's voice shook as he asked, "Well, what test? Boss, don't scare me, please." Before the words were out, a sudden tui sound rang out as a blade pierced the leader's heart. His body twitched violently, his vision blurring. Looking down, he saw blood pouring from his chest. He coughed, spat out blood, and with a muffled grunt, collapsed to the ground lifeless, eyes wide in a final grimace. Boss! The two remaining underlings shouted in panic, but before they could react, Gu Yi appeared between them like a ghost. With a sweeping punch, the wind howled as one man slammed into the wall, blood streaming from the back of his head. He immediately lost consciousness and crumpled heavily to the floor. Help! The last man finally snapped out of shock, yelling desperately. Gu Yi adjusted his stance and, like a hunter, seized the man's neck in one grip, lifting him slowly off the ground. The man struggled for breath, unable to make a sound, only letting out occasional choking gasps. Don't make a sound, or you'll share their fate, Gu Yi said coldly, locking eyes with him. I have some questions, and I expect your cooperation. Easing his grip slightly, the man seemed to resurface from drowning, gasping wildly. His voice was hoarse. I'll tell you everything, please don't kill me. Just keep your voice down. Fine. Seeing his attitude soften, Gu Yi asked in a low voice. How many years have you been in the Sin domain? 10 years. Exiled here? Yes. When you arrived, was anyone else active nearby? No. It's a sparsely populated place. We were just out for a walk, hoping to get lucky and find any stragglers. The man fell silent for a moment, full of regret. If we'd known the fugitive you are was here, would never have come to this death trap. The Sin domain is full of exiles and criminals, and you are wanted by Moreide Corporation. We definitely can't afford to stir up trouble. Gu Yi nodded, narrowing his gaze. Good. Last question. Show me your entry and exit pass. His tone left no room for refusal as he fixed the man with a steely look. Don't try to lie to me. Only exiles carry these passes. Ordinary criminals don't deserve such privileges. In the Forsaken City, known as the Crime Domain, exiles were rarely guilty of serious offenses. Usually, they were expelled either for crossing powerful figures or for minor crimes committed in cities that still somewhat respected the law but couldn't pay fines to avoid punishment. Yet, these exiles enjoyed a privilege ordinary criminals lacked: one chance per week to leave the city temporarily. By surrendering a travel pass to the guards, they could step outside, using the time to buy necessities or rest. Yes, I have it, but not on me. It's at home, the man said, his gaze flickering nervously, avoiding Gu Yeoming's eyes. Oh, I see. Gu Yeoming nodded, signaling his understanding. The man's words froze as his expression stiffened, vision blurring. He seemed to realize something and locked eyes with Gu Yeoming, grinding his teeth. You don't keep your word. The perspective shifted downward, revealing Gu Yeoming's left arm forcefully thrust into the man's chest. Ignoring the insult, Gu Yeoming swiftly withdrew his arm. With a wet sound, blood gushed from the pierced wound. Bright red spread rapidly as the man's eyes lost their spark. Within seconds, his body slumped heavily to the ground. Gu Yeoming released his right hand. The corpse, no longer supported, fell motionless. 3 lifeless bodies lay on the ground, his gaze cool and steady. From the moment they spotted him, their fate was sealed. The leader clearly recognized him. The change in his expression said it all. Showing mercy here would only invite greater trouble later on. Betrayal was the deadliest outcome. As for the accusation of not keeping promises, Gu Yeoming smirked, tinged with disdain. He shook his head, knowing full well that in this lawless place, trusting anyone was a fatal mistake, especially when promises were empty words. These 3 had been soaked in the crime domain for years, even decades. They knew the rules by heart. Still, they had no way out. The threat of that gun was very real, even though it had no bullets left. If they realized the weapon was empty and swarmed him, given Gu Yeoming's atop upgraded stats at the time, he could still beat 3 opponents, but not without difficulty. Clearly, his newfound power boost gave him precious self-defense in this outlaw land, making handling them effortless. My strength has improved noticeably, Gu Yeoming whispered, clenching his fists as he felt energy surge inside him. His initial tension slowly faded. If he faced that white-haired freak Unknown now, he was confident he could end it quickly, no longer needing to rely on firearms or endure a drawn-out, bloody fight. As for the earlier skirmish with the cleaner, although they were armed, they posed no mortal threat to Gu Yeoming. He handled it easily provided he had his gun. At his current level, he hadn't yet reached the point of completely ignoring gun threats. The cleaner, Li Guang, ultimately couldn't escape a bullet's fate. Regarding the travel pass the man mentioned, Gu Yeoming dismissed it outright. Even if it were real, he would never trust an opponent's invitation to go home. Who knew how many enemies could be lying in wait there? This crime domain was rife with treachery and dangers lurking at every turn. In such a place, caution was life itself. The entry pass. Gu Yeoming snapped back to reality, his gaze sweeping over the cold corpses on the ground as he quickly began searching their bodies. His hand reached toward the leader lying in a pool of blood, retrieving a small refined iron dagger embedded in the man's chest. In the absence of bullets or other weapons, even such a simple knife had become the most valuable tool at that moment. A minute passed. Aside from some loose change and 697 ZU coins, he found nothing. Gu Yeoming shook his head, his thoughts gradually quieting. It seemed the man's words had been true. No matter, it wasn't a big deal. If the path here couldn't be taken, Gu Yeoming already had a backup plan in mind, to smuggle himself through. Several hours later, Gu Yeoming draped a dark cloth over his face to obscure his features and quietly stood before the weathered wooden door of a small grocery store. He glanced at the sign above the door, then quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure few passers-by were watching before gently pushing the door open and slipping inside alone. The door creaked as it closed slowly behind him, the sharp sound echoing in the silent room. Behind a wooden table sat an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and hands coarse with calluses. Hearing the noise, he stood steadily and approached Gu Yeoming with a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Ah, customer. What can I get for you?" Gu Yeoming met the old man's gaze calmly, trying to leave. The smile on the old man's face froze instantly, his brows knit tightly together, and a dark shadow flickered across his wrinkled features as his eyes hardened with suspicion. "Who are you? I've never heard of you before. Are you from another gang?" Gu Yeoming shook his head, a touch of coldness in his voice. "Definitely not. By the way, your way of greeting customers is quite unique." His finger lightly tapped the small caliber handgun clutched in the old man's hand. The old man snorted, his expression turning even grimmer. "How do you know our secret code? No referral, no introduction letter, or so mysterious, and you cover your face too. Are you a wanted criminal?" "Old man, I suggest you put that gun down," Gu Yeoming said just as calmly. "I'm only going to count to 3. "Humph, they'll count to 3 too." The old man sneered, his voice harsh. "Tell me where you're from and what you want, or we'll shoot." Before the threat even finished, Gu Yeoming moved with lightning speed, lunging at the man and seizing his gun hand with brutal force. The old man was taken completely by surprise, unable even to react to the sudden leap. "You're asking for death." The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he tried to pull the trigger, then came the sharp, cracking snap of bones. Gu Yeoming squeezed with all his strength, breaking the bones in the man's hand until flesh and bone separated instantly. The old man screamed in agony, unable to retrieve the pistol from the floor. His other hand darted to his waist, pulling out a small knife and stabbing wildly toward Gu Yeoming. Quick as a flash, Gu Yeoming caught the blade with one hand, glancing coolly at him before pressing thumb hard against the knife's edge. Another harsh snap of breaking bone rang out. The blade shattered instantly. The power behind it was truly terrifying. Seeing this, the old man trembled all over, pressing his lips tightly and swallowing hard, his mind racing with panic. What should I do? What now? Am I really going to die here? His fear was almost written all over his face. At that moment, Gu Yeoming spoke coldly, his voice sharp as an ice blade. "Last chance. Take me to your boss." Hearing this, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted. He hurriedly begged, I know. He'll take you to our boss. Please let go." The terrifying force from moments ago had deeply shaken him, and now he dared not act rashly. Could it be that the man before him was a powerful being with supernatural abilities? With this thought, the old man fell completely silent, fear spreading through his heart. Seeing his compliance, Gu Yeoming slowly loosened his grip. The old man quickly withdrew his bloodied wrist, pressing his fingers to the wound and letting out a few painful groans. Seeing him cooperate, Gu Yeoming continued, "Treat the wound yourself. First, take me to your boss." All right. The old man responded shakily. He grabbed a piece of gray cloth from the table, roughly bandaged the injury, then headed toward the curtain deeper in the store. Before leaving, he glanced back and respectfully whispered, "Follow me, sir." Suddenly, Gu Yeoming stopped. "Wait." He bent down and picked up the severed hand on the ground, pulling the hidden pistol from inside and tucking it into his coat. As for the severed hand, he tossed it toward the old man nearby. The old man hastily caught it, forcing a weak smile before pulling back the curtain and stepping inside. He paid no attention to the gun. The pistol was extremely low quality, crude workmanship, average damage between 7 to 15, 47 durability remaining, fully loaded with 7 bullets, level 7 equipment restriction, utterly lacking any refinement, only decent against ordinary people. Gu Yeoming glanced at the weapon stats and stuffed it into his inventory. Tasteless, but a pity to discard. Still, better than an iron knife. He shook his head and followed the old man onward. Behind the curtain lay a long, narrow underground tunnel lit by dusty hanging lamps swinging and casting flickering yellow light, obviously neglected for years. After some time, they reached a heavy wooden door. "This is it." The old man clutched his severed hand, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, face twisted in pain from the injury. Gu Yeoming said nothing, only motioned toward the door. Open it. The old man sighed deeply, mentally tagging him as cautious. Slowly, he pushed the door open. A dazzling spectrum of colorful lights poured through the crack. The door swung wide to reveal a gaudy bar, or a dance hall, really. Deafening music blasted, mixing with loud chatter. Under the flashing lights, the dense crowd danced wildly to the rhythm, sweat and restlessness filling the air. Gu Yeoming took in the scene calmly, unsurprised. Before becoming a player, he had once completed a side mission here, infiltrating this place to find and eliminate a fugitive. This time, though his identity was very different, was formerly an experimental subject of Moreide Corporation, a wanted criminal in the Sin domain, and now someone attempting to gain freedom by smuggling across borders. Hey, old Wong, what brings you here with time to spare? Shouldn't you be guarding your own turf? No sooner had he spoken, a stylishly dressed man covered in tattoos approached, accompanied by a seductive, silky-eyed beauty. The tattooed man was about to taunt the old man when his gaze suddenly froze. His expression turning serious had noticed old Wong's missing hand. Old man, the tattooed man's brow furrowed deeply, but before he could speak, his face darkened. He quickly swallowed his questions, pretending not to notice the injured hand, and began to retreat slowly, tugging the woman along. Muttering as he left, better not to stir up trouble. Old Wong watched their retreating figures coldly before slowly stooping and hobbling toward a small corner room. Gu Yeoming quietly followed behind, swiftly pulling several pieces of gear from his backpack with a calm but alert demeanor. The door to the small room creaked open to reveal several rugged, tattooed men sitting shirtless on a worn sofa, drinking and chatting amid a noisy but relaxed atmosphere. The first to notice them was a stocky man with slicked back hair and bulging muscles. He scrutinized both old Wong and Gu Yeoming, frowning with suspicion. Old man, who's this behind you? Also, how did you lose your hand? For the first time, old Wong seemed ready to vent. His eyes glistened, and he staggered over to the slick-backed man, pointing at Gu Yeoming with a mix of anger and helplessness. Boss, it's him. He chopped off my hand, and had the nerve to say he wanted me to bring him to you. Said he wanted to make a point with you. Gu Yeoming showed no reaction, but shot the old man a cold glance that made him shiver. Swallowing hard, old Wong looked back at the boss and relaxed slightly. What? The boss fell silent, but his underlings suddenly rose, glaring fiercely at Gu Yeoming. Yet without an order, they held back from attacking. The boss narrowed his eyes and fixed them on Gu Yeoming with a hint of invitation. Guests are guests, take a seat first. Old Wong opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by the boss' sharp look and dared not say more. Gu Yeoming calmly tossed out, Don't worry, I'm not here looking for trouble. Casually pulling over a chair, he sat down opposite the boss, crossing one leg and steepling his fingers. His gaze was steady and confident as he spoke with composed meaning. I have a business proposition you won't want to refuse. Business? The boss seemed intrigued, murmuring thoughtfully. He signaled to his men, who promptly closed the door behind them. Fixing Gu Yeoming with a sharp look, he asked slowly, Brother, your name? Masked arrivals always have their reasons. Gu Yeoming shook his head lightly, then suddenly ripped off the black cloth covering his face to reveal his real identity. A faint smile touched his lips as he met the boss' eyes with deep, unwavering resolve. He knew that the slicked-back man before him was extremely cautious. If he didn't reveal his true identity, there was no way the man would even mention business cooperation. The worst-case scenario? They wouldn't even get to negotiating before the man tore off the mask and exposed hostilities. The current situation was clear. If he wanted to talk business, he had to first put the other man's guard down. The slicked-back man knitted his brows slightly, his eyes piercing as he studied Gu Yeoming intently, lost in thought. He muttered under his breath, Such a young guy, what makes him dare to act so boldly on my turf? Wait, that face. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Seeming to recall something, he turned his head and whispered a few words to one of his underlings nearby. The underling nodded and quickly left the scene. Gu Yeoming merely smiled faintly, guessing quietly, probably going to check the wanted notice to confirm my identity. Less than a minute later, the underling returned and handed over a portrait, clenching it tightly in his hand. Gu Yeoming glanced up, immediately recognizing his own face printed on it. The slicked-back man studied the photo carefully for a few seconds before slowly sliding it across the table toward Gu Yeoming, his voice low and probing. Is this you? Gu Yeoming showed no hesitation and answered calmly. Yes, that's me. The man sneered coldly. A wanted criminal, and you boldly stroll into my territory like you own the place. Aren't you a little too arrogant? Lowering his eyelids, a cold gleam shone in his eyes as a small knife flipped silently between his fingers. He whispered, You should know, I can turn you into the company at any time and claim the reward. Or maybe if I arrest you right now and take you there, I'd get an even bigger bounty. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed the blade toward Gu Yeoming. With a sharp click, several others immediately drew pistols and aimed them steadily at Gu Yeoming's chest. In that tense moment, an ordinary person would have trembled with fear, but Gu Yeoming just chuckled softly, keeping his composure. If you wanted me dead, you would have already shot. The reason you haven't pulled the trigger is because you're interested in the business I mentioned, right? The slick-back man fell silent for a moment, then grudgingly motioned his men to lower their weapons. He calmly said, "All right, tell me, what's this business you're talking about? But note this: if your proposal doesn't meet my expectations, you'll be staying here for a long time, until we decide what to do with you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Yeoming suddenly produced a finely forged small knife in his hand and struck with the speed of a magic trick. In less than half a second, the blade flew through the air, aimed straight at an old man not far away. The old man barely had a moment to react, eyes wide in terror as the small knife flew at him with the force of 14 points of strength behind it. Before anyone could respond, the blade pierced deep into his forehead and exited through the back of his skull. His face drained of color, and he collapsed motionless into a pool of blood. "Are you looking for death?" The slick-back man finally lost his temper, roaring as he stood up abruptly and reached for his gun in haste. But he froze, realizing Gu Yeoming had already drawn his pistol and was aiming it at him. At that moment, the man was rooted in place, stiff as a statue. Gu Yeoming smiled faintly, the muzzle of his gun steady, and pointed at the man. His tone was light but firm. "Boss Huang, no need to lose your temper, we're just negotiating, aren't we?" Those words made the man's pupils constrict sharply, his expression a tangled mess of emotions, impossible to read. "What did he say? Boss Huang, he actually knows my real name?" The slick-backed man's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes revealing unmistakable hesitation and doubt. In the territory known as the Crime Zone, he was a local kingpin controlling human smuggling and nightclub businesses, going by the alias Brother Long. But that was just a front. His real name was Huang Kansheng, originally from the Star Empire, a true native of that land. The businesses he ran openly in the Crime Zone were mere covers. Behind the scenes, he colluded with the local branch of the Moreide Corporation to secretly traffic people. It's important to realize that aside from the corporation, the other four empires strictly forbid human trafficking, treating it as an intolerable crime. If anyone found out that he, an authentic Star Empire citizen, was conducting these illicit dealings in the Crime Zone, once the news leaked, it wouldn't take until the next day. Within hours, concerned citizens would storm into the area, coming specifically to assassinate him. This was exactly why Huang Kansheng's reaction was so intense when Gu Yeoming revealed his real name. How did Gu Yeoming know his true identity? It wasn't by chance. Having once been a player, Gu Yeoming had lingered in the Crime Zone for quite some time for his own purposes. He had a thorough understanding of the local kingpins' backgrounds and had clearly perceived the complex underground currents. Because of this insider knowledge, Gu Yeoming dared to boldly show up here and confront Huang Kansheng directly. Without the rich intelligence and experience he'd gained as a player, such a dangerous move would have been impossible. After all, with his current gear and ability, he couldn't underestimate ordinary firearms. But Gu Yeoming understood Huang Kansheng's personality and knew that hearing his real name would cause great unease. Sure enough, Huang Kansheng was completely caught in hesitation now. His mind raced. Anyone who knew his real name probably understood the dirty deals he was secretly running. Besides the corporation and a few key contacts, even his underlings didn't know his true identity. Since this person did, it meant he likely held detailed knowledge. If he dared spread those disgraceful secrets, that thought sparked a fierce, murderous gleam in Huang Kansheng's eyes. He can't be allowed to leave alive. Still, he didn't dare act rashly. With Gu Yeoming's gun coldly aimed at his head, who would risk a sudden move? Several of Huang's men also had their guns drawn, aiming at Gu Yeoming, but out of caution for their leader, they hadn't fired. The tension in the air was so thick it felt like it could snap. "Hold him steady first. Everyone, put your guns down." Suddenly, Huang Kansheng said coldly. His men exchanged glances, then slowly lowered their weapons. Gu Yeoming kept his gaze fixed, gun unwavering. Huang looked into his impassive eyes without speaking immediately, then feigned a relaxed posture, sitting back on the sofa behind him, and said icily, "Little brother, you killed one of my men here on my turf. Don't you think that's a bit too much?" Gu Yeoming shrugged lightly, then gestured toward the door behind him, indicating everyone should leave. Huang frowned, trying to catch a flaw in Gu Yeoming's eyes, but the other's gaze was as firm as a rock, utterly unreadable. "Everyone out." He shook his head slightly and waved to his men beside him. "Boss, keep your voice down and do as I say," he said firmly, leaving no room for argument. The men exchanged glances, but ultimately walked slowly toward the small door at the end of the room. Before leaving, they all made a throat-cutting gesture toward Gu Yeoming, a clear threat. In moments, only Gu Yeoming and Huang Kansheng remained in the room. "All right, I did as you said. Everyone's gone. Now what do you plan to do?" Huang Kansheng looked uneasy, a slight chill in his voice as the barrel of the gun pressed against him. Seeing just the two of them left, Gu Yeoming casually pocketed the cheap handgun he'd taken from that old guy. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the gun vanished into thin air without a sound, as if by magic. Huang Kansheng's eyebrows lifted slightly, waves of suspicion rippling through his mind. The gun seemed like an extension of Gu Yeoming himself, appearing and disappearing at will. He couldn't help but wonder, was this guy some kind of supernatural user? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. In reality, Gu Yeoming had just stored the gun in a system inventory, but Huang Kanshing had no way to know that and had to categorize him as one of those so-called superpowered people he believed in. TCH, if he really is some kind of superpowered being, it would make sense. No wonder the company's after him. And that old man dying by his hand? Serves him right, he thought silently. As Huang Kanshing's mind raced, Gu Yeoming broke the silence. Boss Huang, now that everyone else is gone, it's time we talked business seriously. Hearing his name, Huang Kanshing's brows knitted in surprise. You know my name? A faint smile appeared on Gu Yeoming's face, his tone casual. Of course, Boss Huang. If I really wanted to take you down, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. I could have just had the Star Empire expose you and save both of us the trouble. That remark made Huang Kanshing realize Gu Yeoming had already tracked his movements and deals thoroughly. He wasn't looking to rip their relationship apart just yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling him Boss Huang. The title was both a warning and an implied threat. Once his thoughts settled, Huang Kanshing exhaled softly and visibly relaxed. Since they could still talk, things might be easier to handle. He forced a fake smile and said to Gu Yeoming, looks like this was all just a big misunderstanding. Haha, since you're sincere, then the business is easy to talk about. Everyone's gone, so why don't you tell me what exactly is this business you want to discuss? It was straightforward as Gu Yeoming cut right to the chase. You know who I am, so I have to sneak out of the Sin domain to another country. Huangkan raised an eyebrow. Had been expecting some earth-shattering business proposal, but it turned out to be nothing more than smuggling, which immediately dampened his interest. Oh, smuggling? Conveniently, I've got a few related jobs on hand all smuggling. He relaxed his posture and spoke more casually. Since you know who I am, you should be clear on the cost. He wasn't worried that Gu Yeoming would really pull a gun on him. After all, the other people had already been told to leave, which suggested that although Gu Yeoming might be a superpowered individual, he still feared the threat of firearms. Besides, Gu Yeoming wanting to smuggle himself out meant he just wanted to live. There was no reason for him to act recklessly. As for Gu Yeoming knowing his identity, Huangkan planned to investigate that carefully. Regarding the fees, he naturally had it all figured out. Gu Yeoming showed no sign of surprise and simply smiled faintly. 500,000 Sin domain currency, right? But I don't have the money. Huangkan frowned deeply, struggling to understand his intent. No money? Then what's the point of this conversation? You're not trying to threaten me, are you? His tone grew impatient. But Gu Yeoming's next words stunned him completely. I have a ton of intelligence on Moreide Corporation. Hidden secret labs, various transaction information spread around, and most importantly human experiments. At those words, Huangkan suddenly stood up, eyes locked on Gu Yeoming with grave intensity. Are you serious? Don't mess around with me. It's definitely true. Gu Yeoming waved off the doubt, speaking casually. Boss Huang, you've worked with the company many times, but I don't think you'd mind selling these secrets to other countries, right? After all, the test subjects include the batch you sent in. You know that better than anyone. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. You understand that better than I do. Huangkan sneered. I don't believe a wanted fugitive like you would have that kind of intel. The company's secrecy is so tight it's world-class, easily top 3 globally. The kind of info you mentioned sounds ridiculous. And why would I ever sell company secrets? The company has zero tolerance for traitors. Do you think I'd risk that? Loyal ID never do such a thing. His words were forceful, the kind to make most people hesitate. But Gu Yeoming only smiled, finding it almost laughable. Right now, Huangkan was just a fence-sitter, pretending to be loyal. Watching Gu Yeoming's amused smile, a chill crept into Huangkan's heart. What's this guy smiling about? Does he really think he's got me figured out? Gu Yeoming then said something alarming that shattered Huangkan's composure. Damn, this guy is threatening me. Huangkan's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly straightened and replied coldly. Aren't you afraid you won't walk out of here today? If it weren't for others nearby being trapped under gunpoint in another room, protecting themselves would be much harder. But with just him and Huangkan here, he had the advantage to shoot and kill Huang, can then slip away before anyone could react. Though gunfire was dangerous, given his current strength, armor as soft and tough as white fur, and agility master skills, even if wounded, he was confident he could escape with minor injuries. Of course, he also believed Huangkan would back down otherwise. There was no way he'd risk all this. Still, Gu Yeoming thought to himself, I wonder if this mission has unintentionally advanced the storyline version ahead of schedule. Huang Kanshing looked at Gu Yeoming's calm, unreadable face and couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. This guy wasn't worried about his own safety at all. Could he really have some trump card that would get him out of harm's way? With that thought, Huang frowned slightly and made a quick decision in his mind. It was just the two of them here, and no matter what, he had to keep Gu under control first. Clearing his throat, Huang put on a composed tone and said, if that's the case, why don't you tell me exactly what this intelligence of yours is? If it's real, helping you leave the crime zone shouldn't be a problem. Before Huang finished speaking, Gu Yeoming pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, covered densely with black writing. Slowly, he slid it across the table toward Huang, a faint smile playing on his lips as his gaze locked onto Huang's. Huang, seeing how confident and prepared Gu seemed, felt a surge of irritation. This guy obviously expected me to give in and had everything ready. It was infuriating. Huang picked up the paper and quickly scanned its contents. Minutes passed. Cold sweat silently ran down his forehead as his eyes flicked between the paper and Gu Yeoming's face, his expression shifting to one of stunned disbelief. The intelligence was far more detailed and complex than had expected. As the leader of a small gang within the crime zone, Huang knew little about the company and only had scraps of information to rely on. But as he cross-checked the words on the page, he realized they matched his own intelligence almost exactly down to the finest detail. There was no doubt this information was genuine. Huang parted his lips slightly, unable to hold back a muted sound of admiration. Meanwhile, a subtle glint flashed in Gus's eyes, his confidence growing. He knew this move had worked. The intelligence head handed to Huang was real, but among all the company info he had, this was just the middle to lower level stuff enough for Huang to verify and take seriously, yet not so sensitive as to be overly dangerous. For a local power like Huang, it was exactly the right balance, enticing enough to be credible, but not frightening enough to reject outright. The chances Huang would agree were much higher. If Gu had revealed the more classified parts, things could get a lot riskier. A flicker of killing intent crossed Gus's eyes, though his face stayed calm. He knew Huang would likely report him to the company behind his back. The intelligence was too valuable to take that risk. So instead, Gu had carefully selected what to reveal, testing the waters and trying to control Huang's psychological defenses. Swallowing hard, Huang's gaze grew complicated as he stared at Gu and asked, "Is this intelligence for real?" Gu kept smiling, his tone easygoing. "That, Boss Huang, you know better than I do." Hearing this, Huang Kanxing clenched the intelligence report tightly in his hand, unable to stop himself from crumpling it into a ball. He wasn't angry or on guard. In fact, he was overwhelmingly excited. If this information was true, it would be a godsend for him. At that thought, a look of exhilaration finally appeared on his face. He was fully capable of handling this batch of intelligence and could even sell it at a high price to other factions, or maybe even a nation. That would allow him to make a leap across social classes. Once his assets reached a certain level, Huang Kanxing could escape this den of crime. After paying a redemption fee, he still had a sizable surplus on hand. Now, doing all kinds of dirty work in this godforsaken crime zone was really just a means to an end, getting out. Life here was wearing him down. Even with money, he had to grovel before powerful figures. He knew he was neither strong nor willing to keep struggling in the crime domain. The moment he got out, thanks to the funds from selling intelligence, he could immediately join the ranks of wealthy merchants and leave his ordinary life behind. Turning money into more money, Huang Kanxing's eyes gleamed with almost overflowing ambition. He eagerly fixed his gaze on Gu Yeoming and couldn't help but smile, asking, "Well, how about it, Boss Huang?" Gu Yeoming smiled faintly and replied, "Is this enough?" "More than enough, absolutely enough." Huang Kanxing was on the verge of bursting into laughter as he pictured the bright future ahead. Suddenly realizing he might be overdoing it, he cleared his throat, suppressed his excitement, regained composure, and then said to Gu Yeoming, "As long as the information you gave is accurate, smuggling you out of the crime zone is on me." He switched tone and added calmly, "But leaving through unofficial channels, little brother, you better be mentally prepared." Gu Yeoming nodded and answered calmly, "I know the rules." Life after illegally fleeing the crime zone was undoubtedly harsh. Any country or faction would avoid you. Obtaining legal status was impossible. Even basic survival was a challenge, and you had to constantly watch out for identity checks. Gu Yeoming didn't care about these things. He had already planned his destination after leaving the crime zone. If his company wasn't relentlessly pursuing him, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to flee. Instead, he could have hidden in the shadows and grown steadily. After all, with only 11 days left before the official launch of the game, he needed to use this time to develop himself. When the moment came, he could harvest a fortune from the players. "All right, I'm taking this deal. Looking forward to a smooth cooperation." Huang Kanxing curled his lips into a confident smile, revealing a set of teeth somewhat stained but still solid. He ran his hand over his neatly slicked back hair, radiating self-assurance. The earlier promise of not betraying the company seemed never to have been uttered. There was no sign of anything unusual about him. Gu Yeoming didn't expose him either. The two of them tacitly understood each other without a word. "This is just part of the intelligence. Once I manage to sneak out, I'll give you the last piece," Gu Yeoming cut in, deliberately keeping Huang Kanxing hooked to avoid raising suspicion. "Oh, all right." Huang Kanxing chuckled and pulled a radio transceiver from the nearby drawer, tossing it casually into Gu Yeoming's hand. "I won't see you off then. Use this to contact me in 2 days. Just come by then." Gu Yeoming nodded and weighed the device in his hand. In the next instant, the transceiver vanished without a sound, quietly stashed into his system backpack, a silent warning not to try anything funny. Huang Kanxing seemed oblivious, waving him off with a cheerful grin to indicate he could leave first. Gu Yeoming stood up, opened the compartment door behind him, ignoring the stern glare of the guard, and walked straight toward the wooden door he had entered through. As Gu Yeoming left, Huang Qianxing stepped out of the compartment as well, clutching the precious intelligence paper tightly, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. "Boss, are you okay?" One of the underlings approached with concern. "I'm fine." Huang Qianxing shook his head, brushing off the question casually, but his eyes were deep in thought. The men sensed his heavy mood and silently called their comrades inside, dragging the old man's corpse out while thoroughly searching around the compartment. Finding nothing out of place, they dispersed to their own tasks, leaving Huang Qianxing standing alone. His gaze deliberately avoided the dead body. His sights were set far beyond it, on the rewards that future victory promised. He was calculating. He had initially planned to kill Gu Yeoming, but recalling that mysterious supernatural ability and the wealth of intelligence, taking him out might come at a terrible cost. Or maybe Gu Yeoming just wanted to escape, and whether any secrets would leak outside was uncertain. This thought furrowed Huang Qianxing's brow. He licked his dry lips, a bold idea forming in his mind. Maybe I should just secretly report this to the company? Having this part of the intelligence is enough. Being too greedy could backfire. That guy's bounty was highly tempting. Besides, the supernatural power user was beyond his own means to handle, but for the company, a heavyweight opponent, dealing with some mere ability user would be a breeze. Plus, Gu Yeoming was a wanted man. The company would definitely move in. Huang Qianxing's eyes darkened, his murderous intent gradually fading, replaced by more practical calculations. Clutching the intelligence tightly, he silently figured out his next move. With all intelligence and potential risks firmly under control, Huang Qianxing curled the corner of his mouth into a faint, sinister smile, his eyes glinting with sly cunning. After leaving the alley and stepping out of the grocery store, Gu Yeoming remained highly alert. He scanned his surroundings carefully, only revealing his face again after confirming that nothing seemed amiss. Slowly, he proceeded along the foul, acrid street. The passage out of the crime-ridden zone was finally open. The next step was simply to avoid revealing his identity and ensure everything went smoothly. Yet, prudence was essential. Without the ability to be resurrected like a player, any fatal mistake would be irreversible. Lost in thought, Gu Yeoming suddenly stopped and lightly stroked his chin. His expression growing serious had just made a major oversight. He needed to steady the situation first. For now, Huang Qianxing's words of loyalty to the company were empty. His grip on the intelligence-filled documents was tight and unyielding. Dealing with someone like him meant being doubly cautious. With determination, Gu Yeoming changed direction. His next destination was clear the Red Blood Agency. Inside the crime zone's company branch, in the executor's office, a tall man with thick, messy black hair wearing a sharp suit reclined on a soft leather sofa. He wore a sleeping mask over his eyes and rested peacefully. Suddenly, his communication earpiece emitted a series of urgent beeps. Startled, he lifted the mask, revealing a handsome face and emerald green eyes. "Seriously, I was having such a good sleep, and you guys wake me up," he sighed, pressing the earpiece. "What is it now? Another boring gang cleanup? Or hunting monsters?" "Yang Qingli, company matters are your job," a male voice started, only to be cut off. I know. Company missions are our mission." That's such a cliché line. Can't you say it differently?" Yang Qingli retorted impatiently, then asked, "All right, what's the trouble this time?" After a pause from the other side, Experiment 1145 escaped. "Are you aware?" "No idea," Yang Qingli replied with wide, indifferent eyes. The voice seemed confused, then after a silence said, "One of our branch's test subjects ran off. We can't report it to headquarters and need you to quickly handle the situation." "That mess? Shouldn't the sweepers take care of that? Why drag me into it?" Yang Qingli scoffed. "The sweeperly Guanji's down." "Oh?" Yang Qingli raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Those sweepers are usually mediocre, but not easy to mess with. Are you sure that guy died at the test subject's hands?" "Positive." No response from him. "So he's likely been killed." "I underestimated that test subject's fighting power before. If he can take down a sweeper, he's clearly above Grank, probably Frank. So now you want me to kill that test subject? Overqualified for this job. Just in case. That test subject is complicated. We already have his location, provided by cooperative gang leader Huang Qianxing. The operation starts in 2 days. You can act fast if you want, though I doubt you'll rush." "Got it. 2 days from now. Consider it a walk in the park." Hanging up, Yang Qingli ignored any further response, ended the call decisively, put on his sleep mask, and lay back on the sofa. Soon, even breathing returned to a steady, peaceful rhythm. On the communication headset, the male voice fell silent, saying nothing further, clearly accustomed to Yang Qingli's way of doing things. He gave a casual nod. "Fine, just agree to it." Dealing with an experimental subject was effortless for him. Trusting Yang Qingli's abilities, he ended the call immediately after speaking. 2 nights later, on Cross Street. Under the streetlights, Gu Yeoming paced slowly, tightly gripping a repulsive bug biscuit in his hand. The foul stench of the bug biscuit didn't make him back down. He steeled himself and shoved it into his mouth, chewing quickly, forcing himself to swallow as soon as possible, afraid the putrid taste would linger too long. His face was pale, struggling to hold back the urge to vomit. Having once lived in the crime zone as a player, he was no stranger to such things. Back then, he could lower his taste sensitivity and barely notice the bug biscuit's decay. Now, with nowhere to run, he had to choke it down. Some thrill-seeking players actually heighten their taste senses to savor this kind of shock. Gu Yeoming could only silently respect them without understanding it. The time was about right. He wiped crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, a spark flashing in his dark eyes. Beep beep, a message alert sounded. He pulled out a receiver from his system bag and pressed the button. Huang Qiansheng's voice came through immediately. Little brother, time's up. Come to the grocery store. Don't let anyone see you. The voice stopped. Gu Yeoming confirmed there was no more transmission, pocketed the receiver, and quickly headed toward the grocery store. About 10 minutes later, half his face covered by a mask, he arrived silently at the grocery store door. A gang member guarding the entrance immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Password?" "Slip away," Gu Yeoming replied. The gang member nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped aside to let him in. The air at the entrance smelled faintly of stale tobacco. The interior was dimly lit. As Gu Yeoming stepped inside, he saw Huang Qiansheng leaning against the table, holding a cigarette and slowly drawing smoke, expression calm. "You're here?" Huang Qiansheng said, casually putting out the cigarette and indicating several people nearby in a flat tone. "They're like you planning to sneak out of the crime zone." Gu Yeoming glanced over. In a corner, a stocky man looked around cautiously, eyes sharp and guarded. Nearby, a heavily made-up woman repeatedly checked her reflection in a small mirror, retouching her makeup. Strangers. Shouldn't be a problem, but still need to be careful, Gu Yeoming thought, surveying them carefully. Then his gaze fell on the last person. This one was completely different, wearing a well-tailored suit, tall and slender, black hair falling over his forehead, emerald green eyes watching Gu Yeoming with keen interest. Gu Yeoming's pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't expected to run into him here. One of the company's enforcers, the Sleepy Lion, Yang Qingli. Back when he was still a player, he had naturally heard about this enforcer on the player forums. That name was synonymous with fearlessness and combat prowess. Was one of the fiercest fighters in the Moreide Corporation branch, and a dangerously aggressive militant. His supernatural ability was straightforward and brutally simple, ultimate physicality. In terms of sheer bodily strength, he ranked first among all enforcers. Compared to his existence, even the former sweeper Li Guang was not worthy to tie his shoes. The first time Gu Yeoming saw Yang Qingli, he immediately realized Huang Qiansheng had indeed betrayed him. The BOS level unit before him, codenamed Sleeping Lion, was Yang Qingli, a 29-year-old human male at level 51. His ability was ultimate physicality, accompanied by a set of overt and intimidating active skills: heavy cannon strike, powerful punch, overload operation, and physical liberation. His passive skills included brawling mastery level 3, kicking expert level 3, agility mastery level 1, gunmanship expert level 1, skilled in blades level 2, and swordsmanship skilled level 1. On his attribute panel, Yang Qingli's strength reached 58, agility 47, spirit 20, stamina 50, with nearly 3,000 HP. His status was healthy, but his current intimacy was -10, clearly showing extreme hostility toward Gu Yeoming. The overall evaluation read, an ultimate physical monster. You'd better run fast, or you won't even know how you died. For Gu Yeoming, this stat sheet was an absolute one-sided domination. Though shocked inside, his face remained calm as he calmly glanced at Yang Qingli, then turned to Huang Qiansheng and asked, "How long until we leave?" "Half an hour left. A car will come to pick you up then. The following steps are arranged." "You'd better not talk much," Huang Qiansheng replied steadily. Gu Yeoming cursed inwardly. Damn guy, he's playing his part way too well. Then he said, "I see. Well, there's still some time. We'll go get some fresh air outside. This place is too stuffy." It was hot season, and the corner store had no ventilation. The air was clearly stale and suffocating, so his excuse was reasonable and indisputable. Before finishing his sentence, he slowly turned and walked toward the door. However, just as he thought he could leave smoothly, Yang Qingli spoke coldly from behind. "I heard you killed a sweeper? Number 1145. How did you manage to do that?" Without hesitation, Gu Yeoming slammed open the heavy wooden door, instantly accelerating and rushing outside. But right as he moved, Yang Qingli vanished from his seat in an instant. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yeoming. Yang Qingli materialized like a ghost. Gu Yeoming reacted quickly, immediately summoning his gun from the system backpack, aiming, and firing. Bang! The silent night was shattered by the loud gunshot. Surrounding buildings lit up from the noise. The muzzle flashed with sparks and the sharp smell of gunpowder as the bullet hurtled toward Yang Qingli. Yet in Gu Yeoming's sight, Yang Qingli's body flickered, and he seemed to pinch the incoming bullet between two fingers. Looking closer, that bullet was forcibly snapped in half by him. Yang Qingli then softly blew on the smoking bullet tip, and with a strong snap, the bullet broke cleanly in two with a crisp cracking sound. With the sharp clatter of bullet fragments hitting the ground, Gu Yeoming suddenly twisted his body, unleashing all his strength as he sprinted fiercely in the opposite direction. No use, Yang Qingli sneered coldly, a smirk curling at his lips. In an instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. Time seemed to slow for him. Gu Yeoming's running motion stretched into slow-motion frames. Like a ghost, Yang Qingli appeared on Gu Yeoming's right side, his left fist roaring through the air toward his opponent's temple. Just as the fist was about to strike, Gu Yeoming ducked sharply, bending his body downward. Yang Qingli's iron fist skimmed over his head, slicing through empty air. What? Yang Qingli's pupils contracted sharply. The speed of that punch was so fast, even an afterimage was hard to catch. No ordinary person could react in time. He pushed off with both legs, accelerating explosively, and in the blink of an eye stood before Gu Yeoming again. His right fist slammed down like a cannonball. Crack! Suddenly, a blue energy shield flared up around Gu Yeoming, firmly absorbing the heavy punch. But Yang Qingli's strength was terrifying. A shield lasted less than a second before shattering into countless glowing fragments that dissolved into the air. 707 model defense shield has blocked the attack for you. 707 model defense shield has broken. The 707 defense shield. Yang Qingli's eyes tightened as he instantly recognized the equipment. This kid has come into contact with red blood people. Wait, his pupils shrank further. At the instant he threw the punch, the 1145 experimental subject's body clearly showed a sidestep movement. Was that anticipation? Yang Qingli stared intently at the boy before him. This guy's physical strength was pitifully weak, yet his combat awareness was shockingly sharp. Moreover, he seemed to know his own attack patterns inside out. At that moment, Gu Yeoming moved. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming silver long blade appeared in his palm, as if from nowhere. The blade traced a chilling arc through the air, swinging backward toward Yang Qingli's neck. Yang Qingli's left hand shot up like lightning, firmly catching the blade's edge. His fingers applied slight pressure. Crack! The long blade shattered like fragile glass, shards scattering everywhere. Gu Yeoming's expression changed. He swiftly tapped his feet, creating distance in a flash. Seeing Yang Qingli did not pursue, he finally exhaled sharply, his mind racing at full speed. What came next? The gap in attributes was just too great. His body could barely keep up with his thoughts. If it weren't for the defense shield blocking that punch, he probably would have been a corpse by now. All this equipment was acquired just the day before from the Red Blood faction. Aside from the long blade and shield, he also had grenades and a sniper rifle prepared. It was a remarkably well-planned stockpile. From the very beginning, he knew that Huang Kansheng was never someone to trust completely. To be safe, he had secretly infiltrated the Hongxue Firmin agency with branches inside the crime zone, where his company also operated, carrying company secrets as leverage to secure his own protection. At this point, he was grateful for that caution. Otherwise, when the crisis almost erupted just now, escaping unscathed would have been nearly impossible. What caught him off guard was that despite all his thorough preparation, he had expected to deal with only a handful of cleaners attacking him. Yet this mere experimental subject's escape had drawn the direct involvement of the company's executor. It was utterly baffling. Had thought there would be at most a few cleaners. Yang Qingli frowned, his gaze fixed on Gu Yeoming not far away, his mind racing. It was strange, how could an ordinary test subject display such keen combat instincts? Even if their physical strength were comparable, he himself would have found it much harder to withstand that one blade. Could it be that the enhancement serum not only boosted physical ability, but also secretly raised combat experience? With this realization, Yang Qingli nodded slightly, coming to a conclusion. Perhaps the serum had an unknown function beyond mere physical enhancement. Gu Yeoming before him was clearly a successful specimen. Initially planning to eliminate him completely, Yang Qingli now thought it better to capture him alive for further study. Just as he was about to act, a cold voice suddenly came from the side. Sleeping Lion, I advise you not to make a move. Yang Qingli furrowed his brows and slowly turned toward the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with an imposing presence, clad in a black leather coat, his arms wrapped in heavy mechanical power gear. In his hand gleamed a long, cold blade radiating deadly light, exuding a deeply intimidating aura. Gu Yeoming also glanced at the newcomer, and an attribute panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Boss level Iron Arm Wei Jinxuan. Male, 47 years old. Human, mechanical rank 59. Ability mechanical modification. Active skills included small, medium, and large bombs, electronic pulse cannon, laser sweep, fire cover, ion electro slash, full power mode. Passive abilities. First level master of melee fighting, first level master of mechanical manufacturing, level 3 mastery of agility, level 3 mastery of firearms, second level master of blade techniques, level 2 mastery of swordsmanship. Base stats, strength 48, agility 40, spirit 61, stamina 37, current rank C, status healthy, intimacy 10, HP 3589. Overall, a typical skill-based damage dealer, far beyond anyone he could easily provoke. Seeing Wei Jianxuan appear, Gu Yeoming finally relaxed. The day before, when he went to the Hongxue firm to negotiate, it was Wei Jianxuan who received him. According to veteran players' compiled NPC data, Wei Jianxuan was deeply just and despised the company's dirty experiments. So when Gu Yeoming offered critical intelligence in exchange for weapons, protection, and personal safety, Wei Jianxuan agreed without hesitation. However, Gu Yeoming also knew his identity was probably already exposed to other factions. If he hadn't distrusted Huang Kanxing so completely, he would never have sought help from another faction while in a weak position. In hindsight, although risky, this path seemed like the only option. Wei Jianxuan truly dislikes forcing others into difficult situations, but not everyone else is so tolerant. When the time comes, it's quite possible they'll be accused of all sorts of things out of nowhere, and then be forced to cooperate on someone else's turf for an investigation. Yang Qingli raised his eyebrows slightly, maintaining a calm expression as he asked, "Is that you? Here to back that guy up? What exactly could a red blood member like you find worth getting involved over?" Huang Kanxing only revealed Gu Yeoming's location, keeping quiet about any deals or company information, so naturally Yang Qingli didn't know the full story behind it. He was genuinely surprised that the Red Blood Group would intervene on behalf of an ordinary test subject. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and answered with an air of indifference, "That's none of your concern, sleeping lion. Go back and embarrass yourself here." Yang Qingli gave a cold sneer, and a surge of battle spirit welled up inside him. With a smile, he fixed his gaze on the nearby Iron Arm and said, "I've long heard the name Iron Arm among the Red Blood prosecutors. I've always wanted a match with you. Now that chance is here, I won't miss it. They say your blade work is divine. I wonder if that's true." His eyes locked on Iron Arm, veins bulging on his forehead as he said in a low voice, "I've never failed a mission. Iron Arm, if you're capable, then stop me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yang Qingli's body flashed, becoming a blur as he charged toward Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming's pupils shrank sharply as he reacted swiftly, pushing off with both legs and retreating fiercely. The air split with a sharp, whistling sound as a long, razor-sharp blade sliced just in front of Yang Qingli's eyes, narrowly missing him. Yang Qingli stomped the ground hard and stopped abruptly, cracking a deep fissure across the earth beneath him. Iron Arm approached slowly, raising his right hand. The blade embedded in the building's wall slid down as if magnetically pulled and landed firmly in his palm. He said coldly, "Sleeping lion, you'd better leave now, or prepare to pay with your life." Iron Arm's gaze was piercing, his eyes like blades locking onto Yang Qingli's without the slightest hesitation. A disdainful smile tugged at the corner of Yang Qingli's mouth. Blue veins stood out on his arms like coiling dragons, his strength seeming ready to burst through his skin. "Good. You dare to steal prey from our company." Not far away, Gu Yeoming watched the two people exchanging biting words, the tension thick in the air. His thoughts swirled beneath the surface. Good Yang Qingli had been held back by Wei Jianxuan. Now it was time to settle the score. As this thought took hold, Gu Yeoming's gaze grew cold, and he silently made up his mind. Inside the grocery store, Huang Kanxing lounged casually on an old chair, a smile on his face as he slowly lit a cigarette. He thought to himself that with the company's backing, he could rest easy now that kid was as good as dead. The chubby man and the woman nearby exchanged a glance. The chubby man frowned and asked, "Why did that guy run off just now? What happened?" Huang Kanxing replied slowly and dismissively, "That's their company's internal business. Don't stick your nose in. The car's still 15 minutes away, just wait quietly." He had no intention of saying more. Though the chubby man had many questions swirling in his mind, he wisely kept silent, realizing there was surely a big secret beneath this, and it was better to avoid trouble. As they spoke, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the door. Huang Kanxing furrowed his brows and stood up at once, pulling a pistol out of his pocket and aiming sharply at the entrance, ready to shoot the moment anything happened. Seeing the situation turn ugly, the chubby man and the woman quickly slipped back into the shadows, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The sound was very close, almost right at the door. Could that kid still be alive? Impossible. The company people should have taken care of him by now. Huang Kanxing's heart pounded, his mind racing. Suddenly, the front door crept open just a crack, and a rounded object rolled inside. Huang's gun barrel immediately dropped, and focused. It was a hand grenade. His pupils constricted sharply as panic set in, trying to dodge, but realizing it was too late. Boom. The violent explosion instantly reduced the grocery store to rubble, scorching flames spreading rapidly. The blast shattered the surrounding walls. Bathed in firelight, severed limbs were scattered wildly across the debris. Watching from a distance, Gu Yeoming drew his pistol from his system backpack and calmly stepped forward. The grenade had been his throw, taken earlier from the Red Blood Agency's arsenal. Amid the blazing wreckage, the ground scorched, stones and broken limbs strewn about chaotically. Just as Gu Yeoming assumed Huang Kanxing had been blown to pieces, a faint movement came from the nearby pile of rubble. Dodging the flames, he approached carefully and used his hand to clear stones away, revealing Huang Qiansheng's mangled body. Huang was completely dismembered, all limbs shattered or gone, his charred skin twisted and blackened, a harsh burnt stench filling the air. He was barely clinging to life. His one remaining eye weakly gazed at Gu Yeoming, lips raw and cracked from skin loss, rasping out broken pleas for help. "Saw, save me." The guy was stubborn to live through this. Gu Yeoming showed no mercy. He bent down coldly, fixing his gaze on Huang Qiansheng, then slowly raised his pistol, pressing the barrel steadily against his head. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply. Huang Qiansheng's head was blown apart, white mixed with bright red blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. His body lay still, utterly dead this time. You killed a normal level enemy Huang Qian, gaining 89 experience points. You killed a normal level enemy He Lei, gaining 50 experience points. You killed a normal level enemy Wang Huan Hui, gaining 56 experience points. The system notification sounded, but Gu Yeoming only glanced at the screen briefly before looking away. The experience was so low, even he felt it was pathetic. Shaking his head, Gu Yeoming turned and headed in another direction toward where Yang Qingli and Wei Jianxuan were locked in fierce combat. On the street, two figures darted wildly back and forth, fists and feet colliding with explosive force. The buildings lining the street had been shattered and battered by the fighting. Several terrified residents hid in the shadows, eyes wide with fear and anxiety, fixed on the intense clash nearby. Yang Qingli moved nimbly, weaving rapidly around Wei Jianxuan, suddenly grabbing huge chunks of stone and hurling them toward him. Wei Jianxuan remained calm, raising his mechanical arm with his palm, facing the incoming rocks. With a thunderous boom, a blue-white laser blasted out from his palm, shattering every stone and kicking up a cloud of dust. It was that rising smoke that gave Yang Qingli cover. In a flash, he closed the distance to Wei Jianxuan, fists flying, gritting his teeth, and snarling as he struck viciously. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking filled the air as the blue shield beside Wei Jianxuan shattered completely. That protective barrier again. Yang Qingli snorted impatiently. His attack missed this time, and he quickly retreated to a safe distance, eyes coldly fixed on Wei Jianxuan. "So, that guy's 707 defensive shield was you who gave it?" Wei Jianxuan didn't reply. He raised his mechanical arm again, palm targeting Yang Qingli. Yang Qingli's heart skipped a beat. He quickly sidestepped. A narrow beam of laser swept past, trailing a wave of scorching heat. He kept his side turned as he dodged, cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. Glancing back, a row of buildings had already been reduced to rubble, massive stones strewn chaotically across the ground. Yang Qingli's brows furrowed. He was stunned by the sheer destructive power. Suddenly, his figure vanished. The next moment, he reappeared behind Wei Jianxuan, his right arm a blur as he swung a fierce punch. Wei Jianxuan reacted just as fast. His mechanical arm twisted at an impossible angle, the blade in his palm blocking Yang Qingli's hammering fist. The clash of fist and blade exploded with tremendous impact, sending fierce winds swirling around them. Wei Jianxuan's brow deepened in concentration. His robotic arm trembled violently. This guy truly was a physical monster, with strength beyond ordinary imagination. "What? Looks like you won't last much longer," Yang Qingli sneered, ramping up the force in his next punch. The moment his fist landed, Wei Jianxuan felt an overwhelming power surge strike his right arm. With a whoosh, he was blasted backward. Before Wei Jianxuan could regain his footing, he immediately deployed a blue protective shield. Yang Qingli appeared behind him at a speed impossible to track, smashing both fists down. With a loud crash, Wei Jianxuan was hit like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground as stone and dust flew everywhere. But Yang Qingli gave him no time to rest. He was already in front of Wei Jianxuan again, right arm raised, ready to strike once more. Just then, a gunshot rang out nearby, followed by a bullet whizzing through the air, heading straight for them. A sharp crack rang out. The bullet struck precisely at his heart. Yet, Yang Qingli's flesh proved incredibly resilient. That single bullet was caught and held firmly by his thick, solid muscle without any sign of penetration. He suddenly faltered, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood before locking his fierce gaze onto the direction of the gunshot. In the distance, Gu Yeoming lay prone atop a building's roof, gripping a heavy large-caliber sniper rifle. A faint wisp of white smoke drifted from the barrel, evidence of a recent shot fired. He glanced at the screen, updating his assessment of Yang Qingli's physical toughness. Truly extraordinary. Even with this top-tier sniper rifle, he had only managed 256 points of damage. Boss-level Yang Qingli still had 2,724 health remaining. Gu Yeoming's Type 20 large-caliber sniper rifle was of exceptional quality, boasting an attack range of 150 to 350, 99 durability, and 7 bullets left. Restricted to users above level 10, it was personally crafted by Iron Arm Wei Jianxuan, an enforcer from the Crimson Blood Agency. The mechanical master Wei Jianxuan's reputation guaranteed flawless performance. All Gu Yeoming needed was steady, precise, and ruthless shooting. "How dare you ambush me?" Yang Qingli grinned through blood-streaked teeth, his expression monstrous. His eyesight was razor-sharp despite the distance and height. He could clearly make out Gu Yeoming's true identity. He bellowed, "Experiment Subject 1145, you've got some nerve." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, but suddenly felt a sharp, slicing gust of air whoosh. A slender, razor-sharp blade came swiftly down toward his neck. Reflexively, Yang Qingli raised his right arm to block. With a harsh clang, the blade lodged deep into his arm, spraying blood. The attacker was none other than Wei Jianxuan himself. Dust-covered and grimy, his leather jacket was torn wide across the back, revealing exposed mechanical components sparking intermittently clearly. Yang Qingli's powerful blow had dealt him significant damage. Though perplexed, Wei Jianxuan's greater feeling was alertness. This kid had the guts to break in headlong. Did he not fear being caught? In reality, Gu Yeoming's stats were insufficient to confront Yang Qingli head-on. If they clashed directly, he could last only seconds before being overwhelmed. But with Wei Jianxuan also a clever powerhouse engaging Yang Qingli face to face, the situation changed drastically. Their duel would create a precious window of opportunity for Gu Yeoming to strike. He could easily seize this chance to retreat and wait for them to finish fighting. Yet a wild thought surged through Gu Yeoming's mind. The prospect of directly eliminating Yang Qingli and gaining a massive experience lead spanning dozens of levels made the corner of his mouth twitch upwards. He licked his cracked lips, determination blazing in his eyes. Relying on Wei Jianxuan's restraint and his own masterful marksmanship, there was no doubt he could exploit Yang Qingli's weaknesses and land fatal hits repeatedly. Their combined efforts might lock Yang Qingli down here, maybe even kill him. That fleeting thought set Gu Yeoming's spirit ablaze with fierce resolve. This could even allow him to get through his current vulnerable phase and gain some advantage in battles against other superpowered individuals. Unlike Gu Yeoming's side, Wei Jianxuan, who was closely guarding Yang Qingli, now furrowed his brow, his mind racing. That shot just now was unbelievably precise. He hadn't expected that wanted man to possess such expert marksmanship. Scanning the bullet holes and blood on the sleepy lion, Wei Jianxuan deduced it must be the Type 20 large-caliber sniper rifle he had previously handed over to the fugitive. Although the bullet didn't instantly kill, it inflicted effective damage at a critical spot. Wei Jianxuan knew that no matter how many attack methods he had, the prerequisite was always hitting the target. Given Sleepy Lion's speed and rapid movement, he could at best create a distraction but was unlikely to land a fatal blow. So with their current coordination, perhaps they could at least temporarily contain the Sleepy Lion in this fight. With this thought, a subtle gleam flickered in Wei Jianxuan's eyes. Originally, he had only planned to restrain Sleepy Lion. The prior deal's objective was exactly that. But now his mindset was quietly shifting. He had long harbored distaste for this company. Within the Crimson Blood Empire, human experimentation was considered the most forbidden evil. Frequent disappearances strongly suggested victims for the company's live experiments. Among the four major nations, be it the Crimson Blood Empire or the other three, all secretly resented the company. Yet lacking hard evidence, they maintained a fragile surface peace. Whenever opportunity arose, countries would join forces against the company, as the public outrage they triggered was immense. But backed by a vast pool of superpowered individuals and a network infiltrated across nations, the company's strength was unfathomable. Open warfare would spark a full-blown conflict, threatening the world's fragile order. At the same time, there was an unspoken consensus. Other countries probably conducted similar human experiments in secret. This mutual suspicion ensured outward tranquility while hidden currents surged underneath, with each side scheming and maneuvering. And as a man of strong justice, how could Wei Jianxuan miss the chance to weaken such an evil force? He cared little about the damaged buildings or the potential collateral harm. This was a domain of crime, not a place for good guys. Therefore, he would fight with full force, disregarding the usual rules binding conventional territories. As for Gu Yeoming, his worldview was simple: survive, become stronger. That was the only goal worth pursuing. The lives of others held no meaning to him, not worth his concern. At that moment, Wei Jianxuan gripped Yang Qingli's body tightly, preventing him from breaking free. Yang Qingli's eyes locked onto Gu Yeoming in the distance, who was holding a gun, but inside he remained eerily calm. This situation couldn't be prolonged. Sooner or later, the two of them would crush him right here. What baffled him even more was that these two people, with no apparent connection, had somehow teamed up against him. As he racked his brain trying to make sense of this, Gu Yeoming in the distance took aim and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The roar of the sniper rifle echoed through the area, accompanied by a sharp crack of air. The bullet struck Yang Qingli's neck with deadly precision. Blood sprayed as his body took a serious hit. You dealt 487 damage to BOS level Yang Qingli. BOS level Yang Qingli is now bleeding for 30 seconds. BOS level Yang Qingli is stunned for 1 second. BOS level Yang Qingli continues bleeding. The moment the bullet pierced him, Yang Qingli's vision went black, his consciousness fading, almost losing all awareness of his surroundings. Just as his enemies thought victory was certain, Wei Jianqin's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, his left palm thrust forward toward Yang Qingli's head. Blazing laser beams shot out. But shockingly, Yang Qingli's previously dazed pupils suddenly cleared. Reflexively, he twisted his head aside to dodge. The laser's scorching heat grazed his right cheek, leaving a searing, slicing burn. The intense temperature nearly burned his entire right side of the face, charring the skin to black cracks, exposing blood vessels intertwined with singed blood, horrifying to behold. I told you to get lost. Veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bloodshot with rage and pain, Yang Qingli snarled viciously. He raised his right foot and slammed it fiercely into Wei Jianqin's abdomen. Boom. The force was tremendous. Wei Jianquan was flung several meters back as if crashing into a wall. The chance had finally come. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yang Qingli's eyes. Breaking free from the hold, he sprinted recklessly toward the direction where Gu Yeoming had been. His speed was incredible. In just 5 seconds, he shot across a kilometer to the rooftop where Gu Yeoming had stood. Like a missile, he crashed onto the roof with tremendous power that ruptured the structure, sending bricks and debris flying. Yet unexpectedly, Yang Qingli found that Gu Yeoming was nowhere to be seen, vanished, as if he had retreated earlier. Where are you? His gaze cut sharp as a blade, scanning every corner, but no sign of Gu Yeoming appeared. A chill rose in his heart. Suddenly, a crisp ticking sound rang out. Yang Qingli's face instantly turned pale. He spun around, about to leap off the rooftop to escape. But it was already too late. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the entire building. Fierce flames erupted from the blast's center, surging into the night sky in a blazing inferno, blindingly bright. Amid the choking smoke, a figure was hurled out, Yang Qingli himself. But he was utterly battered, his body battered and scarred, skin barely intact. His once pristine white suit was tattered beyond recognition. Spinning midair, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That experimental subject, could he have predicted this all along? A jolt shook Yang Qingli's heart. This level of reaction and combat instinct went far beyond what he expected, perhaps even surpassing many monsters. Now he finally understood that he had been manipulated all along by that experimental subject, trapped in a carefully crafted snare. Damn it! Anger and helplessness mixed in a fierce growl, his teeth clenched tightly, burning with hatred toward that seemingly calm but utterly ruthless plot. Yang Qingli's eyes were bloodshot, veins reddening with rage that surged up from his chest like a wildfire ready to consume him completely. At this moment, he had abandoned any thought of capturing Gu Yeoming alive. If he got even one chance, he would kill this man on the spot. Bang! Another gunshot rang out sharply as a bullet struck his head with precise accuracy, the crack deafening. You dealt 589 damage to BOS level Yang Qingli. Stun strike. BOS level Yang Qingli is stunned for 8 seconds. BOS level Yang Qingli is critically injured, attack reduced by 30, speed reduced by 20. BOS level Yang Qingli enters brief unconsciousness. Yang Qingli's gaze slowly dimmed. His body crashed heavily to the ground, the force so great it left a small crater on the concrete beneath him. Meanwhile, Gu Yeoming hid in the shadowed corner not far away, peeking through a crack in the wall to observe Yang Qingli's condition. That timed grenade explosion was the trap he had set before shifting position, perfectly timed to detonate just as Yang Qingli set foot on the rooftop. Everything confirmed Gu Yeoming's judgment. Once Yang Qingli realized he wasn't at his expected location, he would frantically search for a hiding spot and focus on tracking him, completely unaware of the grenade lying in ambush. Sure enough, after the explosion and that fatal gunshot, Yang Qingli's condition sharply declined, nearing collapse. Unfortunately, Wei Jianquan was still on his way and wouldn't arrive for several seconds. If only Gu Yeoming could take this chance to finish Yang Qingli off, he would end the fight in one stroke. The thought brought a flicker of frustrated disappointment to his eyes. But advancing to deliver the final blow would be suicidal. Although severely wounded, Yang Qingli was far from dead. With his current stats and state, a reckless attack would be like handing over his life and reveal his position completely. If Yang Qingli suspected him, fueled by the grudge left from previous ambushes, there was no doubt he would kill him without hesitation. Thinking this over, Gu Yeoming shook his head slightly and chose instead to hold his ground, remaining perfectly still to avoid any sound that might betray his location. He would wait patiently for Wei Jianqin's arrival. Time slipped by. Yang Qingli's vision gradually cleared as he painfully pushed himself up, coughing deeply and spitting blood. His face was pale and expression dazed. Dizzy waves pounding in his head, nausea rising in his stomach. He was drenched in blood and looked more like a walking corpse. Pressing one hand to his forehead, his view wavered and twisted intermittently as he fought hard to suppress the searing pain and confusion. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes. Slowly raising his index finger, he tightened it on the trigger, aiming at Yang Qingli's head. But at that crucial moment, a frown creased his brow suddenly, and his finger relaxed sharply. Pulling up the system interface, his gaze scanned the data above. BOS level Yang Qingli maximum health remaining, 1307. You've dealt 79 of the total damage to boss Yang Qingli. Something stirred in Gu Yeoming's mind as he calmly analyzed. Enough. Better to wait for Wei Jinshuan. Yang Qingli still had over 1,000 HP left. Even a shot to the head now wouldn't guarantee an instant kill, but it would greatly increase the risk of exposing himself. He stayed silent for a moment, then resolved to maintain his cover and not act rashly. After several seconds, Wei Jianqin's figure gradually appeared in the distance, and soon he approached where Yang Qingli was. Could that person really be the sleeping lion? Why did he look so disheveled? Wei Jianqin's sharp gaze swept around with growing suspicion. Where had the wanted man gone? Had the sleeping lion already killed him? Or was this miserable state something the sleeping lion had brought upon himself? He didn't rush to attack Yang Qingli but scanned the surroundings, yet saw no sign of Gu Yeoming. Had he already escaped? The thought flashed and vanished. Wei Jinshuan shook his head lightly, dismissing those distractions, and refocused on Yang Qingli. By now, Yang Qingli was slowly recovering, breathing heavily as he stared at Wei Jinshuan not far away, hoarsely asking, "Where's that guy? Where did he run off to?" Wei Jinshuan didn't answer directly, but said coldly, "Sleeping lion, you're looking pretty pathetic now." Yang Qingli covered his mouth with a bitter laugh and retorted mockingly, "You really think this was all my doing? If it were just the two of us, I'd have won for sure. If that guy hadn't interfered, do you think you'd still be standing now?" Hearing this, Wei Jinshuan showed no sign of anger. Slowly, he raised his arm. Suddenly a laser beam ignited in his palm. Before he finished speaking, the beam shot out fiercely. Yang Qingli's eyes flared with rage as he sprang to his feet, trying to dodge the incoming light. At that moment, a sharp gunshot rang out. Bang! The bullet was supposed to hit Yang Qingli's head, but he was prepared and quickly leapt aside. The bullet struck his ribs instead. Pain surged through him, but he didn't show any weakness. Instead, he moved even faster, weaving between rooftops like a flash of light, attempting to escape the battlefield. Damn test subject. Yang Qingli cursed under his breath, realizing the enemy was still hiding in the shadows. This time he was ready. Otherwise, if the bullet had hit his head, the fight would have ended then and there. Given his current condition, he couldn't fight Hedon anymore. Retreat was the only option. Fall back for now. He'll find another chance to get revenge later. He pushed himself to the limit, his speed maxed out, his form becoming a blur. Within seconds, he had put a great distance between himself and Wei Jinshuan. Wei Jinshuan stood still, calmly watching Yang Qingli's retreating figure. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Yeoming let out a helpless sigh. With Yang Qingli's extreme physical abilities, neither Gu Yeoming nor Wei Jinshuan could easily pursue him. So, the plan to kill Yang Qingli with overwhelming force had failed. But overall, Gu Yeoming was still lucky. At least he was alive under the executor's command. Without Wei Jinshuan holding Yang Qingli down, he might have been dead long ago at Yang Qingli's hands. This huge disparity in attributes meant Yang Qingli had only suffered minor injuries so far, all thanks to the firepower from Wei Jinshuan and Gu Yeoming's own skill and keen awareness. "Come out, little brother," Wei Jianqin's voice called from nearby. Wei Jianqin's gaze locked tightly onto the narrow gap in the corner of the wall. The gunshots just now clearly confirmed that the wanted fugitive was very likely hiding there. Gu Yeoming remained crouched on the ground, his body rising and falling slightly, while his thoughts slowly spun in his mind. At this moment, he faced two completely different choices. The second choice was to slip away quietly and search for another escape route on his own. But that would be like returning to square one. After Yang Qingli's escape this time, he would certainly regroup and return stronger soon, possibly bringing more reinforcements. By then, Gu Yeoming might not be as lucky as he was today. After a moment of deep thought, Gu Yeoming suddenly exhaled and slowly stood up, carefully putting his sniper rifle back into his system backpack. Then, stepping out from the shadows, his posture steady and composed. Wei Jianqin's eyes remained calm as he looked at Gu Yeoming approaching steadily. He asked, "Were you the one who inflicted those wounds on the sleeping lion just now?" Gu Yeoming stood calmly before Wei Jinshuan and didn't hide the fact, nodding in response. "Yes, that was me." Wei Jinshuan didn't press for details, but gave him a quick once-over before speaking in a calm tone of approval. "Impressive. Given your abilities, pulling that off isn't easy. Honestly, your marksmanship and combat awareness surprised me. Thank you for the compliment." Gu Yeoming nodded in return. Neither humble nor boastful, it was simply the truth. "According to our previous deal, I will provide you with the appropriate weapons and protection, and in return, you give me the corporate intelligence I need." Wei Jinshuan nodded slightly. "Don't worry about the intel, just give me some paper and pen or a phone, and you can start writing now." Gu Yeoming shrugged. Wei Jinshuan continued, "To be honest, even though your raw strength isn't exceptional, I admire your combat awareness and shooting skills." Gu Yeoming raised his eyebrows. He had already anticipated what Wei Jinshuan was about to say. He paused briefly, then went on, "I don't know why the company is hunting you. Even if you were a test subject, it's unlikely that the sleeping lion would intervene personally. But I want pride. What I want to say is that now that the company has fixed its sights on you, even if you manage to escape the penal zone, danger will still follow you like a shadow. Since that's the case, why don't you just join us directly? Those words froze the air in the entire space. Several hours later, in the early hours of the morning, Gu Yeoming sat quietly on a slowly moving truck. His gaze was calm as he stared out at the fading darkness, his expression shadowed by a complex, hard-to-define thoughtfulness. A few hours earlier, Wei Jinchuan had tried to recruit him to join his faction. Gu Yeoming had refused without hesitation. It wasn't because he doubted Wei's character knew enough about the man to understand that Wei wouldn't force anyone to join against their will. But if he did join, those around Wei might not be so reasonable. After all, Gu Yeoming was a lab subject who had escaped the company, holding critical company secrets. Anyone who encountered him would want to control him first. Now, the truck carried only him and the driver, and it had long since left the company's claimed territory. Their destination was the out-of-control Zonian abandoned restricted area, filled with strange beasts and monsters. There, the company's attempts to hunt him down would be nearly impossible. His backpack system held ample food and weapons, enough for him to survive independently for a month. More importantly, he had legal identification though stateless and without local benefits. It was enough to allow him temporary shelter outside. All of this was a gift left by Wei Jinchuan. Even after rejecting the offer to join, Wei had still provided him with valuable equipment and told him he was welcome to visit the Red Blood Agency whenever he wanted. Gu Yeoming was grateful for this, and the mixed-in confidential company intelligence he had handed over would surely throw the company into temporary chaos. Thinking of this, he let out a long breath. The pressure from those days in the company's territory had nearly suffocated him. Now that he was far away, a sense of relief washed over him. Beep at that moment. A system sound suddenly rang out, and a blue interface flashed across his vision. Escape from company territory mission completion, 100. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on successfully evading the company's pursuit. Freedom attribute points 4. Job change mission unlocked. Seeing this, a faint trace of excitement finally flickered in Gu Yeoming's otherwise calm eyes. Before, without changing to the Gunblade Warrior job, his passive skills only provided basic boosts to shooting accuracy or sword handling. Once he successfully transitioned, these skills would be drastically enhanced, greatly increasing his damage and combat capabilities. Even facing Executor Yang Qingli again, though he still couldn't defeat her Hedon, he wouldn't be so completely at a disadvantage. The battle would no longer be one-sided. His gaze sharpened as he tapped the Job Change Mission tab, the details instantly clear. Job Change Mission. Mission description. The trials in the company territory have ignited your thirst for strength to its peak. Now, your chance has come. Mission objectives. Kill 10 pale-skinned humans, 10 otherworldly fear wolves, 1 gluttonous beast. Mission rewards. Unlock job selection. Receive 1 set of the corresponding job gear. Mission difficulty. Hard. When Gu Yeoming read the words mission difficulty, hard, the excitement in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep confusion. How did the difficulty jump up so much all at once? Back when he was still just a player, his first job transfer quest barely required him to kill a few weak monsters in the wild. But now, the mission had suddenly become much more complicated. Not only were there more monsters to fight, but he also had to take down 1 high-risk target. Gu Yeoming furrowed his brow, his gaze locked on the words Devourer. A strange image of the monster began to form in his mind. It was a towering, formidable beast as black as midnight, with a bloated body and thick, powerful limbs. It had no eyes. Its entire face was just a huge, gaping mouth that constantly oozed a foul, putrid liquid. According to the monster files, the Devourer ranked as a high-risk bizarre creature. There were various risk levels ranging from low, medium, high, malevolent, abnormal, destructive to catastrophic. The Devourer's defense was incredibly tough. Ordinary guns barely caused it any harm. Only a high-caliber weapon like the Type 20 sniper rifle quietly resting in Gu Yeoming's system backpack could threaten it, provided the shot landed exactly on vital spots, like its head. Small-caliber guns such as pistols were completely useless. Gu Yeoming's thoughts drifted. Realistically, the only other external damage capable of seriously hurting the Devourer might be the 4 powerful timed grenades in his system backpack. Those 4 grenades were newly given to him by Wei Jinchuan. The previous 2 had already been used against the grocery store and the company enforcer Yang Qingli. If deployed carefully, killing the Devourer wasn't impossible. I still haven't spent my attribute points yet. Strength 2. Agility 2. A surge of power quietly filled his body. Gu Yeoming closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes within. Once finished assigning points, he opened his attribute panel to check. NPC template. Name: Gu Yeoming. Age: 21. Gender: male. Level: 11. Race: human. Primary class: none. Secondary class: none. Active skills: none. Passive skills: none. Combat proficiency: level 1. Vehicle expert: level 3. Marksmanship master: level 1. Swordsmanship master: level 2. Blade master: level 2. Movement master: level 1. Skill levels ranged from beginner, proficient, expert, master, grandmaster, legendary. Talent: Gunsword Master, you were born to be a gunswordsman. No one suits this path better than you. Attribute panel showed. Strength 16 higher strength means more damage. Agility 14 higher agility means faster speed. Spirit 10 higher spirit means better resistance to negative effects. Stamina 14 higher stamina means more HP. Current free attribute points 0. Current rank F. Current status healthy. HP 360,360. Overall stronger, but stats still lack robustness. Sir, we've arrived. Just as Gu Yeoming's mind wandered, the driver suddenly turned to him. But sir, are you sure you don't want to head to the safe zone? This is the out-of-control zone. Monsters appear all the time. Honestly, I think you should listen to Commander Wei Jinchuan. The driver frowned as he warned him. Gu Yeoming snapped back and shook his head slightly. No need. Just drop me off here, thank you. The driver sighed and unlocked the car. Gu Yeoming opened the door to a sprawling city ruin covered thickly with dust and overgrown green Ryan abandoned wasteland. This was the out-of-control zone's entrance. Getting this far was already an achievement. Deeper inside, the dangers were unpredictable. The driver also got out and stood beside Gu Yeoming. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, he handed one over, lit his own, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly before asking, Sir, are you really going into the out-of-control zone? Don't say I didn't warn you. Even with Commander Weiss gear, your odds of survival are slim. Even the commander didn't go in lightly. If you're unsure, I can take you back to the safe city and arrange everything. Gu Yeoming declined the cigarette, tossing it into his system backpack instead, his tone calm. Thank Wei Jinchuan for me. I appreciate it. Without another word, he started walking slowly toward the nearby ruins. The driver watched him fade into the distance. He reached out as if to stop him, but his hand froze midair before he reluctantly withdrew it. He sighed, shaking his head. What a shame, such talent, and yet all he thinks about is throwing his life away. The out-of-control zone isn't a place for anyone. Even level psychics face real danger in there. The morning sunlight slowly spilled over the ruins of the street. An insect flapped its wings, landing on a dry, brittle branch on the ground. Suddenly, with a loud crack, a heavy shoe stomped down, instantly crushing the insect into a twisted, motionless wreck. The person who had stepped down was Gu Yeoming. He strode forward steadily, gripping a cold iron blade in his hand and alertly scanning his surroundings. The place lay deserted and abandoned, deathly silent, truly living up to its reputation as the infamous out-of-control zone. After a cautious glance around revealed no immediate threats, Gu Yeoming allowed himself a slight breath of relief and turned to head toward a nearby abandoned building. Pushing open the door, he was met with a scene of disarray, scattered furniture, and some green plants creeping in the corners, clearly left to decay over a long time. On the peeling wall hung a dusty picture frame. Gu Yeoming wiped off the grime to reveal a photo of a man and woman leaning on each other intimately. He cast a brief, indifferent glance at it before lowering his eyes. A few meters away lay two skeletons long since decomposed, their shapes blurred beyond recognition. Aside from these remains, the room showed no signs of monsters, and the walls were mostly intact, offering some protection from the outside world. It can serve as a temporary base, Gu Yeoming muttered, patting the dust-covered sofa before settling down. He summoned the system menu and carefully examined the mission details. The white-skinned humans and otherworldly terror wolves were common enough, usually lurking in the shadows, not too hard to track down. Though unrelated, they shared one trait: they preferred hiding in dark corners. As for the Devourer, Gu Yeoming furrowed his brows, his expression conflicted. Unlike the other two, which traveled in groups, the Devourer was exceptionally rare, encountered mostly by pure luck. Meeting one now would be quite difficult. Resigned, he shook his head and resolved to start with the simplest targets first. Rising slowly, his gaze was calm but cloaked in a lethal intent. Meanwhile, in the Crimson Blood Agency inside the crime domain, Wei Jinchuan stared at the internal company intelligence on his phone. A flicker of seriousness and barely restrained shock crossed his eyes. The information provided by a wanted criminal had turned out to be true. Though he had suspected it for a while, seeing the facts laid bare was still startling. Not long ago, he had acted on this intelligence to launch a raid on a secret human trafficking den within the crime domain, successfully rescuing numerous abducted children. If that was accurate, other pieces of intelligence were likely valid as well. Wei Jianqin's gaze shifted to a section describing the company's secret experiments transferring monstrous limbs onto human bodies. The crime domain company had dispatched the ability user Yang Qingli and the human monster Lu Long for this operation, Lu Long being a living sample of the experiment's success. Reading this, veins bulged on Wei Jianqin's face and his mechanical left hand clenched tightly, sparks occasionally flying. Fury blazed through him like wildfire. That damned company had the audacity to carry out such inhumane experiments openly. If any of the company's people appeared before him now, he would not hesitate to execute them on the spot. Just then, the phone screen suddenly switched to an incoming call. Wei Jinchuan took a deep breath, forcing down the torrent of anger in his chest, and pressed the answer button. Hello? Wei Jiankin's voice was low and heavy, as if it could explode at any moment. Sir, that person insists on entering the uncontrolled zone. He's already inside. On the other end of the line was the driver who had accompanied Gu Yeoming earlier. Hearing this, Wei Jianxuan furrowed his brow slowly and fell silent for a moment before asking, "He really went in? Didn't you warn him about the dangers of the uncontrolled zone?" "I did," the driver replied with a hint of helplessness. "I clearly explained the risks, even used you as an example. But for some reason, he seemed determined to go in no matter what. To be honest, sir, I think you should give up on trying to recruit him. I reckon he's probably ended up inside a monster by now." The driver's tone betrayed his growing anxiety. Wei Jianxuan was silent for a long while, his expression complicated. "From what I've seen before, he doesn't seem reckless. He actually has a mysterious aura that's hard to explain. I'm not sure why he wants to enter the uncontrolled zone. Maybe there's a purpose, or someone backing him." As he said this, his thoughts immediately returned to those secret intelligence details no ordinary person could access. How could someone who was just an experimental subject and a wanted criminal know so much about the company's inner workings? Could there be an unknown force supporting him? His frown deepened as Wei Jianxuan fell into thought. "Sir? Sir?" came the urgent call from the other end. Go on," he responded, snapping back to attention. "Should I head back now, or keep waiting here?" The driver's voice wavered with fear. "I'm still far from the uncontrolled zone, but danger could strike at any time. Come back first. Don't take risks." Wei Jianxuan shook his head firmly. "That person isn't easily reckless with his life. Relax and get back quickly. Don't let anything happen to you." "Understood, sir." With that, the driver hung up quickly, as if afraid of staying on the line another second. The space fell silent again, with only the fading echo of the disconnected call lingering in the air. The crime domain, the company, the executor's office. Boom! The door was suddenly flung open as Yang Qingli staggered and stumbled inside, his entire body appearing to be at its limit. He leaned weakly against the wall, breathing heavily, as if unable to hold on any longer. Cough, cough. Blood slowly trickled from the corners of his mouth, and wounds all over his body seemed to remind him of his current agony, aching everywhere. Outside the office, an employee seemed to notice something was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, they cautiously walked in, their eyes lighting up as they spotted Yang Qingli's haggard figure leaning against the wall. "Good heavens! Lord Yang Qingli, what happened?" the employee exclaimed, their voice filled with concern. Yang Qingli reacted quickly, and seeing this, the employee hurriedly ran out of the office, shouting for help. Before long, 2 medical ability users arrived. They quickly placed their hands over Yang Qingli's injured areas, and immediately a dark green glow emanated from their bodies. After several minutes of treatment, the torn wounds gradually healed, and his dazed expression slowly became clearer. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurried in. He was burly with a steady presence. Seeing Yang Qingli in such a wretched state before him, he furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "Yang Qingli, what on earth happened? Don't tell me you were ambushed by people from another faction." Yang Qingli's breathing gradually steadied, but his face couldn't hide his helplessness. "Ambushed wouldn't quite describe it, but I did end up running into a red blood prosecutor." The middle-aged man frowned and pressed further. "A red blood prosecutor? How did that guy end up targeting you?" Yang Qingli's mouth twitched as he said through clenched teeth, "Capturing that experimental subject number 1145 was supposed to be a sure thing, but then Iron Arm, that mechanical manufacturing master, came out of nowhere. Without saying a word, he attacked me directly." "Iron Arm?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow even more. "Why would he attack you? Although our relationship with them isn't good, they wouldn't attack without reason." Yang Qingli shook his head, anger in his voice. "Who knows? That experimental subject must have reached some kind of agreement with Iron Arm. Otherwise, why would Iron Arm help him for no reason?" The middle-aged man looked at him hesitantly and asked, "Did Iron Arm give you all these injuries?" Yang Qingli sneered mockingly. "Him? Huh. Even with all his weapons attached to his body and his tremendous killing power, his movements are laughably slow. Couldn't even touch a single hair on my head." The atmosphere in the office grew tense as the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened with deduction. "At the scene of that attack, aside from you, Iron Arm, and that experimental subject, there was no one else." Yang Qingli nodded. "That's right." With this confirmation, the middle-aged man's expression slowly darkened. Yang Qingli noticed the change in his counterpart, and his face instantly turned ashen. "Most of these injuries on me were caused by that experimental subject." The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his mouth falling open in disbelief. How is that possible? He didn't question further. Although Yang Qingli was usually lazy in his conduct, when it came to important matters, he had never told a lie, so trusting his account was beyond question. What was shocking was that among all the company's executors, Yang Qingli's physical strength was exceptionally outstanding. To think he would be beaten into this state by an experimental subject was simply absurd. "It's utterly outrageous, isn't it?" Yang Qingli sneered, his eyes suddenly focusing, revealing a rare seriousness and gravity. He paused for a moment, then continued, That experiment subject, I have no idea what changed in him. His combat instincts became incredibly sharp, and his marksmanship was astonishingly precise. Sure, he was still somewhat lacking in raw power, but that fight he completely outmaneuvered me. His expression suddenly darkened, a flicker of lingering fear crossing his face. If I hadn't anticipated his final shot aiming straight at my head, I'd probably be lying dead right now, and there'd be no way I'd be having this conversation with you. The middle-aged man's face showed a mixture of disbelief and confusion. To think that the normally arrogant enforcer known as the Sleeping Lion would actually hold this so-called experiment subject in such high regard it was unthinkable. By this time, Yang Qingli's injuries had mostly healed. He stood up slowly and approached the middle-aged man, his steps steady and sure. Fixing him with a sharp gaze, he asked, "Marinson, you're part of the experiment department. Exactly what did you inject into that subject? I suspect the drug in his body mutated somehow. Otherwise, how could he have become like a completely different person?" Marinson furrowed his brow but spoke with conviction. "It was just a standard strength-enhancing serum. We always planned to use him as cannon fodder. A subject like him, whose whole body activity tests failed, there's no way we'd spend extra resources trying to develop him." Yang Qingli was unconvinced and pressed. "Are you sure? Then how did he come to possess such formidable combat awareness? You sent that cleaner Li Guang, right?" Yang Qingli paused, deep in thought. It seems the subject's transformation happened during his fight with Li Guang. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I want full access to the complete file on experiment subject number 1145. Of course, Marinson replied without hesitation. Based on Yang Qingli's assessment, it was clear that some major unknown change took place inside that subject. As the discussion went on, his curiosity grew. What exactly caused the dramatic transformation of subject 1145? He raised his left arm and tapped lightly on the screen of the electronic watch on his wrist. Instantly, a holographic display appeared between them. Marinson slowly scrolled through the files until a dossier came into clear view. It was the record on Gu Yeoming. The file read, "Subject number, 1145. Name, none. Age, 21. Gender, male. Origin, discovered as an infant in an abandoned cardboard box in the crime zone. Growth record, placed in an incubation pod and injected with accelerated growth serum, reached adulthood within 2 months. Basic cognitive frameworks were imprinted, followed by indoctrination. Upon removal from the pod, full body activity tests conducted, resulting in a 0 probability of superpower manifestation, thus deemed a failure. Recommendation, use as cannon fodder, inject cellular activity enhancement serum. Current status, escaped." At the bottom of the file hung a frontal photo of Gu Yeoming, his expression stern, eyes faintly burning with stubbornness and vigilance. Yang Qingli studied the dossier intently, scarcely missing any detail. When he finished, he asked tentatively, "So basically, this subject 1145 has never had any social experience. From infancy all the way to adulthood, he never learned any other skills?" Marinson nodded solemnly. "It appears so." Yang Qingli's tone dropped as he asked, "Then how did he even come up with the idea of betraying the company and running away?" Yang Qingli's confusion deepened abruptly. He murmured under his breath after undergoing the brainwashing process, "There shouldn't be a single thought of betraying the company." Mo Winsun furrowed his brow and coldly turned to the nearby staff member. "Go and bring the person responsible for brainwashing subject 1145. The employee nodded sharply and hurried off. Before long, a researcher in a white lab coat entered the office nervously, bowing respectfully and speaking cautiously. "Sir, what are your orders? Were you the one who brainwashed subject 1145? Mo Winsun glanced at him coldly. The researcher swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Sir, I am in charge of that project, but I didn't brainwash him. On the contrary, I transmitted the thinking patterns of a normal person." Mo Winsun's gaze suddenly turned icy, a chill spreading through his body. The researcher opened his mouth as if sensing his doom approaching. His fears slowly gave way to calm. Mo Winsun noticed the change and waited quietly. "Then kill me, sir," the researcher said quietly. "What?" Mo Winsun asked in surprise. "Why? Nothing, sir. I just did the right thing," the researcher replied slowly. "I saved a test subject destined to be cannon fodder and gave him the right to live as a person. To be honest, I don't want to do these brutal things anymore." Hearing this, Mo Winsun finally understood there was still a shred of conscience left. He sneered mockingly, "Ridiculous. Do you know, because of your decision, the company lost one of its cleaners and tied up a lot of time from enforcement personnel? Those offenses would be enough to kill you many times over." "I know," the researcher said calmly. "So kill me, sir. I have no regrets." Mo Winsun laughed bitterly in anger, about to act when Yang Qingli interrupted. "In that case, is the combat awareness he displayed also implanted by you?" The researcher was stunned, then shook his head, denying it. "No, sir. I only transmitted his thinking patterns. No other alterations. As you know, Mo, fighting skills and experience are built through individual accumulation. They cannot be directly transferred." "Well said," Mo Winsun nodded, agreeing with Yang Qingli's question. Yang Qingli frowned deeply and fixed his gaze on the researcher. Slowly raising his hand, he asked deliberately, "Then how does he possess such advanced combat skills and experience? What exactly happened to him?" "I really don't know," the researcher said, shaking his head. Just as he was about to say more, Yang Qingli's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch. With a sickening crack, the force of the blow shattered the researcher's upper body instantly. Blood and fragments of flesh sprayed everywhere, pooling on the floor. The severed lower half wobbled before collapsing. Nearby staff were terrified by the sudden outburst of violence, stifling terrified groans and quickly lowering their heads, too frightened to make a sound. Morven glanced coldly at the bloodstain on the ground, showing no disgust. He then turned to Yang Qingli and said, "You shouldn't have acted so quickly. You made it too easy for him to die." "I know." Yang Qingli exhaled deeply, his face easing slightly. His tone was calm, but tinged with frustration. "It's just embarrassing. I actually took a hit from an experimental subject. A real humiliation. But the branch still has to clean up afterward. And yet, someone had the nerve to show great kindness." He hesitated, then continued, "We now understand how Subject 1145 escaped, but his combat awareness still needs investigation." Morven shook his head. "The fact that he defeated you means his threat level has spiked. Ordinary cleaners no longer pose any threat to him." Yang Qingli nodded. "Sending cleaners after him is basically sending them to their deaths." He paused thoughtfully, then added, "I wonder if he's still in the Sin domain. It's likely that Iron Arm is protecting him. We can't let this go." A cold light gleamed in Morven's eyes. "There's one more thing you don't know." "What?" Yang Qingli raised his guard. "Our trade routes inside the Sin domain have recently been severely disrupted. The attacker was that Iron Arm." Yang Qingli froze, clenching his fists so tightly veins bulged on his forehead. His anger was about to explode. He dares to cause trouble? Isn't this a direct declaration of war? Morven shook his head calmly. "It doesn't matter if the trade lines are destroyed, there are many gangs in the Sin domain. We can find allies and rebuild. But what puzzles me is..." He paused, his voice slow and heavy. "How did Iron Arm learn about our secret trade channels? Could someone have leaked information to him?" Yang Qingli frowned deeply, his gaze falling on the bloodstain on the floor. His voice was low and serious. "Impossible. Every department in the company is isolated. Trading handles trading, the lab handles experiments. No one should know about that channel." Morven dismissed that theory with a sigh, murmuring, "It seems we have a mole within our ranks." Out of control zone. Far away in this chaotic region, Gu Yeoming was unaware that the company had already uncovered the truth about his original identity's defection. At this moment, he crouched in the shadow of some ruins, gripping a cold iron blade tightly, his expression alert as he avoided unseen dangers. Peeking from behind cover on the other side, several otherworldly terror wolves nearly 2 meters long prowled through the rubble. Their unusually keen noses sniffed continuously, searching for something. As their presence grew closer, Gu Yeoming's hand clenched the knife tighter. Footsteps approached swiftly. In an instant, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Agile as a cunning predator, he leapt over the barricade, slashing fiercely with the blade. The nearest terror wolf's head flew off with a single strike, blood spraying wildly. The remaining wolves sensed the disturbance and spun around instantly. Their eerie vertical pupils reflected Gu Yeoming's figure the prey revealed. All 4 limbs were thick and strong, muscles as bulky as an adult's thighs, allowing explosive speed and power. The wolves appeared well coordinated, spreading out rapidly, encircling him from all sides. Faced with such a fierce ambush, an ordinary person would have panicked, but Gu Yeoming remained calm and steady. His left hand moved lightly as a timed grenade silently materialized in his palm. Mastering the wolves' advance with precision, he suddenly hurled the grenade at his feet and dashed rapidly in one direction. Beep boom. An explosion shook the ruins instantly, the loud blast scattering birds from the treetops. Gu Yeoming sprinted far enough away, confident no followers remained, before slowing to a breathless stop. A system prompt echoed in his ear. "You have slain a mid-level otherworldly terror wolf. Experience gained, 387 points. You have slain a mid-level otherworldly terror wolf. Experience gained, 429 points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Freedom attribute points gained. Strength 2, Agility 1, plus 1 free point." After quickly allocating his points, Gu Yeoming opened the quest menu. Class change quest. Quest details. Hard training in the Sin domain has made you hungry for power. Your chance has come. Objective: kill 100 strange skin people, 105 otherworldly terror wolves, 10 gluttons. Reward: unlock class selection, obtain corresponding class set 1. Difficulty: hard. Only 5 terror wolves remained. Strange skin people were relatively common, but gluttons were extremely dangerous. Staring at the quest menu, Gu Yeoming let out a heavy sigh and steeled himself to keep fighting for survival. Several hours later, around noon, Gu Yeoming entered his temporary shelter, bloodstained and weary, gripping the cold iron blade. He collapsed heavily onto the sofa, exhaustion evident. He checked the class change quest again. Kill strange skin people 1010, otherworldly terror wolves 1010, gluttons 101. The mission was more than halfway done. Closing the quest screen, Gu Yeoming opened his character attributes panel, a faint gleam of determination and hope flickering in his eyes. Attribute panel shows Strength 19, Agility 16, Spirit 10, Stamina 15, with 15 unassigned attribute points at level 0. However, after numerous previous hunts, Gu Yeoming's actual level has risen to 14. Now, only one target remains the glutton. Thinking this, Gu Yeoming furrowed his brow, raising the cold iron blade in his hand and staring at the bloodstained steel. He shook his head slightly. The cold iron blade was of excellent quality. Its attack ranged from 30 to 48, with only 28 durability left. Its level requirement was 5, and it was marked as manufactured by the Red Blood Bureau's Iron Armway Jinchuan. Overall, the longsword was decent, suitable for battling weaker monsters, but its severely depleted durability meant it wouldn't last much longer. Among his supplies were 2 timed grenades, and his pistol and sniper rifle ammo remained sufficient. After a quick inventory, Gu Yeoming pulled a piece of bread and a bottle of water from his system backpack and swallowed them quickly. The earlier hunt had drained a great deal of stamina, so he urgently needed to replenish his energy. Suddenly, a beep came from the system screen. Gu Yeoming paused, wiped the crumbs from his mouth, and turned to look at the system interface flickering erratically in front of him. There were still 8 days until the game's 1.0 open beta launch and player arrival, but the screen quickly filled with garbled characters. Red flashes appeared sporadically as the image descended into chaos. Seeing this abnormal display, Gu Yeoming's expression darkened. The system was malfunctioning? He held his breath, focused intently on the screen, saying nothing and powerless to interfere. Random characters scrolled by alongside the notice, repairing. After a while, a rudimentary repair operation finished, the red light faded, and the blue interface slowly restored itself. All fixed, he thought warily, eyes locked on the screen. Just then, the system alerted again, its voice cold and mechanical. Display anomaly repaired. Countdown to 1.0 open beta player arrival. 10 seconds remaining. The countdown numbers flickered rapidly. 10, 9. Gu Yeoming's face stiffened. The open beta was starting early? This sudden change threw him into alarm, as if all momentum was instantly halted. The timer kept running, no time to think. 8, 7, 6, 5. As the countdown reached 1, a burst of notification sounds came from the system. The interface instantly switched, flooding his view with multiple lines of text. Version 1.0 now live. All features unlocked for player arrival. Player forum opened. Trading system activated. Gu Yeoming's heart pounded even faster, his sharp gaze scanning the newly activated functions. At last, the game world's gates were wide open. Watching the words flicker and change on the screen, Gu Yeoming furrowed his brows, his thoughts drifting slowly. He hadn't expected the game's public beta to launch ahead of schedule, and all he could do was shake his head with resignation. Well, since it was here, he'd have to accept it. However, the newly open version introduced quite a few fresh features, which piqued his curiosity a little. His gaze then shifted to the system interface. Trading system? Seeing this option, Gu Yi was immediately surprised. Could players actually trade directly with each other? He speculated quietly, but didn't linger, scrolling down to the next feature. Player forum? At this, Gu Yi let out a small hum and clicked in. The page shifted, and the system screen transformed into a forum resembling a website. Various player posts were arranged across the top, while the center displayed striking promotional CG artwork. Gu Ye's mouth parted slightly, a spark of excitement shining in his eye. She hadn't expected that, as an NPC, he could actually access the player forum. This was truly unbelievable. Just then, new posts began flooding the page rapidly, their titles expressing players' surprise and confusion about the new game. What is this game? How did it suddenly pop up in my game list? Looks like a scam, everyone be careful. Holy crap, this game is insane. Within seconds, the hottest post was flooded with hundreds of comments. Gu Yi clicked in, and the screen switched to a first-person live stream with scrolling chat messages. The player was named Tightlegs, standing in a desolate street, repeatedly exclaiming holy crap. Through the live stream, Gu Yi carefully scanned the surroundings and was shocked to recognize the player's spawn location. It was the same area he was in, the out-of-control zone. Not acting immediately, he kept watching. Guys, this game is amazing. Tightlegs shouted excitedly, eyes darting around. He kept pinching his own skin, face glowing with enthusiasm. The lighting effects. The graphics. I've never seen such realistic visuals. It's literally like real life. Look what I found, some poop. Let me try. Without hesitation, he dipped a finger into the grime and put it in his mouth, making slurping sounds as if savoring it. But less than a second later, Tightlegs heaved and spat it out, scrambling over to a puddle to furiously rinse his mouth. Ugh guys, that's actually poop. The taste is 100 spot on. Don't ever try this, seriously ugh. The chat exploded instantly, most comments full of mockery and teasing. In the review, King telling you, Half Tang Dynasty is worse than the whole Tang. Crazy beast. The streamer really ate it, huh? Are you a spirit dog? Damn, this streamer's brutal. Mamba Legend elbow kink in this game do elbow strikes too? Watching this lively scene unfold, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but press one hand to his forehead, his face full of weary disbelief. No wonder they perfectly matched his expectations of players. Leg hair stretched and contracted as he washed for a full 3 minutes before the foul taste in his mouth finally disappeared, and only then did he slowly stop. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and called up the system menu. Skipping past the basic functions, his gaze fixed on the sensory adjustment option. Seeing it, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. If only I had adjusted my senses earlier, I wouldn't have had to wash for so long. The barrage of comments kept streaming in rapidly, mocking him one after another, but one comment caught Gu Yeoming's attention. Go check out the promotional CG. This game is a real big production. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming immediately exited the live stream and clicked on the promotional CG in the center of the screen. From the opening shot, the Infinity Dimensions logo appeared. The familiar image made Gu Yeoming let out a breath of relief. Ever since being transported into the game and turned into an NPC, he had been constantly tense. Now, seeing a familiar scene finally allowed him to relax slightly. The promotional CG showcased fragments of the worlds from various dimensions, including conflicts and even a few humorous moments. Gu Yeoming watched calmly, his expression unchanged, showing no sign of emotion. But at some point, his brow furrowed as though he sensed something unusual. He quickly pressed pause and slowly dragged the progress bar ahead. Is this me? In the frozen frame, Gu Yeoming saw himself holding a knife, the blade slashing fiercely toward Yang Qingli's neck. This scene stunned him for a while. He hadn't expected to see himself appear in the promotional CG. After a brief moment of reflection, he resumed playing. The brief confrontation with Yang Qingli lasted only about a second in the video, then the content continued as before. After closing the promotional CG, Gu Yeoming re-entered the live stream of leg hair can bend and stretch. At that moment, the screen showed a plant monster swinging a branch, clearly under attack from another creature. Gu Yeoming examined the plant carefully and immediately recognized it a poison plant. This was a low-level monster indistinguishable from a normal plant, with its only attack being toxin release upon contact. Leg hair can bend and stretch seemed eager to try something. Gu Yeoming knew very well that this player was probably heading for trouble. Plants can move? How novel. Curious, the player stared at the poison plant on the ground and casually cast a detection skill. Detection skills are a basic player tool. When applied to a target, the system screen displays detailed information about it. After the beep prompt sounded, the poison plant's monster info popped up on the system screen. So sneaky. After reading the info, leg hair can bend and stretch froze and quickly stepped back, afraid of accidentally triggering it. Just as he was about to look away, a huge shadow suddenly loomed behind him, instantly engulfing him. Leg hair can bend and stretch looked up, stiffening as he turned his head to face the huge shadow. What appeared before him was a towering 4-meter-tall black monster. Its massive body, powerful limbs, and absent eyes gave way only to a grotesque mouth constantly dripping foul, putrid water. Comments flooded the chat. Run. But Gu Yeoming immediately recognized the monster. That is, he jumped up abruptly, his full attention fixed on the enormous black shadow on the screen. The Devourer. What kind of monster is this? Legmao Ningkushi's heart suddenly tightened in shock. He opened his mouth, and an indescribable fear rapidly spread through his chest. But then he muttered to himself, I'm just in a game. What's there to be afraid of? With that thought, the fear vanished instantly, replaced by a fresh curiosity and excitement for the unknown. He casually activated his scouting skill. The system quickly returned partial information. Creatures scanned due to level difference. Only 30 of data available. High risk level Devourer. Level. HP. Strength. Agility. Willpower. 5. Stamina. Skills. Devour. Pounce. Corrosive saliva. Regeneration. Sound perception. Scent tracking. Current status. Healthy. Hunger assessment. Dangerous. The system even joked, this monster seems slow. Challenge it to a race to make your meat taste even fresher. Legmao Nengtsusher glanced at the system screen, but hadn't studied it closely when a gust of wind suddenly swept from ahead. Immediately after, the Devourer's huge, rough hands lunged and grabbed him. With a tight grip on both ends of his body, the Devourer suddenly pulled hard snap. His body was torn clean in two, blood spraying out like a fine rain, splattering the monster's rough skin in a grisly scene. The Devourer gave a deafening roar, then savagely tore into the crimson flesh with its ferocious teeth. The air filled with the stench of blood, chilling anyone's heart. At this moment, Gu Yeoming quietly approached the Devourer. His gaze swept over the gruesome remains as he made a quick assessment. Judging from the surrounding terrain, they must have been nearby. Suddenly, a deep, slow growl echoed from not far away, drawing Gu Yeoming toward it. Soon, he found the Devourer still feasting on the corpse. Fixating on the Devourer, Gu Yeoming felt no concern for the player's deaths after all. Dying in the game meant instant respawn. His only interest was that this devourer was the key target for his class change quest. Feeling lucky, he muttered to himself quietly. Then, Gu Yeoming pulled his weapons from the system backpack, 2-timed grenades, and a Type 20 large-caliber sniper rifle. He swiftly set up the sniper, adjusted the scope on the devourer's head, his fingertips on the trigger, waiting for the perfect shot. Meanwhile, back in Legmao Nankushi's livestream, the screen showed he had successfully respawned right near the devourer's location, close to his original spawn point. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, good thing I turned my senses down to minimum earlier, or those last scenes would have hurt to watch. Legmao Nungtsushi stared nervously at the massive creature before him, his voice trembling with relief. Suddenly, the devourer seemed to sense something and stopped tearing into the flesh. Though blind, its hearing was incredibly sharp, and it confirmed that the lively human in front of it was part of the corpse it had just devoured. Roar? The devourer let out a confused low growl. This was a profound contradiction in its mind. Any creature that entered its mouth should be dead and immobile, yet here was this one, alive and kicking, shattering its deepest understanding. The glutton, with both brain and mouth intact, just couldn't understand how that corpse supposed to be dead had somehow reappeared right in front of it. Damn, why pretend you can fight when you clearly can't? Best to retreat first out of respect. The twitching eyelids of leg hair flexible followed by a quick turn. Then he took off running if he was going to die. It'd be somewhere far away, but never while that thing kept hogging the spawn point and turned him into easy fresh meat. As the footsteps faded into the distance, the glutton finally came to its senses. With a roar, it tossed aside the corpse in its hands and charged after leg hair flexible. But suddenly bang. The crack of a gunshot tore through the air, and a bullet drilled straight into the back of the glutton's skull. Its steps stalled immediately, its mind went blank. Critical hit. The glutton took 397 damage and was briefly stunned. Hearing the shot behind him, leg hair flexible tensed up, stopped in his tracks, and frantically searched himself over for bullet holes before finally exhaling in relief. Good thing I'm not the one who got hit. He quickly glanced back. The glutton stood there unsteady, clearly in intense pain. Seeing this, leg hair flexible's excitement surged. So I'm not the only one here. He wondered, could there be other players nearby? Or hidden NPCs like himself? Either way, now he had a way out. And looking at the knocked out glutton, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. If he could kill it, the experience reward would be huge. At the same time, the chat exploded with messages, everyone basically thinking the same thing. Shurshuahan, streamer, go grab that kill. I chow, gotta collect heads to win. Damn it. All those headhunters can go to hell. Feels nothing like Amawat was that gunshot. Are there really players nearby? Why aren't you moving? No way. It's just the open beta, and there's already guns? Hot T elbow smash fan. This game's intense, signing up right now. Leg hair flexible glanced at the chat and replied helplessly, say what you want. I've got nothing. Just these basic clothes. Can't even make a move to kill anyone. Wanna kill me? A second gunshot rang out from the distance. Gu Yeoming froze when he heard that, staring at leg hair flexible with hostile eyes. No way. If someone takes out the glutton, how long will we have to wait for the next monster? Gu Yeoming seemed to get a sinister idea, quietly adjusting his scope and aiming at the seemingly weak figure far away. Just as leg hair flexible continued chatting with the audience, loudly protesting, I don't even have a weapon. You want me to fight barehanded? Bang. A sudden gunshot hit his leg, the intense impact tearing his thigh apart in a spray of blood. Shit. Leg hair flexible screamed, almost unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. You have been attacked by an unknown entity. Current max health at 38, bleeding damage ongoing. The single shot sent the live chat into a frenzy, with messages flooding in like a tidal wave, almost covering the entire screen. You're such a newbie, haha. What a shot. That aim is insane. I love Woody Jun. Unbelievable. He actually got hit by a bullet. Is the shooter one of the viewers? Otherwise, how dare they directly attack the streamer? Hot T hardcore elbow fan here. Streamer, I'm in the game now. We're both in the blue tech zone. Send me your location. He'll come find you. Damn. My leg. Legmao collapsed on the ground, clutching his broken leg with both hands, wincing in pain, almost crying. He curled up, groaning repeatedly. He wasn't dead yet. Not dead means no respawn, could only drag his battered body and wait to die slowly. Exactly what Gu Yeoming wanted. If this guy had been instantly killed with a headshot, he would immediately respawn next to the glutton. That would be even more troublesome. Better to give him a debuff first, delaying his return to the battlefield. That was the smart move. Seeing Legmao unable to move from the pain, Gu Yeoming aimed his scope at the glutton, who was gradually regaining consciousness. The glutton shook its head and reached back to touch its mangled scalp, letting out a deafening roar inside its chest cavity. Even this dim-witted beast understood it was being ambushed from the shadows. Roar. The glutton's roar shook the surroundings. The monsters hiding in the shadows fell silent, too afraid to stir lest they draw its wrath. Bang. Gunfire rang out again, the shot hitting precisely the back of the glutton's head. Squelch. The bullet pierced through the battered skull, spraying blood and tearing flesh. Fatal hit. You dealt 451 damage to high-risk glutton. High-risk glutton stunned. High-risk glutton's max HP reduced to 43. Warning. High-risk glutton triggered skill regeneration. Skill effect. When HP is critically low, activates automatic regeneration, recovering 20 HP per second for 30 seconds. Please kill quickly. High-risk glutton is regenerating. Gu Yeoming had anticipated this and quickly sheathed his sniper rifle, summoning a pistol in his palm. The muzzle flashed as bullets rained down on the glutton. Bang bang bang. You dealt 27 damage to high-risk glutton. You dealt 35 damage to high-risk glutton. You have successfully killed high-risk glutton, 100 damage contribution. After several bullets, the glutton's twitching body fell completely still, lifeless. System notifications popped up one after another. You've received all rewards, 2,145 experience points. Item acquired, Glutton Destroyer 1. Congratulations on completing your job change quest. Job change unlocked. Successfully changing your job will grant you a new professional suit. Seeing the constant stream of system messages, Gu Yeoming's spirits soared instantly. Finally completed the job change quest. Once the job change was successful, his attribute panel and overall strength would leap to a new level. He didn't rush to open his system backpack to check the loot. Instead, he immediately opened the job change page. A dense flood of text in varying sizes surged across the screen, with tens of thousands of professions nearly filling his entire field of vision. If he stared at it continuously, it would probably take hours just to skim through. Fortunately, a search bar was located at the top right of the interface. Without hesitation, Gu Yeoming typed in the 3 characters for gun swordsman. Instantly, the overwhelming profession list was filtered down to just one entry in the center, gun swordsman. All others vanished. Gu Yeoming clicked on it, and a detailed job description popped up quickly, complete with icons displaying different skills and explanatory text. Before confirming the job change, he didn't immediately click confirm. Instead, he carefully read through every word. After all, he was cautious. How could he be sure the system hadn't made any last-minute changes to the job details? Double-checking never hurt. Several minutes passed. Once he was confident everything was correct, Gu Yeoming finally relaxed and decisively pressed the job change button. A profession has been chosen. Gun swordsman is being assigned to you. A comm system prompt sounded. Gu Yeoming let out a slight breath and quietly fixed his eyes on the screen, waiting for the process to complete. Suddenly, a sharp beep shattered the silence. The screen flickered wildly, colors and characters flashing chaotically, interspersed with lines of garbled code that ran across it. System error. Gu Yeoming froze instantly, his heart pounding fiercely as a thought exploded through his mind. Could this be a sign the job change was failing? He hardly dared to believe his own eyes. Overwhelmed by tension and helplessness, he pleaded inwardly, "Not now. Don't mess this up." His gaze locked unblinkingly on the screen, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression taut with anxiety. Then, another line appeared on the screen, "System repairing," followed swiftly by "Repair successful." In the center of the screen, the profession name flickered and transformed into Aggregator. Aggregator? Gu Yeoming was stunned, feeling as though ice water had been poured over him, cooling his excitement in an instant. He had never heard of this profession. The system had secretly changed his choice without permission. A wave of unease surged within him. The job change had actually completed. You have successfully changed to Aggregator. Gun swordsman is now your secondary profession. With 2 crisp system notification sounds, Gu Yeoming was dumbfounded. His gun swordsman had been relegated to a secondary role? He hurriedly opened the attributes panel, his eyes rapidly scanning the information boldly displayed on the screen. NPC template name, Gu Yeoming. Age, 21. Gender, male. Level, 14. Race, human. Primary profession, Aggregator. Secondary profession, gun swordsman. No active skills yet. Passive skills to learn include Combat Mastery Level 1, Vehicle Expert Level 3, Gunmanship Master Level 1, Swordsmanship Master Level 2, Blade Master Level 2, Agility Master Level 1. The talent Gun Sword Master is active, increasing his firearms and bladed weapon damage by 200. Related weapon durability will automatically regenerate, allowing longer use. Attributes show Strength 19, Agility 16, Spirit 10, Stamina 15. Currently no free attribute points. Rank displayed as E status, healthy, HP 360,360. The overall evaluation reads, you have left the ranks of the weak, but still have much to improve. Gu Yeoming stared at the panel, emotions mixed. Although the change was unexpected, the system had at least not abandoned him. Deep down, he knew this was only the beginning. The road ahead was long, and the real challenges were just starting. Staring at the changes on the panel, Gu Yeoming fell into deep thought. He quietly wondered why his original chosen profession had suddenly shifted to an identity called Aggregator, while the gunswordsman role had been downgraded to a secondary class. Judging by the relationship between primary and secondary classes, could it be that the Aggregator was someone who could fuse skills from other professions? The more he pondered, the more puzzled he became, But in the end, Gu Yeoming shook his head, dismissing the idea, and proceeded to open the skills panel. The panel clearly displayed a variety of gunswordsman skills. Due to his current level cap, he was only allowed to learn 2 or 3 of them, with the rest locked until he leveled up. Skillfully navigating the interface, Gu Yeoming quickly mastered basic abilities like blade slash, damage amplification, and bullet enchantment. Next, he opened his system inventory. There lay a sleek, all-black handgun with sharp lines quietly resting there. The recently acquired Gluttony Destroyer. Beside it was a typical gunswordsman outfit, a black trench coat paired with a bowler hat. After equipping them, he packed away his original white velvet armor. With this new outfit, his entire presence instantly became mysterious and unpredictable. A system prompt displayed the set bonus effects Gunsword Rebirth granted 4 to strength, agility, spirit, and stamina each, along with an additional 400 health points and a 20 overall speed increase. After equipping it, Gu Yeoming's aura markedly intensified. His previously frail image was completely transformed. He then picked up the Gluttony Destroyer for a closer look. Its quality was marked as fine, with an attack range between 100 and 270. Durability was intact, and it featured the Gunsword Master effect. Ammunition was ample with 25 rounds, and the usage level requirement was 12. The description noted that this gun was a rare drop from killing the Gluttony boss. The appraisal information declared its firepower as fierce, surpassing even some low-grade large-caliber sniper rifles. Gu Yeoming casually performed a gun technique, the crisp gunshot ringing out with excellent feedback. Excitement rose within him. This weapon perfectly compensated for his previous lack of close-quarters damage, elevating his combat ability significantly except compared to large-caliber sniper rifles at long range. Having undergone a job change, skill learning, and gear upgrade, Gu Yeoming's strength was growing steadily. If he could face off directly against Yang Qinglai, the operative from his former company, would no longer end up in such a humiliating situation. Although the attribute gaps still made defeating Yang Qinglai challenging, as long as Wei Jinshuan continued to keep him restrained, Yang Qinglai would have nowhere to escape. Now, Gu Yeoming had thoroughly shed the label of a weakling. He exhaled softly with a hint of emotion and glanced toward the distant player gathering area. The game's official open beta had just launched, with players flooding in. As an NPC, he couldn't help but wonder how many unexpected benefits these players might bring him. At that moment, Legmao Nungxiu Ningxian collapsed to the ground, utterly drained and helpless, his face a portrait of despair. Blood poured relentlessly from his body, and he could feel his vision growing hazier by the second. He was sure he was about to die. Anxiously, he begged silently for revival. This state was pure torture. Finally giving up the struggle, he wished with all his heart for some monster to appear and end his suffering immediately. Then, 2 sharp system alert sounds rang out, and he was fully restored, reborn at the spawn point. As soon as he revived, he dashed into a nearby bunker, eyes darting nervously around to avoid being caught off guard by that unknown shooter again. The monster called the Glutton was dead now, and he wondered whether its corpse could be looted for materials. Maybe after the shooter left, he might be able to scavenge some useful treasures. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a figure suddenly appeared silently behind him. Hello. Holy crap. Legmao Nungxiu Ningxian flinched at the unexpected voice, quickly dodging to the side, while locking eyes with the man dressed in a black trench coat opposite him. Of course, it was Gu Yeoming greeting him. Standing still, Gu Yeoming quietly observed the lively player before him. A quick glance at the player's gear showed nothing remarkable at typical newbie setup. The only thing that made Gu Yeoming twitch slightly was the player's utterly hideous face. Players were always one extreme or the other, either stunningly handsome or shockingly ugly. Sensing no hostility from Gu Yeoming, Legmao Nungxiu Ningxian lowered his guard and casually cast his scouting skill on him. You have been scouted, Scout. Legmao Nungxiu Ningxian. On Gu Yeoming's system interface, a screen appeared visible only to him. Expressionless, his gaze remained calm. Having been through countless battles, he was used to players casting scouting skills his way. Scout status updated. Scout successful. Due to the significant level gap, only 30 of Gu Yeoming's information is displayed as below. Name: Gu Yeoming. Age: unknown. Gender: male. Level: unknown. Race: human. Main class: unknown. Secondary class: Gunsword Master. Active skills: unknown. Passive skills: Level 1 Fighting Mastery. Level 3 Vehicle Expert. Level 1 Gunmanship Master. Level 2 Swordsmanship Master. Level 2 Blade Master. Level 1 Agility Master. Talent: unknown. Attributes: Strength: unknown. Agility: unknown. Spirit: unknown. Stamina: unknown. Current level: unknown. Current status: healthy. HP: 780,780. Overall evaluation: extremely dangerous. Avoid provoking. The dense string of numbers and skills on the screen gradually ignited a fiery gleam in Legmao's eyes, shifting from wariness to excitement. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with activity the moment Gu Yeoming's system info was revealed. No way, the newbie village chief. Leg hair Stretchy kept his eyes glued to Gu Yeoming nearby, almost sparkling with excitement, his whole body buzzing like it might explode. Meanwhile, the chat was bursting with comments about Gu Yeoming nonstop. Mamba Legendary Elbow King exclaimed, "No way. I remember passive skills only go up to master level on this panel. How did this NPC suddenly get 2 of them?" Xiao Tian chimed in. "Does the newbie village chief really have to be this over the top? Could he be a hidden master? What the heck? Damn, that gear looks so cool. What class is he? Gun swordsman?" Others were confused. "Why can't we see the level difference? Is there some background restriction?" Not far away, Gu Yeoming overheard the flood of comments and couldn't help but sigh, with a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. Never expected to be mistaken for the newbie village chief. Leg hair Stretchy strode over big time without hesitation, grabbed Gu Yeoming's calf with a pleading look shining in his eyes. "Village chief, I want to level up. Please give me a quest." Gu Yeoming froze, stiffening as he looked down at the ugly, almost grotesque face tightly clinging to his leg, speechless. The whole scene was caught by viewers in the chat. The poet marveled, "Wow, this game has so much freedom, and the NPCs are this intelligent?" Another player guessed, "Could it be that the person who attacked the streamer's leg just now after killing the glutton was actually him?" But Leg hair Stretchy didn't even care about the chat. He rubbed that hideously ugly face frantically against Gu Yeoming's calf, shouting anxiously, "Village chief, please, just give me a quest." Gu Yeoming's dark lines stretched longer and longer across his face before he finally kicked the guy away, cleared his throat, and coolly said, "Bro, come test something with me now." The system notification sounded. "Gu Yeoming has assigned you a task, though try accepting it." Leg hair Stretchy lit up with joy, finally getting a quest, feeling all his earlier pleading had paid off, and accepted without hesitation. The system reminded again, "You have accepted the quest. Please cooperate with Gu Yeoming and avoid inappropriate behavior, or you may lose NPC favor points." Seeing this, Leg hair Stretchy paused briefly, then stood up properly, face full of reverence, ready to obey Gu Yeoming's commands. With the system alert sounding, Gu Yeoming nodded and officially began the test. He opened the system panel, which could be summoned or adjusted at will through his mind, without fear of players noticing anything odd. The first step was to confirm whether the trading function links with players. Thinking this through, he pulled a piece of bread from his system backpack and handed it to Leg hair Stretchy. The system alerted, "NPC, Gu Yeoming has sent you a trade request." Leg hair Stretchy froze on the spot, so trading with NPCs was real. Although he didn't have anything to trade, he readily nodded to accept. Then the system announced, "Note, freeriding may reduce NPC favor points and could trigger attacks." Reading this warning, Leg hair Stretchy's eyes went wide in panic, a blank expression crossing his face, tangled inside with the question, "What now? Should I give it back to him?" So it really was possible to trade with players. Gu Yeoming naturally saw the system notification and glanced at the NPC in front of him, the one with those flexible leg hairs, quietly pondering. The flexible-legged NPC scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I don't have anything to offer in exchange. Maybe I should just give this bread back to you." "No need to be polite." Gu Yeoming shook his head with a relaxed tone. "Consider the bread a free gift." Immediately, the system prompt appeared. "NPC Gu Yeoming has gifted you a common grade bread 1. Seeing this, the flexible-legged NPC finally relaxed. Although his favorability didn't increase, it hadn't dropped either. At least their relationship hadn't soured. So NPCs really could trade with players. He stared curiously at the bread in his hands, hesitant to take a bite, fearing he might anger Gu Yeoming by acting rashly. Okay, the trading system test is done. Next up is this. Gu Yeoming closed the trade window and summoned the favorability system with his awareness. The system panel displayed, "Favorability system. Set favorability levels for any player and assign corresponding discounts and rewards for each stage." Gu Yeoming rubbed his chin, a mischievous smile creeping across his face, then immediately dragged the flexible-legged NPC's progress bar down to the lowest point. A warning popped up instantly. "Gu Yeoming's favorability towards you is now 100, the minimum. Your relationship has turned antagonistic." The flexible-legged NPC was stunned, staring at the prompt, his body stiff as a board. What? What happened? How did the favorability drop all the way to the bottom? Before he could recover, the system suddenly sounded repeated alert tones. "Congratulations. Gu Yeoming's favorability towards you has increased by 100, returning to neutral. Your relationship is now neutral. Congratulations. Gu Yeoming's favorability towards you has increased by 100, reaching maximum. You are now bonded for life. Bonded for life achievement unlocked. Your relationship has reached an unprecedented level. He will assist you at all times." The flexible-legged NPC's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. Could the system be malfunctioning? A wave of happiness overwhelmed him, leaving him dazed. While he was still processing this surprise, the system fired another warning. "Gu Yeoming's favorability towards you has dropped by 90, falling low. Your relationship is now ordinary." The NPC went numb, his gaze vacant as if life had lost all meaning. "All right then, that's settled." Gu Yeoming nodded, closed the favorability system, and marked the task as complete. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared before him, boldly labeled. Player Flexible Leg Hair has completed the task you assigned. Please set the reward. Note: rewards cannot be arbitrarily assigned. Only items you own can be given. Gu Yeoming nodded and casually dragged a low-quality pistol and some bullets from his system backpack. This cheap pistol had been obtained after killing an old man in the crime zone's general store earlier, useless to him now. System notification. Trial task complete. You have received all rewards. Low-quality pistol 1, bullets 9. Seeing this message, Flexible Leg Hair finally came to his senses. A pistol? Legmao Ninkuningsen's eyes locked onto his system inventory, frozen in disbelief. Just by casually cooperating with an experiment, he'd actually gotten a pistol? He carefully pulled the gun out and examined it closely, caressing it lovingly, unable to put it down. Finally, this time he had a real means of attack. While Legmao Ninkuningsen was lost in his adoration of the pistol, Gu Yeoming shook his head slightly, watching him with helpless resignation. Now that the experiment was over, it was time for him to leave. Hey, village chief, where are you going? Take me with you. Seeing Gu Yeoming turn to leave, Legmao Ninkuningsen eagerly followed, his voice full of longing. Gu Yeoming glanced back at him sideways, his expression cold. Right now, he didn't want to get entangled with any player, she just wanted to develop his strength quietly. He was considering whether to break this guy's legs first when suddenly, a voice came from a nearby rooftop. Huh? Strange, I didn't expect there'd still be living people in the out-of-control zone. Gu Yeoming's steps halted, his brow furrowing slightly as he whipped his head around. On the rooftop stood a young man in a white checkered shirt at the edge, with a burly bald man in a mink coat behind him. Both had sharp gazes fixed on Gu Yeoming and Legmao Ninkuningsen below. Holy crap, there are other people? Are they NPCs? Legmao Ninkuningsen excitedly turned back, muttering quietly. Shut up. Gu Yeoming's tone was icy as he cut him off directly. Ah yes, I'll shut up. Seeing his dark expression, Legmao immediately fell silent. Gu Yeoming shot him a warning glance before turning his gaze to the two figures on the rooftop. The corners of the white-clothed youth's mouth curved upward as he leaped down from the rooftop with the bald man. Both landed lightly and soundlessly, standing firmly. Their eyes locked straight onto the corpse of the glutton nearby. Legmao Ninkuningsen's mouth fell open in surprise, seemingly thinking to himself. These two are pretty impressive, though I wonder if the village chief is stronger. Gu Yeoming stood in place, expressionless, but his eyes continuously swept between the two, his demeanor calm while his thoughts churned. He speculated inwardly. These two were most likely roaming hunters who frequently appeared on the outskirts of the out-of-control zone. The system seemed to sense his thoughts and immediately projected detailed information about hunters into his view. Roaming maniacs were bounty hunter teams composed of people from all walks of life who specialized in entering the out-of-control zone to hunt strange monsters and collect materials in exchange for bounties. Their members had complex and diverse backgrounds, and encountering them meant absolutely not provoking them, as they were all combat experts who were extremely vicious and would even rob people. The same information popped up on Legmao Ninkuningsen's system interface. He glanced back at Gu Yeoming, then looked at the pair, consciously taking a step back as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. This isn't going to turn into a fight, is it? Legmao scratched his head, then automatically positioned himself behind Gu Yeoming, his right hand quietly moving to his back, gripping the inferior pistol tightly. As soon as the situation changed, Gu Yeoming didn't hesitate for a second and immediately sprang into action to help the NPC before him. After all, this NPC was the quest giver who had appeared right at the start of his journey. Who else could simply stand by like the village chief in the Newbie village? Even if the earlier shooter had been himself, it didn't matter since he could respawn infinitely. What harm was there in sparing another life? Besides, the two men standing nearby definitely weren't easy to deal with. They were in a completely different league from a village chief like him. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded as the camera viewpoint shifted flexibly around Gu Yeoming's legs, and viewers instantly sensed the atmosphere turning tense. Comments flooded in all at once. This vibe is weird. Are they about to fight? Streamer, better retreat now. When gods clash, mortals suffer. But Gu Yeoming paid no attention to the banter behind him. Staying calm, he launched a scouting skill toward the two suspicious men to gather intel before making any moves. Two system alert sounds rang out, and detailed info about the pair instantly appeared in Gu Yeoming's view. Clementville, 25, male, level 31, human, psychokinetic ability, wind manipulation. Active skills, summon wind, wind blade, gale slash, shockwave shot. Passive skill, wind affinity boosts active skill damage by 50. Stats strength 24, agility 30, spirit 39, stamina 22. Current rank E, health 660. Overview, typical high damage fragile type, priority target for shooting. This Vil was the young man with the smiling face. Gu Yeoming's gaze then shifted to the other man's details, which read, Claude Anries, 34, male, level 29, human, ability, steel body. Active skills: Metalize, Steel Strike, Iron Wall Defense. Passive skill: Minor Regeneration. Stats: Strength 31, Agility 25, Spirit 29, Stamina 27. Current rank E. Healthy, HP 820820. Overview: Inferior psychokinetic ability compared to Executioner Yang Qingli. As Gu Yeoming concentrated on analyzing their data, Vil suddenly spoke with a smile. Hey, did you kill that glutton beside us? Gu Yeoming nodded calmly. Vil nodded approvingly and said, that's great. Thanks for your contribution. We won't hold back now. At that, he grabbed Anri's and headed toward the corpse. Gu Yeoming's expression darkened immediately. He didn't expect the corpse of the glutton to benefit him personally, so others claiming it wasn't a big deal, but if they demanded it so brazenly without his permission, there was no way he could tolerate that. Suddenly, he shouted Glutton Destroyer and fired sharply at their feet. Boom. The thunderous gunshot echoed as the shot's tremendous power blasted a huge chunk of earth near their feet to pieces. They stopped dead in their tracks. Vil's smile vanished, and his eyes snapped toward Gu Yeoming with a chilling intensity, his aura suddenly tense and forbidding. So you mean, you don't plan to hand over the corpse to us? He slowly raised a hand, pointing to his temple with a faint smile. Your aura tells me you can hold your own against us, but the one behind you is far weaker. Are you sure you want to pick a fight? Judging by overall strength, it's not even comparable. Vil was brimming with confidence as he continued with a smirk. And even if you're a sharpshooter, how's that going to help? My ability can easily alter your bullet trajectories than even think about hitting us. Just as Vil sneered and basked in his arrogance, Gu Yeoming suddenly raised his gun and unleashed a furious barrage of shots at Vil. Boom. The muzzle flash blazed, tearing through the air with a powerful shockwave. Vil froze in place, horrified as the bullet struck Anri's left arm. Despite his steel-hard body, the bullet shattered his defense, blowing apart flesh and muscle with a spray of blood. Like an iron arm being torn asunder, vivid red meat was exposed, a gruesome sight. His clawed annals half-kneeled on the ground, sweat pouring down his face, the intense pain forcing him to grit his teeth. Usually silent, his voice now carried a hint of panic. Wow, that guy's pistol isn't normal. Its power is way beyond what a gun of that class should have. Be careful, he actually dared to shoot at us? While finally reacted, veins bulging on his forehead as anger surged violently. But Gu Yeoming gave them no chance to catch their breath. The muzzle flipped again, unleashing a rapid burst of fire. Block it! While shouted fiercely, spreading his arms wide. A powerful whirlwind instantly swept around both of them, forming a flowing shield of wind. Yet he underestimated the ferocity of the gluttonous destroyer. The bullets pierced through layers of the wind barrier, striking both men directly. Though weakened by the wind resistance, the impact was still devastating. Not lethal, but it stunned Weil. No way. How is this possible? He had pushed the wind wall to its absolute limit, yet the bullets kept breaking through. Are you sure that's a pistol? It doesn't behave like any large-caliber firearm. Gu Yeoming's face remained cold and expressionless as he continued firing relentlessly at the two. Damn it! While coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring at the injured animals and yelling, rush him up close. Stay right on him if he's that close. He can't shoot. Got it. Cover me. Annals roared back, his gaze as steely and fierce as a wild beast's as he charged headlong into the hail of bullets. While waved his hand quickly, causing a thick wind barrier to form around Annals. Then, sharp blades of wind materialized around Gu Yeoming, completely surrounding him like a cage. Finally caught you. Annals rapidly closed the distance, roaring with raised arms, and slammed down with all his might. His strikes were swift, but Gu Yeoming remained calm, stepping back slightly to dodge. Annals' fists smashed heavily into the ground, sending rocks flying. Boom. Gu Yeoming seized the moment, raising his gun and pulling the trigger again. Rushing through the air with a beast-like roar, the bullet struck Annals in the chest, immediately spraying blood. The wind resistance weakened the damage, reducing the elite clawed Annals' injury to 231 points, while he slowly began regenerating. Cough. Annals spat blood violently, but didn't stop advancing, pressing closer to Gu Yeoming step by step. Not a bad tactic. If this was anyone else, they'd have lost their composure by now, Gu Yeoming said coldly. Before he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind rushed in as Annals' right fist slammed toward him. Gu Yeoming deftly dodged, then rolled behind Annals without hesitation and fired a quick shot backward. PTHD. The bullet pierced precisely through the back of Annals' skull. Affected by wind resistance, the damage of the fatal strike was reduced. Gu Yeoming dealt 359 points of damage to the elite-grade clawed Andres. Andres immediately fell into a stunned state, lasting for 1 minute. His maximum health plummeted to just 89 points, teetering on the brink of death. The moment the bullet struck, Andres' vision went black and his consciousness started to fade. He staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily, losing consciousness. Gu Yeoming adjusted his stance, aimed at his head, and pulled the trigger again. Fee's shot hit Andres' skull directly, white brain matter mixed with bright red blood splattering everywhere. His head was completely blown apart. System prompt. You have killed elite grade Claude Andres, gaining 2,713 experience points. Level up successful. Free attribute points too. Gu Yeoming glanced briefly at the system screen, then quickly shifted his gaze toward Vale, not far away. Vale had already flown more than halfway across the distance, clearly choosing a strategic retreat at the moment Andres fell. But in Gu Yeoming's eyes, Vale was a sitting duck suspended midair. He pulled out his glutton destroyer from his pocket, dropped into a half-crouch, and adjusted his aim. In the next second, a Type 20 large-caliber sniper rifle appeared in his hands. A little to the left, that should do it. Gu Yeoming locked onto the target with the scope and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom, the gunshot echoed, the sharp crack of the bullet breaking through the air nearby. The bullet struck Vale's head with precision. Vale's head exploded like a watermelon, and the wind force that had supported his flight vanished instantly, sending his heavy body hurtling straight down toward the ground. System prompt. Critical hit. You dealt 432 points of damage to elite-grade Claremont Vale, successfully killing elite-grade Claremont Vale. Without missing a beat, Gu Yeoming glanced at the kill notification, then stowed his weapon back into the system backpack. On the edge of the screen, the words Strength 1, Agility 1 flashed briefly. While he was busy studying the system panel, Legmao Ningxiushan behind him stared blankly, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. This guy is actually that strong? He effortlessly took down those two intimidating foes in just minutes? A storm of awe and surprise surged inside Legmao's mind as he realized how terribly wrong his previous assessment of this NPC's power had been. At the same time, the chatroom erupted into a frenzy. Gu Yeoming's recent battle was undeniably thrilling and intense, igniting the viewers' excitement. Many spectators quickly captured clips of the live stream and shared them across major forums, sparking widespread discussion. Through the footage, people gradually learned about this new game called Infinite Dimensions, drawing countless eager players to join. For the native NPCs of the Blue Tech Dimension, this was utterly strange and inexplicable. A flood of unregistered wanderers appeared, with complex backgrounds, bold personalities, and reckless attitudes, showing little regard for rules. Moreover, these newcomers possessed near-mythical special abilities, chief among them, Resurrection. This revelation sent shockwaves worldwide. Various factions scrambled to approach and recruit these players. Driven by obvious motives, the players' powers were too tempting to ignore. Even massive corporate forces found themselves unwillingly entangled. Intelligence agencies treated these superpowered humans with extreme caution, categorizing them as anomalous creatures designated by the codename Fourth Apocalypse. Just then, the system alert sounded again. Gu Yeoming looked up to see a message appear in his field of view. Massive player influx, version progress accelerated. Due to promotion by certain players, you have attracted the attention of other forces. Long-term mission triggered revenge quest. Mission details. The Guilty Domain Corporation branch is furious over your escape and has deployed large forces to find you. Your relationship with the company is irreparably severed. Mission objective. Completely destroy the Guilty Domain branch and make them regret it. Mission time limit. Permanent. Reward. Based on individual completion. Accept decline. Gu Yeoming immediately focused on the clause. Due to promotion by certain players, you have attracted the attention of other forces. He glanced back at Legmao Ningxiushan and asked calmly, Village Chief, any instructions? Legmao blinked, clearly not understanding the question, and replied in confusion, Huh? Village Chief, what did you say? Gu Yeoming said nothing more, shooting him a sharp look before turning away and withdrawing his gaze, leaving Legmao utterly baffled. Oh well. Sooner or later, I was going to attract other factions' attention. This is just sooner than expected. Besides, with this guy around, staying under the radar would be impossible anyway. With that thought, Gu Yeoming gently shook his head and without hesitation clicked accept, setting the mission in motion. A flash of revenge crossed Gu Yeoming's mind. He knew very well that he was locked in a bitter, endless feud with the company. Whether he accepted the mission or not, the outcome would be the same. As his thoughts scattered, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from afar. He looked up and saw a large group of various players rushing toward him. Those were players. A quick glance allowed Gu Yeoming to recognize them, but their fierce aura made it clear they were not here to greet him. Sensing something was wrong, he narrowed his eyes. A bad feeling gripped his heart. Streamer, we finally found you, shouted the first player right behind, named Hot Red Tea Sauce. He smiled as he greeted the player next to him. Leg hair can bend and stretch, but his gaze quickly locked onto Gu Yeoming. Thinking it was a simple greeting, Gu Yeoming was caught off guard when a fierce glint flashed in Hot Red Tea Sauce's eyes. He suddenly grabbed a stone and smashed it forcefully toward Gu Yeoming's head. Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly, leaning his upper body back slightly, but didn't dodge the attack completely. Instead, he suddenly kicked out, sending Hot Red Tea Sauce flying and crashing heavily into nearby ruins. A system notification popped up. You have killed player Hot Red Tea Sauce. Gained 20 experience points. The unexpected message made Gu Yeoming raise an eyebrow. Killing players could grant experience? Then why didn't he get any when leg hair can bend and stretch died earlier? As he puzzled over this, another message appeared to explain. Killing players you maintain a friendly relationship with won't grant experience points, unless the player attacks you first. I see. Gu Yeoming nodded silently, but a question remained in his mind: why did that player suddenly attack him? Was it just a moment's impulse? Next to him, leg hair can bend and stretch looked equally bewildered. Reflecting on what had just happened, he never expected others would turn on the village chief, and he was at a loss for what to do. But more players from the team soon arrived. Their focus was like nails driven into Gu Yeoming, all eyes fixed on him. Those players crouched low, baring their teeth and claws like hungry wolves sensing blood, eagerly charging forward and launching their attack without restraint. Gu Yeoming furrowed his brows, a big question mark forming in his mind. Why were these people so determined to kill him? Yet his hunger for experience points left no room for hesitation. Dodging several flying stones, he drew from his system backpack a cold iron blade, its sharp tip gleaming with a chilling light. Whoosh, the blade sliced through the air like a dancing edge of death. Gu Yeoming became a deadly weapon incarnate, charging into the midst of the player crowd. Where the blade passed, blood splattered, and limbs and fragments flew everywhere. The system continued to flash notifications. You have killed player wants to eat dumplings, gained 18 experience points. You have killed player Little Bear Cookie, gained 25 experience points. After a minute, Gu Yeoming stood amid a mountain of corpses, his body soaked through with blood. The players were too low-level. The experience gained was negligible, barely making a dent in his experience bar. He shook his head helplessly. With such small gains, he might as well hunt those strange monsters instead. However, as his level increased, the experience gained from those low-level monsters dropped sharply. Oh well, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. No matter how meager the accumulation, it shouldn't be ignored. At that moment, leg hair kept fixating on the live chat barrage, shouting excitedly at the viewers, "Are you all crazy? Why are you attacking the village chief?" The barrage no longer showed the previous one-sided consensus. Instead, it gradually split into opposing sides. Some vehemently protested, "You brainless beasts, killing the village chief is just asking for destruction." On the other hand, Hot Black Teachin's voice rang out. "Haven't you looked at the quest panel? There's a special optional quest if you kill NPC Gu Yeoming and bring his head to the Sin Domain Company branch. You get tons of experience and top-tier gear." "Wait, you're saying that quest actually exists?" someone exclaimed. "No way, it's real. The rewards are that generous?" An audience member shouted excitedly. "Guys, I'm volunteering to join the team hunting Gu Yeoming. Count me in." The passionate Hot Black Tea armchair fans responded seriously. "This is no joke. I now officially declare that anyone causing trouble will be kicked out of Hot Black Tea's group. Streamer, hurry up and form the IGU fan club to protect our amazing village chief." Leg hair was shocked and quickly pulled out his phone to check the quest panel. Sure enough, in the most prominent spot was a new quest. Trader cleanup mission details. Gu Yeoming, former experimental subject at the Sin Domain Company branch, defected after killing and seriously wounding one cleaner and one enforcer. He must be captured or killed immediately. Quest objective: kill or capture NPC Gu Yeoming. Duration: permanent. Rewards: 20 unconditional upgrade coupons, automatic completion of the job transfer quest, a random piece of epic gear, and increased company goodwill. Note: after accepting this quest, you will be hostile toward Gu Yeoming. Capturing him alive doubles the rewards. At that moment, Gu Yeoming happened to see the scene unfold in the live chat, and his heart was shaken. He couldn't believe he had become a player target with such generous rewards. If he were a player himself, he wouldn't hesitate to accept the quest either. Now he finally understood why players had been attacking him directly. It all came down to this. Beside him, leg hair stared intently at the reward numbers on the quest panel, blinking occasionally and swallowing nervously. The rewards were indeed tempting. No wonder the players wanted to attack the village chief. But soon he comforted himself. "No, I can't think like that. With the village chief's power, clinging tightly to this big support is the right path." Taking a deep breath, he decisively chose to reject the quest. Then he firmly shouted to Gu Yeoming, "Village chief, don't worry. I will protect you no matter what." Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted. The Hot Black Tea fans cried out excitedly. "Wow, such a straightforward and heartfelt confession. So touching. Streamer, I support you." While the brainless beasts retorted mockingly, "Protecting this path, justice will prevail." Hot Black Teachin coldly replied, "If you don't want to do the quest, then don't cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll kill you back at the spawn point." After hearing this, Gu Yeoming could only give leg hair a dark glare before turning and flying away at a speed so fast leg hair couldn't keep up. Soon he disappeared from sight. Gu Yeoming naturally wanted to avoid getting too deeply involved with the players. After all, nearly every player carried a hidden camera. If his whereabouts were exposed on the player forums, an endless wave of relentless pursuers would be unleashed, possibly even drawing the company's top operatives to take direct action. Such a situation was the last thing he wanted. Although some players' assistance was helpful in his fight against the company, it actually made things much more complicated for him. 2A Mao stood rooted to the spot, watching Gu Yeoming gradually disappear from sight, and sighed deeply. This big shot couldn't be relied on for now. Reluctantly, he decided to focus on leveling up first, lest he lose even the strength to fight back later. Inside the regional branch of the Moreide Corporation, the conference room was brightly lit. Mo Wen-sun stood at the head of the long table, eyes sweeping over the seated members, including the executive Yang Qingli. Let's get straight to the point, Mo Wen-sun said in a low voice. You've all probably heard about the strange phenomena that appeared today, right? A young man with neatly combed black hair and gold-rimmed glasses spoke calmly from the side. Indeed, a batch of strange new individuals have appeared, all possessing the ability to resurrect. According to my recent research, their resurrection points seem to follow a certain pattern. This was Xiaoying He, an executive at Moreide Corporation's regional branch, codenamed the Sage. Most of them are lawless, seemingly fearless, he continued. Before he finished, Yang Qingli scratched his head lazily and added, though their resurrection power is godlike, their actual strength is weak. They pose no real threat. Xiaoying He adjusted his glasses and added, as long as we identify their resurrection points, we can turn these people into endlessly respawning test subjects, allowing us to conduct experiments without worry. I have recommended to headquarters that we capture as many as possible. It will greatly benefit our ongoing research. Mo Wen-sun nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Now, Xiaoying He, what's your take on the Iron Arm destroying our human trafficking base in Zueyu? Xiaoying He frowned deeply before responding slowly. Based on my previous investigations, aside from the deceased rogue researcher, there are no traitors within the company. I have used my abilities to rule out the possibility of moles. He confidently tapped his temple as he spoke. Mo Wen-sun clearly trusted his powers and nodded. Since you can manipulate minds, I'm reassured in this regard. So what are you implying? Xiaoying He spoke without hesitation. Gu Yeoming. Yang Qingli raised an eyebrow and took over the conversation. You mean the escape test subject Gu Yeoming leaked some of our confidential information to Iron Arm? That seems quite possible. Xiaoying had nodded and continued. That test subject clearly had no connection with Iron Arm. So why would Iron Arm go all out to help him? He shifted his tone slightly, adding with some hesitation, and right after the test subject escaped, Iron Arm deliberately destroyed our trading channels. Don't you think that's a bit too coincidental? Before he finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement. Xiaoying's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve. I see. Yang Qingli lightly stroked his chin and spoke softly. Given Iron Arm's personality, that kind of choice does make sense. His tone carried a hint of realization, and the others readily agreed with his assessment. Pushing up the bridge of his glasses, Xiaoying He went on. What's strange is how that test subject even knew this information. No matter how I think about it, I just can't figure that part out. As the discussion began to stir, someone raised a hand to speak. That's possible, but the most likely center of everything is still that test subject. After all, the number of coincidences here is almost too great to be fabricated. Xiaoying He shook his head and added, plus, based on the search results from these past few days, either the test subject is hiding inside the Red Blood Agency, or they've already escaped the crime zone. I lean more toward the latter. Exactly, Yang Qingli nodded. According to the intelligence we had before, after escaping the crime zone, the test subject didn't head straight for Red Blood, but tried to cross the border illegally. That suggests he wasn't planning to fall under anyone else's influence. Xiaoying He sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Right now, it's very possible that test subject is hiding in another country. I really hope he doesn't fall into the hands of outside powers. Otherwise, our headquarters will face immense external pressure. As everyone was deep in thought, Mo Wen-sun scanned the group, cutting off the conversation with a serious look. We still don't know exactly where the test subject is hiding, but we must figure out one thing. He paused, his tone growing more grave. Based on Yang Qingli's description, the test subject suddenly seemed like a completely different person, with exceptional combat awareness and marksmanship. Does anyone have any clue about this change? Those present exchanged glances and then shook their heads in confusion. Mo Wen-sun turned to Xiaoying He. Xiaoying He gave a wry smile, but also shook his head. Don't look at me. Besides piecing together things from evidence and clues, I really have no idea about this. I see. Mo Wen-sun let out a long sigh, then scanned everyone before asking, besides in the crime zone, how many people do we have stationed in other countries? All eyes immediately turned to an elderly white-haired man seated nearby. This man was Nelson Carter. Though not an ability user, he had worked in the company for decades and was highly capable. Because of his experience and skills, Mo Wen-sun had promoted him to head of personnel and intelligence. As all eyes turned to him, Carter knew this was his moment to step up. He cleared his throat, speaking with calm authority yet caution. We do have personnel stationed overseas, though on a much smaller scale than headquarters. This time something went wrong, and headquarters has clearly stated that we must handle it ourselves. Morinson spoke without expression. Carter, the follow-up search for that test subject is in your hands. Report any progress to me immediately. Carter nodded quickly. Though just a regular member, it was tough to make any headway among the superpowered elites. Now that he had this opportunity to prove himself, he was determined to seize it. Yes, Director Morinson. I will do my best. Morinson nodded, his fingers drumming sharply on the table in a stern tone. Consider this a lesson. Headquarters said this must never happen again. Understood? Everyone stood and saluted Morinson to show their understanding, then gradually left the conference room. Carter followed slowly, ready to begin directing the search. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see Yang Qingli standing there, a faint smile on his face. Director Carter, I'm counting on you for the test subject search. Carter chuckled lightly. Yang Qingli was a highly respected enforcer. Yes, Lord Yang, I will give it my all. Yang Qingli nodded slightly, then his tone shifted as he pressed a little more firmly on Carter's shoulder. Director Carter, I have a personal request, and I hope you'll consider it. Carter nervously waved his hand, face tense. Of course, Lord Yang. Please speak, I will do everything I can. Seeing Carter's sincere expression, Yang Qingli smiled calmly. If you locate the test subject, notify me immediately. Mentioning Gu Yeoming, Yang Qingli's brow furrowed, his voice colder. I have some personal history with that subject. I hope you understand. Carter's heart tightened, quickly realizing Yang Qingli wanted to use this opportunity to settle a personal score. Without hesitation, he nodded firmly. Naturally, Lord Yang. Rest assured, you'll be the first to know if we find any trace. Yang Qingli smiled with satisfaction, patted Carter's shoulder lightly, and said casually, in that case, I won't keep you. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left, his expression already back to its usual composure, as if the earlier moment of unrest had been nothing but an illusion. Carter wiped cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Dealing with these superpowered higher-ups was truly nerve-wracking. He found himself longing for the days when he was just an ordinary employee. At least then, he didn't have to face this kind of pressure and could focus on basic tasks. Shaking off the thought, he straightened his steps and headed toward his office. Now, the real search operation was about to begin. A few days later, Gu Yeoming had already left the out-of-control zone and was sitting in the back seat of a chauffeur-driven car, which was heading down the highway toward the Kongming Empire. His recent days of hunting had boosted his level, but the experience gained from the strange monsters on the outskirts of the zone had dropped significantly. To quickly gain a large amount of experience, he would have to venture deep into the core of the out-of-control zone, where the monsters were dozens of levels stronger and far more dangerous. Even powerful individuals above level, like Wei Jianxuan, rarely dared to enter that deep without facing fatal consequences. For now, the fastest way for Gu Yeoming to level up in the short term was to go to safe cities, trigger scattered side quests, or complete the long-term revenge mission he had accepted a few days ago. Back when Gu Yeoming was a player, he had undertaken many long-term missions. Although difficult, completing them brought rich experience and rewards. Now, entering the Kongming Empire, he naturally carried a secret purpose. As a veteran player who had crossed countless dimensions, he knew he wasn't the only test subject who had escaped the company. Every one of those fugitives bore a grudge against the company, and Gu Yeoming planned to leverage their power to complete his own long-term mission. Simply couldn't do it without their help. The middle-aged man driving the car had a thick stubble and ordinary features, but his expression was not cold. His eyes held a gentle warmth. Gu Yeoming had been walking alone on the road, and at his current pace, it would take several days just to get from the out-of-control zone to the Kongming Empire. The driver saw him standing alone on the roadside and kindly offered him a ride. After chatting for a while, they realized they were headed to the same destination. That's how things had come to this moment. The middle-aged driver, friendly and easygoing, smiled and asked, "Young man, you're not from Kongming, are you?" Gu Yeoming was lost in thought and was jolted by this sudden question. He nodded slightly and replied, "No." The driver laughed heartily and pointed to his own stubble, saying, "Haha, I could tell by your face you're not. Most Kongming people have blonde hair and blue eyes. You look more like either a Xingqian or Hongxue person, right?" Gu Yeoming said nothing but nodded silently. Not discouraged by his silence, the driver continued cheerfully, "You look young. I guess you came to the Kongming Empire looking for work? The news says Xingqian and Hongxue have been struggling with employment lately. Lots of young folks can't find suitable jobs and have to take the lowest paying gigs." This caught Gu Yeoming's interest, and he asked, "Uncle, do you know a lot about Xingqian and Hongxue?" The driver nodded, "Of course. I work over in Hongxue, so I'm pretty familiar with the situation there. I'm just back in Kongming visiting family. Soon I have to go back to Hongxue for work." Gu Yeoming just nodded quietly and replied flatly, "I see." Seeing he wasn't keen to talk more, the driver fell silent as well, focusing on driving steadily toward their shared destination. At this moment, Gu Yeoming opened the player forum to check for the latest updates. Compared to just a few days ago when there were only a dozen or so posts, the number of threads had now skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands. It was clear that the game Infinite Realms had become wildly popular. To prevent confusion across different realms, the developers thoughtfully separated each realm's discussion channels. Naturally, Gu Yeoming immediately found the channel for his own realm, Blue Tech. Upon entering the channel, a highly popular topic caught his eye: NPC battle highlights. Intrigued, he clicked on it, and a video compilation lasting over 10 minutes began to play, showing one intense NPC fight scene after another. His attention quickly locked on a clip showing the battle from a few days ago, when he had taken down those two rogue hunters. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming instantly guessed it must have been uploaded by the humorous player known as Leg Hair, Flexible and Stretchy. He closed the video and scrolled down to the comments, where the discussion was lively and heated. The messages that stood out most were those related to him. Hot red tea sauce. Anyone who accepted the mission to kill or capture Gu Yeoming, join this group. Let's plan strategies and share tips together. All are welcome. Leg Hair, Flexible and Stretchy. Don't listen to the nonsense above. Come join our IGU guild. We're committed to protecting the best village chief Gu. Holding tightly to Gu is the right way. The group QR code has been posted. Everyone come join. We can discuss strategies too. Hot red tea crazy elbow fan. Support President Leg Hair. I've joined IGU guild. The people are high quality and so pleasant to talk to. Love it here. Feels less than O Devil. Well said, but Infinite Realms is an open world game. I can't keep track of what's going on and often forget in the end. You're a psychic dog. Can't even remember formulas. Total noob. These 5 comments had the most likes, while replies underneath were a chaotic back and forth, mostly fans of different sides arguing. Gu Yeoming carefully noted that Hot Red Tea Sauce's comment had far more likes than the others, indicating that many players had accepted the mission to hunt down traitors. He could completely understand why so many players were gunning for him. The rewards were just too tempting for anyone to resist. Still, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. From the intelligence he had, the newbie protection period would end in 2 days. New players entering Infinite Realms normally enjoyed a week of immunity, during which death carried no penalty. But once the protection expired, dying would not only cost experience or levels, but might also cause random gear drops. Right now, although the players were eager to chase him down, shouting that they weren't afraid of dying, everyone knew once the protection ended, they would be filled with regret. After hours of bumpy travel, the vehicle finally reached the border of the Kongming Empire. A stern checkpoint stood by the roadside, where vehicles queued to the side, waiting for identity verification. The inspection moved quickly, and soon a uniformed officer tapped on their window and said evenly, "Please show your identification. Thank you for your cooperation." The uncle was well prepared and quickly handed over his documents. The officer glanced at them and said, a local. Are you back to see family this time?" After confirming, he returned the papers and asked casually, "Yes, a rare holiday. Sorry for the trouble," the uncle replied with a relaxed smile. The officer then turned to look at Gu Yeoming in the back seat and nodded. "And this gentleman?" Gu Yeoming took out the papers that Wei Jianxuan had helped him get and handed them over. Not a local." The officer's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something off. He scrutinized the documents for a moment, then asked, "A stateless ID? Did you just come out of the crime zone?" Gu Yeoming nodded faintly at the question. Crime zone. Upon hearing this, the uncle suddenly turned, surprise and confusion flickering across his face clearly. He hadn't expected Gu Yeoming to be from that notorious place. "Is there a problem?" Gu Yeoming noticed their reactions and calmly asked in return. "Oh, no. No. Sorry, sir." The officer snapped back to himself and quickly returned the papers. "It's just I didn't expect you to have just come out of the crime zone. Stateless IDs are usually only issued to those newly escaped from there. This is the first time I've seen one. Your identities check out. You may proceed," he said, then walked aside and pressed a remote. With a heavy mechanical sound, the large iron gate slowly slid open, revealing the passage ahead. "Brother, where are you headed?" "I'm going that way. Can give you a ride," the uncle said, his earlier warmth noticeably cooling after learning Gu Yeoming's background, though he remained polite. "To District 4, Gu Yeoming sensed the subtle change in atmosphere, but said nothing more, just giving the destination. "District 4, huh? Convenient, right on the way." The uncle nodded and fell silent, focusing on driving. Several hours later, the vehicle pulled into District 4. Gu Yeoming stood among the bustling street crowd, watching as the uncle's car gradually disappeared into the distance. Before getting out, he had deliberately left behind a good amount of food in the car as payment. With no money on him, and only weapons in his system backpack which might cause trouble if brought along, had to express his thanks this way. Looking around, tall buildings towered overhead, streets were clean, and throngs of people bustled about. This was clearly not the filthy, shadowy crime zone, but a city where humans truly lived. But Gu Yeoming's gaze was not drawn to the prosperity. He knew his purpose remained unchanged. The rumored test subject was said to be somewhere in this area. His eyes passed through the dense flow of people and fixed on the bakery window at the corner of the opposite street. A blonde woman was busy introducing various breads to the customers, her voice gentle yet passionate. Gu Yeoming glanced at her briefly, then quickly looked away. She wasn't the person he was looking for. His mind drifting for a moment, he stepped toward the bakery. Just then, an excited voice called out from nearby, "Gu Yeoming?" He snapped his head around to see a player wearing beginner gear staring at him eagerly. Discovered? Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes and studied the stranger carefully. The player's ID was no cilantro, not one of the enemies he had faced before. Confirming that the player was only calling out his name and making no further move, Gu Yeoming turned back and continued toward the bakery. Seeing him walk away, No Cilantro let out a relieved breath, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes as he muttered, I didn't expect to run into this NPC here from the battle footage. This guy is formidable, not someone I can handle alone. I need to quickly inform the group and get the main force involved. He was indeed one of the players plotting to kill Gu Yeoming. As Gu Yeoming entered the bakery, his gaze sharpened slightly. He wasn't naive, he knew exactly what that player's intention was. Always thinking the worst, he naturally categorized the other as an enemy. But this situation wasn't currently threatening. If he acted rashly, it would only bring trouble. After all, players could respawn, but killing someone in public would only cause panic, which would severely hinder his future plans. Lost in thought, the blonde woman approached, wearing a warm smile. Her soft voice asked, Sir, I'm the owner of this bakery. May I help you pick out some bread? Gu Yeoming snapped back to attention, speaking calmly. No, I'm not here to buy bread. I'm looking for someone. Someone. The owner furrowed her brows slightly, curiosity showing in her eyes. May I ask who? Gu Yeoming fixed his gaze on her clear blue eyes and said, I remember you took in a girl as your daughter. The one I'm looking for is your adopted daughter. Her expression tightened, a wary frown forming. Sir, I do have an adopted daughter, but please explain your reasons. I need reassurance. After all, she is my daughter. No need to explain. Gu Yeoming shifted his gaze away from her and toward a black-haired girl slowly stepping out from behind. She had arrived. The owner turned around, shocked to see her adopted daughter. The girl glanced at Gu Yeoming, then spoke to her foster mother. Mother, please rest assured. This gentleman means no harm. I believe he simply wants to talk with me. That's out of the question. The owner exclaimed anxiously. You can't just talk to a stranger. The black-haired girl smiled faintly. Mother, don't worry. I can protect myself, and he truly means no harm. Please don't be concerned. Faced with her daughter's firm stance, the owner sighed helplessly and stared at Gu Yeoming. Sir, I hope you really are just here to talk. The police won't tolerate any wrongdoing. Gu Yeoming shrugged without replying. Seeing this, the black-haired girl smiled at him. Sir, please come with me. Gu Yeoming followed the young woman into a room. The interior was cozy and inviting. Much like an ordinary girl's bedroom, soft wallpaper, neatly arranged trinkets, and a faint, delicate floral scent. At first glance, nothing seemed out of place. Yet, with his sharp eye, he instantly noticed subtle but telling details. A man's razor carelessly left on the windowsill, a pair of rough gloves abandoned in a corner, and several magazines clearly marked with masculine handwriting. All these quietly revealed that multiple men had long used this space. Just as he suspected, his instincts did not deceive him. Gu Yeoming gave a slight nod, maintaining a calm and guarded demeanor. As he reached to close the door, cold, watchful eyes suddenly locked onto him from outside. The landlady stood at the doorway, brows furrowed, her gaze brimming with suspicion and wariness. It was as if her eyes silently demanded, What exactly are you up to? That move to shut the door feels anything but innocent. Frowning, Gu Yeoming was about to respond, but the girl sat down first, her voice steady yet resolute. Mother, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Her words hung in the air, and the landlady hesitated, clearly full of concerns she wanted to voice. In the end, however, she was silenced by the unyielding determination shining in the girl's eyes. With a sigh, she cast a warning glance before turning and walking away. The heavy click of the door echoed down the empty hallway. Inside the room, only Gu Yeoming and the girl remained. His movements were composed, but carried a subdued menace. Pulling up a chair, he sat close to the door, eyes never leaving the doorway. In a low voice, he said, The door is locked. They'll keep an eye on any outside movement. You don't need to worry about our conversation leaking out. Wainer, the black-haired girl, smiled faintly, a teasing glint in her eyes. Sir, I appreciate your caution, but why do you keep your distance from me like this? Her tone was curious, probing. Gu Yeoming's lips twitched in a cold smile, his gaze steady but sharp, tinged with frost. Outsiders only see your gentle and refined facade, but I know your true nature hiding beneath. He gestured toward the door firmly, leaving no room for argument. Go downstairs. You're not the one we're here to talk about. Bring your brother out. My brother? The black-haired girl blinked in surprise, quickly adopting an innocent, melodramatic expression. Sir, I think you're mistaken. I don't have a brother. Gu Yeoming's patience snapped almost immediately. His hand clenched fiercely, and in an instant, a gun known as the Gluttonous Destroyer materialized in his palm, the cold barrel pressed against the girl's temple. His voice was ice cold. I'll say it again, bring your brother out. Stop pretending you don't hear me. Her expression suddenly turned vulnerable and pleading. She stammered timidly, I really don't have a brother. A chilling gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes as his finger hovered over the trigger, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. In that critical moment, the girl suddenly sighed. Her expression shifted dramatically. Her voice grew harsh and unfamiliar, tinged with a deep male rasp. How did you find out? The next second, a startling transformation unfolded. Her skin twisted subtly as if pulled by an invisible force. Her long hair rapidly shortened by several dozen centimeters. Her figure surged upward by at least a dozen centimeters. The gentle curve of her chest instantly flattened away. Her facial features sharpened into a strong, masculine form. Then, a set of sharp shark-like teeth bared without fear as he coldly stared down Gu Yeoming. You dare point a gun at my sister? You have guts. Gu Yeoming remained cold and composed, replying casually, it's not that I'm brave. It's just that your sister's hypocritical act was unbearable. Gu Yeoming remained completely unfazed by the sudden turn of events, his voice calm and steady. Since you've shown yourself, we might as well get started. Before he finished speaking, he loosened his grip, and the gluttonous destroyer suspended in midair instantly vanished. The man naturally noticed this and stared at Gu Yeoming's nonchalant expression. A single thought flashed through his mind: supernatural ability user? But it passed quickly. He snorted coldly, his tone dripping with provocation. Talk. Talk about what? Besides a few people, only those from the company know who I really am. Are you from the company? Narrowing his vertically slit pupils, his gaze sharpened like a blade, locking onto Gu Yeoming. No matter how your company found me, sending only you? Don't you think that's an insult? The Stitcher Chris favorability rating plummeted by 50 points, hostility flaring fiercely, instantly turning their relationship into pure enmity. Boss level Stitcher Chris. Level, 54. Strength, 49. Agility, 51. Mind, 45. Stamina, 68. Active skills, Deadly Bite, Form Shift, Physical Morph, Monster Release, Membrane Screech. Passive skills, Hyper Regeneration, Enhanced Adaptability, Venom Infestation, Super Sensory, Hearing Smell Vision. Current rank evaluation, CB during monster release. Status, Critical Health Risk. Background, an eerie artificial monster created by Moreide Corp, a true human killing weapon. Gu Yeoming cast a faintly mocking glance at the system screen, secretly surprised by Chris' stats, but his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he offered a slight smile. The company? You'll be disappointed I'm not one of them. In fact, I'm in the same boat as you. And if the company really knew where you were hiding, they wouldn't have sent only me. His eyes narrowed subtly as his tone grew colder. For a manufactured monster of your level, it wouldn't be unreasonable to send more people to handle the job. Oh, Chris didn't relax despite Gu Yeoming's words. Rising to his feet, he stepped closer and sniffed the air around Gu Yeoming carefully. Maintaining his composure on the outside, Gu Yeoming discreetly opened his system backpack, eyes fixed on a timed grenade inside, ready for any sudden move. After a few seconds, Chris retreated to his chair, the murderous aura gradually dissipating along with his hostility. Seems you're telling the truth. Your scent is faint, almost undetectable, but I still caught it had of enhancement serum. He ran a hand through his black hair, a shadow flickering across his eyes. When the company forcibly experimented on me, I was injected with this stuff too. That smell ill, never forget it for my whole life. Gu Yeoming listened quietly as Chris continued. I don't know what you're trying to do, but congratulations at least with me. You won't have any trouble for now. The Stitcher Chris favorability toward Gu Yeoming rose by 60 points, their relationship returning to a neutral state. Ping Intimacy 1. The system notification sounded, and only then did Gu Yeoming's tense muscles relax slightly. The pressure from Chris was far heavier than from the enforcer Yang Qingli according to the player-compiled NPC intelligence. This artificially created monster combined several deadly and strange powers, making him a walking killing machine. If not for the intelligence indicating that he treated fellow company test subjects kindly, Gu Yeoming would never have risked coming here. Since you know my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Chris' voice cut through his thoughts. Gu Yeoming. Good. Chris cut straight to the point. What do you want? Make it quick. The boss lad is about to lose her mind. I have to switch to my sister's identity soon, or this will get messy. After learning Gu Yeoming was also a victim of the company, Chris' tone softened noticeably. But his next question chilled the air again. Most importantly, how do you know my real identity? Gu Yeoming knew a wrong answer would repeat the dangerous tension from before. He leaned back nonchalantly in his chair. Simple. When I escaped, I stole a lot of internal company data including your file. Oh, Chris raised an eyebrow. With your skills, escaping that hellhole was hard. Did someone help you? Gu Yeoming admitted it willingly even though he wasn't sure how his original self escaped. But he knew this topic couldn't drag on. Of course, the odds of getting out alone were slim. I had some powerful allies. Chris nodded without pressing further. I had help too. Looks like there are still some good people left in the company. He shifted gears. Which zone did you escape from? Sin Zone. Sin Zone? Chris grew interested. I escaped from the Moonshadow Empire branch. Ever seen the enforcer Yang Qingli from Sin Zone? More than just seen had crippled him. Though that was only possible with Wei Jianqin's distraction. When I escaped Sin Zone, Yang Qingli was after me. Gu Yeoming told the truth. I struck a deal using internal intel with Iron Arm Wei Jianquan from Red Blood Agency. I gave him info. He protected me. Iron Arm. Heard of him? Chris was about 70 convinced by this. He grabbed some juice, took a sip, then fired the last question. How did you know my sister and I are here? Answer me. At that moment, Chris lowered his eyes slightly, a faint chill flickering across his gaze. After all, except for a handful of contacts he usually kept in touch with, almost no one knew he was hiding here, not even the rotten scoundrels within the company. Yet, the information you just mentioned clearly came from inside the company, stolen intelligence about me. The problem is, even the company itself doesn't know my whereabouts, so how do you? Chris had obviously pieced together this secret. He quietly fixed his eyes on Gu Yeoming nearby, awaiting an answer. Gu Yeoming was well prepared for this moment. He smiled lightly and leaned back in his chair, exuding a relaxed, confident aura. You're wondering how I found out? He said casually. Sorry, that's not something I can reveal. Oh, Chris' eyes narrowed, a surge of danger rising within him like a cold blade pressed close. But to his surprise, Gu Yeoming remained calm under the pressure, meeting his gaze steadily. This forced Chris to reassess the man's true weight. Gu Yeoming spoke slowly. Chris, you need to understand that keeping tabs on you isn't just the company's business, there are many others watching. In other words, us. Chris paused, then the hint clicked. Everyone knew Moreide Corporation was secretly conducting human experiments, but without ironclad evidence, no one dared to confront them directly. The test subjects who escaped became invaluable proof. When Chris fled, he considered seeking foreign powers to expose the truth himself. But he was afraid. Afraid those outsiders might abuse the mutated creatures just as the company did, afraid that secret experiments might be happening elsewhere, unseen. He wasn't willing to take that gamble. His gaze locked back onto Gu Yeoming's. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, You joined some organization? They told you where I'm hiding? He couldn't imagine any other explanation. How else would another escaped experiment like him know his exact location? Smart. Gu Yeoming smiled knowingly, confident. He pulled a document from his pocket, covered in dense intelligence, and tossed it to Chris casually. His voice was calm but firm. You think you're well hidden, but you've already been targeted, it's just no one has told you outright. This is an internal company secret. You can check if it's true or not. Verify it yourself. We're not the only ones who want that company destroyed, there are many forces out there. Gu Yeoming sat up straight and chuckled lightly. After all, we're on the same battlefield. That's why I sought you out. His expression grew serious. The company is our common enemy. Don't you want to one day return and take revenge? Chris fell silent for a few seconds, then asked in a low voice, You mean to recruit you? Gu Yeoming interrupted with a nod of approval. Smart man that you are, but I won't pressure you. Whether you join is your choice alone. This document is my sincere offer. The air thickened with subtle tension and anticipation, almost transforming into an invisible challenge. Chris stared at the intelligence files, emotions surging. At last, he realized this was no mere coincidence, it was fate intertwining their paths. Hearing this, Chris gave Gu Yeoming a long, steady look. Then, with a snap, he opened the file and pulled out the intelligence. A few minutes passed as his eyes quickly scanned through it, absorbing the main points at a glance. Was the information real? His face flickered with shock, then a sudden spark of excitement appeared in his eyes as he looked at Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming shrugged calmly. Verify it yourself. With your skills, spotting the truth shouldn't be a problem, right? Chris was silent for a moment, then carefully tucked the intelligence away. His gaze grew serious as he fixed it on Gu Yeoming and said, We'll check this out later. If it all checks out in time, if you really want to cause trouble for the company, come find me. Just make sure you're absolutely sure. Otherwise, I'm not interested in helping. Gu Yeoming only nodded quietly. His expression was calm, but inside he was secretly pleased this was a successful first strike. As for Chris verifying the intel later, Gu Yeoming wasn't worried at all. The information was rock solid, and what would move this killing machine most were exactly those details. After all, who hated Moreide Corporation the most? None other than their own tormented test subjects. With Chris on his side, his chances of successfully shaking down the company's branches skyrocketed. What's more, Chris had several other escaped test subjects with him, each nearly top-tier fighters. As for Chris mistakenly thinking Gu Yeoming belonged to some organization, that was just a convenient misunderstanding. Gu Yeoming didn't care, because soon enough, certain company branches would become dungeons raided by rival factions. EU would definitely be one of them. When that happened, he could easily fabricate the illusion of an organization, tricking Chris and the others into helping stir up trouble. But just as Gu Yeoming's thoughts were running wild, Chris abruptly changed tone. His expression darkened. His sharp eyes pointed toward the door. I think it's time you started worrying about yourself. What's going on? Gu Yeoming froze, bewildered. Did you make some enemies? Chris asked, suspicion in his voice. He had just sensed a large crowd rushing toward them, their pheromone signatures all pointing to Gu Yeoming. Chris stared at him with furrowed brows, puzzled. There's a whole group charging this way, and they're all after you. What's happening? Gu Yeoming finally realized. Those are the players. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. He said coldly, You can think of them as the company's lapdogs trying to join forces. What? Chris was shocked. The company knows where you are? Gu Yeoming shook his head. The company definitely doesn't know. Those guys just want to curry favor with Moreide by bringing them my head. I see. Chris' expression cleared and a cold smirk appeared. A sharp shark-like tooth peeked out as his killing intent slowly rose again. His face twisted into a grimace as he said, "So, I take it there are mortal enemies from now on?" "Exactly," Gu Yeoming replied. "Huh." Chris laughed loudly, his eyes filled with a deadly intent so intense it seemed to freeze the very air around him. Excited, he said, "This is fantastic. Thank you for bringing so much fresh blood. It's been ages since I last had a proper meal. Since you know me, you must understand I've never been interested in ordinary food." His voice carried a mix of suppressed agony and barely contained excitement. "My sister and I have been hiding here, unable to go out hunting. This whole time has nearly driven me mad." As he spoke, his voice suddenly grew hoarse, as if each word was squeezed painfully from his throat. Sharp claws slowly grew from his hands, and he scratched at his own cheeks again and again, tearing fresh lines of blood that made him look increasingly twisted and unwell. His narrow tongue flicked constantly in his mouth, his vertical pupils constricted, yet his hunger seemed about to burst free, threatening to shatter his sanity. Then, as if remembering something, Chris suddenly grew cautious and polite. He turned to Gu Yeoming, lowering his voice slightly, and asked, "They came for you after all. Without your permission, I wouldn't dare interfere directly. Honestly, though, I'm starving and can't hold it any longer." "No problem." Gu Yeoming's gaze remained calm as he looked steadily at Chris. "I understand. You've endured enough. Go ahead and eat, I don't mind." Stitched Man Chris' rapport increased by 40 points, upgrading their relationship to friends. Hearing this, a look of wild joy spread across Chris' face. He suddenly jumped up with lightning speed and abruptly hugged Gu Yeoming, his voice hoarse and full of emotion. "Thank you so much, my friend. I won't forget a single word you said just now." Gu Yeoming was startled by this sudden embrace, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He quickly composed himself and gently patted Chris' shoulder, signaling him to let go. "Sorry, man. I got too excited." Chris smiled sheepishly as he released him. "No worries." Gu Yeoming shook his head. From the hug, he had gotten a clearer sense of Chris' strength. As a killing weapon stitched from multiple bizarre creatures, even without transforming, his speed rivaled that of Yang Qingli's peak physical form. With permission granted, Chris seemed to unleash a long-suppressed primal instinct from deep within. His body sprouted strange features. Shimmering scales gleamed coldly, razor-sharp claws sliced the air, fangs peeked from the corners of his mouth. Vertical pupils scanned the surroundings. His tail swung rhythmically. A faint fin appeared, and patches of black fur covered parts of his skin. The grotesque yet terrifying tableau made the air thick with unease. "No." Chris suddenly frowned, clearly troubled. "If I go hunting outside, the landlady won't see my sister. She's a good person, and I don't want to worry her." After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. Better to knock her out first. Before he finished speaking, Chris darted out the door like a blur so fast it was dizzying. In an instant, he appeared behind the landlady. With a quick tap of his fingertips to the back of her neck, executed cleanly and efficiently, she immediately went black before her eyes and collapsed weakly into a chair. He helped prop her in. The entire process took less than a second. The landlady didn't respond at all. The shop outside was already empty of customers, and in the dark corners, no one noticed the silent undercurrent unfolding. Even the surveillance cameras had been quietly disabled by him, leaving no trace of this secret intervention. Chris returned to the room once more, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Gu Yeoming and said, "Now we have nothing to worry about anymore. Even if someone tries to investigate me, by then I'll have already switched to my sister's identity. They won't be able to find me at all. Buddy, you'd better just stay put here. You don't have my disguise skills. Going out there would be way too risky." Gu Yeoming nodded naturally after hearing this. Chris' words were absolutely true. If he personally went out to fight other players and got exposed by the intelligence agents hidden within various international companies, the outcome would be disastrous, possibly even more dangerous than now. "By the way, do you know how to use this knife?" Suddenly, Gu Yeoming pulled out a cold iron blade from his system inventory, smiling faintly as he handed it to Chris. "This is my usual weapon. Since I can't go in myself, I want you to use it to settle some scores for me." Though his tone was light, there was a deeper meaning behind it. Didn't want all his hard-earned experience to go to waste. "You've already bound this cold iron blade, and you can only bind one weapon at a time. You can unbind it any time. As long as you hold this knife, whoever wields it will have the experience gained added to your account," Gu Yeoming explained confidently. "Of course, buddy." Chris' eyes gleamed as he gripped the cold iron blade tightly, his voice full of passion. "They'll carry your power with me and teach those corporate lackeys a harsh lesson." Meanwhile, outside the bakery across the street, Hot Black Tea Sauce glanced sideways at No Cilantro, who was frowning, and asked, "How many people have gathered now?" No Cilantro smiled smugly. "There are a few hundred hiding all around. Boss, don't worry, Gu Yeoming won't escape this time. And it's not just them. I've already sent the exact location to the group chat, and more people haven't arrived yet. If Gu Yeoming is still in there, our reinforcements will be coming soon." Everyone's leveled up and gotten good mission rewards these past few days, and they all have handy weapons. We don't have firearms yet, but that gap won't be a problem, he said confidently. No matter how strong Gu Yeoming is, so many of us can revive after death. Wearing him down to death won't be an issue. Hot black tea sauce nodded in agreement, feeling confident about the operation. Suddenly, his eyes flicked as he asked, by the way, do the IGU guild members know about this? No. No. Cilantro smiled even more cunningly. We're planning this secretly in our own chat. Those idiots in IGU are busy refusing missions and stubbornly protecting some NPC. Now once Gu Yeoming, their so-called NPC, is dead, their guild is finished. After that, we'll blast them hard on the player forums and ruin their reputation for good. As the words left their mouths, shadows cast by the streetlights behind them revealed grim faces along the street. The situation was tense. The calm before the storm seemed to have been torn apart by an unseen crack. Very well. Hearing this, hot black tea sauce nodded with satisfaction and said, let's just rush in now. If we wait any longer, it'll only get worse. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the system chat group, ready to give orders. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from nearby. Hot black tea sauce froze and slowly turned toward the source of the sound. They saw a player's body torn to pieces lying on the ground. Chris stood beside it, his long, narrow tongue quickly licking the blood off his cold iron blade. He radiated excitement, his eyes glowing with a greedy fire. How long had it been? How long since he last tasted fresh blood? Like a savage beast, Chris opened his blood-stained mouth wide and frantically devoured the corpse on the ground. Monsters! Run! NPC passers-by scattered in terror, leaving only a few hundred players standing alert and spreading out, all fixated on the ravenously feasting Chris. Don't Eat Coriander stared blankly at the scene, quickly casting a scouting skill. You have detected target, boss-level stitched man Chris. Due to a great level difference, only 20 of this NPC's information is unlocked. The status panel displayed. Boss level stitched man Chris. Level. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Vitality. Active skills. Passive skills. Super regeneration. Powerful adaptation. Venom invasion. Enhanced hearing, smell, and sight. Current level. Current status. Healthy. Hungry. Excited. Assessment. Extremely dangerous. Evacuate immediately. Seeing the panel, Don't Eat Coriander was dumbfounded, eyes wide with shock. Hot black tea sauce nearby also noticed the screen, and his face instantly darkened like iron. He glared at Chris, grinding his teeth. Damn it. We were about to move in. And this happened. Where the hell did this monster come from? At that moment, Chris' mouth was dripping with fresh blood as the sound of chewing was loud and clear. The corpse on the ground was already mostly eaten. Suddenly, he lifted his head alertly and scanned the surroundings. Using his sharp senses, he realized hundreds of figures were nervously watching him. Huh. Chris stood upright, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression wild and excited. Hundreds of them. Now it's time for a real feast. He licked his lips, eyes blazing with bloodthirsty desire. Immediately, all the players' system screens flashed a warning simultaneously. Warning. Boss-level stitched man Chris is about to attack. The players' faces darkened as all eyes locked onto Chris. For a moment, no one dared to move. What are you waiting for? Hot black tea sauce shouted angrily. This guy is obviously a boss. Even though his stats are absurdly strong, we have numbers. Hundreds of Yuzin reinforcements are on the way. We can resurrect. There's no way he can wear us down. His shout was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly awakening all the players present. That's right, this boss's level is so high defeating him guarantees rewards. Everyone attack. Fear vanished, replaced by an overwhelming desire for the rich prizes ahead. The players' eyes hardened with resolve. A bloody battle was about to erupt. A fierce gleam flashed in Hot Tea Sauce's eyes as he gripped his longsword and charged suddenly toward Chris, who was not far off. At his move, all the players on site instantly reacted, springing into action and surging forward to surround Chris in a massive encirclement. Yet Chris showed no trace of fear in the face of this formation. Instead, he grew even more excited. Wielding his cold iron blade, he let out a hearty laugh. Bring it on. But just as his voice fell, his gaze darkened menacingly, and a sharp, piercing scream exploded from his mouth. Warning. Boss-level Stitchman Chris has activated skill, Tympanic Scream. You have lost your hearing, and your perception is greatly diminished. Hot Tea Sauce came to an abrupt halt, his vision wavering. Suddenly, a scorching rush poured into his ears. Instinctively, he wiped at his side, finding his fingers stained with blood. His hearing had completely vanished. The next moment, Chris' figure blurred before his eyes, suddenly looming right in front of him. So you're their leader, huh? Chris sneered down at him, a cruel grin twisting his lips. If I kill you, the others will scatter like sand. Before he finished speaking, Chris swung his blade down. With a wet PSHHD, Hot Tea Sauce was instantly cut in two, blood splattering everywhere. Without pausing for breath, Chris grabbed the bloody hand he had just severed and guzzled down the blood. Then he roared fiercely at the surrounding players. Your leader is dead. If you don't come over quietly, you might as well wait for death. To Chris' shock, the players around him showed no panic at Hot Tea Sauce's fall. Instead, they charged forward without fear, their eyes shining with excitement. From their fierce and determined gazes, Chris vaguely sensed a threat. These people were hunters, and he was the prey. Impossible, Chris thought, disbelief flashing through his mind. Despite the chill running down his spine, he quickly steeled himself, tightly gripping his cold iron blade. With a savage grin, he plunged into the group to fight bitterly. In a room inside the bakery, Gu Yeoming sat cross-legged with his hands clasped, eyes closed as if resting peacefully. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. You have killed player Little Bear Biscuit, gaining 89 experience points. You have killed player Hot Tea Sauce, gaining 141 experience points. You have killed player No Cilantro, gaining 124 experience points. The stream of notifications was dense and continuous, but to Gu Yeoming, they sounded like heavenly music. Slowly opening his eyes, a satisfied smile flickered across his face. Over several days of gameplay, this group of players had leveled up significantly, and the experience gained from killing players had multiplied. Level up successful. Gain 2 free attribute points. As the level up chime sounded, Gu Yeoming's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood lifting. Outside, Chris was still locked in fierce combat, completely unaware that he was providing free experience for Gu Yeoming. From his observation of these players, Gu Yeoming knew that when facing a boss, they'd gather overwhelming numbers, patiently chipping away at the boss health. Precisely because of this, the battle was the perfect self-service experience farm for him. He only needed to sit back quietly and steadily level up. Originally, Gu Yeoming's goal was just to lure Chris into the trap to set up for his later mission. He hadn't expected the players to so readily offer up experience points. Fortune had doubled. Listening to the system's notifications with calm amusement, Gu Yeoming was certain these players wouldn't give up easily. They would keep coming at him relentlessly, and all he had to do was enjoy the rewards. The battle outside had been raging for 15 minutes straight, with neither the players nor Chris getting a moment's rest. With a casual flick, Chris crushed the skull of a player beside him, finally able to catch his breath and start thinking. Strange though he hadn't counted exactly, he was sure he had killed at least 200 or 300 players by now. Yet the situation before him was baffling. Instead of thinning out, the number of players seemed to be growing. Chris' face registered shock as he scanned his surroundings, seeing swarms of players pouring in from all directions. The moment they spotted him, they attacked like starving wolves drawn by the scent of blood, fiercely lunging at him. He was stunned. Every last one looked desperate to kill him. Brothers, it's our first time facing the BOS, let's take it down, no matter what. Not far away, Rihong Chajiang, who had fully revived, planted himself firmly and shouted orders into the chat group. The voice was both familiar and surreal. Chris froze, locking his gaze on Rihong Chajiang. But before he could process it, his heart jumped and his face drained of color. What was going on? He thought he'd seen a ghost. He was certain he had completely killed that leader. The image burned vividly in his mind, with the corpse still lying there. Chris hurriedly looked down, searching for Rihong Chajiang's body, but the ground was covered in corpses and blood. Rihong Chajiang's body had long since been swallowed up, nowhere to be found no matter how hard he searched. Damn it! Beside him, Bear Biscuit grit his teeth in anger, rushing at Chris and swinging a heavy iron club down on his head. Thud! The iron club slammed down with a loud crash, snapping Chris out of his daze. He quickly pushed the club aside and locked a cold, deadly stare on the attacker. This guy, Chris' eyes narrowed. This was the very first player head killed, standing vividly before him as if risen from the dead. Even this killing machine couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Bear Biscuit caught Chris zoning out and rolled his eyes. What are you staring at? Die? Chris swept his hand across in a swift grab, instantly tearing Bear Biscuit's body into pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. After killing him, Chris took a deep breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, he had to admit there was a strange, unsettling aura radiating from those players. That eerie feeling was what shook him, even frightened him. This can't go on. Rihong Chajiang frowned deeply, looking at the confused Chris with growing anxiety. It's been so long already, but this boss's health has only dropped by 0.5. We're running out of weapon durability, said No Coriander helplessly from the side, and the boss's health barely budged. Honestly, boss, maybe we should retreat. Retreat? Why retreat? Chris asked in confusion, an uneasy feeling creeping deeper inside him. Hearing this, Rihong Chaji clenched his fists tightly, his face revealing undeniable frustration and reluctance. We've been struggling with this boss for so long, and now we just give up? It feels so unfair. His tone carried a stubborn edge. Busik Xiangkai shook his head helplessly. Boss, don't forget our original target was Gu Yeoming. If that monster hadn't suddenly appeared and attacked us, we might have already taken him down. His words held a trace of bitterness and resignation. Rihong Chaji sighed deeply, his eyes dimming slightly. Our plan was clear from the start, but that monster barged in and messed everything up. As he spoke, a player hurried over, shouting urgently, Boss, we made too much noise. The news has spread to the player forums, and the IGU guild members are already coming in waves. What? Rihonchiji was stunned. He immediately grabbed the player's shoulder and demanded sharply, "Who leaked this information to the forum?" The player shrugged helplessly. "Lots of people. Ever since we found the boss, some teammates posted the intel on the forum and said they wanted to gather more people to wear it down." TCH Rihonchiji released the player's shoulder and let out a long, helpless sigh. "We should have managed this better. Now look what happened. We didn't wear down the boss, and Gu Yeoming probably slipped away in the chaos. All our effort wasted, and we got nothing out of it. What bad luck." He muttered complaints to himself, shaking his head. "Let's retreat. Staying here to grind this boss any longer is a losing game. We've been at it for days. We could have leveled up so much more already." With that, Rihonchiji waved his hand, his expression growing melancholy as he slowly turned to leave. Seeing this, Busix Yankai sent a message in the chat group. "Guys, we're pulling out. Grinding this boss is taking too long, and the cost isn't worth the reward. Time to retreat." Replies popped up quickly. "You should have said earlier I wanted to leave ages ago, but didn't want to upset you guys." Little Bear Biscuit shouted, "I feel terrible. Don't go. We've come this far. Leaving without killing the boss would be so frustrating." Most players gradually agreed. After reviving, they left the battlefield one after another. A small handful remained stubbornly, but seeing the main force depart, they sighed resignedly and quietly withdrew as well. As the final system notification sounded, silence fell over the arena within seconds. Calm had returned to the battleground. Gu Yeoming let out a faint sigh, a subtle look of lingering dissatisfaction in his eyes. He glanced up at the system panel and saw that after the fierce external battles, his level had climbed to a new height. It seemed this chapter had finally come to an end. Level 22. That was Gu Yeoming's current status level. Jumping from level 14 all the way to 22 required an immense amount of experience. If he had tried hunting those bizarre creatures alone, even non-stop fighting for days wouldn't have been enough to reach this height. After all, while each strange monster granted more experience than a single player, the sheer number of players combined with their unlimited respawns made them essentially a never-ending self-service experience machine. At this moment, he still had 16 free attribute points to allocate, enough to boost his combat power significantly. He quickly assigned the points: 6 strength, 7 agility, 3 vitality. Instantly, Gu Yeoming felt a tremendous surge of power coursing through his body, filling every cell. After a few seconds, he exhaled lightly and began to adjust to this newfound strength. Then he opened his status panel: strength 30, agility 28, spirit 14, vitality 22, free attribute points zeroed out, current level D, status healthy, HP full at 840840. This allocation pushed his overall strength firmly beyond the E rank, officially breaking into the D tier. His maximum HP was now approaching the 1,000-point mark. Staring at the dramatic changes on his panel, Gu Yeoming allowed himself a faint smile. Who would have thought that just going to make an alliance with a patchwork creature would yield such generous rewards? Bang! The door suddenly swung open. Turning his head, Gu Yeoming saw Chris stumbling in, covered head to toe in blood. The sharp metallic scent instantly filled the room. The monstrous features that once marked him had vanished completely. Clearly, he had just survived a brutal and bloody battle, feasting fully on his prey. "Sorry, mate," Chris said helplessly, holding up the shattered cold steel blade in his hand. "I accidentally broke your weapon." "No worries," Gu Yeoming replied without complaint. Compared to the leap in levels, losing even a dozen weapons of similar quality was worth it. At this point, he no longer needed fine weapons that lagged far behind his pace. As long as it meant a substantial boost in strength, such losses were insignificant. He took the broken cold steel blade and glanced toward the system screen. A system warning popped up. Weapon durability has been completely depleted and is entering a broken state. You have unbound this weapon. The cold steel blade had finally reached the end of its life, and naturally, Gu Yeoming had no reason to keep it bound anymore. Even with the Gunblade Master talent that slowly restored weapon durability, this blade's usefulness had become extremely limited. He casually tossed the weapon into the system backpack and looked back at Chris, feigning concern in his voice. "Chris, you're covered in blood. Are you hurt anywhere?" Chris shook his head, looking tired. "No, just exhausted from the long fight." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes widened with surprise. "By the way, mate, do you have any idea what those things we just fought actually were?" Gu Yeoming understood perfectly what he meant. After the prolonged battle, those killing machines had already realized that players had the ability to revive. He naturally had nothing to hide about this. After all, the fact that players could be resurrected was common knowledge to just about everyone except the general public and this rare, reclusive test subject before him. Gu Yeoming shrugged and said, "They can come back to life." Before he finished speaking, Chris' pupils suddenly contracted, and he muttered to himself, "So that's it. Looks like my guess was right." Then he asked, "Could they be the company's new experimental subjects?" After saying that, he fell into deep confusion again. But that can't be. Resurrection on this scale is such a godlike ability. Even the company might not have figured it out. Seeing Chris' puzzled expression as if he was questioning his entire existence, Gu Yeoming slowly stood up, patted his shoulder, and said calmly, "Friend, you're exhausted. You need to rest properly. As for those people, they definitely aren't products of the company. They just appeared out of nowhere. You can think of them as some strange, eerie creatures with the code named the Fourth Calamity." He paused. "They're everywhere now, all over the world. The news about them was already made public long ago. You just haven't been out much, so you missed it." At that, Chris froze, whispering, "Weird creatures that even look human?" Then he shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Exhausted, he said to Gu Yeoming, "Never mind, let's not think about it. Not long ago, after those people escaped, the Kongming Empire's men came after me. But they were too slow, and I soon got out of sight. Don't worry, I took a wide detour to avoid the cameras and came back through a secret passage. They won't find me." As he spoke, Chris ran a hand through his hair, which was covered in blood. He looked utterly drained. "I need to rest a bit. My sister will take over this body next. After all, with all this chaos, the Empire must be searching for me everywhere. They'll verify the info you gave me when I have time. Take care, my friend." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chris slowly closed his eyes. His skin twitched, and his facial features began to shift, was successfully transforming into her. "All set, sir." The black-haired girl stared at Gu Yeoming expressionlessly, her serene look gone. "I won't see you out. I've got to clean up the mess my brother made." Her gaze swept over the bloodstains on the floor, and she shook her head helplessly. "Seriously, every time he vents like that, I'm left to deal with the aftermath." Gu Yeoming nodded and said, "They'll be going now, Kleena. Give my regards to your brother." With that, he closed the door behind him and left the room. Kleena stood where she was, looking at the closed door, and sighed resignedly. "My brother sure goes easy on this test subject, helping him out like that." Then her right eye's pupil suddenly changed into a vertical slit. Clearly, Chris' consciousness was still lingering in her mind. "It's all right, little sister," a voice echoed deep within her heart. "Every test subject has been tortured by the company, and we're no exception. When faced with someone sharing the same fate, it's natural to be allies and support each other. Besides, he gave us some inside company intel, assuming it's reliable. If it really is, it's only right to do him this small favor. Besides, I haven't replenished my energy in a while, so this is a good chance to do a little good deed." After a moment of silence, the voice continued, "Next time I'll have to find a chance to bring this intel to other allies. I bet they'll be very interested." Gu Yeoming stepped slowly out of the bakery, and what greeted his eyes was a scene of scattered severed limbs and chaotic bloodstains. The fresh blood stained the entire block in a mottled red, the brutality so shocking it was almost unbearable to look at. If one didn't know better, who would believe this was just an ordinary city street? The sight resembled a true hell on earth. As he stared at the pool of blood, his gaze suddenly shifted to not far away. Dozens of people dressed in security uniforms stood in tight formation, their expressions tense as they guarded the center of the street. The sheriff's figure stood out clearly among them. "Sir, after checking, none of these people are locals." A police officer approached the sheriff with a heavy expression, saluted respectfully, then whispered the report. "It seems more like the fourth catastrophe." The sheriff nodded, his eyes scanning the floor strewn with limbs and blood. His eyelids twitched slightly, but his face remained calm. "As long as no locals got hurt, it's fine. These monsters will revive anyway, so it doesn't matter if they die. As for the bodies, notify the sanitation department to come clean this up later." His gaze returned to the messy corpses. Though there was a hint of discomfort, he appeared unusually composed, as if such bloody scenes had become routine. Ever since players arrived in the blue tech dimension, crime rates surged worldwide, most offenders being players themselves. The sheriff had handled several similar cases recently, and was no longer surprised. His only hope was for local residents' safety. Whether those monsters lived or died was of no concern to him. And the sheriff suddenly called out to the officer beside him with a grave tone, "Have we found the creature that killed these fourth catastrophe monsters?" "No, sir." The officer shook his head helplessly. "That guy moves incredibly fast. We can't catch up and have to rely on surveillance footage for further investigation." The sheriff pondered, then nodded. "That creature is powerful," the reporter said. "It hunts those monsters like slaughtering chickens. Very dangerous. It's too risky letting it hide around here. We need to focus on tracking that one down. They'll report the intel to headquarters and see if we get any orders." "All right, everyone head back. The sanitation crew will handle this place later," he ordered. "Yes, sir." The officer responded, turning to loudly tell the others, the sheriff's orders. "Everyone wrap up, evacuate the scene, sanitation will take over." Ugh, so frustrating. We've had several cases like this lately. Those monsters causing chaos everywhere thanks to their revival ability. The officers shook their heads with sighs, the disdain for the players clear in their voices. Within minutes, the officers gradually left, leaving the streets strewn with bodies and the sharp stench of blood. Gu Yeoming stood at the bakery's door, watching them go. The earlier conversation echoed repeatedly in his mind as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Looks like the hostility between the native NPCs and the players is growing. The tensions are becoming impossible to ignore. At that thought, he couldn't help but recall the game versions from his previous life. With each update, the players' power had only increased, and their relationship with native NPCs grew tenser, eventually erupting into an all-out war between players and locals. By that time, most players had already dispersed into their respective factions, with only a handful still wandering without allegiance. As the faction lines became clear, conflicts quickly shifted to clashes between these groups. Just as Gu Yeoming's thoughts began to drift, an unexpected call echoed from a nearby alley. Village Chief. Gu Yeoming turned to look and saw several players hiding at the alley's entrance, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Standing among them was Legmao Ninkanenshi, with whom Gu Yeoming had once exchanged greetings and formed a friendly bond. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Gu Yeoming walked toward them at a steady pace. Legmao Ninkanenshi blinked eagerly, locking his gaze on Gu Yeoming as he couldn't contain his excitement. Village Chief, I finally found you. He then shouted to the players gathered behind him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept the quests. Gu Yeoming looked over Legmao's eager expression, and the crowd packed into the narrow alley. Nearly all of them had maintained good relations with him. He realized the long-term missions ahead would likely depend heavily on their cooperation. Since that was the case, it would be wise to give them some rewards first to boost morale. Fortunately, Gu Yeoming still had plenty of materials and gear stockpiled from hunting those strange monsters. Though useless to him personally, they could serve as enticing rewards for the players. With that in mind, Gu Yeoming smiled faintly and adopted an official NPC tone as best he could. Friends, I know you're eager to contribute. I have a few quests available. Does anyone want to take them on? No sooner had he spoken than the alley erupted into excited chatter. He'll take one. Don't rush. One at a time. Village Chief, I knew I could count on you. Legmao Ninkanenshi's eyes gleamed as he was first to step forward. In the next moment, a system screen appeared before him, displaying the quest details. Quest name, Weaken the Corporation. Description, the actions of the Moreide Corporation are almost unforgivable. As a champion of justice, are you willing to enforce righteousness? Objectives, travel to the Sin domain and eliminate all personnel in the Moreide Corporation branch there. Time limit, permanent quest. Rewards, determined by the number of kills. Watching this passionate scene unfold, Gu Yeoming felt a surge of emotion. The players' conflicts had evolved into faction rivalries, and he found himself positioned at the center of this struggle. From here on out, the path forward would require the trust and cooperation of those who believed in him. Note, upon accepting this mission, your relationship with the Moreide Corporation will turn hostile. Legmao Nungsu Ningshin barely glanced at the pop-up notification and without hesitation clicked accept to take on the mission. You have accepted the task, weaken the corporation. At the same moment, the system screen in front of Gu Yeoming also flashed a prompt showing that Legmao Nungsu Ningshin had accepted the mission. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly, surprised by the player's decisiveness. This one showed real potential. Gu Yeoming then reached into his system backpack and pulled out a pistol, handing it over to Legmao Nungsu Ningshin. It was the P-27 silenced pistol he had scavenged after killing a sweeper early on. While it was useless to him now when paired with Gluttony Destroyer, it was still a fitting reward to motivate a player. Whoa! Legmao Nungsu Ningshin was momentarily stunned but quickly grabbed the gun. NPC Gu Yeoming's favorability increased by 20. System message, you have obtained P-27 silenced pistol, ammo 30. Feeling the solid weight of the silenced pistol in his hands, Legmao Nungsu Ningshin's face lit up with satisfaction, unable to stop fondling it. Then he raised the muzzle high and shouted to the players behind him, Brothers, guess what this is? You get a gun just for accepting a mission? His voice stirred a wave of excitement. Seeing the weapon in his hands, the players went wild, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Players who had hesitated before because of the hostile stance toward Moreide Corporation now set aside their doubts and hurriedly chose to accept the mission. You have accepted the mission, weaken the corporation. Additionally, Gu Yeoming's favorability toward the other players increased by 10. Except for Legmao Nungsu Ningshin, the first to accept, no other players received weapon rewards. Yet all gained favorability boosts from Gu Yeoming, which left many feeling resentful that they weren't the first to grab it. Meanwhile, the players who accepted gradually realized that although killing Gu Yeoming offered lavish rewards, it was too difficult. It was more practical to engage steadily with him and gradually accumulate gear. After all, Legmao Nungsu Ningshin had already snatched 2 weapons from him so far. Once it became clear nearly all players had accepted the mission, Gu Yeoming nodded slightly with a faint smile. Thank you all for your efforts. I look forward to hearing good news from you. From here on, we part ways. Hearing this, Legmao Nungsu Ningshin immediately grew anxious. Village Chief, where are you going? How will we hand off the mission then? Gu Yeoming just chuckled quietly without answering and turned to leave. The players exchanged glances, but no one followed. After several encounters, they were more familiar with Gu Yeoming's personality, preferred to work alone, and would appear when needed. Watching Gu Yeoming's figure fade from view, Legmao Nungsu Ningshin shook his head and raised his arms to rally the players behind him. Brothers, We all know where we're headed next, right? The crime zone. The players raised their arms and shouted together. Gu Yeoming walked slowly down the street, his eyes scanning the player forum displayed on the system screen before him. And he couldn't help but smile softly. The post about getting a weapon just by accepting a quest was naturally posted by the infamous Leghair Flexible. He clicked on the post, which was already flooded with enthusiastic replies, including some familiar faces who had previously tried to ambush him. Leghair Flexible, everyone come and see. Did you see this? What is this thing? One comment included a screenshot of the stats panel for the P27 silenced pistol, stirring up an immediate commotion. Hot Tea Sauce questioned. No way, dude. Where did you get that gun? And it's top quality too? Don't Eat Cilantro looked puzzled. Everyone's still using cold weapons, and you've just leapt ahead of the times? Hot Tea Fanatic Elbow Strike couldn't help but respond. This was the quest reward from Village Chief Gu. You ungrateful guys must be regretting it now. After that, the players hostile to Gu Yeoming stopped replying, seemingly thrown off balance by this sudden development, sitting in front of their screens unable to argue back. Gu Yeoming glanced over their reactions, then closed the forum window as his mind began to churn. Giving players a little incentive really worked. His reputation was steadily taking shape within the player community. Even neutral or new players entering the game now knew there was a benevolent NPC like him. This undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for his upcoming plans. As soon as he gave the order, players from all sides would rally to support him. With that thought, Gu Yeoming slowly came to a stop, pulling out his system backpack to carefully review his current offensive capabilities. For ranged attacks, he held the Type 20 large caliber sniper rifle. For area damage, he relied on timed grenades. Although the gluttonous destroyer he carried could cover mid-range combat, it had obvious weaknesses against enemies skilled in close-quarters fighting. His only melee weapon, the cold iron blade, was now severely damaged, and even if repaired, it couldn't keep up with his pace in battle. With a sigh slipping from his lips, Gu Yeoming knew full well, a gunswordsman relying solely on firearms was not an ideal profession. Only the combination of guns and blades could unleash the strongest damage output and survivability. Thanks to his previous attribute investments, he had steadily reached a solid tier combat level. Clearly, obtaining a quality melee weapon had become an urgent priority. Within the borders of the Kongming Empire, numbered regions are generally considered relatively safe, while unnumbered cities signify complete collapse, where strange and eerie monsters are almost always present. Clearly, the out-of-control zones are not isolated. They are scattered across the world, leaving traces of chaos within many nations' territories. For the Kongming Empire, these unnumbered areas are true out-of-control zones. After several days of rest and recovery, Gu Yeoming had reached his peak condition. He strode cautiously through the overgrown streets, his sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. His mission was to track down information from his mind about a bizarre monster, the Ghost King of the Strange Souls. As a player, Gu Yeoming had long heard countless rumors about this creature. The Ghost King of Strange Souls prowled the unnumbered zones of the Kongming Empire, mainly active at night, feeding on various strange monsters. Its strength far exceeded any gluttons Gu Yeoming had encountered, reaching the level of a Shogwai deadly spectral monster. The materials it dropped covered over a dozen professions, and its weapon and armor drops had attracted countless players' attention. Those lucky enough to obtain epic equipment could sell it to wealthy players at high prices, converting it into substantial real-world currency. Thus, the Ghost King was an extremely popular target in the early to mid-game stages and was considered a highly sought-after monster. If I'm not mistaken, the Ghost King is inside here. Gu Yeoming stopped in front of a crumbling skyscraper, its door rusted, walls cracked and peeling, with vines and weeds filling every crevice. The Ghost King was said to lurk on the top floor of this building, and making it there required clearing monster guards on every level. The building had 25 floors, 25 checkpoints to overcome. This location had yet to be discovered by players. Once revealed, it would surely become one of the hottest dungeon raids. Currently, it would require at least a 5-person team at level 15 or above rank E or higher to have a chance of success. Gu Yeoming took a deep breath, adjusted the black cap on his head, and summoned his weapon called Gluttonous Destroyer with his right hand. A cold gleam flashed in his eye. She had decided to climb to the top alone, step by step. He stepped onto the first floor and entered an empty reception hall. The silence was palpable, permeated by a stench of rot and mildew. Gu Yeoming furrowed his brow and cautiously surveyed every corner, alert for lurking dangers. Strange, there are no signs of any monsters here. He wondered silently. Just as he prepared to explore further, his eyes suddenly fixed on the ground a short distance away. There was a trail of dried, patchy blood, footprints and blood stains indicating someone had passed through. Someone got here first. Gu Yeoming's expression changed sharply, his brow knitting tightly. He rose swiftly and headed toward the stairway leading up. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. The scenes were grim, with only monster corpses scattered across the ground. Gu Yeoming clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside. He could not afford to give up the chance to hunt the Ghost King. Within seconds, the atmosphere grew tenser. Gu Yeoming reached the 8th floor, where suddenly sounds of fierce combat erupted from deep within the corridor, shattering the stillness. A fleeting thought crossed Gu Yeoming's mind as he quickly headed toward the source of the noise. Before long, his eyes landed on a small group of players locked in fierce combat. They were constantly fending off waves of strange and menacing monsters rushing toward them. Could these be players? Gu Yeoming's mind stirred. Standing a short distance behind the squad, he lightly stroked his chin, his thoughts becoming more active. Given the current game version's progress, it was rare for anyone to have broken through to the 8th level. Realizing this, Gu Yeoming immediately understood these must be top-tier players. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. Maybe we should retreat for now, said a heavily armored player wielding a shield, whose name was Eat My Hemorrhoids. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately blocked wave after wave of monsters, shouting anxiously. According to a recent system alert, the newbie protection period had ended. Dying here meant significant penalties, loss of experience, levels, and even equipment, which was a huge setback. The captain, Blade's Edge, gripped a silver crescent blade tightly, slashing fiercely against the monsters. Blood splattered across his cheeks, and his expression grew grave. At our current levels, breaking through the 8th floor is really tough. Wiping the blood from his face, he turned to the female player nearby. Hurry up and heal, user HP is dropping fast. The female player, Sweettooth, responded immediately, waving her staff. A warm green magical aura blossomed around the team, slowly restoring their health. Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes, noticing the group had all changed classes, their skills far beyond what had expected. Little Angel let out a sigh and whispered, "Let's retreat for now, Captain. We can come back after we level up." The captain sighed helplessly and nodded. Hemorrhoids, hold the line. We'll pull back slowly. Got it. Eat My Hemorrhoids stopped fighting and began to retreat strategically. The group moved back toward the stairwell only to find Gu Yeoming standing there. Blade's Edge froze for a moment before quickly reacting. "You are?" A system warning sounded. Dangerous target detected. Boss level Gu Yeoming. Avoid direct confrontation. Everyone stared in shock at the NPC who had sparked heated debate across the forums. Gu Yeoming himself. He glanced over the players and walked straight to Blade's Edge, extending his hand calmly. "Lend me your blade." Blade's Edge hesitated, then passed his heavy crescent blade over. The stats showed: silver crescent blade, excellent quality, attack 3558, durability 57, level requirement 10, system crafted. A solid melee weapon effective against low-level, strange monsters. Gu Yeoming examined it, raising an eyebrow. Even an excellent quality weapon. Clearly, this squad's strength exceeded expectations. Is it bound? He glanced at Blade's Edge and immediately lost interest, tossing the weapon back casually. Can't let others get free experience. Blade's Edge hurried to catch the blade, bewildered by the NPC's attitude. Well, no weapon is fine too. Gu Yeoming withdrew his Glutton Destroyer sword into the system inventory, stretched his neck lightly, and stepped beside Eat My Hemorrhoids. Step aside. At that moment, the battle was still intense, and the air buzzed with the tension of an imminent explosion. Huh. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Qi Zhuang froze for a moment, then obediently stepped aside. With him out of the way, the eerie monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, ferocious and relentless. Be careful, Blade Edge shouted immediately, trying to warn everyone. A fierce gleam flashed in Gu Ye's eyes as he suddenly threw a punch at the nearest monster, smashing its head to pieces on the spot. But he didn't stop there. He transformed into a grinding machine, wildly throwing punches amid the creature swarm. Each blow landed with flesh-tearing force, limbs and blood spraying everywhere, a scene both brutal and breathtaking. You have slain a low-risk enemy blood ghost, gained 158 experience points. You have slain a medium-risk enemy ghoul, gained 291 experience points. Everyone stared at Gu Ye's merciless rampage, stunned speechless. In that moment, his fierce image was etched deeply into their minds. He's absolutely not someone to provoke. This thought passed through each of them like a silent agreement. Gu Ye casually grabbed a ghoul's head and, thanks to the massive strength granted by his 30-point power boost, crushed it in his hand. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, staining his body, yet his face remained expressionless. He tossed the corpse aside and scanned the surroundings coldly. In just 2 minutes, dozens of monster corpses were piled around his feet, blood pooling into a slick spreading slowly at everyone's feet. Little Angel swallowed nervously and tugged quietly at Blade Edge's sleeve. "Captain, maybe we should retreat quickly." Sweat beaded on Blade Edge's forehead. Wiping it off, he said calmly, "Not yet. Let's see what that NPC is trying to do first." Gu Ye wiped blood from his face with a detached expression and asked flatly, "You're still not leaving?" Clearly, he had no intention of sharing any experience with them. Blade Edge shook his head and stepped forward, trying to reason. "We just want to clear the monsters on this floor. There's no need to exert yourself. We can handle it." "Sounds nice." Gu Ye's eyes sharpened icily. "Isn't it just because you want the experience and rewards? Go back. The monsters upstairs aren't something you can handle." Didn't you see how barely you managed this floor? Suddenly, he brandished a weapon called Gluttonous Destroyer, pointing it at Blade Edge's head, voice cold and sharp. Do I need to say it again? Leave. The murderous intent was so thick it felt like a gun could go off at any moment. Qi Zhuang tapped the captain on the shoulder quietly, warning, he's right, Captain. We struggled a lot just to get through this floor. If we push further, the whole team might be wiped out. Losing some experience is nothing compared to losing levels and gear. Would be in real trouble. Candy also hurriedly chimed in to persuade. All right. In the end, the team reluctantly gave up and chose to retreat silently. Seeing his teammates urging him persistently, Dao Feng Suaji looked at them helplessly and reluctantly nodded with some unwillingness. After all, they made a valid point. This prime spot could only be claimed step by step by those truly capable. But one thing Dao Feng Sui couldn't understand was why Gu Yeoming, that NPC, who neither needed to gain experience nor level up, was so obsessively fixated on a group of monsters. Could there be some other motive behind his actions? With that thought, he sighed, shook his head, and turned to walk down the stairs. When the team leader finally came to his senses, the others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed his lead. Thankfully, they hadn't confronted Gu Yeoming directly at the start, otherwise, they'd likely have met a terrible fate. On the way down, the scene they had just witnessed replayed repeatedly in their minds, each of them quietly grateful. Only after the player team had completely left did Gu Yeoming slowly set down the gluttonous devastator in his hand. He glanced around the empty corridor and weighed the current situation. These people wouldn't return anytime soon. Combining this with the intelligence about the building, he had a clear understanding. The monsters from the first floor up to the 10th were mostly low to mid-risk strange creatures, mere appetizers for someone like him, capable of dispatching them all effortlessly with his fists. However, starting from the 15th floor up to the 25th, the difficulty would spike dramatically. Not only would there be numerous minor monsters pestering him, but also some high-risk strange entities mixed in. The 25th floor was Gu Yeoming's real target, a sinister-level Soul Devil King. Everything he had told the player team was no lie. With their strength, let alone the 25th floor, even reaching the 9th floor was nearly impossible. Shaking his head, Gu Yeoming opened his system inventory and began carefully reviewing his current arsenal of attack methods. The dozens of strange monsters had just slain had dropped several melee weapons. While most were ordinary quality, one stood out as excellent. This weapon, called Corpse Fiend's Fong, had a stable attack power between 40 and 55, plus a special effective 10 chance to poison targets on hit, causing continuous durability damage. It required level 10 to wield. Crafted from the teeth of ghoul-like creatures, it was razor-sharp and incredibly toxic, far surpassing the cold iron blade he previously wielded. Of course, given Gu Yeoming's current level, the weapon's full power was limited, but it was more than enough for clearing out low-level foes. Holding the Corpse Fiend's Fong, he swung it a few times through the air, feeling its excellent balance and sharpness, nodding in satisfaction. At last, he would not have to rely solely on bare fists. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yeoming adjusted his condition to peak state, gripped the Corpse Fiend's Fong with focus, and stepped onto the staircase, heading deeper into the floors. The real conquest was about to begin. Captain, are we really just going to let this go? The others had already reached the front entrance of the building. Little Angel's eye showed a hint of unwillingness as she asked softly. Blade's Edge shook his head, a touch of helplessness in his expression. This building doesn't have our names on it after all, so it's not private property. It's not wrong for whoever's capable to take it. He paused, frowning deeply. What's baffling me is why Gu Yeoming came here in the first place. Sigh. All the previous efforts were for nothing. He sighed, sounding a bit pained. Captain, how about we secretly tip off those guys about Gu Yeoming's location? Suddenly, Wanna Candy spoke up, a sly tone in her voice. Yeah, Captain. Take my hemorrhoids slapped his forehead and quickly agreed. That group, led by Hot Black Tea Sauce, has been fixated on Gu Yeoming's head. If we leak his position and take on the contract to kill him, wouldn't it be a win-win? His eyes sparkled. Blade's Edge slowly shook his head and firmly rejected the idea. No. Why not? Little Angel looked at him suspiciously. Isn't that good? If you want to do it, go ahead, but I absolutely won't participate, Blade's Edge explained. Like Gu Yeoming, I chose the gun swordsman profession. Theoretically, I can still learn skills from him, practically my professional mentor. He turned his head, his expression resolute. So whatever messes with him, I won't get involved. As far as I know, he's the only gun swordsman NPC. I have to keep learning from him. With that, he shook his head and walked away with steady, determined steps. The group fell silent, exchanging glances, all letting out sighs. Little Angel sighed helplessly. Forget it. If the captain doesn't want to do it, we can't force him. After all, we're a team, and we still have to grind monsters together. All right then. Take my hemorrhoids, shook his head as well, then hurried to catch up with Blade's Edge and continued walking forward. Hey, wait for me. Wanna Candy had no objections, keeping close behind, quickening her pace. A few minutes later, amid thick bushes beside the building, 3 players stealthily peeked out, Their eyes locked on the direction Blade's edge and the others had left. "They've gone quite far," said one player named Poet Grip in a low voice. "Did you hear that? Gu Yeoming is hiding inside that building," chimed in Good Sleep. "And the place is crawling with monsters perfect for farming." 7 Stars Entertainment's eyes gleamed with excitement. Poet Grip snorted coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. "Blade's Edge's team is well known among players. Can't believe they're this cowardly." "Exactly. Gu Yeoming alone can't stand against all of us." Good Sleep nodded eagerly. "If we kill him, each of us gets a hefty reward and can even boost our reputation with Moreide Corporation." 7 Stars Entertainment chuckled proudly and casually said, "I've already sent the location to the group. Hot Black Tea Sauce is organizing a big player raid too. Gu Yeoming won't be able to escape this time." Inside the building, on the 19th floor, in the main hall. At this moment, Gu Yeoming was completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Around him, all kinds of eerie monsters let out piercing howls, their eyes full of bloodthirsty greed as they lunged wildly toward him. His gaze was cold and resolute. With a swift stroke, he sliced off the head of a pale-faced creature behind him. The sharp blade cut through the air, leaving a chilling gleam. Before he could catch his breath, several otherworldly terror wolves suddenly attacked from all directions, their strikes empowered with extra damage. Gu Yeoming's expression hardened. Holding the corpse demon Fong, he spun it and released a razor-sharp blade aura. Centered on him, the blade aura cleaved through the air, instantly severing the terror wolves into 2 halves, blood splattering everywhere. A system notification popped up. "You have killed a mid-danger level white-faced human, gaining 239 experience points. You have killed a mid-danger level otherworld terror wolf, gaining 255 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 24. Current unassigned attribute points, 4. Exhaling deeply. Having cleared all the strange monsters on this floor, Gu Yeoming wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, breathing heavily. The continuous fierce battles had drained most of his strength, but the rewards were substantial. Fighting his way from the 9th to the 19th floor, he had leveled up twice. He quickly allocated 2 points each to agility and stamina, finally balancing strength and agility. His attribute panel showed strength, 30, agility, 30, spirit, 14, stamina, 24. Current unassigned points, 0. Level D. Status, lightly injured, fatigued, hungry. Max HP, 671880. Glancing at his health, Gu Yeoming casually sat down on a nearby corpse, letting his breathing steady. Then he pulled some food from his system inventory. "You have consumed a common grade bread, restoring 10 HP. You have consumed a common grade mineral water, restoring 5 HP. After replenishing, his status improved slightly, raising his current HP to 811880. He let out a long breath, rolled his shoulders and wrists, gripped the corpse demon Fong tightly, and stood up to press on to the next floor. Outside the tall building, on the steps, Hot Red Tea Sauce stared intently at the surging tide of players advancing toward them, excitement shining in his eyes. Finally, the chance was here. Let's see where Gu Yeoming can run this time. He snorted confidently. Poet holding quick steps hurried over to Hot Red Tea Sauce and smiled, fishing for praise. "Boss, the 3 of us did pretty well this time, right?" Hot Red Tea Sauce nodded with satisfaction and patted Poet Holding's shoulder. 50,000 has already been sent to your accounts. Don't forget to check in reality." Poet Holding and the others thanked him repeatedly, their eyes filled with excitement. As expected of Boss Hot Red Tea Sauce, having money really gives you confidence. Poet Holding laughed uncontrollably. With a wave of his hand, Hot Red Tea Sauce commanded, "All right everyone, charge in with me." He dashed into the building first, the army following closely behind, their momentum overwhelming. The roaring tide of players stormed into the building like a tempest, ready to unleash another fierce battle. 6th floor, 9th floor, 13th floor. Hot Red Tea Sauce climbed continuously up to the 13th floor, searching all around, but still found no trace of Gu Yeoming. The ground was littered with strangely shaped monster corpses, densely covering the floor. Seeing this scene, Hot Red Tea Sauce's eyelids twitched slightly, not out of fear, but pain, for so much experience was being wasted in vain. "Are you sure Gu Yeoming is really on these floors?" He couldn't help but ask. "Absolutely." The poet gripped his weapon tightly, nodding vigorously. "Boss, if Gu Yeoming's not here, then he must be on one of the floors above." Hot Red Tea Sauce sighed, said nothing more, and turned to run up the stairs to higher levels. 24th floor. Gu Yeoming sat against the wall, covered in blood, breathing heavily. The floor around him was piled high with monster corpses. His palm clenched tightly around the severed head of a strange creature. Up to this point, he had slain over 100 monsters on this floor, including 3 high-risk level beasts. The largest monster's health had been chopped down to just 522 points. His current status showed he was injured and exhausted. Facing 3 high-risk monsters along with hundreds of low and mid-risk ones constantly harassing him, even he could not clear the floor unscathed. Moreover, his stamina was seriously depleted. "Can't keep fighting, he'd need to rest a while." Gu Yeoming murmured, slumping down, weariness flooding over him. Having fought from the 9th floor to here, his stamina was almost completely drained. If he didn't recover, rushing to the 25th floor to face the Soul Ghost King might not last even a minute. The gap between high-risk and demoneer ranks was a huge dividing line. Even in his prime, battling the Soul Ghost King was no easy feat. Thinking this, he resigned himself to resting and focused on catching his breath, making every second count to recover stamina. During the break, he opened his system backpack. Various pieces of equipment lay quietly inside. Among them, a newly dropped piece of superior quality gear caught his eye, a necklace with a translucent red gem pendant. He summoned the necklace, and a system interface popped up displaying detailed stats. Blood tier of resentment. Quality, superior. Attack power, 50100. Additional effect, 8 chance to cause enemies to hallucinate when attacking. Additional negative effect, while worn, suffers 20 manic blood ghost negative emotion. If mental points exceed 20, this effect can be ignored. Remaining durability, 100. Level requirement, 18. Source, low chance drop from high-risk manic blood ghost. Description, the ultimate manifestation of the manic blood ghost's fury. Wearing it makes the intense anger palpable. This was clearly an amplifier-type equipment offering powerful boosts, but carrying non-negligible side effects. Gu Yeoming looked carefully at the necklace and put it on without hesitation. You have equipped superior quality blood tier of resentment. Mental point check in progress. Failed. A stifling atmosphere seemed to fill the air. The hidden negative effect began to erode his consciousness. Unfortunately, your mental points stand at 14, insufficient to suppress the negative effects brought on by this equipment. Without negative effects, the equipment requires 20 mental points to wear. The moment Gu Yeoming put it on, he felt a surge of overwhelming rage rising uncontrollably within him. His eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, and his expression turned somewhat ferocious. After a minute, Gu Yeoming slowly adjusted to the changes caused by the negative effects. His expression returned to normal as he exhaled heavily, trying not to let the emotions cloud his judgment. 20% still bearable. Just as Gu Yeoming breathed out, pleased with the boost, a sudden clatter of footsteps came from the nearby staircase. Startled by the rapid footsteps, Gu Yeoming quickly realized someone was coming. The same player team from before? No, judging by the intensity of the sound, it wasn't just a few people. Rahong Chaji was the first to step onto the floor of the 24th level. He quickly scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted Gu Yeoming resting against the wall amid piles of monster corpses. A broad smile lit up Rahong Chaji's face as he exclaimed with relief and excitement. Gu Yeoming, got you at last. Before Gu Yeoming could respond, Rahong Chaji cast a reconnaissance skill on him. You have used reconnaissance skill on boss level Gu Yeoming. Scouting in progress success. Due to a large level gap, only 30 of boss level Gu Yeoming's status panel is revealed to you. Boss level Gu Yeoming's status panel. Strength, agility, spirit, endurance, level, main class, subclass, gun swordsman, active skills, passive skills, combat mastery I, vehicle expert 3, gunmanship master I, swordsmanship master 2, saber master 2, agility master I, current level, D, current status, injured, exhausted, HP, 522,880, still injured and exhausted? Rahong Chaji's delighted expression grew wider as he looked at Gu Yeoming's panel. The heavens are on my side. Gu Yeoming, where do you think you can run this time? Escaping from such a high floor was only possible through the staircase behind him, and a large group of players was already gathered there. With a smug grin, Rahong Chaji declared, Gu Yeoming, you're not going anywhere now. Gu Yeoming stared blankly at the proudly triumphant Rahong Chaji, pondering deeply. He had expected players to come after hearing the commotion sooner or later, but not this quickly. How did they know his location? Could it be that the player team he had driven off before had betrayed him? At his peak, dealing with them would have been no challenge at all. But in his current state, facing these shrewd players was extremely difficult. Unlike strange monsters, these players had superior intelligence. Without overwhelming power, conventional tactics wouldn't work against them. What should he do now? At this moment, even Gu Yeoming, a top-tier expert who had once been unstoppable on the PvP battlefield, found himself trapped in an almost impossible predicament. Before him stood an overwhelming sea of players, hundreds, maybe even thousands, surging like a tide to completely encircle the entire building. Gu Yeoming's situation was bleak beyond measure. No advantageous terrain, no viable escape routes, and every corridor firmly blocked. Inside the building, enemies held every inch, leaving Gu Yeoming truly besieged on all sides. Gu Yeoming, surrender now. Standing nearby, Hot Red T-Jiang wore a smug, mocking smile, fully aware of Gu Yeoming's plight. His expression dripped with contempt as he lowered his voice and said pointedly, you don't appreciate how privileged you are at Moreide Company. Betraying us was a dead end from the start. Then, his tone softened subtly. But if you come back with us, the company might spare your life. His words carried a hidden agenda, just a ploy to gain extra rewards. After all, capturing Gu Yeoming alive would double the bounty. Gu Yeoming remained silent. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze was calm, steady, and locked onto Hot Red Tijiang. That unnerving composure made Hot Red Tijiang's brow furrow deeply. An ominous feeling crept over him. Surrounded like this, and he's acting all cocky? Fearing losing control of the situation or driven by that dark premonition, Hot Red Tijiang abruptly abandoned the plan to take Gu Yeoming alive. He sighed, fine, if he's gonna die, he's gonna die. Less reward, but whatever. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and ordered the players, charge. Like a dam breaking, hundreds surged forward violently towards Gu Yeoming. Hot Red Tijiang's satisfied grin widened as he confidently stared. Let's see how you handle a crowd like this. Yet Gu Yeoming remained utterly unshaken, his cold eyes sweeping across the attacking wave as if facing lifeless corpses. Quietly, he murmured to himself, so be it. To everyone's shock, 2 last-timed grenades suddenly appeared in his open palms. That's... Hot Red Tijiang's eyes snapped wide with alarm, his whole body tensing. Shouting urgently, he ordered, block him. Don't let him throw those grenades. But Gu Yeoming's lips curled into a faint, icy smile, a flash of steel shining in his eyes. In the next instant, he flung both grenades precisely into midair. Time seemed to stretch as Hot Red Tijiang fixed his gaze on the ticking grenades, his inner anxiety rising to a fever pitch. Boom. The explosion erupted suddenly, engulfing the entire floor in roaring flames. The blaze rolled like a massive wave, nearly swallowing every path to the stairwell. The powerful shockwave threw the closest players into the air, many torn apart instantly, blood splattered across the ground. The fierce blast had barely faded when the whole building began to shake violently. Years of neglect revealed themselves as walls cracked and supports loosened, the entire structure teetering on the edge of collapse. Rumble, rumble. Within seconds, the entire building shook violently as the walls of the 24th floor suddenly cracked open, revealing an unobstructed view of the outside. Then a deafening roar erupted from the top floor. The abyssal soul demon king had appeared. With bone-chilling crackling sounds, the ceiling fractured, and a strange, shadowy figure, transparent and surrounded by purple ghostly flames, plummeted down from above. The moment the abyssal soul demon king landed, his gaze locked onto the stream of players pouring in. Another roar burst forth as the ghost flames around him suddenly surged like a furious storm sweeping toward the players. A warning blared. This fearsome creature had activated the skill Ashen Ghost Fire. The flames, like all-consuming infernos, swept across the area, instantly turning any player they touched to ash, their bodies utterly destroyed. Where the hell did this monster come from? Hot Ti-Cha demanded, panic rising in his voice as he desperately tried to command the overwhelmed players amid the chaos. Suddenly, his gaze snapped toward Gu Yeoming's direction. There stood Gu Yeoming at the edge of the broken wall. The outside cold wind, sharp as blades, blasted in and whipped his cloak violently. Expressionless, his dark, deep eyes were like calm, unfathomable pools. Hot Ti-Cha's pupils suddenly constricted as an incredible thought flashed through his mind. No way could he really dare? Sure enough, Gu Yeoming suddenly summoned the tooth of the corpse demon and leapt off. He literally jumped down from the shattered upper floor, a wildly reckless act. Damn! Hot Ti-Cha ground his teeth, watching in horror and disbelief as Gu Yeoming plunged downward, a mix of dread and unwillingness combusting inside him. He dashed to where Gu Yeoming had stood and peered down. Gu Yeoming was plummeting rapidly through the air, seemingly destined to be crushed. Yet in the next moment, he drove the tooth of the corpse demon fiercely into the building's wall, carving a long, deep gouge in the vertical surface. Within seconds, Gu Yeoming landed steadily and unharmed. Such was the grace of a master of body techniques. Hot Ti-Cha's eyes bloodshot, his face muscles twitching with tension and excitement. Clenching his fists, he slammed them onto the floor with a grimace that barely concealed his shock and rage. Gu Yeoming. At that moment, a sudden burst of intense ghost fire surged toward Hot Ti-Cha, instantly engulfing and burning him to ash. Then the whole building finally gave way, slowly collapsing with a thunderous crash as clouds of thick smoke and flying dust filled the area. Gu Yeoming deftly dodged falling debris until he reached a safe zone and stopped to catch his breath. At that time, a flood of system notifications surged through his mind, warning of unknown changes and new challenges ahead. An indirect kill was confirmed. Player Waluda Lei was defeated, granting 133 experience points. Immediately after, player Shirun Wichi was also slain, adding another 90 experience points. A continuous stream of system notifications echoed relentlessly in Gu Yeoming's mind. He exhaled softly, feeling a portion of his stamina slowly return. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have gained 2 free attribute points to assign to Spirit. Without hesitation, Gu Yeoming allocated all the points to Spirit, knowing full well that many upcoming buff items often carry negative side effects. Boosting Spirit now was crucial to counter those drawbacks. A sudden roar bellowed from nearby, instantly capturing Gu Yeoming's attention. Could it be the soulless Ghost King? His thoughts sharpened, settling rapidly. The complete collapse of the high-rise had clearly dealt significant damage to the creature. From the monster intel previously gathered, the soulless Ghost King despised light. With the building now fallen, it was exposed with no cover, suffering ongoing burning pain. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. The body of his weapon, the gluttonous destroyer, shimmered with a faint purple glow. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the source of the roar. Within less than a minute, he reached cover about 10 meters from the Ghost King. The creature staggered wildly, clutching its head and fleeing in fits, crackling with burning sounds as persistent damage continued to afflict it. Calmly, Gu Yeoming activated his scouting skill, locking onto the target. Recon target, Uncanny Tier Soulless Ghost King. Recon successful. Attribute panel. Level 40. Health 2955-3587. Strength 43. Agility 35. Spirit 40. Vitality 45. Active skills: Ghostfire Ashes, Demon Regeneration, Paranormal Fright. Passive skills: Immune to physical attacks, Devour Heal, 30 damage resistance. Current grade, D. Status: Burning, Frenzied. Assessment: Dangerous. Highly aggressive. Avoid engagement unless necessary. As expected, Gu Yeoming muttered, eyes narrowing at the system screen. The prior collapse and ongoing burning had drained roughly 600 health points. Uncanny Tier Soulless Ghost King is under negative status. Burning. Burning effect persists, losing 3 health per second. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the target, the grip on his gun tightening with resolve. The perfect timing and advantage of surroundings meant that, even though his stamina was not fully replenished, he stood a very good chance of killing it. Around him lay scattered severed limbs of numerous players. Few survivors struggled miserably among the rubble. Witnessing the grim scene, a fierce determination lit Gu Yeoming's eyes as he quickly formulated a combat strategy. No time for hesitation raised the gluttonous destroyer, aiming its muzzle at the Ghost King's head. You have activated skill, Bullet Enchantment. Enchantment effect, Ghost-type Bullet Enchantment, granting elemental damage highly effective against all uncanny monsters. As the skill triggered, the entire body of the gluttonous destroyer was enveloped in flickering purple light. In the next instant, boom, accompanied by a furious roar piercing the air, the Devourer's deafening gunfire erupted. The enchanted bullet ripped through the silence like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, flying straight toward the head of the Soul Wraith King. The shot hit with pinpoint accuracy, and the piercing sensation was immediate. Though the damage was reduced by 30 due to resistance, it still inflicted 298 points of harm to this sinister-level Soul Wraith King. Unlike ordinary monsters, these ghostly creatures did not bleed when struck. Instead, their entire bodies began to grow increasingly transparent. The lower their health, the more see-through they became. When their life was drained completely, the spirits would simply vanish into thin air. Now, as the Soul Wraith King endured the gunshot, the transparency of its form visibly intensified, as if part of its substance had been siphoned away. Roar. Pain racked the Soul Wraith King, forcing it to clutch its head tightly. Its blood-red, pupil-like eyes locked fiercely onto Gu Yeoming not far away. Immediately after, the ghost flames surrounding it surged wildly like untethered beasts, lunging straight at Gu Yeoming. Suddenly, the system alert blared. Warning. Sinister-level Soul Wraith King has activated skill, Ghostfire Ash. Please evade promptly. Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly, vanishing in an instant and sliding close along the shattered cover around him. The ghost flames moved with terrifying speed, bolstered by 30 agility points, nearly locking onto his trajectory. Whoosh, the ghost fire zipped forward, slamming into a massive rock behind Gu Yeoming and instantly melting it into searing molten liquid. The intense heat made Gu Yeoming's eyelids twitch slightly, but he refused to stop, weaving rapidly through a maze of broken stone fragments. With cover dwindling fast, Gu Yeoming made a decisive move. He grabbed a half-conscious, struggling player from the ground, and without hesitation, hurled him directly into the onrushing ghost flames. The player's face drained pale, utterly stunned. As the ghost fire barreled toward him, his pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted, "Gu Yeoming, damn you!" Before finishing his words, he was engulfed by the flames, dissolving into a puddle of blood midair. Boom. The ghost fire dissipated completely. Seizing the opportune moment, Gu Yeoming raised the Devourer high and unleashed a flurry of shots. The muzzle flash illuminated half the sky as bullets rained down unexpectedly, each striking the Soul Wraith King's head with thunderous headshots. Despite the 30 resistance, the attacks still dealt 311 points of damage. The Soul Wraith King clutched its head in agony, squeezing its eyes shut. Its body instantly grew more transparent, as if on the verge of fading away entirely. Sensing this tactic wasn't enough, the Blood-Red King's eyes blazed with fury. Letting out a furious roar, it charged suddenly at Gu Yeoming. Facing this sinister-level monster's blitz, Gu Yeoming stayed calm and composed. He took several steps back quickly, putting distance between them. The massive gap in their attributes made it clear that only by keeping steady distance and chipping away carefully could he survive. Boom boom. The Soul Wraith King closed in relentlessly, its roar shaking the air. Yet Gu Yeoming's gun never faltered. The continuous gunfire poured out like torrential rain, forming an invisible barrage that desperately shredded the foe's health bit by bit. However, the Nethersoul Demon King had clearly grown more alert. Its figure flickered like a ghost, dodging back and forth with eerie agility. Multiple bullets shot out rapidly, but were all expertly evaded. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming silently cursed to himself. This is going to be a real problem. Sha Gui-level monsters represent a critical dividing line among all bizarre creatures. Not only are their powers vastly enhanced, but their intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary strange beasts. They can never be treated like average foes. On top of that, his own stamina was already on the brink. He couldn't afford such careless waste of energy anymore. In a flash of insight, Gu Yeoming suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Within just 2 seconds, the Nethersoul Demon King had launched a surprise attack and appeared right before him. With a furious roar, it split its body into 2 massive claws, swinging fiercely toward him. Gu Yeoming barely twisted aside, letting the giant claw slam mercilessly into the ground beside him. The immense force cracked the earth beneath with a shattering sound. It was as if he had seen through all the Demon King's attack patterns. Whether it was a frontal strike, sideways dodge, or sweeping blow, each time it struck, Gu Yeoming evaded effortlessly, moving with precise control. The Demon King's movements began to falter as frustration built. Roaring fiercely, it raised both claws simultaneously and slammed them down with tremendous force. A thunderous boom rang out as the ground split open, a deep chasm forming as if the earth itself was torn apart. Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly, leaping out of the way of the crushing blow, but he didn't miss the opening left behind. The pause after the giant claw strike was a perfect moment. Raising his weapon, the Devouring Destroyer, he fired several precise shots in rapid succession, hitting the Demon King's head squarely. The system coolly reported, "You have dealt 355 damage to the Sha Gui-level Nethersoul Demon King. You have dealt 321 damage to the Sha Gui-level Nethersoul Demon King. The Sha Gui-level Nethersoul Demon King's maximum HP is now only 1241 points, severely wounded." The Nethersoul Demon King twisted its face in pain, clutching its head frantically, clearly driven close to madness. Immediately, a system alert sounded. Warning: the Sha Gui-level Nethersoul Demon King has entered a frenzied state, activating the skills Ghostly Reappearance and Paranormal Terror. In the next moment, several sinister, defiant little ghosts rapidly emerged from within the Demon King's body, lunging at Gu Yeoming like razor-sharp claws. Gu Yeoming prepared to dodge, but suddenly his resistance to Paranormal Terror failed. Immunity was disabled. Repeated system warnings blared as the scene before his eyes warped drastically. He seemed trapped in an unbearably narrow chamber, thick with a dense, eerie aura. Ghostly spirits stared at him with hollow eyes, encircling him tightly. The negative status paranormal illusion swiftly took effect, multiple whispering voices bombarding his mind, freezing his thoughts instantly. In reality, Gu Yeoming's plan dodge abruptly stiffened and stalled, the brief moment of hesitation becoming his greatest vulnerability. The little ghosts swarmed, fiercely grabbing hold of him and screaming for aid to the Nethersoul Demon King. Seeing this, the Demon King let out a deafening roar, its massive claws clenched tightly. With the violent sound of raging wind, it swung its claws powerfully at Gu Yeoming. With a resonant impact, the heavy claw slammed hard against Gu Yeoming's body. The moment he was hit, Gu Yeoming's vision instantly cleared, but the blow nearly plunged him into darkness. He was blasted like a cannonball, tracing a long arc through the air at high speed before crashing heavily into the ground not far away, creating a massive crater on impact. A system alert flashed. Sha-level Alien Soul Ghost King has dealt 190 damage to you. Warning: your health is down to 322 points. You are now in critical condition. Pain surged through him, and Gu Yeoming coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, ears ringing with a thunderous roar, his mind swimming in chaos. His sight blurred again before slowly coming back into focus after several seconds. Multiple ribs were fractured, his internal organs violently shaken, yet he was still barely able to fight for survival. This was already the best outcome he could hope for. Supporting himself into a sitting position, he pressed a hand to his forehead, gasping for air, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the smug Alien Soul Ghost King nearby. Luckily, that had only been a physical attack. If it had been the Ghost Fire Ash skill, he probably would have been burned to ashes by now. I have to raise my spirit power quickly. I can't let negative states finish me off. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Gu Yeoming forced himself to stand, exhaling heavily. His body was still functional, giving him one last sliver of hope. The Ghost King had just used its terrifying spiritual skill and wouldn't be able to use it again soon. Gu Yeoming calculated silently, knowing he had to seize this brief opportunity to strike back fast. It's either him or me. That thought instantly ignited a murderous fury in his eyes. His aura sharpened to a razor's edge. Seeing this, the alien soul Ghost King let out a furious roar and charged at him with blinding speed. Gu Yeoming's cold gleam was almost perfectly aligned with the charging Ghost King. He didn't retreat. Instead, he met his opponent's rush heat. Within seconds, the two collided. Facetto-facete Ghost King swung a massive claw in a furious strike. Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly, dodging aside while drawing on an extra 30 points of strength to explosively leap into the air. His weapon, the Gluttony Destroyer, unleashed a barrage of rapid fire from its muzzle. System alerts flashed. You have dealt 330 damage to Shell-level Alien Soul Ghost King. You have dealt 351 damage. Target's max health is now down to 421, in mortal peril. 2 shots struck true, and the once overconfident Ghost King lost all hope. Fear showed in its eyes for the first time. With a pained scream, it fled at full speed in the opposite direction. Gu Yeoming didn't rush to pursue. Instead, he landed steadily and quickly summoned the Model 20 large-caliber sniper rifle from his system inventory. Crouching low, he adjusted the scope carefully and locked onto the Ghost King's head. Thanks to his master marksman passive skill, no matter the distance so long as it was within range, his bullets were guaranteed to hit precisely. The next moment, boom, a deafening gunshot echoed across the empty area. The heavy bullet tore through the air and struck the Ghost King's skull directly. The system calmly reported, critical hit. You have dealt 421 damage to Shell-level Alien Soul Ghost King. You have successfully killed the target. Gu Yeoming gained 7,483 experience points and obtained 2 quality-grade pieces of equipment: Weeping Ghost and Soul Gloves. He also picked up 10 mid-level health potions and 5 anti-fatigue potions as drops. The loot from the Sha Gui level monsters was truly on a whole different level compared to those from the lower level ones. Retracting his sniper rifle back into his backpack, his gaze fell on the system screen flashing the loot notifications, and despite his fatigue, a faint smile crept across his face. The health and anti-fatigue potions were exactly the supplies he needed most right now. Without hesitation, he pulled several health potions straight from the system backpack and gulped them down. The peach flavor was subtly sweet and surprisingly smooth. His body quickly absorbed the effects, and the system prompted, "You have used 3 mid-level health potions, restoring 600 health points. You have recovered to full health." A green glow rapidly enveloped him, and within seconds, every old wound was healed as if brand new. But recovering his wounds was only the first step. Replenishing his stamina was equally urgent. Thinking of this, Gu Yeoming took out a few anti-fatigue potions and drank them as well. Immediately, he felt as if countless heavy chains had been lifted from his body, leaving him much lighter and more energized. The system notified, "You have restored your stamina." Taking a deep breath, Gu Yeoming slowly stood up. Finally, he had the leisure to focus on the 2 freshly dropped quality pieces of equipment. The centerpiece, of course, was the high-grade melee weapon he had long dreamed of. Quality, grade Weeping Ghost. Quality, superior. Attack power, 100155. Additional effect, comes with a ghostly enchantment that deals 50 extra damage to ghost-type monsters. Remaining durability, 100. Level requirement, 20. Source, rare drop from killing Sha Gui level Yihan Ghost King. Review, a sharp blade specially designed for hunting ghosts. Weeping Ghost was shaped like a slender longsword, primarily dark purple-black, with a faint purple magical glow shimmering along the blade. Gu Yeoming summoned the sword and practiced a few slashes, nodding with satisfaction. With Weeping Ghost in hand, his weakness in close combat was finally resolved, but it was a pity he didn't get an even rarer epic-level drop. The ultra-rare item that dropped only with a tiny chance from the Yihan Ghost King still eluded him. His luck wasn't quite there yet. Resigned, he turned his attention to the other piece of equipment. Quality, grade Soul Gloves. Quality, superior. Bonus health, 200. Additional effects, 10 speed, 10 resistance. Remaining durability, 100. Level requirement, 20. Source, chance drop from killing Sha Gui level Yihan Ghost King. Review, a very rare buff glove with no side effects. The gloves were jet black and looked no different from ordinary black gloves. Yet when Gu Yeoming looked at them, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. After all, this was a buff item with no downsides, and those were incredibly rare drops. Although the bonuses to speed and resistance were just 10, their life-saving impact in critical moments would be significant. The frustration from not getting an epic weapon faded away in an instant. He silently acknowledged that while the drop rate for equipment was already high, the chances of getting buff attributes were extremely scarce. Getting a perfect buff glove like this was truly a fortunate stroke. He packed away Weeping Ghost and the Soul Gloves with a determined gaze, ready to face the challenges ahead. You have equipped the Soul Gloves at a high level, boosting your maximum health by 200, increasing overall speed by 10, and improving resistance by 10. With the Soul Gloves on, Gu Yeoming's maximum health now reaches 1,080 points, comfortably surpassing the 1,000-point mark. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze toward the system inventory. The screen was nearly filled with items in the system backpack. Over 100 common grade pieces of equipment, more than a dozen excellent grade ones, and countless monster drop materials. The spoils from this raid were certainly rich. Just as Gu Yeoming quietly congratulated himself, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly echoed from behind him. His pupils contracted instantly, and he reacted swiftly, raising his sword defensively behind him. Bang! The sword's blade rang with a sudden impact. Squinting to see what had struck him, he found a bullet had been stopped dead by his sword, and then ricocheted off, falling to the ground a short distance away. Glancing down at the bullet, Gu Yeoming immediately turned his head to look behind him. Not far off, a large group of respawn players was quickly gathering. Standing up front, fully restored, was Hot Red Tea Sauce. At this moment, Hot Red Tea Sauce held a pistol, smoke still rising from its muzzle, clearly having just fired the shot. Despite the situation, Gu Yeoming showed no surprise it had been expected. These players would never give up easily, though he hadn't anticipated them moving so quickly. Like a persistent ghost, he watched expressionlessly as more and more players gathered, gripping his Morning Ghost sword tightly. Having just fully recovered his health and stamina, he no longer needed to evade anyone. Hot Red Tea Sauce frowned, staring at Gu Yeoming's stats with a trace of doubt. Earlier, he had clearly seen Gu Yeoming wounded and exhausted, but now he was already fully restored and in perfect condition, with his maximum health even exceeding 1,000 points. Seeing Gu Yeoming's formidable state, Hot Red Tea Sauce clenched the pistol he had purchased with civilization points. He had thought that one shot earlier would critically injure Gu Yeoming, but to his surprise, Gu Yeoming reacted so swiftly and with such speed that he actually deflected the bullet. Rage began to burn inside Hot Red Tea Sauce. Mixing with the lingering sting of sorrow and anger over the experience points Gu Yeoming had dropped upon death, intensifying his desire to kill. Charge! He shouted furiously, aiming the pistol at Gu Yeoming. As his words fell, the crowd of players behind him raised their weapons, charging forward fiercely toward Gu Yeoming. There was no fear in Gu Yeoming's eyes. He flicked out a sword technique casually and advanced steadily forward. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as Hot Red Tea Sauce fired again. Gu Yeoming turned his head slightly, and the bullet whizzed past, grazing his cheek and flying behind him. Hot Red Tea Sauce stared in disbelief at the scene, a ridiculous thought flashing through his mind. This guy actually can react and deflect bullets. Just as Hot Black Tea Sauce was still dazed, Gu Yeoming had already charged into the crowd of players. Moving with incredible agility, the Grief Ghost blade in his hand sliced through the air with precise arcs. Wherever it struck, limbs and body parts flew, blood splattered everywhere in an instant. I was killed instantly. How is the damage so high? Come on, guys, keep up. The players shouted loudly, rushing at Gu Yeoming without hesitation. As swords clashed, Gu Yeoming let out a low shout, suddenly accelerating to an even faster speed. He swung out several fierce sword energies toward the front. The sword winds tore through the air, leaving no grass unscathed wherever they passed. Countless players blocking his path were cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground. What? The surviving players stared in shock at the scene. Sword energy? Is this some kind of immortal cultivation game? But Gu Yeoming gave them no time to think. Like a ghost, he darted through the enemies, slicing players around him until they lay in bloody pieces. Within just 3 minutes, half the players were already dead. System prompts rang ceaselessly in his mind. You have killed a player, gaining 140 experience points. You have killed the player Bu Xiangcai, gaining 166 experience points. You have successfully leveled up. Gu Yeoming's face remained expressionless as he swung his sword like painting brushstroke showcasing the masterful elegance of a sword master. Not far away, Hot Black Tea Sauce kept firing his gun repeatedly, but Gu Yeoming dodged every shot effortlessly. Sweat dampened his forehead as he felt powerless. He had thought his pistol could at least pose a threat, but he couldn't even land a hit. Gu Yeoming easily parried one attack, and with a single kick sent that player flying into the air. A trace of anger flickered across Gu Yeoming's face as he faced this frenzied horde chasing him. Come on then, he thought. They'll kill you all until you lose levels. Fueled by killing intent, his speed surged to another level. He became almost a blur, weaving swiftly through the players, leaving gore and shattered bodies in his wake. Especially you. Gu Yeoming's cold gaze locked onto Hot Black Tea Sauce, not far off. After slaughtering everyone blocking his path, he charged straight toward him. Hot Black Tea Sauce took step after step back, panic growing. No way. Am I about to lose experience again? Why is he targeting me? As the players in front of him fell one by one, Gu Yeoming, drenched in blood, stood before him, his dark eyes icy and merciless. Though he knew it was just a game and death brought no real pain, Hot Black Tea Sauce still felt a bone-chilling dread from that gaze. Die! Hot Black Tea Sauce gritted his teeth and fired furiously at Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming shifted slightly, and the bullets whooshed past his side. Damn, he can dodge even this close. Hot black tea sauce looked despairingly at the mountain of player corpses at his feet and sighed. Just kill me already. Before he could say more, Gu Yeoming grabbed his head with one hand. Powered by 30 points of strength enhancement, he easily lifted him into the air. Gu Yeoming glanced at him coldly. Then in the next instant squelch, he crushed hot black tea sauce's skull with his bare hand, blood spraying everywhere. Effortlessly tossing the corpse aside, Gu Yeoming glanced back at the battlefield. There wasn't a single surviving player left in sight. Gu Yeoming had achieved a complete and utter victory. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, causing him to frown slightly before opening his system panel. The massive experience gained from defeating the Soul Fiend King, combined with the experience from wiping out those players, had pushed his level up once again. He was now at level 26. Without hesitation, he allocated all of his earned attribute points into Spirit. His recent battle with the Soul Fiend King had taught him that Spirit was now more crucial than strength or agility, whether facing high-level bizarre monsters or enduring debilitating effects cast by powerful NPCs. Spirit effectively resisted interference. Gu Yeoming wiped the fresh blood from his face and exhaled slowly. He didn't rush to leave the battlefield. Instead, he sat on the corpse of a fallen player and waited quietly. He wanted to see if those hostile players were truly prepared to fight to the very end. At that moment, the chat group where Hot Red Tea Sauce was located exploded with activity. No way, you don't eat cilantro? How do you expect to fight like that? I get killed as soon as I show myself. I'm not even sure if I lost 0.5 of my HP. Take them on one by one, damn it. My gear dropped, huh? Little Bear Biscuit's not coming anymore. He died twice and dropped a level. I'm so upset. The atmosphere in the group instantly tensed up as many players refused to continue ambushing Gu Yeoming. After the brutal battles twice over, some lucky players not only gained plenty of experience, but also dropped gear. With the newbie protection period long over, nearly everyone had become extremely cautious, unwilling to take any further risks. Fully revived with full health, Hot Red Tea Sauce returned to the spawn point and sighed while staring at the flood of incoming messages in the chat. Had lost experience, and dying again this time would likely drop his level. But his gear should be okay, right? He opened his system backpack to find the pistol he had recently bought. His eyes landed on the empty inventory, and he froze. No way. Where's my pistol? That big pistol of mine. His expression crumbled immediately, finally realizing his gear had been looted. My pistol. Half an hour passed, and except for a handful of enraged players who had lost control, Gu Yeoming didn't encounter that large hostile group again. He shook his head in mild disappointment. Slowly standing up, he stretched his aching limbs, put away the weeping ghost weapon into his system backpack, and then headed toward the numbered region. After such prolonged fierce fighting, it was time to rest properly. At this very moment, unaware to him, his exploits were causing another uproar on the player forum. The weeping ghost weapon stats were the subject of intense debate, with folks like Mei Yun, Xiao Su, Hang Jiao, and others chiming in heavily within the community. If anyone has thoughts, feel free to keep discussing it in the group. Lastly, dear Godfathers, please leave your reviews without being sensitive, okay? The controversy continued to brew, while Gu Yeoming walked forward with steady, resolute steps. In the wilderness, the Blade Squad stood still, their eyes fixed on the massive plume of smoke rising in the distant sky. Captain, the building collapsed. Could Gu Yeoming really have been crushed to death? Little Angel stared blankly into the distance before turning to ask. Blade Squad's captain furrowed his brow, carefully observing the area. I'm not sure. No, wait. Check the player forum. Suddenly, Want Candy shouted. Everyone immediately brought up the system interface and quickly opened the player forum. On the homepage of the Blue Technology Forum, a video took the most prominent spot. Gu Yeoming unleashes power, massacres players. Seeing the headline, the group exchanged surprised looks. Could it be that after we left, other players tried to pick a fight with Gu Yeoming? Blade Squad's captain scratched his head, then opened the video without further hesitation. On screen, Hot Red Tea Sauce was confronting Gu Yeoming. Blade Squad's captain raised an eyebrow. Gu Yeoming clearly looked to be in bad shape and should have been overwhelmed and killed by other players. Yet the title claimed otherwise. A minute later, Gu Yeoming pulled out 2 grenades. Blade Squad's captain's pupils constricted sharply. He had guessed Gu Yeoming's intent. Sure enough, the Soul Ghost King suddenly burst into the battlefield. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gu Yeoming leapt out the window. Hot Red Tea Sauce's terrified expression was fully captured by the camera. Wait, what? Eat my hemorrhoid widened his eyes. Is Gu Yeoming really that bold? Isn't he afraid of falling to his death from a single mistake? He's a master of agility, Blade Squad's captain said with shining eyes. It's precisely because he's a master of agility that he dared to jump out like that. When all escape routes are blocked, to still pull off something like this, Gu Yeoming really is something. His voice was filled with admiration. The others exchanged glances, silently thinking the captain was becoming a little fanboy of Gu Yeoming. So far in the video, Gu Yeoming only seems to be escaping. The title doesn't match the content at all, Little Angel said, stroking his chin. Maybe it's in the second half of the video? No sooner had he finished speaking than the scene switched. The camera showed Gu Yeoming holding the Cry Ghost blade, expressionless as he walked slowly forward. The oppressive aura radiated through the screen. So he's safe after all, Blade Squad's captain muttered. Then he frowned. But why did his condition suddenly improve so much? Could there be a large time gap between these two parts of the video? Before he could figure it out, Gu Yeoming blurred into a shadow and instantly charged into the group of players. Sword flashes flew, and blood splattered everywhere. Within minutes, the video abruptly cut to black, clearly signaling that Gu Yeoming had defeated the player with a single sword strike. The sword's flash in the footage was so powerful that "Eat my hemorrhoids" widened his eyes, his pupils visibly trembling. Staring at the black screen, he exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Who told me a gun swordsman could actually release sword energy? Captain, look." Candy Craver pushed past Blade's edge excitedly, her face alight with joy. "You definitely made the right choice picking gun swordsman." Blade's edge's gaze burned even hotter as he clenched his fists, completely overwhelmed by excitement. Choosing gun swordsman was the right call. The future is limitless. Recalling how effortlessly Gu Yeoming had slaughtered enemies like chickens and sheep, a faint smile curved Blade's edge's lips. "Ouch," grumbled "Eat my hemorrhoids," running his hands through his hair in frustration. "If I'd known gun swordsman was this strong, I would have picked it too. It's not just the class, it's that guy's insane skill. But at least now we've seen the class' true potential." "I remember that part where Gu Yeoming killed those 2 hunting raiders," Blade's edge chuckled. "I chose gun swordsman from the start. What are you hesitating for? Bet you regret not going with it." "What about Little Angel? Haven't you always wanted to learn gun swordsman techniques from him?" Candy Craver softly asked. "Yeah, well, hey, raise my chance." Candy Craver looked at Blade's edge expectantly. But Blade's edge shook his head. "We crossed paths with Gu Yeoming before. I'm sure he remembers us. But we're not close enough for him to just freely teach us his skills. He could already be gone by now." He sighed. "We'll get a chance eventually. For now, we just need to grind levels honestly. No matter how good your techniques are, without strength you can't hold your own." Everyone nodded in agreement and turned back to hunting down isolated monsters nearby. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the Sin Domain world, a newcomer named Jinba Menswear was just born on a foul-smelling street, looking around cautiously and with curiosity. "More weirdos," he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a harsh voice came from behind. Before Jinba Menswear could get a good look, a large hand grabbed him by the collar. It was a bald, burly man with thick facial scars, his expression full of disdain and malice. He glared menacingly at Jinba Menswear and growled, "I never liked you freaks before, but now I finally caught you." I didn't do anything," Jinba Menswear said, innocence and confusion written all over his face. The air on the street grew heavy. A new ordeal was just beginning. "You still want to talk back?" The bald guy's face turned ashen, and his temper flared almost out of control as he shouted fiercely, "Today, it'll make you regret it." Before he finished, he clenched his fist, ready to strike. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. It wasn't heavy, but it was enough to stop him in his tracks. "Hey, back off," came a calm yet firm voice. The bald man snapped around angrily and roared, "Who the hell?" But his words cut off abruptly. Behind him, a large group of players had gathered, all looking fierce. Leading them was the stoic, sharp-eyed guy known for his impressive leg hair. His eyes lowered, expression unreadable. He said coolly, "Brother, bullying newcomers right in front of me? Not cool." As soon as he spoke, the players behind quickly grabbed the bald man and dragged him aside. Spitting and cries of pain erupted, and chaos broke out instantly. The leg-haired leader glanced at the scene with a hint of a smile, then turned to the stylishly dressed guy nearby and said, "Newbie player, huh? Remember to set your sensory system to the lowest level, or the experience won't be pleasant." The stylish guy quickly nodded, "Okay," hurriedly lowering the sensory intensity. "Hey, boss, anything you need me to do?" The stylish guy swallowed nervously, looking at the leg-haired leader's gangster-like face with a mix of fear and respect. The leader smiled slightly, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to spread the word." "Spread the word?" The stylish guy looked puzzled. The leader laughed loudly, stepping aside to point at 2 players holding promotional signs behind him. "Want to know how to play this game? Want to find secret strategies? Want to cling on to Director Gus leg tightly? Then join our IGU guild." The stylish guy froze, whispering, "IGU guild?" Catching the keyword immediately, the leg-haired leader launched into a pitch. "Join IGU and you're never alone again. Grovel a little and stick to Director Gu, guaranteed you'll get quests. You won't be bored ever again, but fight bravely to protect Director Gus. Good life." With that, he pulled out a photo of Gu Yeoming from his pocket and handed it to the stylish guy. The stylish guy stared blankly at the image. Gu Yeoming looked like he'd cranked up a level 10 beauty filter, unrealistically handsome, with a chin so sharp it looked lethal. Looking at the photo, the stylish guy's face twisted in discomfort, as if he'd just tasted something awful. "That beauty filter is overkill." The leader chuckled. "So? Isn't our Director Gu dashing and full of kingly charisma?" The stylish guy stammered back, I guess so. Guess so. Give me a clear answer, louder." The leader's expression turned serious. Director Gu is the most handsome. Director Gu is the strongest. Okay. Very spirited. While the leader kept teasing the stylish guy, suddenly a player from the crowd exclaimed, "Boss, check out the player forum." What now? What happened this time? The leader raised an eyebrow, momentarily dropping the promotional pitch to open the forum. What caught his eye was the pinned hot video. Video? What's so interesting about that? The leader scoffed, shaking his head. "Boss, look at the title," someone prompted him. "Title? Let me see, I'm super." The moment he saw the name Gu Yeoming, his leg hairs suddenly stood on end, as if some hidden switch had been triggered, his nerves instantly on edge. Excitedly, he clicked on the video and locked his eyes on the footage posted by the King Kong menswear account. He shouted out loud, "Bro, check it out. Our village chief Gu is absolutely amazing." During the few minutes of the video, the camera captured every subtle change in his leg hair's expression, starting from the excited anticipation when Gu Yeoming first appeared, to the cold disdain upon seeing hot black tea sauce, and finally the shock and disbelief when Gu Yeoming dominated the player, emotions unfolding layer by layer, holding him spellbound. After the video ended, he let out a self-mocking snort. These brainless fools are doomed, now totally torn apart by village chief Gu. A fierce determination welled up inside him to mock them mercilessly. Without hesitation, he left a comment below the video. Leg hairs flexing and relaxing. Yo. Who is this guy who just got completely destroyed by our village chief Gu? Not long after, his rival Hot Black Tea Sauce replied curtly, "Hot Black Tea Sauce, shut up." Seeing the other's embarrassment, he felt a rush of satisfaction and burst into laughter. Then he turned to King Kong Menswear and said, "See? This is our village chief Gu. If you want the good life, you better cling tight to his iron leg. Come on, join us." King Kong Menswear had just finished watching the video as well. His face betrayed his shock at Gu Yeoming's skill, mixed with a hint of helplessness. As a newbie unfamiliar with the terrain, following this group of fools was probably the safest bet, though he couldn't shake a nagging sense of unease. At the Moreide Company's Sin Domain branch, in the executor's office, Yang Qingli sat on a soft leather sofa, absently fiddling with a plant branch on the table, bored and indifferent. Suddenly, heavy knocks sounded at the door, and Nelson Carter, the Personnel and Intelligence Minister, entered holding a photo. He respectfully said to Yang Qingli, "Master Yang, we've found a lead on Gu Yeoming." "What?" The name Gu Yeoming froze in Yang Qingli's ears. His previously bleary, tired expression instantly shifted to seriousness. His eyes widened as he grabbed Carter's shoulder, urgently asking, "Found him? Where is he now? Tell me." Carter handed over the image. Yang Qingli stared at it for a few seconds, his brow furrowing deeper. This was the portrait Gu Yeoming that leg hair flexing and relaxing had used to promote their guild. This is Gu Yeoming? A giant question mark seemed to hover above his head as he glared coldly at Carter, silently waiting for an explanation. Carter cleared his throat. Gu Yeoming's exact whereabouts remain unconfirmed, but in Sin Domain, we discovered a strange group who hold Gu Yeoming in extremely high regard. This image was recently obtained through deception from them. The fourth catastrophe. The fourth catastrophe? A glint appeared in Yang Qingli's eyes as he slowly stood up, his bones crackling crisply. "Give me their location. I want to see for myself." "Thank you." Carter bowed respectfully. "Thank you all for your feedback and support." 10 days later, in a hotel room located in Region 4 of the Kongming Empire, Gu Yeoming was leisurely lying on the bed, his gaze fixed on the system screen hovering in midair. Over the past few days, the video of him mercilessly wiping out players had gone viral, spreading far beyond a single dimension to various player forums. This sudden surge in fame brought both benefits and concerns. The benefit was clear. The number of people harassing him had drastically decreased, with almost no mindless provocateurs daring to disturb him anymore. Things had become noticeably quieter. On the downside, however, the lack of players actively attacking him meant his experience gains had dwindled significantly. Recently, he had been hunting strange monsters outside the uncontrolled zone's outer edges, but the experience earned there was a far cry from the massive amounts he had accumulated during past brawls with otherworldly demon kings and player skirmishes. Gu Yeoming found himself nostalgically missing those hostile players led by the infamous hot tea sauce. Although they sometimes drove him nearly mad, he had to admit they had become his most reliable source of self-service experience farming. He clicked on a post in the player forum with a striking title, "Shock. IGU Guild brutally wiped out." A quick glance made him realize that those silly players had finally entered the Sin Domain. How far along they were in completing their assigned tasks was still a mystery. Scrolling through the comment section, the usual back-and-forth banter among netizens caught his eye. The phrase "leg hair is flexible" jumped out first, causing him to mutter under his breath. Who posted this? Delete it fast, don't embarrass yourselves. Then, the rebuttal came. The chairman of King Killer Menswear got absolutely thrashed by Yang Qingli. "Honestly, it's just a huge stat gap. What's shameful about that?" Soon, a joke mocking hot tea sauce, "Unlucky to die this way," rose to the top of the thread. Whenever any slight incident happened, these two sides would trade barbs relentlessly, becoming the best of rivals and trolling each other. At this point, Gu Yeoming raised a brow, a faint ripple of emotion stirring within him. Yangqingli, he hadn't expected that guy to still be lively and kicking on the forums. The one who had left such a deep impression on him in the Sin domain had never forgotten their confrontation back then. Someday, he would return to that forbidden territory and settle the score. Closing the forum window, he shifted focus to a new enhancement feature that had recently appeared on his system screen. Although it had unlocked when he reached level 26, he hadn't had time to explore it until now, being preoccupied with hunting strange creatures. The enhancement interface displayed 3 slots: equipment slot, fragment slot, and blessing slot. As the names implied, the equipment slot was for placing gear, the fragment slot held enhancement materials, and these materials were obtained by disassembling equipment. The higher the equipment's quality, the better the materials yielded. Conversely, upgrading higher tier gear required higher quality materials. The blessing slot was for placing rare blessing items that boosted enhancement success rates, but these blessings were incredibly scarce, only obtainable by completing difficult quests or defeating advanced strange creatures. Contemplating the unpredictable nature of the enhancement system, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but sigh, recalling how tormenting this mechanic had been back in his player days. But for now, he had no choice but to try his luck. He shook his head, letting out a soft laugh to clear his mind, then placed the Voracious Destroyer gear into the equipment slot. The system prompted, equipment placed. To enhance Voracious Destroyer to level 1 requires 1 excellent enhancement material. After a moment's thought, he selected the Corpse Demon's Fong and Cold Iron Blade from his inventory without hesitation, and immediately disassembled them into enhancement materials. You disassembled the equipment, obtaining 8 high-quality enhancement materials from the Ghoul's Fong and 5 from the Cold Iron Blade. Although both the Ghoul's Fong and Cold Iron Blade were of excellent quality, the Ghoul's Fong had an extra effect that the Cold Iron Blade lacked, which naturally yielded more enhancement materials upon disassembly. Gu Yeoming wasted no time and immediately began the strengthening process. He dumped all the excellent enhancement materials into the material slot at once, when suddenly a pop-up appeared. Materials are ready. Start enhancement? Success rate, 100. Since it was the first time strengthening the equipment, the success rate was basically guaranteed. Gu Yeoming knew this well. He clicked confirm and fixed his gaze on the screen. Enhancement succeeded, Glutton Destroyer 1. Enhancement succeeded, Glutton Destroyer 2. Enhancement failed, Glutton Destroyer unchanged. He roared in frustration, leaning back in his chair with eyes locked on the screen. Damn it. The success rate for levels 2 to 3 enhancement was supposed to be as high as 80, so how did it fail? A wave of disbelief crossed his face, and his heart felt like it had been squeezed tightly. Gu Yeoming's resentment for the enhancement system surged inward, silently cursing this rigged mechanic. He gritted his teeth and stifled his irritation before clicking confirm again. Enhancement succeeded, Glutton Destroyer 3. Note: all excellent enhancement materials have been consumed. Calm and composed, he then disassembled the lightness staff from his inventory, gaining 6 more excellent enhancement materials to try again. He held his breath in anticipation, hoping this time would go smoothly. Enhancement succeeded, Glutton Destroyer 7. Gu Yeoming finally exhaled with relief. Having failed only once was still quite lucky. Taking the Glutton Destroyer out of the equipment slot, he glanced at the display panel, which had been completely refreshed. Superior Grade Glutton Destroyer. Weapon type, pistol. Enhancement level, 7. Quality, superior. Attack power, 138,338. Durability remaining, 100. Ammo, 2,525. Level requirement, 12. Source: low chance drop from killing glutton creatures. Description: extremely powerful, attack power even surpasses some low-quality large-caliber sniper rifles. An increase of 38 attack points brought a satisfied nod from Gu Yeoming. Next, he slotted the Weeping Ghost's sword into the equipment slot. With plenty of useless equipment in his inventory and mountains of enhancement materials stacked up, he didn't worry at all about running out of resources. A minute later, the Weeping Ghost's status panel showed clearly. Superior Grade Weeping Ghost. Weapon type, longsword. Enhancement level, 7. Quality, superior. Attack power, 145,245. Additional effect, enchanted with ghostly attributes. Deals 50 extra attack damage to ghost-type enemies. Durability remaining, 100. Level requirement, 20. Source: chance drop from killing a Phantom Tier Soul Ghost King. Description: a sharp longsword specialized in hunting ghosts. The additional 45 attack points made Gu Yeoming's eyebrows lift slightly, his eyes shining with satisfaction. With this boost, his damage output was significantly increased. Coupled with the 200 damage bonus from his Gunsword Mastery talent, if he faced monsters without defense or resistance, his damage would be devastating. Suddenly, Gu Yeoming seemed to have an idea. He swiftly packed the 2 weapons into his backpack, then opened his character menu, his eyes fixing on the words, Primary Class Aggregator, Secondary Class Gunswordsman. Seeing the title Aggregator, his brow furrowed slightly, a wave of confusion washing over him. Strange, when he transferred classes, The system had automatically assigned him this aggregator class, but in the past few days, there had been no response or sign from it. What exactly was this class all about? After a moment of thought, he clicked into the aggregator class menu. Instantly, a prompt box appeared on the screen. Next class selection available in 4 levels. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming's eyes brightened immediately. Another chance to choose a class? Could he really pick an additional profession? It seemed he would have to reach level 30 to qualify to select another class again. If that was true, excitement surged through him. He already had the Gunswordsman secondary class, which was well balanced, so he could afford to abandon balance and focus purely on perfecting a single path. As long as he chose the right direction, his power would skyrocket. However, even though only 4 levels remained, Gu Yeoming knew gaining that much experience wouldn't be easy. The question is, where do I grind all this experience? He frowned, stepping away from the bed and pacing his sparse room, his thoughts a tangled mess. Just as he sunk deeper into thought, a message popped up on the screen. Version 1.0 is ending soon. During the update, all players will be forced offline 10:9. Before the message finished, he reacted quickly and hurriedly opened the player forums. At this moment, the forums were a chaotic mess. Large groups of players vented their frustration, blasting the developers for no prior warning. Someone yelled, "I'm fighting a mid-level boss right now. You say log off? What about this boss?" Elsewhere, a yellow-haired kid claiming to be a casual player complained, "I'm about to woo my neighbor's wife, and now you say the update's coming? Shall be so lonely if I don't log in for a few days." Another pure love warrior mocked, "There are even minotaurs next door?" Emotions ran high and the language heated up. Then suddenly, the forum refreshes stopped altogether, and in the center of the screen flashed a bright message. Update in progress. Estimated downtime, 3 days. All players are now offline. Staring at the now-dead forum, Gu Yeoming shook his head and couldn't help but feel something was off. At that moment, sharp knocks came from the door. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly alert, he furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on the door. The timing of the knock was truly suspicious. Who is it? Doubts swirled through his mind. Could it be the landlord? But it wasn't time to move out yet. His instincts took him to worst-case scenarios. The knocking persisted, and his heart began to pound. Could it be the company coming to get him? Summoning Chigue, he gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the cold metallic texture against his fingertips. Slowly and cautiously, he approached the door, keeping a safe distance. Taking a deep breath, he yanked the door open, eyes sharp, ready to face whatever unexpected situation awaited. When he looked closely, standing outside the door was none other than Clina, the girl he had casually spoken to at the bakery some days ago. Her expression was blank, her gaze coolly fixed on Gu Yeoming, her voice laced with impatience. "So slow. Can you hurry up, Clina?" Gu Yeoming was clearly surprised, his brow furrowing, though he didn't lower his guard. He asked in a low voice, "How do you know I'm here? And why are you suddenly looking for me?" Clina replied coldly, "It's not that I wanted to find you. My brother sent me." No sooner had she finished speaking than her body trembled slightly, her eyelids slowly closed, and her skin twitched a few times. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into Chris. Chris bared a row of sharp shark-like teeth, ran his fingers through his untidy short hair, and grinned brightly at Gu Yeoming. "Hey buddy, I came to see you." Seeing this familiar figure, Gu Yeoming instantly understood why his whereabouts had been exposed. He recalled the intelligence report mentioning Chris' powerful pheromone tracking ability. It seemed that during their brief conversation at the bakery, his scent had already been memorized. Frowning, Gu Yeoming eyed Chris warily. "What do you want with me?" Chris leaned against the doorframe, feigning sadness as he mumbled, "Man, your cold expression really hurts my feelings." Gu Yeoming said nothing, just stared silently. "All right then, buddy, you're no fun." Chris shook his head helplessly. "Humor is something we Kongming people pride ourselves on. You not feeling it is such a bummer." Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes, replying lightly, "Chris, you should know better. We test subjects, persecuted by the company, always stay alert. Besides, your sister didn't even make a sound knocking. That makes me even more cautious." Chris coughed, looking helpless as he explained, "She didn't mean to be sneaky. I told her to knock and say who she was. Maybe she's holding a grudge she still remembers you pointing a gun at her in the bakery." Gu Yeoming gave him a deadpan look, eyes wide and unamused. Seeing this, Chris quickly changed the subject, spreading his hands. "All right, buddy, let me get to the point. I verified the intel you gave might solid. Thanks for that. Thanks to your info, I really got to vent some anger, huh?" He laughed heartily, his mood noticeably lighter. Still suspicious, Gu Yeoming pressed, "Just thanks? Nothing else?" Chris tapped his head, suddenly recalling, "Oh right, I forgot I've told other allies about your situation. They're quite interested. Maybe we should meet up sometime." Throughout it all, Clina's icy demeanor sharply contrasted with Chris' lively attitude, while Gu Yeoming maintained a tight grip on his wariness beneath the surface ease, sensing that the situation ahead would be anything but simple. Allies. Hearing that, Gu Yeoming raised an eyebrow slightly. Other test subjects. He immediately understood what Chris meant. Since they'd have to deal with him sooner or later, meeting now wouldn't hurt. but had need to be cautious. Choosing a busy place meant at least some protection if things went wrong. And if anyone lost control, the security officers of the Kongming Empire could arrive quickly. Time. Of course, Gu Yeoming nodded. Have them come to my place. You agreed? That's great. Chris laughed heartily. They'll bring them over tonight. They made a fortune off your intel, so don't refuse their thanks when the time comes. You deserve it. He patted Gu Yeoming on the shoulder. All right, won't keep you any longer. See you tonight, buddy. Take care. As he finished speaking, Chris closed his eyes. His skin twitched slightly, and his form began to change. Clina appeared. Goodbye, she said casually, and turned to leave. Gu Yeoming watched her figure disappear, lost in thought. There was still some time before evening. Lately, hunting strange monsters had become too frequent. It was a good chance to grab a bite and relax. Night fell. Gu Yeoming sat back with his eyes closed to rest. Just on time, there was a knock at the door. The door's not locked. Come in. Chris pushed open the door, but stopped at the entrance. Hey buddy, we're here? He scratched his head. Should we take off our shoes? Don't want to dirty your floor. No need. Come in, Gu Yeoming replied coolly. The place wasn't his for much longer anyway. Dirty floors were the landlord's problem. Good, I'm relieved. Chris strode inside, followed by 3 others. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Daju. Don't let his fierce look fool you. Is actually good-hearted. Wang Daju stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, muscles bulging as if ready to burst out of his clothes. He gave Gu Yeoming a slight nod. Hello. I've heard about you from Chris. Thanks for the information you provided. Boss Lel Brutal Butcher Wang Dazu's favorability 50. You've become friends. Hello. Gu Yeoming nodded in return. He already knew about these 3 test subjects. Wang Daju, a red blood, escaped from the Moreide division of the Red Blood Empire. His body fused with several defensive-type, strange monsters, giving him formidable defense. The other 2 were Fiona and Dizzer. Fiona was tall and graceful, draped in flowing white clothes, exuding a rare and elegant aura. Yet, Gu Yeoming knew that beneath her seemingly gentle exterior lurked the traits of several ghostly and bizarre monsters. If she lost control, she would become like a vengeful ghost from a horror film, terrifying and merciless. At this moment, she smiled softly, her gaze warm and friendly as it settled on Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming's eyes shifted to the side, landing on a young man who looked shy and avoided eye contact. Dizzer. Compared to Chris' lethal power and Wang Dazu's tough defense, along with Fiona's eerie presence, this fragile-looking youth was the real threat. Don't be fooled by his timidity. He was fused with multiple viruses, a walking hotbed of infection. If he erupted, it would bring catastrophic devastation. Thinking this, Gu Yeoming's brow furrowed slightly as his expression grew serious. Everyone, this is Gu Yeoming, Chris introduced to the 3 behind him. He's like us, someone oppressed by those damn company bastards. More importantly, some of the intel we have came from him, so we owe him a big thanks. Fiona's voice was gentle and melodious. She smiled slightly and gave a small bow to show gratitude. Mr. Gu Yeoming, we're truly grateful for your intelligence support. A system prompt sounded quickly. Boss level Phantom Queen Fiona's favorability towards you 50. You are now friends. Dizzer still avoided eye contact, his voice stammering slightly. Thank you. There was a hint of helplessness and apology in his tone. The system prompt followed. Boss level Plague Source Dizzer's favorability towards you 50. You are now friends. With each prompt, the bond between Gu Yeoming and these test subjects deepened rapidly, narrowing the distance between them considerably. It's nothing. Gu Yeoming shook his head naturally, his tone calm. Just a small favor. As soon as he spoke, Wang Daju quietly reminded him. It's more than a small favor, Mr. Gu Yeoming. You know that each of us is fused with the nature of monsters. The habits of those creatures are ingrained deep within us. We can no longer adapt to normal food or lifestyles. Only by hunting can our violent instincts be temporarily relieved. Because of the intelligence you provided, our violent tendencies have eased considerably, allowing us to maintain this relative calm. After he finished, Wang solemnly bowed his head, his eyes full of gratitude. We really appreciate you, sir. Gu Yeoming nodded in acknowledgement, seeing their sincerity and no longer declining. Chris smiled, revealing sharp shark-like teeth, and patted Gu Yeoming on the shoulder. All right, the thank you segment is over. Friend, our purpose this trip is twofold, to thank you and to ask you some questions. His tone was straightforward and expectant, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavier with meaning. Hey Race, the English translation and polishing of the passage you provided. Now to the main point. Gu Yeoming felt a slight sinking in his ear that had long suspected that these test subjects were not simply here to express gratitude. He looked up and scanned the 4 people before him, then spoke in a deep voice. Speak. What's the matter? Wang Daju responded gravely. Actually, if anyone wants to cause trouble for the company, they're welcome to come to us. We're willing to lend a hand. Gu Yeoming inwardly felt a surge of pride. This move had successfully gained the support of these test subjects. With their strength, the success rate of long-term missions would undoubtedly improve significantly. Yet he knew this wasn't the full reason they had come. Fixing his sharp gaze on them, he asked more directly, is there something else? You didn't just come for this. The 4 exchanged glances, and finally Chris spoke up. Clearing his throat, his tone somewhat restrained, he said, "Hey, race the deal, boss. A few days ago, when we went out to scavenge in a containment zone, we accidentally discovered a secret passage." A secret passage? Gu Yeoming raised an eyebrow. His mind alert this word clearly struck a chord, as if he was already piecing things together. Chris continued, "Yeah. We hid in the shadows and saw signs of habitation. Several people in white lab coats went in and out quite frequently. So that's why we came to find out what's going on. Do you, or the organization you represent, know anything about that passage?" Gu Yeoming nodded slightly, his voice certain. "If I'm right, you just hit the jackpot." Fiona's mouth opened in surprise, as if she sensed something momentous. "Exactly." Gu Yeoming's expression grew serious, his eyes lowering slightly. "That placed the monster research facility of Moreide Corporation." The moment those words left his lips, the four were stunned, their emotions shifting with a complex mix of excitement and unease. They exchanged looks again, catching a spark of thrill in each other's eyes. Moreide Corporation's scope was vast, enough to rival national powers. They ran human experimentation projects at numerous branches, and this so-called monster research facility was their secret base hidden within the containment zone, where they specialized in creating killing machines. There, all kinds of strange creatures were collected and taken back for hybridization, fusion, even evolution, ultimately breeding weapons of slaughter loyal only to the corporation. Chris' face suddenly darkened, his sharp shark-like teeth bared as he said coldly, "Who would have thought we'd hit the jackpot just by going out to scavenge?" The other three's faces immediately turned grim, their eyes revealing a deep-seated hatred for Moreide Corporation. Gu Yeoming fell silent, lost in thought. He knew the Moreide monster research facilities were scattered throughout containment zones worldwide, their locations extremely secret. Ordinary people could never get close, so the chance of discovery was incredibly low. As for the containment zone these test subjects had visited, it likely lay within a non-designated area of the Kongming Empire. According to his intelligence, these unrecorded zones concealed multiple monster research facilities breeding countless creatures subjected to fusion and enhancement far more powerful than typical anomalies. Gu Yeoming's gaze grew even deeper. The seemingly accidental discovery before him concealed threats and opportunities of tremendous magnitude. They had naturally gained extensive experience, and the research institute was stocked with all kinds of rare items and equipment, making it a veritable treasure trove for players. Don't ask how he found out all this, there was only one answer. He had personally taken part in the battle to raid the institute. Originally, he had been worried about lacking enough experience, but now this opportunity suddenly lay right before him. Based on what he knew about the four test subjects before him, he was certain they would soon head out to destroy the institute. Fiona narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint, complex expression crossing her face as if she already had a plan. Beside her, the taciturn Dies remained silent, but the deep hatred burning in his eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, a mission prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. "You have triggered the mission Destroy the Institute." Mission details. The Moreide Corporation's Monster Research Institute holds a large number of top-secret experiments. The test subjects are about to depart for a destruction operation. Mission objective. Collaborate with the test subjects to destroy Research Institute Number 3 in the unnumbered region of the Kongming Empire. Mission rewards. 10 free attribute points. 1 random epic item. Mission difficulty. Hard. Mission time limit. None. Accept? Gu Yeoming stared at the unexpected mission window with no surprise. Encountering company-related missions and seeing side quests appear had become routine. Besides, the rewards were quite generous attribute points that would significantly boost his power, plus a random epic item. Facing such temptation, he didn't hesitate to click accept. After accepting, he turned to the four and asked calmly, "Are you planning to destroy that institute next?" Of course, Chris' expression softened slightly as he nodded. "Anywhere connected to the company, we won't let it slide. Take me with you." "All right," but before the words finished, Chris suddenly froze in shock. "What?" He quickly tried to persuade Gu Yeoming. "That place is extremely dangerous. You should stay here. The rest of us can handle it." However, right after saying that, his pupils constricted sharply. The aura emanating from Gu Yeoming suddenly grew sharp and fierce, as if hidden with killing intent. That faint but unmistakable threat shook Chris to his core. No way. Chris was stunned. He recalled that just a little over 10 days ago, at the bakery, Gu Yeoming had posed no threat to him at all. How had he changed so much in such a short time? What had happened? The other three picked up on the unusual aura as well. They all glanced sharply at Gu Yeoming, then back at Chris, silently questioning. "You said he wasn't strong. Now what?" Chris awkwardly felt their eyes on him and wanted to shout, "I don't know either." At that moment, it felt as if someone had jabbed his eyes with a sword, was utterly bewildered and powerless. The next morning, amid the ruins of an unnumbered area in the Kongming Empire, the iron door of the secret passage at Research Institute Number 3 was tightly shut, its surface coated with a thin layer of dust. Gu Yeoming stood before the door, nodding with certainty in his voice. "This is definitely the Research Institute. Looks like you guys got lucky this time. What are we waiting for then?" Chris interrupted eagerly, a restless gleam in his eyes. Let me force this door open and take out every last one of those bastards inside. Before he finished, Chris stepped forward, swinging his arm to try and pry open the heavy iron door. But Gu Yeoming quickly reached out to stop him. Wait a moment, Gu Yeoming shook his head. If I'm right, forcing the door will trigger an alarm alerting everyone inside. So what do we do? Wang Daju frowned beside them. Just stand here foolishly and wait. Of course not, Gu Yeoming replied softly. From what I know about this company's research institute, every iron door is rigged with an alarm system. Whether the door is open or closed, any direct entry sets off the alarm. We'll retreat to the shadows and wait a while to see if anyone from inside comes out. Once someone appears, we capture them alive immediately. The four exchanged glances, a mix of hesitation and reluctant trust in Gu Yeoming's judgment. After about 10 minutes, the iron door swung open with a clanging sound. A researcher in a white lab coat stepped out, stretching and taking a deep breath of fresh air, muttering, "Being underground too long, I need some air." Just as the researcher relaxed, a soft whoosh sounded, and Chris appeared behind him, his hand sharply chopping the back of the man's neck. Ugh, darkness clouded the researcher's eyes as he collapsed heavily to the ground. What now? Chris asked, eyes fixed on the unconscious figure. Gu Yeoming glanced at the researcher and then pointed toward the secret passage. With this person here, the recognition system inside will let us through automatically. Once we get in, act fast. Although we bypass the ID verification, the passage is full of cameras. It's only a matter of time before we're spotted. We have a small window before the alarm triggers, better to strike first. Chris nodded silently and quickly grabbed the researcher's collar. As they reached the iron door again, he exchanged a steely glance with his companions. Ready? He asked. All of them nodded in unison. Go. Gu Yeoming gave the order. Chris flashed forward, disappearing into the passage, the others following closely behind. Gu Yeoming stayed right behind, his gaze scanning the dense cluster of cameras overhead. He frowned, but chose not to destroy the cameras. Any tampering would immediately set off the alarm. At least for now, they had some buffer time. Inside the monitoring room of Research Institute Number 3, two security guards sat smoking, wisps of smoke curling upward. Suddenly, several dark shapes flickered across the surveillance screens. One guard froze briefly, rubbing his eyes before focusing intently on the monitors. But at this moment, the screen was completely blank. Nothing appeared. The security guard squinted, furrowing his brows as he fell into deep thought. Had he been mistaken? His companion beside him noticed the change in expression and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Something happened?" "I'm not sure." The guard shook his head, voice tinged with confusion. "Just now, I caught a glimpse of several dark shadows flickering across the screen. Could someone have broken in?" "Shadows?" His partner froze for a moment, whispering, "Are they some kind of eerie monsters, or something else?" The guard felt increasingly uneasy. His eyes instinctively darted to the alarm button on the desk, brow furrowed as he hesitated. If someone really had broken in, then pulling the alarm would be justified. But if no one was there, it'd be a false alarm and the consequences for that would be severe. Just as he wavered, a sharp, penetrating sound suddenly rang out beside him. Huh. He jumped in shock, instantly alert. He reached to press the alarm button, but felt as if his arm had frozen solid, completely unable to move. What's happening? Wide-eyed, he tried to turn his head, but couldn't even shift a single thought. The camera panned behind him, revealing a group standing at the doorway. Gu Yeoming with his four companions. "Hey, you actually know where the Research Institute's monitoring room is?" Chris stepped forward, coldly crushing the heads of the guard and another researcher, then leaned in close to Gu Yeoming with a faint, sinister smile. Gu Yeoming nodded calmly. After all, had once participated in a mission to infiltrate the institute and had memorized its layout thoroughly. So, should we take care of this guy? Fiona's figure gradually turned transparent, her face pale and pupils completely black. She controlled the surviving guard with the little ghost possessing Hema, somewhat useful advantage. Gu Yeoming glanced at the surviving guard with icy detachment. "He'll point out a location for you. Try not to alert anyone. Get there quickly." He pointed to an open area on the screen. "This spot is more open, better suited for a confrontation. He'll trigger the alarm there, and plenty of reinforcements will rush to that location. Then, you can handle things as you see fit." The four nodded immediately. "Chris, take this." Gu Yeoming summoned his weapon, Chi Gui, from the system backpack and tossed it to Chris. "You have now bonded with a weapon superior grade, Chi Gui 7. This weapon has been acquired by the boss-level Stitchman Chris." Chris took the weapon excitedly, oddly asking Gu Yeoming, "A weapon? For me to use?" "Of course," Gu Yeoming said expressionlessly. "I need to stay here to control the alarm. Chris, you take my share into the fight." "Got it, buddy." Chris laughed heartily, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Like I said before, I'll take your share and wipe out those damn corporations." Gu Yeoming nodded, then snatched a card from the guard. "This is a normal-level monitoring room access card. Take them to the spot I indicated." His tone was cold and deliberate, or prepare to be torn to shreds. The guard's face drained of color as he begged, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. We'll take them there. Let's go." Gu Yeoming ordered coldly. The 4 experiment subjects nodded and quickly left with the guard. After they departed, Gu Yeoming's gaze returned to the desk. Inserting the access card, the monitoring system's functions immediately restored to normal. He took a deep breath, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he pressed the alarm button. Let's begin. A blinding red light suddenly engulfed the entire research facility, accompanied by a relentless barrage of alarms echoing throughout the area like crashing waves. The source of the noise was the training room. Something had gone wrong there. Reinforcements were needed immediately. As the alarm blared, everyone froze for a moment before rushing toward the training room. In the office, an elderly man with gray-streaked hair and a deeply wrinkled face, dressed in a white lab coat, looked up at the flashing red warning light above. He clicked his tongue softly. Has the experiment failed? Or is it an external invasion? He muttered under his breath, frowning slightly. At that moment, a young man wearing a sharp black suit and carrying a sleek black longsword entered the room slowly, his brow furrowed. Though his voice was calm, there was an undeniable edge of tension. Hide quickly. The alarms are blaring. This must be serious. The supervisor, the old man said steadily, meeting the young man's gaze. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. The young man, whose name was Scourge, shook his head with resignation. He'll protect you. As for what's happening outside, let the others handle it. The supervisor sighed, an apologetic expression crossing his face. Scourge, with your skills, you could be an operative at any branch office. Yet here you are, stuck guarding this dark, forgotten research facility. It's a disservice to you. Zayashi's expression hardened with determination. Supervisor, ever since you took me in, I've belonged here. Wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Rest assured, anyone who tries to kill you will have to get through me first. Research Facility Number 3, Training Room. A large group of personnel, armed with various guns and weapons, filed in one after another, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings. The room was almost completely dark. No one dared turn on the lights, and most made their way forward by touch. It's so dark, someone whispered, complaining softly. Why won't the monitoring room turn the lights on? What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Another voice murmured nervously. The group muttered among themselves, but none sensed the danger lurking in the darkness. Moving through the shadows, Chris prowled silently. His pupils had shifted into vertical slits, allowing him to detect the slightest movement in total darkness. Gripping the sword named Chigue tightly, his eyes burned with excitement. Not bad, Gu Yeoming. Now we can finally have some real fun. Monitoring room. Gu Yeoming sat calmly in his chair, calmly observing the chaos unfolding in the training room through the surveillance feeds, his expression unreadable. His mind was flooded with kill notifications. You have eliminated normal rank security personnel, gaining 225 experience points. You have eliminated elite rank combat officer, gaining 2,518 experience points. Yet these messages did not bring him any joy. Instead, his gaze grew sharper. Understood this was only the initial trial. The truly priceless experience awaited in the strange hybrid creatures still contained within the facility. This was just phase 1. Once anyone realized the enemy inside the training room far exceeded their combat capabilities, the entire research facility could collapse. At that point, they might release the bizarre monsters held captive, kicking off the second phase. But Gu Yeoming knew this was by no means the full power of the research facility. Almost every research facility harbors a tightly restrained killing weapon, only to be unleashed when the Institute faces a matter of life or death, triggering the final stage, the third phase. Once this phase begins, it signifies a do-or-die battle for the facility. Thinking this, Gu Yeoming felt somewhat reassured. With 4 test subjects possessing clever abilities assisting him, the destruction of this place would be far from difficult. As for that killing weapon, Gu Yeoming furrowed his brow, images of several twisted monsters flashing through his mind. Silently, he hoped, please don't let it be them, or else it's going to be a brutal fight. Ha 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 ha. This is exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. Chris' face twisted into a blood-smeared grimace of excitement. His eyes were wide with crazed laughter as he dashed among the nearby personnel. Wherever he went, blood splattered and heads fell with sickening thuds. The other 3 test subjects quickly revealed their own lethal moves, instantly slaughtering all enemies around them. Move out. Something's wrong here. Someone shouted. Damn it. What's happening to the monitoring room? The training room's door suddenly slammed shut. What? There must be a Malia traitor among us. Shouted voices echoed in anger. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Gunfire rang out repeatedly, but the darkness made it impossible to see targets clearly. Bullets even accidentally hit comrades. In a corner, someone collapsed onto the floor, trembling and begging. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Fear forced them to drop their weapons and huddle defensively. You company bastards, now you're scared too. Blood-red fury flashed in Chris' eyes as murderous intent filled the air. He laughed madly, as if his rage was about to explode from within. I've already reported to the higher-ups. Hold steady, brothers. Someone barked sharply. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the distance. Then clang. The training room lights abruptly switched on, the blinding illumination casting over the blood-soaked bodies. The walls stained with blood silently recounted the massacre that had just taken place. For a moment, everyone could only stare at the grim scene before them, as if they had stepped into hell on earth. How are the lights on? Wang Daju smashed someone aside with a punch, stunned and bewildered. In the monitoring room, Gu Yeoming slowly stood up and summoned the gluttonous destroyer from his system backpack. He exhaled sharply, adjusted the weapon to optimal status, and then stepped out of the monitoring room. The training room lights had not been turned on by him, they were a forced override signal granted by higher level authorization, clearly indicating that the second phase had officially begun. Woo. Attention, all personnel. The containment of the released eerie creatures has failed. Initiate clearance procedures immediately and evacuate the area. The urgent broadcast echoed through every corner of the research facility, instantly tightening the atmosphere with tension. Eerie creatures? Chris stood silently, his gaze fixed on the corpse of the fallen combatant, muttering under his breath. Looks like these monsters are finally starting to make their move. Wang Daju calmly tore an arm off a corpse nearby and roughly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing carelessly as he said, I just don't know who's leading them here. If we can catch that guy, everything would be easier. Gu Yeoming should know. Diz's voice was weak from his corner, standing next to a rotting body riddled with holes, a grim testament to the virus' brutal power. Diz, be careful. I don't want you getting infected by that toxic flesh right next to you, Chris warned, casting a scornful look at the decayed corpse not far away. All right. Diz swallowed his words, looking somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, the heavy iron door creaked open slowly. The 4 test subjects immediately went on high alert, forming a tight formation. Standing outside was the expressionless Gu Yeoming. He glanced over the scattered corpses without a hint of disgust, and asked calmly, Is it done? Seeing Gu Yeoming, Chris cracked a faint smile and teased, Too bad. Had I known, I would have saved a few alive for you, let you have some fun too. Fiona gave a regretful nod. Sorry, couldn't hold back a few. Diz stepped forward slowly, lowering his head in apology. Sorry, I didn't handle the task that well. To Gu Yeoming, these killings were just means to an end. He had no interest in violence for violence's sake, nor did he share the brutal mindset of these test subjects. He replied quietly, It's all right. I don't need it. The facility has now entered phase 2. The eerie creatures that were just released are roaming different zones. Don't underestimate them. Their hybridization has made them stronger, and some have quite troublesome abilities. Everyone nodded in understanding, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Hey, want me to return this weapon to you? Chris waved the weeping ghost casually with a grin. Gu Yeoming glanced at him and said coolly, Keep it for now. You can return it after we get out. Chris laughed confidently, worried about me? Don't worry. I can kill them all even without weapons. Do you believe him using you? Gu Yeoming suddenly shifted the conversation. Come on, you gave me the weapon. Doesn't that mean you trust me? How could you be using me? Chris chuckled proudly. Gu Yeoming shook his head and was about to respond when suddenly, a sharp crack sounded behind them. Watch out. Chris' eyes snapped wide open as he yelled frantically. Gu Yeoming barely turned his head as a slender, razor-sharp claw sliced across his shoulder, the metallic screech tearing through the air. He reacted instantly, quickly judging from the size of the claw that it was a small creature. Cold light flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes as he swept his left foot hard across the ground, aiming precisely at the monster behind him. Thud, the strange creature suddenly collapsed, and Gu Yeoming swiftly swept a foot to trip it to the ground. Its coarse black fur covered its whole body, but its face was pale as paper, with twisted features radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Just as it lunged again at Gu Yeoming, his foot slammed heavily onto its head. Gripping the Devourer-Destroyer tightly, Gu Yeoming aimed the barrel straight at the monster's skull. With a series of sharp blasts, the creature's head instantly exploded, sending blood and chunks of flesh flying. You have killed a mid-level threat white-faced black monster hybrid. Gained 449 experience points. The system's notification sounded, the experience notably higher than for a normal mid-tier monster. After dispatching the white-faced black creature, Gu Yeoming's gaze quickly shifted to the corridors behind him. Branching hallways swarmed with different grotesque monsters, howling ferociously as they charged forward. Among them lurked a few high-threat level beasts, their presence pressing and formidable. Man, it's such a relief that you're okay. Watching Gu Yeoming move fluidly and cut down monsters with ease, Chris exhaled in relief. Gu Yeoming responded coldly, It's not over yet. His eyes locked onto the approaching horde with growing chill and lethal intent. Thinking of the huge amount of experience waiting to be earned, he didn't hesitate to raise the Devourer-Destroyer once more. The muzzle flashes burst continuously, targeting the monster's vulnerable spots. Each bullet struck precisely in the head, the lead creatures dropping with shattered skulls. The system chimed again. You have successfully upgraded 2 free attribute points. Gu Yeoming promptly assigned both points to his mental attribute, raising it to 20. Then the system confirmed a mental check success, granting him immunity to all negative effects caused by the blood tears of resentment. Gu Yeoming charged ahead, followed closely by 4 experimental subjects who launched into battle against the clustered monsters. Wang Daju charged like a raging bull, roaring as he smashed through the bizarre creatures blocking his path. Chris' body gradually took on monstrous traits as he darted swiftly among enemies, each strike drenched in blood and deadly intent. System notifications rang out in rapid succession. You have killed a mid-level threat tri-headed laughing bear hybrid. Experience 423 points. You have killed a high-level threat devouring pulverizer hybrid. Experience 2,993 points. The ongoing alert sounds echoed in Gu Yeoming's mind as he glanced at Chris and nodded with approval. This free labor was working pretty hard. The combined assault of the 4 Clevel test subjects quickly thinned the amassed monsters. Even with several high-threat beasts lurking in the enemy ranks, without their help, Gu Yeoming couldn't hope to handle the entire research facility's monster horde alone. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. You have killed a high-threat level strange octopus hybrid. Experience 8,419 points. Gu Yeoming jerked in surprise, his eyes snapping to Chris. Chris' eyes glittered wildly with madness as he hacked at the corpse of the strange octopus, the blade dancing violently amidst flying blood, exuding near-unhinged fanaticism. Gu Yeoming shook his eyelids wearily, sighing, what a waste of effort. Though Chris landed the kill on a difficult monster and earned massive experience, he hadn't truly contributed damage, so aside from the XP, there were no rare drops. Drops were already scarce, and with these 4 test subjects holding the line, Gu Yeoming's own share of damage was just a fraction. Shaking his head, Gu Yeoming gripped the Devourer-Destroyer again, without hesitation, and plunged back into the fight. Agile and decisive, he charged the monster swarm, gunfire and murderous intent intertwining in a brutal carnage. The bloody battle within the research facility raged on, the air thick with the haze of smoke and gunpowder. Meanwhile, inside the office of Research Institute No. 3, the director stared at the holographic screen before him, his brow tightly furrowed. On the screen, Gu Yeoming and his group were locked in a fierce battle against a horde of strange monsters, blood and angry roars merging into utter chaos. The director sighed deeply, his entire demeanor suddenly worn and exhausted. The young man frowned slightly, eyes fixed on the screen. He asked, who are these people? Do you know them? I do, the director muttered quietly. The company's files have records on those 4. If I'm not mistaken, they are all test subjects who escaped the Institute long ago. As for that stranger, I don't recognize him, never seen him before. The youth's frown deepened. The wild, ferocious expressions of the test subjects during the fight weighed heavily on his heart. Their strength was formidable, far beyond that of ordinary humans. After a pause, he hesitated, then said, honestly, Director, I'm no match for them. Of course not. The director spoke calmly, without reproach. These few are typical examples of successful monster limb grafting. Each has fused traits from several different creatures. You alone can't hope to stand against them. Even several operatives working together would barely be able to handle just one of them. The young man fell silent, gripping his jet-black longsword tightly, his eyes betraying a trace of unwillingness to accept the reality. Seeing this, the director turned to comfort him. Xiao Shi, it's normal to be outmatched. The director sighed again. Even if we unleash the strange monsters we keep locked up, we still can't defeat them. It seems the only way is to use monsters against monsters. Startled, the youth glanced at the director in shock. Director, are you saying? That's right, Xiao Shi. I know what you're thinking. The director's expression remained calm. The Institute is now at a crossroads of life and death, with staff dying and fleeing. Frankly, the Institute itself has lost all meaning. No, Director. The young man shook his head quickly. We can still call for backup from headquarters or ask other company branches and institutes for support. The director shook his head gently, speaking with measured calmness. Don't you see? I reported to headquarters the moment we discovered them. To headquarters, whether it's us or another division, we're just pawns expendable at any time. Losing this institute means nothing to them. Institutes exist worldwide like grains of sand. Missing one doesn't matter. Right now, all we can do is send the intelligence on these invaders back to headquarters or other branches. The youth fell silent, the grim reality of the Institute's possible destruction sinking in. Together, they watched the fierce battle unfolding on the screen, heavy with a sense of hopelessness as if their hearts had plunged into an abyss. Xiao Shi, you should leave. Huh. The youth was stunned, looking up at the director. The director's face was steady as always. I'm old and won't live long. If I die, it's no great loss. But you're different, you're young. You have a bright future, and you're powerful enough to become an operative in another branch. An unspoken farewell hung thickly in the air. The youth's hand trembling slightly on his sword, he fought back tears and silently nodded. Besides, you're still my adopted Sony would never let you die here with an old wreck like me. But, the young man was desperate, seeming to want to say more, but the supervisor cut him off with a single sharp word. Follow my instructions, Ing Xixin. The supervisor stared unwaveringly into Ing Zixin's eyes, his tone brooking no refusal. Then go. Ing Zixin's eyes reddened with veins creeping in. Clutching his dark sword tightly, he gritted his teeth, locked in fierce inner turmoil. Don't you even listen to me anymore? At those words, Ing Shishin seemed to make up his mind. His eyes bloodshot, he solemnly vowed to the supervisor, I swear, if given the chance, I will tear those bastards apart. The supervisor smiled faintly and said, Go. Ing Shishin nodded heavily and stepped to the center of a device in the corner. This was a teleportation device capable of sending one person to the other side, a true lifeline for a quick escape. Of course, such a precious device could only be used once before becoming completely useless. The supervisor slowly placed his withered, wood-like hand onto the button and calmly watched Ing Shishin standing in the device. Father, rest well on your journey. Ing Shishin whispered softly. The next second whoosh, with a sound like the wind, the teleportation activated and Ing Shishin vanished instantly from sight. After teleportation, sparks and black smoke slowly emitted from the device's body, signaling its total ruin. At that moment, loud thuds came from the heavily shut door. The next instant boom, the door was blasted open, revealing Gu Yeoming and 4 others, all covered in blood. Guarded and wary, they looked at the supervisor seated in the center, hesitant to enter first. Don't worry, no traps here. Just an old man like me, on his way to hell. The supervisor's gaze was unusually calm as he looked at the 5 before him and said lightly. Expressionless, Gu Yeoming stepped inside, confirming no traps were present, then said coolly, Old man, you have the key to the armory, right? The armory? The supervisor slowly shifted his gaze to Gu Yeoming, meeting his eyes. You're here for the equipment? Old man, we're here to send you straight to hell. Chris, drenched in blood, said fiercely, filled with murderous intent. The supervisor only smiled faintly in response upon hearing this. With what we've done, hell is exactly where we belong. But to go there, you'll have to go first. Just then, Gu Yeoming reacted quickly, as if recalling something. He stepped forward to stop the old man's action. You knew? The supervisor raised his eyebrows, smiling lightly at Gu Yeoming. Though I don't know how you found out, stopping me from ending it won't be so easy. Friends, see you in hell. Saying that, he smiled gently, slowly closed his eyes, and lay back completely still in the chair. He was gone. Yet, Gu Yeoming's expression darkened, staring hard at the lifeless supervisor. After a few seconds, he sighed softly and said, A worthy man. Suddenly, the entire research institute trembled violently, as if something formidable was awakening. What's going on? Unlike the 4 puzzled test subjects, a sharp glint ignited in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Clutching his Devourer Breaker sword tightly, his fierce aura reached its peak. He knew one thing, Phase 3 was here. The research facility was collapsing. Chris' eyes widened as his head swayed side to side, his gaze scanning the trembling walls all around. Gu Yeoming didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the stiff corpse of the supervisor. His chest rose and fell slowly, and a long sigh slipped from his lips. The supervisor's death meant the 3rd phase had begun. Those shackles restraining the killing weapons had now completely shattered. Watch out. He spun around sharply, his eyes cutting like knives as they swept over the 4 behind him. If I'm right, we're about to face a fierce battle. Why? Wang Dazhu frowned deeply, pointing at the falling debris overhead. This place is obviously about to collapse. It's not that simple. Gu Yeoming's voice dropped low, every word squeezed through clenched teeth. Head straight to the secret tunnel exit. Outside, the terrain is open. It's good for both attack and defense. In just a few minutes, the monsters deepest in the research facility will awaken. The 4 exchanged a glance. After surviving so many life and death trials, they knew Gu Yeoming never spoke lightly. Though doubts lingered what kind of creature could fight all 4 of them, they all chose to trust him. At the secret tunnel entrance, piles of rubble blocked the passage completely, as if a small mountain had collapsed. The 5's faces darkened instantly, caused by the collapse. Chris' voice came out ragged from deep in his throat. Without a word, Wang Dazhu stepped forward. His arms bulged with muscle, veins writhing like worms beneath the skin. He raised his fist high. Boom. The deafening crash made their eardrums ache. The surface stones scattered, revealing more rocks behind. The entire passage was packed tight. It's completely sealed off. Wang Dazhu's voice was muffled. I can break through, but it'll take time. Hurry. Gu Yeoming's eyelids started twitching uncontrollably, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Just as Wang Dazhu raised his fist again, gurgle gurgle, an eerie sound came from behind. Gu Yeoming whipped his head around. A massive flesh ball appeared in view. Its long tail spikes swayed through the air, blood-red wings opening and closing. It had no facial features, only a spiraled, giant mouth engulfing in a frenzy the corpses of monsters on the ground. Purple and red patterns slithered across its surface like living things. Gu Yeoming's pupils shrank sharply. Extraordinary level flesh sovereign. Hybrid rank, 72. Health, 7,540. Strength, 80. Agility, 59. Spirit, 66. Stamina, 88. Active skills, thunderous roar, tail spike piercing, flesh detachment, flesh tentacles, flight, pounce and bite. Passive skills, mental corruption, assimilation, supersensory hearing and smell, devour recovery, evolution, extreme regeneration, 40 damage resistance. Current status, extremely hungry. Current rank, be about to advance to A. Assessment, extremely dangerous. Evaluation, the ultimate killing weapon formed by fusing countless bizarre monstrosities and human brains. Possesses simple cognitive abilities. Peak creation of Research Institute Number 3. The flesh and blood monarch stared at the panel before him, and Gu Yeoming's eyelids twitched sharply. Just as feared, that thing had arrived. What exactly was that monster? Chris stared blankly at the flesh and blood monarch not far away, ripping apart and devouring corpses, every nerve in his body urging him to flee. The other 3 test subjects felt the same. The 4 all held their gaze fixed on the monstrous figure, none daring to make a move. The creaking and grinding of bones echoed continuously, but the flesh and blood monarch seemed unaware of their presence, intent on consuming the remains scattered on the ground. Gu Yeoming quickly gathered his wits and leaned toward the 4 beside him, whispering, "We have to stop it from continuing to feed, or it'll evolve again and become even more powerful." The words snapped them all to attention, their senses sharpening instantly as they prepared to confront the threat. Gu Yeoming pressed on. "Wang Daju, Fiona, keep digging the passage. We need to get out fast. Move quickly." Both exchanged glances and nodded urgently. "What's your plan then?" Wang Daju and Fiona froze for a moment. "To hold it off." Gu Yeoming's brow furrowed as he stared intently at the flesh and blood monarch. His voice was steady with resolve. "That thing is formed from all kinds of twisted creatures fused with a human brain. The brain is its weak spot. Don't let it touch you, or it could assimilate your body." He gestured toward the pulsating brain wrapped in the mass of flesh. "We have to find a way to destroy it." In truth, Gu Yeoming could have stayed hidden and left the 4 test subjects to handle the flesh and blood monarch. But with the research facility on the verge of collapse and the enormous rewards hidden within this abnormal level, aberration took it upon himself to hold the creature back and try to deal as much damage as possible. Besides, with the 4 test subjects' cooperation, the chances of killing the flesh and blood monarch were significantly higher. Chris' forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Unlike the others, he felt the terrifying reality of this creaturite was at the pinnacle of the food chain on a whole higher level. He whispered, "So how do you plan to destroy its brain?" Fiona frowned, her expression complex. "I can feel it. My special abilities aren't even strong enough to pierce through its flesh shell." Gu Yeoming's eyes shifted suddenly to Dee's and said, "Dee's, right now, you're the only one who can truly stand against it." "Me? Really?" Dee's stammered, clearly disbelieving. "You can. Trust me." Gu Yeoming's gaze burned steadily at Dee's, full of certainty. Boss level source of the plague, Dee's. Level, 60. Max HP, 9,000. Strength, 25. Agility, 22. Spirit, 90. Stamina, 110. Active skills, corrosion, vitality drain, virus invasion, plague assimilation. Passive skills, plague body immune to viral and plague debuffs, 80 resistance to mental debuffs, plague regeneration. Current rank, B. Current status, healthy. Assessment, extremely dangerous. Description, an extremely specialized infection type, NP, not to be provoked unless you have measures to eradicate all viruses quickly, or it will regenerate rapidly. Gu Yeoming stared at the panel, a faint glimmer sparking in his eyes. He hadn't lied to Deza based on his traits and abilities. There just might be a chance to stand toe-to-toe against the flesh and blood monarch. As everyone's eyes turned toward him, Dies nodded firmly and then stepped forward slowly toward the flesh sovereign not far away. Warning, boss level source of the plague. Dies has activated multiple skills: corrosion, vitality drain, viral invasion, plague assimilation. An alert sounded immediately after. Boss level source of the plague. Dies has marked the hostile target as abnormal level flesh sovereign. Gu Yeoming stood still, eyes fixed on Dies as he approached the flesh sovereign at a calm pace. He looked completely normal, his steps steady and natural, as if he were an ordinary person quietly standing beside the monster, staring blankly at the grotesque creature devouring flesh. "Gulu?" The flesh sovereign seemed to sense something unusual, letting out a confused call before opening its huge maw directly toward Dies. Roar! It suddenly bellowed wildly, as if intent on swallowing the plague-ridden figure whole. But its movement abruptly stopped. Its gaze flickered, and it slowly retreated backward, clearly wary of the plague infection covering Dies' body, showing no interest in devouring him. With a crisp sizzle, the flesh sovereign's entire body began to rot and crumble. The once bright red flesh turned into black, putrid liquid accompanied by a wave of rancid stench. Roar! The flesh sovereign let out a furious roar and violently whipped its spiked tail, slamming Dies hard against a nearby stone wall. Boom! The impact sent Dies crashing into the wall as rubble rained down upon him. He struggled forcefully, slowly pulling free from the cracks in the stone. But the wounds on his body no longer bled ordinary red blood. Instead, they pulsed with dense, spreading green plague marks. Boom! At that moment, Wang Daju and Fiona were working together to clear away the piles of debris. The strange noise caught the Flesh Sovereign's attention. It opened its gaping maw again and shot a fierce glare toward Gu Yeoming and the others. A murderous aura suddenly engulfed them. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed as Gu Yeoming's eyes darkened. He reached out to Chris beside him. Chris, Ghost Whale. Chris hesitated for a moment, but then reflexively took the cold weapon in hand, gripping it tightly. Gu Yeoming took a deep breath, steadying himself and sharpening his focus to peak condition. He said calmly, Chris, ready to go all out? A wild gleam flickered in Chris' eyes as he grinned, revealing sharp shark-like teeth. What's there to be afraid of? No sooner had he spoken than his body trembled violently. His form twisted and morphed rapidly, transforming into an unknown monstrous shape. Warning. Boss level Stitchman. Chris has activated skill, Monster Liberation. Warning. Boss level Stitchman. Chris 4 attributes 15, entering a berserk state. Warning. Boss level Stitchman. Chris current rank upgraded to B. Alert. Boss level Stitchman. Chris has marked the hostile target as abnormal level Flesh Sovereign. Chris' appearance had completely changed. His body was covered in black scales, a thick, pitch-black tail lashed behind him. His shark-like teeth stretched longer and sharper, and his hands morphed into deadly claws flashing cold light in the air. He was no longer an ordinary human, but a true humanoid monster. Hissing softly, white breath escaping his lips, Chris' muscles tensed, radiating raw, explosive ferocity and wildness. Killer intent surged like a roaring tide within the green, vertical pupils. Buddy, what's the plan now? His voice was hoarse to the extreme, his narrow tongue flicking ominously along his cheek with a chilling, sinister air. Scrape off all the flesh and blood from the surface of its flesh ball. Expose its brain directly. Gu Yeoming held his long sword in one hand, the other gripping the spear shaft tightly. He tugged slightly at the round, dome-shaped cap atop his head. A cold gleam burst from his eyes, a sharp, piercing aura swirling steadily around him like a blade slicing through the air. Understood. Chris sneered coldly. The next moment, a loud bang echoed the instant Chris became a blur of shadow, charging swiftly toward the massive flesh lord not far away. The gun barrel spat out scorching hot bullets imbued with damage-enhancing and penetrating magic, striking precisely at the flesh lord. Gu Yeoming pressed forward closely, wielding the Devourer Destroyer, a weapon shimmering with green light, mercilessly pounding the monster. With every whoosh breaking the air, bullets sank deep into the flesh lord's body. Due to 40 resistance, attack power reduced. The system's prompt came calmly and objectively. You dealt 188 damage to the abnormal level flesh lord. You dealt 201 damage to the abnormal level flesh lord. Gu Yeoming's brow furrowed tightly. This guy's physical immunity is way too high. He nimbly dodged the lashing tentacles, each swing ripping through flesh with a grating, tearing sound. His mind raced right now. Only Chris transformed into monster form could deal high damage. He had to kill this monster quickly, or the entire research facility would collapse. Chris understood this too. He had already reached atop the flesh lord's head. His snarling grew colder as he raised his claws, wildly slashing the massive body. Blood splattered, with cracking and tearing sounds ringing out. Swish, 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 blood sprayed wildly. The flesh lord let out a painful roar, suddenly raising the tail spike at the back and violently stabbing upward at Chris on top. Just as the tail spike was about to hit, a sharp sound pierced the air behind. Chris rolled nimbly aside, the spike missing by inches, tearing through the air with a high-pitched hiss. At that moment, from the giant flesh lord's massive body came crackling liquefaction, sounds that was Dai's virus taking effect. Dai stepped forward slowly, fixing his gaze unblinkingly on the flesh lord. An intense aura flared like he was a different person entirely. Chris. His voice was low but urgent. Throw me into its mouth. What? Chris paused, confused but still nodded firmly. In a flash, Chris became a shadowy streak, darted behind Dai's, grabbed the back of his clothes, and hurled him hard into the flesh lord's gaping mouth. Dai's crashed inside like a cannonball. The flesh lord froze, furious, trying to spit him out, but Dai's climbed steadily deeper instead. Roar. The flesh lord shook its massive body violently, thrashing wildly in an effort to fling Dai's out. You won't escape this time. Lying among the fleshy tissue, Dai's lips curved faintly as his body began to liquefy gradually, seeping slowly through the flesh lord's interior in all directions. Gu Yeoming's eyes brightened, a gleam of sharp insight flashing through them. Dai's virus was fiercely battling and countering the flesh lord's own body. The opportunity had arrived. Sizzly as Dai's was devoured, the flesh lord's body twisted violently, pain etched clearly across his face. His flesh and blood began to rot, the decay spreading like black flames over his skin, causing him to stagger and let out hoarse roars. Warning. Abnormal level. The flesh lord automatically activated multiple skills: extreme regeneration, assimilation, and mental corruption. In the next instant, the decay slowed sharply, as if the virus inside was fiercely battling the regenerative power. The mental corruption effect began to take hold. Failure meant a loss of 45 mental points needed to resist the skill. In Gu Yeoming's mind, system alerts chimed repeatedly. Suddenly, his vision distorted violently. The world shook, and maddening whispers filled his ears, disrupting his focus. Warning: mental corruption active. Gu Yeoming's speed dropped by 30, and he was afflicted with bleeding and dizziness. Warm fluid seeped slowly from his eyes and nose, moistening his face. He shook his head hard, struggling desperately to regain clarity. Damn it! Standard countermeasures were completely ineffective. A cold light flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed the Cry Ghost brush pin and slashed fiercely across his palm. Blood sprayed with a sharp hiss, the searing pain jolting his nerves awake. Next to him, Chris called out anxiously, "Hey, are you okay, man?" "I'm fine," Gu Yeoming replied, exhaustion weighing on him as he barely kept consciousness, dodging the tentacles relentlessly. His voice was low but urgent. "Start scraping off its flesh. If this goes on, Dais will be assimilated and none of us will get out alive." He spun around and saw Wang Daju and Fiona desperately smashing crushed stones piled up like a wall. Most of it was already broken, revealing faint but deep wounds beneath. "Got it!" Chris roared with fury, his form turning into a black shadow as he tore through the blocking tentacles and leapt onto the Flesh Lord's head. Chris had already carved a large crater there with his frenzied claws. Because Dais was swallowed, the hole healed much slower and was stuck in a stalemate. "Die!" Chris snarled through clenched teeth, swinging his arms in arcs that left afterimages. With slicing sounds, chunks of flesh scattered. The Flesh Lord howled in intense pain from the sharp stabs on his head, shaking his body violently. Damage amplification boom. Gu Yeoming circled the Flesh Lord, the gluttonous destroyer in his hands, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, trying to draw the monster's attention. System notification: due to 40 damage resistance, damage reduced. You have dealt 221 damage to abnormal level Flesh Lord. You have dealt 201 damage to abnormal level Flesh Lord. Roar. The Flesh Lord went fully berserk, releasing a furious roar that tore through the air, shaking the entire research facility. Warning: abnormal level Flesh Lord activated skill, deafening roar. Warning: you are briefly stunned. In the next second, Gu Yeoming's movements faltered, his vision violently shaking, barely able to focus. With a piercing whoosh through the air, a gruesome flesh-covered tentacle lunged violently at Gu Yeoming. "Watch out!" Chris' pupils constricted sharply as he shouted urgently. Boom! A massive stone slab suddenly flew past Gu Yeoming's front, smashing brutally into the fleshy tentacle and crashing it against the wall. It was Wang Daju. At this moment, Wang Dazu's entire body blazed a fiery red, veins bulging, covered in rows of gleaming silver spikes that shimmered ominously in the dim light. Gritting his teeth, his blood-red eyes radiated ferocity as he slowly advanced toward Gu Yeoming. Warning: boss-level Savage Butcher Wang Daju has activated skill, Butcher Stance. Warning: boss-level Savage Butcher Wang Dazu's current rank has risen to B. Alert: boss-level Savage Butcher Wang Daju has locked enemy target. Abnormal rank: Flesh Monarch Chris. Cover me! Wang Daju roared, his arm muscles bulging as if charging immense power. Got it! Seeing Gu Yeoming was safe, Chris nodded immediately and leapt off the Flesh Monarch's head, spreading his arms to tear apart all the fleshy tentacles entangling Wang Daju. Charged up, Wang Daju let out a fierce roar and sprang high into the air, clapping his hands together like a powerful cannonball aimed straight at the Flesh Monarch's crown. The force was overwhelming, cleaving a deep, jagged fracture into the Flesh Monarch's head. Roar! The Flesh Monarch howled in agony, thrashing violently as a massive arm burst out from its body and savagely slammed Wang Daju off its crown. Wang Daju crashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep crater on impact. Blood gushed from his mouth as he ground his teeth. Almost, just a little closer. I could have hit its brain. Chris was gearing up to charge again, but thick fleshy tentacles suddenly blocked his path. His face twisted fiercely as he struggled, unable to break free quickly to aid Wang Daju. Suddenly a shadow leapt into the air. It was Gu Yeoming. Agilely, he dropped into the pit of flesh, wielding the weeping ghost with an icy glare as sharp as a blade. Damage boost activated. A flurry of sword strikes exploded in succession. Sword shadows surged like crashing waves. Gu Yeoming's figure blurred as he sliced through the flesh in the pit with sword chi. The Flesh Monarch sensed its weak spot exposed and roared furiously, trying desperately to recall the tentacles blocking Chris. But Chris wasn't having it. Weaving through the tentacles, he quickly wrapped both arms around them, a wicked smile curling on his lips. "You want to interfere with us?" "No way." The Flesh Monarch yelled in rage, violently pulling the tentacles back, but its strength was so immense that it yanked Chris along with them. Seeing this, Wang Daju charged forward, grabbing a tentacle tightly and slamming it to the ground. With Wang Dazu's help, Chris finally eased his struggle. Alert: abnormal rank, Flesh Monarch weak, spot exposed. Eliminate quickly. The white brain atop the flesh monarch's head gradually became visible. Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes and confidently raised the devourer of gluttony, firing shot after shot. Bang bang bang, deadly bullets struck repeatedly, shredding the brain apart. Damage you dealt 23-21 damage to abnormal rank, flesh monarch. Damage you dealt 25-12 damage to abnormal rank, flesh monarch. The flesh monarch let out a pained howl, teetering on the brink of collapse. Warning: abnormal rank flesh monarch is now in near-death state. Damage you dealt 213 damage to abnormal rank, flesh monarch. Boom. Finally, the abnormal rank flesh monarch crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. You have successfully defeated the abnormal rank flesh monarch. Your damage to the abnormal grade flesh monarch reached 58.6. The system alert rang out repeatedly. Congratulations on your rewards. Epic grade monarch's gaze. 22,195 experience points, 10 advanced health potions, 20 intermediate health potions, 10 fatigue resistance potions. Immediately after, the upgrade succeeded, raising your free attribute points by 2 levels to a total of 6. Amid the flurry of system notifications echoing in his mind, Gu Yeoming exhaled deeply and carefully climbed out from the top of the massive, now dead flesh monarch's body. Chris approached, concern etched on his face. Hey man, you alright? I'm fine. Gu Yeoming wiped the blood off his face, a relieved smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. We hit the jackpot. The drops from this abnormal level freak were insane. If you guys hadn't been here, I probably would have burst out laughing. Just then, a familiar gurgling noise caught his attention. Gu Yeoming paused, turning back in confusion. Could the flesh monarch still be alive? His eyes quickly scanned the scene. Deep inside the creature's giant maw, clusters of green plague were slowly coalescing. A minute later, Dai's in humanoid form staggered out, speaking weakly. Is it over? A prompt appeared. Boss level plague source. Dai's. Remaining HP 4,399. Dai's was visibly regaining his strength. That's great, little Zay. You're okay. Chris hurried over, patting his shoulder with a grin. Thanks to you. This guy was a real headache for us. No, Dai's replied softly, a shy smile on his lips. I just stayed inside the monster, holding on. Didn't really do much. Before they could say more, a thunderous rumbling sounded overhead. Gu Yeoming quickly scanned the area as debris rained down and the research facility began to collapse. His pupils shrank sharply as he shouted, head for the secret tunnel. Chris, Wang Dezhu, and the others reacted instantly, dashing toward the passageway. Outside the tunnel, ruins littered with broken steel bars and dust provided a cool, quiet refuge. Gu Yeoming stood at the entrance, listening to the rumbling behind him, finally exhaling in relief. Had they been even 10 seconds slower, they would have been buried alive. The system notification chimed in. Mission complete. Destroy the research facility. Rewards: 10 free attribute points. Random epic equipment, epic grade, Shadow Phantom. Gu Yeoming blinked, almost forgetting this extra bonus. He caught his breath and said, guys, that was intense. I honestly thought we'd be buried in there. Chris ruffled his disheveled hair with a grin. Smashing the company's research center felt damn good. You two should go back first, Wang Dezhu muttered, looking worn out. I pushed myself too hard just now. I'm starving. He'll stay behind to scavenge for something to eat. Same here. Dai's raised his hand wearily. My viral reserves are nearly depleted. I need to get out and replenish. Looks like we all have to stay here for a while, Fiona nodded. Chris turned to Gu Yeoming. What about you, man? Gu Yeoming's expression remained blank. I need to return for a while. This haul was huge, and he had to get back to tally everything immediately. Then let's part ways here. Chris nodded, a hint of satisfaction curling on his lips. If anything comes up later, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Without you, taking down that research facility would have been a whole lot harder. The other three also nodded in agreement towards Gu Yeoming. Noting their increased goodwill, Gu Yeoming responded calmly, I will. With that, he turned and walked away steadily from the scene. The 4 test subjects watched Gu Yeoming's retreating back, exchanging glances before dispersing to the outside world in search of food. Several hours later, inside a hotel room in Sector 4 of the Kongming Empire, Gu Yeoming took a quick shower, thoroughly washing away the lingering scent of blood. Returning to his chair, he opened the system screen to tally the gains from this mission. He closed his eyes slowly, inhaled deeply to release tension, then shook his head and focused on the screen before him. Alright, let's check the attribute updates. The screen displayed. Current level, 30. Available free attribute points, 16. Spirit 10, Stamina 6. After suffering repeated severe debuffs from the Flesh Monarch, strengthening his spirit became a pressing priority. During the attack by the Flesh Tendrils, if not for Wang Daz's timely help, he would have surely faced death or grave injury. Attribute panel showed. Strength 30, Agility 30, Spirit 30, Stamina 30. Current rank, D. Status, Healthy. HP, 12001-200. With this round of upgrades, his core stats finally evened out, and his rank increased from D to D. Finishing the point allocation, Gu Yeoming's eyes shifted to the epic gear in his system inventory. He opened the backpack and locked onto the Shadow Phantom, a large-caliber sniper rifle bathed in purple-black hues of epic quality, with attack power ranging from 300 to 520. Ammo was unlimited with auto-replenishment. Its special effect granted a 20 speed boost and 10 damage increase whenever the user remained in shadow. It required level 30 and was acquired randomly. The review note read, "The ultimate tool for ambushes, those who've used it swear by it." His long-range combat capabilities had significantly improved. He nodded with quiet satisfaction at the Shadow Phantom resting calmly in his backpack. Next, his gaze shifted to another epic item from the Flesh Monarch, the Monarch's Gaze. This unexpected gift stirred a mix of feelings deep inside. The Monarch's Gaze is a ring of epic quality, imbued with powerful spiritual attributes. It grants 10 to spirit and comes with 10 additional effects. The most notable include Malice Perception, Monarch's Gaze, and 20 immunity to spirit control debuffs. Malice Perception allows the wearer to accurately detect the malevolent aura emitted by enemies and pinpoint their locations. Monarch's Gaze is an intimidating effect. If any target stares at the wearer for more than 5 seconds, it triggers a 100 chance to summon a Flesh Monarch illusion lasting 10 seconds. The ring also carries a curse. If the wearer's spirit falls below 25 points, all buffs are disabled, and the wearer suffers continuous stun effects. The ring is at full durability 100, requires level 30, and is extremely rare, only a small chance to drop from killing the abnormal level Flesh Monarch. This ring is highly praised. Even a blind Flesh Monarch can detect hostile intent and respond swiftly thanks to Malice Perception. The additional effects can be toggled on or off as needed. Gu Yeoming stared at the equipment panel before him, a faint smile creeping onto his face. This was a huge find. Although the ring's curse is a drawback, his current spirit points are 30, allowing him to ignore it completely. With that in mind, Gu Yeoming summoned the Monarch's Gaze. The ring appeared as a patchwork of flesh, featuring a bloodshot, wide-open eyeball staring intently at him. As he slipped it onto his finger, system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Epic item equipped, Monarch's Gaze. Spirit check successful. Spirit 10 granted. 20 immunity to spirit control debuffs. Upon equipping, Gu Yeoming's spirit immediately rose to 40 points, enabling him to resist nearly all spirit-based negative effects. Watching the stream of system messages, Gu Yeoming finally exhaled with relief. He had been plagued by debuffs in the past, but this time he had overcome that weakness. With his stats allocated and equipment secured, the next major step was about to begin. He slowly opened the class panel and clicked on the Aggregator Professional option. The system ran a level check. Current level 30, requirements met. Secondary class unlocked. Then, accompanied by a system prompt, the class selection panel appeared again. As expected, the aggregator could choose a second profession. Faced with a dense list of classes, Gu Yeoming pondered carefully. His existing Gunsword Warrior class was well balanced for combat, but he wanted to pick an extreme class to complement it and increase versatility. He scrolled through options, focusing on a few candidates: Alchemist, Equipment Forging Specialist, Enchanter, Enchant Singer. After some thought, Gu Yeoming finally decided on his second profession, the Equipment Forging Specialist. This path would let him craft gear using many monster materials that were otherwise overlooked, and even attract profit-driven players. Based on his prior experience as a player, the Equipment Forging Specialist was always highly sought after in the market at every game phase. With his decision made, Gu Yeoming's eyes gleamed with determination. The selection of his secondary profession was now officially underway. This profession had no combat skills at all, and was only chosen by players who focused on daily life activities. Its leveling difficulty was far higher than other classes. But for Gu Yeoming, that didn't matter in the slightest. His primary class was Gun Swordsman, which easily offset this limitation. With that thought, a determined expression appeared on his face as he unhesitatingly clicked the Equipment Smith selection button. Following routine, Gu Yeoming carefully reviewed the profession description and skill details. After confirming everything was correct, he pressed the confirmation key. A line of text popped up on the screen. You have chosen the profession. Equipment Smith is transition successful. Equipment Smith is now your secondary profession. Next profession selection available at level 60. When he saw the words next profession selection available at level 60, a faint light flickered in Gu Yeoming's eyes. There was still the option to switch professions later. In that case, he could pick a buffing class to increase defense or one that maximized output. But for now, level 60 was still far away. He'd have to wait patiently. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, then opened the Equipment Smith skill panel. He was relieved to see that the level was shared across professions, so he didn't have to start from scratch. A list of learnable skills appeared before him, and he nodded in approval. The panel showed: you have learned skill, Basic Forging. You have learned skill, Advanced Forging. You have learned skill, Equipment Maintenance. You have learned passive skill, Equipment Smith Novice Level 1. The straightforward names Basic Forging and Advanced Forging indicated the ability to craft normal and excellent quality equipment, while equipment maintenance was a crucial skill that greatly increased an item's durability, recovery, speed, perfectly complementing his gun swordsman talents. As for the passive skill, equipment forging always had a chance to succeed or fail. Top masters could forge at extremely high success rates and would occasionally add advanced attributes. This was why the equipment smith profession held strong appeal among players. Not only could they repair durability, they could craft unique, high-quality gear. Gu Yeoming stared at the newly unlocked skills on the panel, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Finally, the large quantity of materials had stockpiled in his system inventory could be put to real use. Transition complete. Next, let me check the latest gun swordsman skills, he thought, quickly switching to the gun swordsman skill interface. At level 30, the new skill slot was indeed lit up. The skills list showed. You have learned passive skill. Calm Mind reduces mental control type debuffs by 10. You have learned skill. Vengeful Resolve deals an additional 20 damage to a designated target. You have learned skill. Sword and Blade Enchantment allows applying any enchantment attribute to swords and blades. After mastering these skills, Gu Yeoming reviewed his refreshed attribute panel and nodded with satisfaction. This round of refinement and upgrades brought about a qualitative leap in his power. His previously weak mental attribute had become his highest among the 4 main stats, coupled with the 30 mental control reduction from the Monarch's Gaze equipment and Calm Mind skill, greatly reducing the need to worry about mental defense in the short term. For ranged attacks, the Shadow skill combined with damage boosts and the new Vengeful Resolve skill made his burst damage impressively high. The Sword and Blade Enchantment skill, similar to bullet enchantments, expanded his offensive versatility. In short, this trip to the Research Institute had been extremely rewarding. Gu Yeoming took a deep breath and then opened the crafting function. A dense array of equipment information flooded the screen. He brightened. No need to risk hunting strange monsters outside for now. His next plan was to improve the passive equipment smith skill and craft as much gear as possible to win over some players who still remain neutral. Thoughts flashing swiftly through his mind, he conjured the forging bench before him and began swiping deftly across the interface. The forging process commenced. In the Sin domain, inside a conference room at Moreide Corporation's branch office, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Everyone sat silently in their seats, their expressions grim, eyes locked onto the massive holographic screen at the front of the room. The screen displayed footage of Gu Yeoming and 4 other test subjects engaged in fierce combat, with several grotesquely shaped monsters. Gu Yeoming's combat abilities had clearly improved. His movements were sharp and decisive, causing Yang Qingli's clenched fists to tremble slightly, his face ashen with rage. In less than a month, Gu Yeoming, whom he had once regarded as nothing more than an ant, had suddenly grown to this extent. What was even more incomprehensible was that he had joined forces with those test subjects who had escaped long ago, becoming their ally. The footage was shocking and left everyone feeling a heavy weight of oppression in their hearts. Mo Wonsun, standing before the screen, remained silent for quite some time before finally speaking. After seeing this, what are your thoughts? The group exchanged glances, but no one spoke. The atmosphere fell into an awkward deadlock. This footage had been urgently transmitted to all branches and research facilities by Research Facility Number 3 before its destruction. Mo Wonsun lowered his gaze, his voice calm, yet cold. As you've all seen, escape test subject number 1145, Gu Yeoming, has not only significantly enhanced his abilities, but has also joined forces with those test subjects who left long ago. We must admit that Gu Yeoming is no longer a pawn we can manipulate at will. With those powerful test subjects backing him, he now has the strength to contend with us. Silence spread through the room. The air seemed to freeze, and no one dared to speak. Seeing this, Mo Wonsun furrowed his brow, his tone remaining indifferent. This intelligence has already been transmitted to the corporation's branches in other countries. Not long ago, they contacted us demanding a reasonable explanation. An explanation? Yang Qingli let out a cold laugh, his lips curling with disdain. When it comes to culpability, they're far more responsible than we are. Given the obvious strength of those test subjects, we should be watching to see how they explain themselves. Xiao Yinghe adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, adding expressionlessly, Headquarters has made their stance clear. They want us to resolve this problem ourselves. Mo Wonsun paused briefly before continuing. While losing a research facility isn't uncommon, such incidents are a dime a dozen worldwide. This time, the intruders weren't forces from another nation, but these escaped test subjects. Headquarters views this as a blatant provocation. Hearing this, Yang Qingli raised an eyebrow, his questioning tone sharp. If that's the case, why doesn't Headquarters take direct action? With their capabilities, how could they possibly be unable to deal with those test subjects? Are you questioning Headquarters' judgment? Mo Wonsun turned, his gaze cold as it fixed on Yang Qingli. Do you think it's really that simple? Our branch has to conduct human trafficking operations in secret, under the radar. If Headquarters could act without risk, they would have done so long ago. Would it be our turn to worry about other forces' movements? Right now, they're all watching closely. Any disturbance, once exposed, would put Headquarters under unbearable pressure. At that point, our branch would find it even harder to escape. The oppressive weight in the air deepened. Everyone understood the implicit risks and helplessness of the situation. Finally, Yang Qingli's tone grew heavy. So what do you think we should do? Yang Qingli's brow furrowed tightly as he spoke in a cold and sharp tone. You need to understand, these people didn't just destroy a research institute. More importantly, that guy named Gu Yeoming has skyrocketed in strength to this level in less than a month. If we give him a few more months, or even years, what are we going to do then? His words revealed clear worry and vigilance. Mo Wonsan glanced over with a calm expression and replied lightly, your judgment makes sense. Gu Yeoming's growth rate is truly astonishing. He nodded slightly to show his agreement with Yang Qingli's point. But hey, race the strange part. Multiple data analyses show that Gu Yeoming has absolutely no potential for growth. He's basically a cannon fodder with almost zero chance of becoming a supernatural being. So how could such a hopeless ordinary person improve to this level in less than a month? I still can't figure it out. Really can't. Mo Wonsan shook his head and turned his gaze to Carter, a hint of urgency in his voice. Carter, you must coordinate with other national branches and intelligence agencies. You have to track down Gu Yeoming and the other test subjects thoroughly. The moment you find anything, report to me immediately. We will mobilize a joint task force to capture or eliminate these test subjects once and for all. We can't allow them to roam free any longer. It's time they saw our real power. Carter nodded firmly and responded without hesitation, understood. Yang Qingli crossed his arms and stood there with a look of clear disdain. He glanced at Carter coldly and muttered, we haven't even been able to find any trace of them in these past few days. Don't even mention what comes next. Obviously, his trust in Carter's capabilities was waning. At that moment, Mo Wensun turned his attention to Xiao Inghe and asked, how is the brainwashing procedure on the fourth disaster progressing? Xiao Inghe answered confidently, not bad. We have captured a large number of fourth disaster subjects to study and brainwash. The results are quite promising. But, strangely, all of them vanished yesterday, as if they evaporated into thin air. Mo Wensun's brow deeply furrowed as he pressed, have you determined the cause? Xiao Inghe shook his head helplessly. No, we couldn't find any clues at all. We have no idea where they went and can't carry out any investigation. The moment we discover any trace, we will report immediately. After issuing the last orders, Mo Wonsun surveyed everyone in the room with a calm, yet resolute voice. Everyone, these tasks are now in your hands. Please perform your duties diligently and give your all. Headquarters is closely monitoring the situation. The group responded in unison, their faces grave as they nodded, yes. All right, meeting adjourned. 2 days later, inside a hotel in the 4th district of the Kongming Empire, Gu Yeoming wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally paused his work. The room was dimly lit, with the scent of machine oil and metal lingering in the air. He opened his system backpack, revealing the various pieces of equipment he had forged almost non-stop day and night over the past 2 days. There were hundreds of common-grade Gundams and nearly 100 excellent grade ones. Looking at the neatly stacked piles of gear, Gu Yeoming nodded with quiet satisfaction. He then opened the system panel to review his basic information clearly. NPC template name, Gu Yeoming. Age, 21. Gender, male. Level, 30. Race, human. Main profession, synthesizer. Secondary professions, gun swordsman, equipment blacksmith. Active skills, bullet enchantment, sword slash, damage amplification, revenge determination, sword enchantment. Passive skills, equipment blacksmith, equipment crafting proficiency level 3, gun swordsman, combat mastery level 1, vehicle expert level 3, gunsmith grandmaster level 1, swordsmanship grandmaster level 2, blade master level 2, agility master level 1, calm thought talent, gunsword mastery active. Attribute panel, strength 30, agility 30, spirit 40, vitality 30. Available free attribute points, 0. Current rank, D. Current status, healthy, tired. HP, 12001200. Overall evaluation, you are steadily closing the gap toward mid-tier strength. The continuous forging over these 2 days finally raised his passive equipment crafting skill to proficient level 3, just one step away from breaking into the expert tier. Seeing the refreshed stats on the panel, a subtle light flickered in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Estimating roughly, 3 days must have passed, and version 1.1 should now be live. Sure enough, a system notification popped up. Game update complete. Version 1.1 is now open. The 1.1 version PV has been uploaded to the player forum Blue Tech Dimension. The update introduced a new event, the destruction of Research Institute number 3, truly unexpected. Gu Yeoming nodded and immediately opened the player forum to check the latest news. The 3-day wait felt long to many players. Since the game just launched, waves of enthusiastic new players flooded in. The normally nearly deserted forum suddenly buzzed with activity. She said, I'm an angel. Damn you. Finally ready to start the server? A buy is only good for snacks, craving the infinite dimension. Smart tomato, veterans, which profession is best? Leg hair can stretch and bend. Awesome. Within minutes, players surged past the number of version 1.0. Gu Yeoming gently stroked his chin, a complicated and unreadable light flashing in his gaze. Looks like I need to set my plans in motion early. About 10 minutes later, Gu Yeoming, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, strolled slowly through the bustling streets. His eyes scanned the crowded throng, but he realized most of the people were just local NPCs. The players, usually abundant and everywhere, had suddenly become scarce, stirring doubts in his mind. Village chief? Just then, a voice came from beside him. Gu Yeoming frowned and quickly turned his head. A player standing a short distance away looked at him with surprise and delight. The player's username boldly read, wannabe village chief Gu Xingnu? Staring at the name, Gu Yeoming momentarily froze, a shock rippling through his chest. He quickly composed himself, maintaining a blank expression, and asked calmly, "What's up?" Brother Xingnu looked at Gu Yeoming with surprise. Above Gu Yeoming's head floated an exclamation mark visible only to players' a quest. A gleam flickered in Brother Xingnu's eyes as he eagerly stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Village chief, do you need my help?" Gu Yeoming nodded slowly, trying hard not to look at the player's game name, responding expressionlessly, "Of course." No sooner had he spoken than a quest box appeared before Brother Xingnu. Material collection, quest details. NPC Gu Yeoming urgently needs a large quantity of clothing materials. By any means necessary, bring them all to him. Quest objective, clothing materials. Quest difficulty, easy. Time limit, none. Quest reward, weapons ranging from common to excellent quality, based on quantity, turned in. Accept quest? I accept, definitely accept. Brother Xingnu confirmed without hesitation, a sincere glow in his eyes. Just by doing this simple task, he could earn excellent weapons. This was a genuinely good deed, no wonder he admired village chief Gu so much. After accepting the quest, Brother Xingnu excitedly shouted to Gu Yeoming, "Don't worry, village chief. He'll rush to the clothing store and grab some clothes for you." Gu Yeoming's face turned dark, saying nothing. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively, clearly signaling him to leave. Once Brother Xingnu was gone, Gu Yeoming finally exhaled and wiped away a cold sweat that wasn't really there. Player names this arrogant were truly outrageous. The quest triggered naturally because Gu Yeoming's current gunslinger outfit no longer matched his combat power. Although there were enough monster drops in his inventory to craft a new set of equipment, he had no clothing materials at all and couldn't gather them openly himself. His only option was asking players to help indirectly. A few minutes later, more and more players discovered Gu Yeoming's location and accepted the quest, sharing his coordinates on player forums. This caused a huge stir. Gu Yeoming was almost a main character-level figure in the Blue Science Dimension player forums, carrying an air of mystery and reputation. Many players hurried over from all directions, their sole goal, to see this rumored NPC in person and complete quests for rewards. What a great deal. Boss, Gu Yeoming's location's out. Wanna go? I don't do cilantro anyway. Hot red tea sauce casually glanced at the chat group after killing a small monster and then messaged it. No rush. We need to level up first. Going now is just suicide. Gu Yeoming is seriously powerful, and since we're enemies, he definitely won't give us quests, Hot red tea sauce replied, shaking his head before focusing back on hunting monsters. After a solo fight earlier, he already understood Gu Yeoming's true strength and decided to play it safe, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, inside the Sin domain, Legmao Nungxiu Ningxian stared at the messages on the player forum and couldn't help but let out a wail. He whispered to himself, "Village chief, I really wish I could see you too, but this Sin domain is easy to get into and almost impossible to get out of." Nearby, Jinba Minzwer shook his head helplessly. "Don't lose your mind. If anyone deserves to be crying, it's me. I didn't accept a single mission, yet I'm the one getting dragged into all this. You guys still have the missions the village chief entrusted you with, but I haven't even touched any of it." "Exactly," Legmao Nungxiu Ningxian suddenly shouted, grabbing Jinba Minzwer by the shoulders with determination. "There's no way we're abandoning the village chief's mission halfway. Let's go. Keep pushing forward to attack that company's branch." Before he finished speaking, the two of them were already rushing toward their target. At the same time, in a bar somewhere else, the Blade Edge squad gathered together. Little Angel nudged Blade Edge with a smile and said, "Captain, want to head over to Gu Yeoming's place? The forum says he just posted a new mission with excellent quality gear rewards." "Yeah, haven't you always wanted to learn gun swordsman skills from Gu Yeoming?" Wantang took a sip of juice, eyes hopeful. "Maybe we should go now. He might still be there." Their eyes flicked over the forum updates, and a flicker of light appeared in Blade Edge's gaze. He slowly stood up, about to speak, but suddenly furrowed his brows and fell into thought. He turned to the team, his voice low. "Wait, do you all remember what happened the last time we met Gu Yeoming?" "Of course, what's up?" Chi Zichuang leaned back in the soft leather seat, puzzled. "After we left, those players led by Hot Black Tea Sauce went looking to cause trouble for Gu Yeoming." Blade Edge's frown deepened, his tone serious. "Putting aside who leaked Gu Yeoming's location, we need to figure out first, does he think we were the ones who leaked it? The locals say he definitely knows there's a group of Fourth Calamity guys watching him. Everyone exchanged uneasy looks, a tense atmosphere settling over them. Damn it! Blade Edge's cold glare sharpened. His glass shattered in his hand as anger surged. If Gu Yeoming doesn't misunderstand, that's one thing. But if he does, the consequences won't be easy. His career could be ruined. Those sick perverts like hot black tea sauce. He'll remember them. He whispered, his voice dark with barely suppressed rage. We'll settle the score with them someday. They all looked at each other. Little Angel cleared her throat softly and asked, Captain, if Gu Yeoming probably has the wrong idea about us, should we still go to him directly? Of course we're going. Blade Edge took a deep breath, resolute. But only after we bring the heads of hot black tea sauce's gang. To avoid any misunderstanding, this step is necessary. No sooner had he finished than Blade Edge abruptly stood, eyes scanning the team sharply. Let's go stir up some trouble with hot black tea sauce's group first. Then we'll go find Gu Yeoming. Others nodded in agreement and stood up one after another. At that moment, the bartender beside him slowly walked over with an expressionless face, pointed at the scattered broken shards on the table, and said, Sir, please compensate for the cost of the broken glass. Ah, sorry about that. The Combing Empire, in the wilderness. Gu Yeoming scanned the surroundings. The number of players in front of him was steadily increasing. He nodded slightly. Fortunately, he had arrived early in the wilderness. Otherwise, if this many players gathered in the streets, it would surely attract the attention of the security forces, which was the last thing he wanted to see. The players nearby looked at him with eager eyes, all fixated on this legendary figure. Most of the clothing material quests had already been distributed, but Gu Yeoming knew well that he didn't actually need that many materials. Alright, next, let's hand out this quest. As soon as he spoke, a bright exclamation mark appeared above Gu Yeoming's head once again. Quest. The players immediately grew excited, jostling each other to be the first to accept it. Quest name, Weaken the Company. Quest details. The Moreide Company's deeds have angered both mortals and gods alike. As a champion of justice, are you willing to stand up and do what is right? Quest objective. Venture into the Sin Domain and eliminate all personnel of the Sin Domain Company branch. Quest duration, permanent. Quest rewards, calculated based on the number of kills, including both normal and elite grade equipment. Note, accepting this quest will make you an enemy of the Moreide Company forever. This quest window appeared before all the players present. Upon seeing the requirements, some hesitated, but most clicked accept without hesitation. After all, the elite grade equipment that once intimidated them was now within reach. This quest was originally accepted collectively by members of the IGU guilds. Now, Gu Yeoming was handing it over to this still neutral group of players as part of his future strategy. Players who accepted the quest automatically positioned themselves against the company. A massive crowd of players would soon swarm into the Sin Domain, laying the foundation for upcoming branch assault battles. The very first large-scale battle between player factions was about to unfold. Thinking this, a faint gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. As for rewards, he already had plenty of monster materials stockpiled in his inventory, enough to craft for several more days. To him, acquiring normal or elite-grade equipment was effortless. Such an investment was purely to win over this group of players, and the benefits were obvious. Watching the continuous stream of players flock in, Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly confident about the imminent siege and defense battle. These players in front of him would bear the greatest burden. In the future, they would become the main fighting force. The long-term quest involving the Sin Domain Company branch had finally officially begun. There would also be opportunities for guest appearances later on, so everyone had a chance to participate. After assigning the tasks to the players, Gu Yeoming seized the moment while they were distracted and quickly returned to his hotel room. His system backpack was now filled with various clothing materials contributed by the players. Although most of these materials had been seized by the players, the quantity was fairly substantial. As he opened the system backpack and brought up the forging interface, he began meticulously sorting through the materials for crafting armor and clothing equipment. Upon closer inspection, there were plenty of monster materials suited for forging high-quality gear. Unfortunately, his current level wasn't high enough, so he could only craft equipment of excellent grade. Thinking this over, he shook his head softly, sweeping away distractions, and fully focused on the forging process. Several hours later, Gu Yeoming wiped the sweat off his brow and smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the newly forged equipment in his backpack. Finally, the forging was complete. An excellent grade flesh and blood armor, rated excellent, offering unparalleled defense with 60 to 100 points of flesh blessing. Additional attribute boosts included 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 spirit, and 2 stamina, with a level requirement of 22. The origin tag clearly marked NPC Gu Yeoming as its creator. The evaluation comment boldly stated, "The ultimate embodiment of excellence, truly a pinnacle masterpiece." Next was the excellent grade flesh and blood mask, also rated excellent, providing 30 to 60 points of defense and an additional effect that increased nerve reaction speed by 10. It shared the same level requirement of 22 and was likewise crafted by NPC Gu Yeoming. The appraisal similarly praised it as the supreme expression of excellent quality. Looking at this cohesive set of equipment, Gu Yeoming nodded in approval, his spirits lifted. Since he could currently only forge excellent quality gear without surpassing the level limit, he resolved to maximize the potential of what he had. Moreover, the monster materials came from the flesh and blood sovereign, the rarest drops imparting a distinct aura to the armor. With no hesitation, he equipped the full set piece by piece. The system prompted, "You have equipped excellent grade flesh and blood armor. You have equipped excellent grade flesh and blood mask. Congratulations. You have activated set effect Flesh and Blood King." The set bonus took effect immediately. 8 strength, 8 agility, 8 spirit, 8 stamina, along with an extra boost of 800 maximum health points. At the same time, a second set bonus stack appeared, Flesh and Blood King rebirth of spear and sword. Gu Yeoming's appearance was completely transformed. His previous Spearsword warrior outfit vanished, replaced by a terrifying armor radiating the sinister aura of the flesh and blood sovereign. The armor's surface sprouted dozens of blood-red eyeballs, their glowing red light flickering mysteriously in the shadows, creating an eerie sight. This flashy armor drew too much attention, with countless eyes seeming to watch his every move, causing Gu Yeoming to frown lightly. Just as he was worried about how conspicuous the armor was, the system thoughtfully popped up 2 notification windows. Gu Yeoming gladly accepted them and decisively used the glamour effect to overwrite the previous Spearsword warrior set's appearance. Since the glamour only changed visuals without stacking set attributes, the Spearsword armor served purely as a cosmetic disguise. This way, his movements no longer attracted so much unwanted attention, and he didn't have to worry about frightening onlookers with the blood-eyed armor. Gu Yeoming shook his head, brushing off his irritation, and opened the attribute panel. The equipment upgrade brought massive stat boosts, and his combat strength increased noticeably along with it. On the attribute panel, his strength stood at 40, agility 40, spirit 50, stamina 40, with 40 free attribute points remaining. His current level showed 0, rated D, on the verge of promotion to rank C. The dramatically transformed stats displayed on the screen brought a faint, uncontrollable smile to Gu Yeoming's face. Now, even against crank foes or bizarre abnormal creatures, he could hold his ground firmly. His power had grown tremendously, was like a completely different person compared to just moments earlier. He silently marveled at the extraordinary materials from the Flesh Sovereign. Whether it was the individual equipment's attributes or the set bonuses, almost every aspect was pushed to its limit. Of course, not every piece had a 100 crafting success rate. His equipment manufacturing passive skill was only at proficiency level 3, far from the high success rates of masters or grandmasters. To forge this full set, Gu Yeoming had nearly exhausted all the materials dropped by the Flesh Sovereign. His supply of fabric was almost gone, too. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of immense power flowing through his body. Excitement and elation rose to their peak. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic knocking came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Gu Yeoming stood up and walked over to open it. Ahead stood Chris' younger sister, Kleena. This time, her expression was stern and she simply said, "Hello," before her skin twitched slightly and her appearance morphed into Chris' face. As usual, Chris habitually ran his messy hair aside and greeted casually, "Hey, buddy, I'm back. Things have been pretty dull lately. Want to come with us to the outer area of the out-of control zone?" Just after those words, Chris' expression suddenly hardened, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the calm-faced Gu Yeoming before him. He vaguely sensed an overwhelming aura of threat. This. Chris' pupils contracted sharply as disbelief and suspicion welled up inside him. Just a few days ago, this threatening aura was weak, but now it had suddenly surged to such an extent? What exactly had happened to Gu Yeoming? "Chris, don't stare at me for too long," Gu Yeoming warned coolly. "Why?" Chris started, but cut off mid-sentence. After staring for more than 5 seconds, a prompt abruptly appeared. "Boss level the zone 1. Chris." Gaze exceeds 5 seconds. Epic effect triggered from the Monarch's gaze equipment. Monarch stare. Accompanied by this familiar and fearsome sound, Chris' head stiffly turned aside. The Flesh Sovereign floated silently nearby, its spiral-shaped fangs dripping with foul saliva, exuding a grim and eerie aura. The chilling pressure filled the air. Every detail suggested this encounter was far deeper and more complex than it appeared on the surface. How did this guy end up here? Chris' heart leapt in alarm the moment the shadow appeared out of nowhere, his hair standing on end as panic overtook him completely. The Flesh Lord let out a deafening roar and charged fiercely at Chris. "Don't come any closer." Chris snarled, his face twisted in rage, bloodshot eyes nearly bursting as he watched the Flesh Lord pounce. But to his utter shock, the Flesh Lord's body suddenly became completely transparent, passing right through Chris' flesh as if he were a ghost. "Huh." Chris froze, turning to look at the phantom still relentlessly attacking him, confusion flooding his eyes. What was going on here? At that moment, Gu Yeoming's voice cut cold through the air, expression unreadable as he stared at Chris with a hint of amusement, as if looking at a fool. I already told you, don't stare at me too long, he said casually. I have the ability to create illusions. Anyone who looks at me for more than 5 seconds will see the Flesh Lord's phantom in their vision. He paused, then added, but that phantom is just meant to scare people. It has no attack power at all. Relax, put your claws away, it won't bite. Chris glanced awkwardly at Gu Yeoming, suddenly feeling the embarrassment of the ridiculous scene had just made in front of his friend welling up inside him. Maintaining a stern face, Gu Yeoming continued, see? No learning from experience. It's not like I'm scared, I know it's just an illusion, Chris retorted, crossing his arms and pouting defiantly, trying to salvage some lost pride. A smirk crept over Gu Yeoming's lips, his gaze silently saying, I see right through you. All right, fine. I admit I was scared just now, Chris muttered, wiping his face with a helpless smile. Who would expect such a terrifying beast to be just a trick of the eye? Anyone would be scared. His tone shifted as he frowned seriously and looked at Gu Yeoming. Man, what's going on with you? Why do I feel this intense sense of threat coming off you now? Gu Yeoming opened his mouth to explain, but Chris cut him off. Don't tell me you've done something shady? Chris' brows furrowed deeper, worry creeping into his voice. Seeking power is fine, but you've got to have limits. You haven't been experimenting on yourself or injecting some dangerous serum, have you? Gu Yeoming shook his head calmly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Your sharp senses should pick up on my Bodis condition clearly. Chris then carefully scanned Gu Yeoming's physical state, ignoring the lingering Flesh Lord phantom still pestering him. After a thorough check, he frowned but gradually relaxed. Gu Yeoming's body was indeed healthy with no problems at all. Strange, Chris murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then why is it that I still feel like you're so dangerous? A flicker of a complex, elusive emotion passed through Gu Yeoming's eyes, as if he had come to some realization. He said quietly, if that's the case, Chris, how about we have a fight? After a series of power improvements, he couldn't help but wonder, what level was he really at now? Just then, Chris the strange artificial monster stood right before him. He decided to use him as a test subject. Huh. Hearing this, Chris immediately snapped back to attention and sneered, you want to fight me? Are you sure? Buddy, these claws of mine are sharp as knives, and I can't promise I won't hurt you. Are you underestimating me? Gu Yeoming stared at him expressionlessly, a cold gleam suddenly flashing in his eyes. Chris quickly shook his head, trying to say something, but then froze. To his eyes, a faint, elusive sharp sword seemed to float behind Gu Yeoming, and the sting it radiated suddenly coursed through his nerves, unbearable. Gu Yeoming stepped over calmly and patted his shoulder. In a flat tone, he said, let's move somewhere else. This place isn't suitable. All right. Out in the open. Then, Chris agreed, his eyes flickering slightly. They stood about 10 meters apart, but did not rush to strike, instead silently sizing each other up. Chris thought inwardly, his strength really is stronger than before, but should I go all out? Gu Yeoming noticed his hesitation, his expression still cold. Come at me, Chris, he said calmly and decisively. No holding back. No second thoughts. A fierce gust of wind suddenly whipped up, rustling Gu Yeoming's cloak. His right hand gripped the cold sword weeping ghost, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Chris not far ahead. At that command, Chris seemed to cast off his doubts and revealed a savage smile. Fine, buddy. If I hurt you, don't say I didn't warn you. Before the words finished, sharp claws suddenly sprouted from his arms, gleaming cold and deadly like blades. In the next instant, bang! With a roar of cutting air, Chris vanished from his spot. A shadow suddenly appeared right in front of Gu Yeoming. Chris sneered and raised his claws sharply, lunging fiercely. Gu Yeoming took a small step back, and the claw swiped empty air. Zoomed in, Chris' claw tips came just a centimeter short of touching Gu Yeoming's cloak in astonishing precision in distance control. Chris' senses flared as he realized the subtle gap. His pupils contracted, and he unleashed faster, more ferocious strikes. But what terrified him more was that no matter how fierce the claws came, Gu Yeoming always maintained that minuscule safe distance, dodging each strike with deadly accuracy. A sharp cold light flickered in Gu Yeoming's eyes. After evading one attack, he seized the moment in Chris' recovery to swing his sword violently toward his chest. Smack! The blade of light grazed him. Seeing the strike aimed at his chest, Chris' eyes narrowed sharply as he quickly retreated to create distance. Lowering his gaze, he saw his chest was completely unharmed. Gu Yeoming's strike was of course delivered with the flat side of the blade, no lethal force. Casually flicking out a sword technique, he said in an indifferent tone to the still doubting Chris. Next time, it won't be with the flat side, Chris. I told you, bring it on. Gu Yeoming's voice remained calm, but carried unstoppable confidence. Chris stood not far away, his eyes fixed on the expressionless Gu Yeoming, a flicker of shock crossing his face. What's going on? It's like he can anticipate every move I make in advance. Doubting this, Chris didn't hesitate and charged fiercely at Gu Yeoming again, claws raised high, lunging to strike. However, just like before, Gu Yeoming seemed to have already seen through every one of his moves. dodging with ease and grace. This won't do. Chris narrowed his eyes and pushed his speed to the limit. This time, his claw finally landed a heavy hit on Gu Yeoming. Bang! But the strike was blocked firmly by Gu Yeoming's sword blade, the clash of metal ringing sharply in the air. Not bad, just like that, Chris thought. Gu Yeoming's eyes finally showed a hint of interest, as he suddenly kicked Chris hard in the abdomen. The blow sent Chris flying backwards several meters. As he steadied himself to counterattack, Gu Yeoming quickly closed in, his tone cold. With a flash of his eyes, multiple sword shadows appeared suddenly, roaring forth to slash at Chris. Chris' pupils shrank sharply. After blocking the first wave of sword slashes, he was pressured back step by step. Gu Yeoming pressed on relentlessly, swords swinging like a storm, countless sword shadows flickering relentlessly before Chris' eyes. Their arms crossed repeatedly, the clashing sounds echoing intensely as the scene grew more and more tense. As a boss-level stitched creature, Chris quickly activated his skill eardrum scream. With an extremely piercing cry, his whole body trembled. The judgment system displayed. Eardrum scream. Success confirmed. Immunity granted for skills mental points cost of 30. Chris was immune to the skill's damage this time. Unexpectedly, Gu Yeoming showed no sign of being affected and kept swinging his sword continuously. Chris froze for a moment, his movements slowing. A cold light flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Seizing the opening, he slashed left and right, deflecting Chris' blocking claws, then swiftly gripped the crying ghost sword and swung a blade toward his neck. The sword blade sliced the air fiercely, coming within less than a centimeter of Chris' neck. At that moment, Chris' pupils narrowed to pinpoints, staring horrified at the approaching blade. Suddenly, a fierce sword energy brushed past his ear, slowly slicing off the temples of his hair on both sides. But the blade itself stopped motionless midair, not descending any further. Cold sweat ran down Chris' cheek. Frozen as if by paralysis, he stood rigid, staring blankly at the sword tip just a centimeter from his neck, silently relieved. "Thank you for the match," Gu Yeoming said calmly, slowly retracting the crying ghost sword back into his system backpack. Chris wiped his sweat, clearly still shaken by the encounter, and slowly said, "I didn't expect you to have improved so much. If this had been a fight to the death, my head would probably have rolled just now." Gu Yeoming shook his head. "You still haven't used your trump card. If you transform into your monster form, the outcome would be uncertain." This was no empty threat. Chris' monster form boosted all 4 basic stats by 15 points, greatly increasing his strength. When it came down to a life-or-death fight, Gu Yeoming knew well that facing Chris, who had already transformed into a monster form, would be no easy task. After all, Chris' monster form had skyrocketed his level to be a far cry from before. Even so, with Gu Yeoming's solid 40 points in agility and an additional 40 overall speed boost, he was confident he could keep up with Chris' movements and even land a fatal blow. The raw stats might not favor him, but skill made up for everything. This test thoroughly revealed Gu Yeoming's true strength, bringing a hint of relief and a smile to his heart. The shadow of constantly running and hiding from clever foes was finally gone for good. "Didn't expect you to get this much stronger in just a few days, man," Chris said, shaking his head with a mixture of disbelief and helplessness. He didn't pry into the reason for Gu Yeoming's sudden power leap. Everyone had their secrets, and pressing too hard would only backfire and turn allies into enemies. Seeing Chris' brow furrow with a trace of frustration, Gu Yeoming suppressed his joy and asked calmly, "By the way, why are you here alone? Where are Wang Daju and the others?" Chris shrugged slowly. "Fiona's still at the flower shop, managing the flowers at the entrance. Xiaozhe likes staying in the sewer, says the viruses and bacteria there suit his condition best. As for Wang Daju, he's probably hanging around with Xiaozhe. That tall guy can't exactly keep a low profile's probably asleep in the sewer right now." Gu Yeoming nodded, maintaining a composed expression. "Chris, I need you to let them know that we might have to stir up some trouble with the company later." "Oh," Chris raised an eyebrow, a playful grin appearing. "Man, you've helped us a lot already. We'll definitely return the favor. Even if you don't say it, we'll come around on our own. Once you've been screwed by the company, you're a natural ally. No need for formalities." Gu Yeoming nodded slightly. "Thanks. So when exactly? Where are we planning to cause trouble?" Chris scratched his head, puzzled. "Could it be some lab again?" "No," Gu Yeoming said calmly, "the corporate branch." "The company branch?" Chris' eyes widened in surprise. "Are you sure? Labs don't have branches that powerful. That place is full of heavy hitters. If we want to mess things up there, we'll need to recruit more people." "Afraid?" Gu Yeoming sneered. "Not a chance." Chris muttered curses. "Forget the branch. I'd even dare to storm the headquarters. Just don't know where exactly it is." Watching Chris' eagerness, Gu Yeoming fell into thought. Indeed, as Chris said, completely taking down the company branch wouldn't be a small task. There were plenty of players, but the enemy would be strong in the faction war. Maybe they'd need more high-level fighters to back them up. A spark lit in his eyes as Gu Yeoming started planning. Besides the 4 test subjects, he already had a few people in mind. The reward hall in District 4 of the Kongming Empire. Clanked door was pushed open, and Gu Yeoming and Chris stepped inside. Before them lay a space arranged like a bar, with a long counter in the center. Behind the counter, the wall was plastered with bounty posters of all sizes. Many wild bounty hunters sat scattered around, clutching their drinks and whispering softly to their companions. This was one of their main gathering spots within the 4 districts. Gu Yeoming's purpose was clear: to recruit several top-tier fighters to strengthen the team for an upcoming long-term mission. Money was no object. He had already liquidated most of the monster materials from his system backpack and had enough funds to hire a crank powerhouse. A customer. What'd you like to drink? An elderly man behind the bar, dressed in plain cloth, greeted them with a warm smile. A scream, Gu Yeoming said coolly as he took a seat at the counter. He still remembered this bounty haul from his player days, when he'd come here to claim bounties and earn Kongming coins. All right, one scream coming up. The old man nodded, pulling colorful ingredients from his drawer and expertly mixing the drink. Chris glanced at the counter but showed little interest. I'm not into these drinks. I wish there was some blood instead. Ha ha, young man, we don't sell any blood bags here. The bartender chuckled, shaking his head. Chris shrugged helplessly and silently sat beside Gu Yeoming, his expression resigned. Just then, a hoarse voice spoke up from nearby. A man wearing a cowboy hat, a worn yellow jacket draped loosely over his shoulders, and black sunglasses hiding his face said, "You want blood? I happen to have a bag right here. Take it." Before finishing, he reached inside his jacket and pulled out a blood bag. The blood inside looked murky, flowing sluggishly. He pushed the bag onto the table in front of Chris. Chris furrowed his brows and stared at the bag hesitantly. "Don't worry, it's clean," the man said, lifting his hat to reveal the lower half of his face. Though young, the expression was weathered. A deep scar ran along his left jaw, evidence of many past battles. No fights allowed in a place like this. Gu Yeoming's face remained calm as an attribute panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Boss level. Wild Hunter KS. Gender male. Race. Human implanted with bloodthirsty Wolf King's heart. Age 29. Level 51. Strength 52. Agility 61. Spirit 43. Stamina 58. Active skills. Aim for the heart. Tracking hunt. Frenzy moment. Passive skills. Gunslinger Master 2. Agility Master I. Nimble as a swallow. Endless endurance. Heightened sense of smell and vision. Bullet burst. Current rank C. Current status healthy. HP 3143-3143. Assessment level dangerous. Overall evaluation: a renowned revolver assassin among the wild hunters with an extremely high bounty completion rate. As a test subject of the Star Corporation's branch implanted with the bloodthirsty Wolf King's heart, his lifespan exceeds that of ordinary humans, but at the cost of uncontrollable bloodthirsty instincts. The panel's cold, clear data reflected the extraordinary strength and hidden background of this young wild hunter. Is that him? Gu Ye's eyes flashed as he carefully studied all the information before him. Seeing Chris still motionless, Kahuzi shook his head slightly and said calmly, "If you're not brave enough to drink it, just give it back to me. And next time, don't use flashy tricks to fool people." It seemed to ignite his fighting spirit. Chris frowned, suddenly grabbed the blood bag, tore it open with a sharp claw, then tilted his head back and gulped it down. At that moment, Chris' eyes lit up. He greedily finished all the blood in the bag, licking his lips with satisfaction, looking clearly craving more. "Oh." Kahuzi raised an eyebrow, nostrils twitching as if sniffing the complex scent in the air. That claw, the welcoming of blood, and the mixed odor of various monsters all confirmed the truth. He glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then slowly stood up from his seat and walked over to Gu Yi and Chris. He asked quietly, "Are you test subjects?" Gu Yi turned calmly and said mildly, "Seems your sense of smell is really sharp." Kahuzi smiled. "Of course, my nose has always been precise. Especially with this guy here radiating monster sense all over. How could I miss it?" Chris looked up at Kahuzi with bright eyes and eagerly asked, "What's in that blood bag?" "The taste is amazing." Kahuzi's smile grew deeper. "That's blood extracted from the shadow giant mosquito, top quality. I thought you were just bluffing, but turns out you really like blood. You got lucky." Shifting gears, he looked both of them over and asked, "You came here seeking help? Just escaped from a company branch?" Chris was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, "You too?" "Of course." Kahuzi nodded. "Otherwise, how would I have become a bloodthirsty monster?" Gu Yi spoke calmly, "What's the price?" Kahuzi paused, then his expression changed. "You want to hire a hunter? Who do you want dead, or what do you want done?" "The Sin Domain Company branch." Gu Yi replied directly. "What?" Kahuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want to cause trouble at the Sin Domain branch? Are you crazy, man?" Seeing their determined expressions, his face grew more agitated, shaking his head in amazement. "You really are a crazy bunch. Thank you for the gift. Your review is much appreciated." "Ah, you two, I have to admit, am kind of impressed." Kurai's tipped his cowboy hat back, eyes reflecting a hint of surprise as he said, "Most test subjects who manage to escape just try to hide and avoid trouble. But you guys? You actually want to fight your way back." Gu Yeoming didn't react much and went straight to the point. "What's your price?" For 100,000 Kongming coins. No less. Kurai's voice was firm. Then, with a shrug and a hint of pride, he added, you can ask around. My bounty completion rate and reputation are excellent. This price is already a special discount for test subjects like you. Gu Yeoming replied coolly, 900,000. Without hesitation, he pulled out a thick wad of bills from his system bag and slapped it down on the table in front of Kurai's. Ignoring Kurai's momentary stunned expression, he continued, I'm offering 900,000 on one condition: you give it your all, no holding back. 30,000 as a deposit now, the rest upon completion. The stack of bills on the table was thick. Slowly, Kurai's came back to himself and parted his lips, clearly shocked inwardly. Then he laughed and saluted Gu Yeoming. Badino, sir. I've never met someone so generous and decisive. May I have your name, sir? Gu Yeoming. Ah, Mr. Gu, what an honor, Kurai said with a wide smile. And your companion? Chris. Oh, ha ha ha, nice to meet both of you. Honestly, I've been fed up with the company for a long time. You two really know how to size people up. He took off his hat and gave Gu Yeoming a respectful bow, grinning from ear to ear. Since you're so generous, Mr. Gu, I'll give it my all. Let me introduce myself. Kurai's, the hunting renegade. At your service. In front of the Zueyu Moreide Company branch gate, Yang Qingli tossed aside the corpse of a player carelessly and crouched down, examining the scattered bodies carefully, his brow deeply furrowed. Things had been odd. Liso many monsters attacking us, and their strength was noticeably improved. They weren't exactly powerful yet, but the progress was clear. TCH, these monsters keep bothering us non-stop. It's really annoying, he muttered, irritation flickering at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yinghe lazily emerged from the gate and stood beside Yang Qingli, also glancing at the bodies on the ground with a faint frown. He asked, they're back again? Of course. Yang Qingli didn't look back as he said, no idea what kind of crazy drug they've been on, but they've been non-stop for days like they've lost their minds. Xiao Yinghe was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly said, we could ask those fourth calamity who have been brainwashed. Since they belong to the same tribe as these monsters, they might be able to tell us something. At that moment, a player slowly stepped out from inside the gate and immediately noticed the exclamation mark hovering above Xiao Ying's head. The quest prompt. He eagerly ran up and respectfully said, Lord Xiao, is there anything I can help with? Xiao Yinghe looked a bit surprised and then asked, since you belong to the same tribe as these monsters, do you know why they're attacking us? The player nodded vigorously, of course. Lord Xiao, ask whatever you want, I'll tell you everything I know. All right. Xiao Yinghe nodded slightly, his tone calm as he asked, tell me, where did you disappear to all of a sudden back then? The player chuckled slyly, a mocking glint in his eyes. What do you think? It was just, of course. The player froze the moment the words left his mouth. Xiao Yinghe furrowed his brow, voice stern as he pressed, what did you just say? I said it was, the player repeated helplessly. The player was completely dumbfounded, hadn't expected there to be filters here. A warning popped up on the screen, warning, do not reveal any information about this game. Violations will result in account suspension. 2 alert boxes suddenly appeared, startling the player into silence. What? Not allowed to say anything at all? Xiao Yinghe looked at the stunned player with fading patience. Turning to a nearby cleaner, he ordered coldly, take him back. He looks dumb enough. Reprogram him, and change his limbs while you're at it. Wait, dude, the player struggled, calling out, Lord Xiao, let me ask, why do these monsters keep harassing us? I know. You can see it in they must be hired by the player explained urgently. A vein throbbed in Xiao Ying's temple. He sighed and said coldly, if you won't even hold on to the smallest bit of info, the brainwashing clearly isn't thorough enough. Take him away. No, I swear. I can't say what I want. With cries fading, the player was dragged into the dark laboratory. A guinea pig is just a guinea pig, unable to understand its predicament, yet still struggling helplessly. Nearby, Yang Qingli watched the scene with a contemptuous smile. Even with this godlike resurrection ability, as long as we control them, they'll never rise again. Xiao Yinghe ignored Yang Qingli's words, brow furrowed as he paced, lost in thought. Seeing no response, Yang Qingli rolled his eyes, scoffed, kicked aside a corpse, and lazily retreated through the main gate, murmuring, just finished exercising, time for a nap. In a dark alley not far away, the recently resurrected Tui, Mao Nung Chu Ning Zhan, and a group of gloom-faced players leaned against the wall, looking utterly defeated. How many times has this been now? Tui Mao muttered. 4th, I think, replied a player wearing a Jingba outfit. Village chief, sorry. With just this small number of us, we couldn't even break down their front door. Tui Mao's voice was weak, growing more dispirited by the moment. He added, and a few of our brothers were caught, brainwashed, and sent straight to the company faction. The Jingba-clad player smiled bitterly, scratching his head helplessly. There are just too few of us. Trying to fight the company Hedon is basically a death sentence. At that moment, a clear, surprised voice called from outside the alley. Hey, you guys from the IGU guild? Tui Mao looked up to see a player named Swan Kaiyu. Swan Kaiyu stared at the group in astonishment. Weren't you all going to fight the company branch Hedon? Why are you still here? We got wiped out. For times already, 2A Mouse sighed. Then you just don't have enough people. Swan Kaiyu chuckled. Come on out, see what's going on outside. Hesitant, 2A Mouse stepped out of the alley. Before them stretched a staggering scene, an entire street packed with thousands, maybe tens of thousands of players, shoulder to shoulder. What's going on here? 2A Mao's eyes widened. His voice dropped. Swan Kaiyu smirked. We got a task from Village Chief Gu to come assist you. You too? Hearing this, 2A Mao's shock faded into resolve as he gripped Swan Kaiyu's shoulders tightly. Alright, with this many, there's no way we can't take on those company guys. In an instant, a bold message flashed on everyone's screens. Faction war conditions activated. Gu Yeoming faction versus Sin Domain company branch. Time until faction war begins. 48 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. This sudden announcement made every player's gaze fix on the screen, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. 2A Mao Nung Chu Ning Zhan stared at the display, eyes shining with hope as he murmured, could it be? Village Chief Gu himself is coming. Meanwhile, inside a hotel in the 4th district of the Kongming Empire, the atmosphere was tense yet tinged with a quiet excitement, as if something big was about to unfold. Gu Yeoming sat at the table, gathered with the 4 test subjects and the rogue hunter Khes. Suddenly, Khes pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket and grinned. Mr. Gu, you don't mind if I light up, do you? Gu Yeoming replied calmly. Go ahead. Khes burst into laughter. Ha! Thanks, sir. I've been holding back for a while. Everyone's eyes fixed on the smoke-wreathed Khes. Wang Daju, Fiona, and Dizzer exchanged glances before all turning simultaneously to Chris, silently asking, who is he? Can you introduce him to us? Catching their expressions, Chris suddenly stood and pointed at Khes. This here is the rogue hunter Khes. Just like us, he escaped from a company branch. Khes slowly rose, took off his hat, and bowed to the group. Then, he smiled at Fiona. Of course, and you as well, beautiful lady. Fiona covered her mouth to laugh softly. Heh, Mr. Khes, you're quite the charmer. After learning that Khes was also a test subject, Wang Daju and the others eased their guard, nodding and introducing themselves in turn. Wang Daju, Fiona, Dizzer. Gu Yeoming gave a steady nod and spoke. Everyone should be clear about our next objective, right? The group nodded in unison. Gu Yeoming continued. This mission is no small matter. I need everyone to give it their all. Of course, I've hated those corporate bastards for a long time. I'm all in. Chris said, running his hand through his hair with a grin. Mr. Gu, knowing you have such resolve makes me steel myself, Khes said with a slight smile. I stake my reputation and honor on every bullet we fire at those companies will count. Let's give it everything we have. The others nodded in agreement, promising the same. Good. Gu Yeoming was about to speak more when several system alerts flashed before his eyes. Camp battle condition triggered. Gu Yeoming versus Zueyu company branch. Time until camp battle start 48 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Please proceed to the location promptly. Failure to arrive on time will result in automatic failure. Gu Yeoming's eyes narrowed slightly as a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. The camp battle had finally arrived. With that thought, he slowly stood and fixed the group with a resolute gaze. No time to waste. Let's head to Zueyu now. Right. Khes nodded eagerly. Swift and decisive, just like Mr. Gu. I happen to have a vehicle that can fit us all. Gentlemen, follow me. Chris hesitated. Guys, is it just the few of us? What about the organization behind you? Gu Yeoming's lips curled into a mysterious smile. You'll see once we get there. Meanwhile, in the Eat My Piles chat group, Rahong Chajiang excitedly shouted, Boss, the camp battle is finally here. Gu Yeoming against the Zueyu company branch. Perfect opportunity to take him down once and for all. Brothers in the group responded eagerly. Alright, let's go Zueyu. The news spread quickly, igniting a surge of adrenaline-fueled excitement. In the wilderness, at a player gathering spot. Little Angel, do you think we should head to Zueyu? Little Angel pointed at the camp battle post on the player forum, excitement in her voice as she asked Daofeng Suaji. Camp battle? Who's battling whom? Daofeng Suozi's expression changed abruptly as he quickly scanned the information. It's Gu Yeoming versus the Zueyu company branch. Rahong Chajiang called out excitedly. Hearing Gu Yeoming's name, Daofeng Suaji shook sharply, his eyes flashing with sharp determination. Since it's a camp battle, Gu Yeoming will definitely show up. We're standing with him to clear up past misunderstandings. An event this hot? We can't miss it. A cold glint passed through his eyes. Rahong Chajiang and the others might show up too. Let's go? Zueyu. Got it. As for the pacing of this section, it moves at a brisk but clear and cohesive speed. Key characters, objectives, and preparations are communicated efficiently, building a strong sense of anticipation for the impending camp battle. The side scenes, the chat group, and the player gathering are briefly touched on, providing background and atmosphere without bogging down the main thread. The tension is palpable and events unfold consecutively, keeping the narrative momentum solid and the reader engaged. If you want to steady your pace, you could expand key dialogues and planning details to add nuance. To tighten it further, you might trim some peripheral exchanges. Overall, the passage strikes a good balance between urgency and clarity, maintaining a strong but natural rhythm. Several hours later, inside the Sin domain, at the Scarlet Blood Agency. Chief, I don't know why, but the Sin domain has been unusually crowded lately, said Xiao Liang, the driver standing before Wei Jinxuan, his expression uneasy. The other day, I was driving Gu Yeoming to the uncontrolled zone and passed by the company. There were bodies everywhere. It was a horrific scene. And lately, there have been more people around. It feels like trouble is nonstop over there. Wei Jinxuan leaned back in a crude chair by the door, clutching a bottle of drink, and downed it in one gulp. Furrowing his brows, he whispered, the fourth calamity. With the bottle cap clenched between his teeth, he didn't look up. I've seen them several times these past days. Those things clearly have the company in their crosshairs. I don't know who the company pissed off, but things have been chaotic lately. Although the fourth calamity can resurrect themselves, it's incredibly difficult for them to shake such a massive company they're weak on their own. As much as I tacitly support what they're doing, this mission practically sounds impossible. He sighed, shaking his head. Xiao Liang, I can't shake the feeling the Sin domain is about to change. It makes me uneasy. Xiao Liang glanced at the fizzy drink in Wei Jiankin's hand and gently shook his head. Chief, you shouldn't keep drinking that stuff. Carbonated drinks aren't good for you. With your body structure, I think you'd be better off drinking something like machine oil, he joked. Change it up a little can hurt. Wei Jiankin's gaze grew distant as images of Gu Yeoming flashed through his mind. He murmured, ah, you mentioned that bounty fugitive entering the uncontrolled zone. Wonder how he's doing now. Lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly called out nearby. Chief Wei, long time no see. Wei Jinxuan looked up sharply and was surprised to see Gu Yeoming and his companions who had just arrived in the Sin domain. You're back? He rose quickly, tension and urgency showing on his face. Come over here. Hide out with me for now. The company's bounty list is still up. Someone's watching you. If you're caught, there's no escape. Gu Yeoming approached calmly, his steps measured and a faint smile on his lips. Chief Wei, don't worry. I've returned as a seeker of revenge. Revenge? Wei Jiankin's expression shifted, brows knitting with suspicion and disbelief. You mean you want revenge on the company? Don't joke. His words were cut off as he suddenly went silent, throat tightening, voice catching. The presence exuded by Gu Yeoming's companions grew increasingly oppressive, their cold aura overwhelming Wei Jinxuan with an unprecedented threat and shock. Most striking was Gu Yeoming's own aura like an invisible blade silently piercing through Wei Jiankin's senses. You feeling the daunting power radiating from him? Wei Jinxuan opened his mouth in astonishment, his eyes glowing with an unmistakable mix of shock and admiration. You've gotten so much stronger? Exactly, Gu Yeoming replied solemnly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back, Chief Wei. I've brought quite a few allies with me. Each one is at least class C or stronger. You should be able to feel it, right? Wei Jinxuan nodded slowly, his voice low and grave. Indeed. Wei Jinxuan sized up Chris and the others standing behind Gu Yeoming, his gaze sharp and appraising. After a moment, he nodded slightly. Looks like you're no longer that puppet experiment they could control at will. Just then, a thought struck him and he quickly asked, by the way, how did you get into the Sin domain? It's easier to get in than out, but it's still not something you can just stroll into, right? Cohez, standing behind Gu Yeoming, smirked slyly. When you're about to take on that company, why bother with rules? We barged in, of course. Otherwise, how could I call myself a roving hunter? A roving hunter? Wei Jinxuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Cohez with a hint of puzzlement, his thoughts settling. He thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be roving hunters. This operation they're about to launch must be far more complicated than I imagined. Gu Yeoming nodded in silent agreement with Cohez, then said, Officer Wei, I came to ask for your help. Help? Wei Jinxuan raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with caution. You're not asking me to join you too, are you? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Yeoming's mouth. That's only one part of it, Officer Wei. Whether or not you want to become a member of the campaign against the company is entirely up to you. More importantly, I need you to inform your superiors to strengthen surveillance on the other branches of that company. If you can tie them down, all the better. Oh, a gleam of understanding sparked in Wei Jiankin's eyes. He clearly got Gu Yeoming's meaning, preventing the other branches in the Sin domain from calling for reinforcements. You sound very confident. Do you really think you can carve out a piece from their branches? Wei Jinxuan asked. We're not just carving out a piece, Officer Wei. Gu Yeoming slowly shook his head. His eyes suddenly turned cold and expressionless as he corrected. We want every single branch of Sin domain to disappear completely. Hearing this, even Wei Jinxuan couldn't help but pause in surprise. You want the Zueyu company branch to disappear just like that? You may be powerful, but with too few people, it seems nearly impossible. Gu Yeoming merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. With calm confidence, he said, Officer Wei, if you want to know why I'm so certain, come with me. Saying that, he didn't look back and strode resolutely in a certain direction. Naturally, everyone followed closely behind, their curiosity piqued. Gu Yeoming seemed so calm about the upcoming assault. What gave him such confidence? Watching Gu Yeoming disappear into the distance, Wei Jianqin's eyes narrowed slightly. He whispered to his assistant Xiao Liang behind him, Xiao Liang, you and the others stay to watch over the office. I'm going out to take a look. Xiao Liang was startled but quickly replied, Sir, you're not seriously planning to go with them to stir up trouble for the company, are you? Wei Jianxuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'm just going to see what's going on. It's fine. Yet in his heart, he quietly realized that if Gu Yeoming truly had the means to wipe out the company, then what was to stop him from getting involved personally? Clenching his fist, a determined glint shone in his eyes. At that moment, Chris walked up beside Gu Yeoming and asked softly, Mate, do you think that guy will come? Without what happened next, he might have hesitated. But Gu Yeoming answered confidently, enough hiding my cards. It's time you all see where my real confidence lies. No sooner had he spoken than they arrived at a concealed street corner. What greeted them was tens of thousands of players, bustling and crowding an entire street. More than a day remained before the faction battle started, and though it was still early, these players were already gearing up, setting up dazzling stalls along the roadside, turning the street into a lively market. Look and see. Only top-tier weapons here, essential for faction battles. Need potions? Come trade for gear or materials. Calls rang out one after another, the scene lively and energetic. Everyone behind Gu Yeoming was stunned. Wang Dazhu murmured, So this is the fourth calamity you mentioned? Gu Yeoming shrugged lightly and said, Exactly. These players are going to be the main force in the upcoming assault. Seeing tens of thousands of players before him, Dizer's nervousness showed plainly on his face. He quickly ducked behind Wang Dazhu, praying they wouldn't be noticed. Fiona stood speechless, whispering, So many people. Kay, with an excited smile, slapped Gu Yeoming's shoulder. No way, Mr. Gu. You actually recruited this many? This force is enough to start a small war. Chris asked eagerly. Mate, will they join us to attack the company now? Gu Yeoming had already given his answer. Naturally, Gu Yeoming saw no need to lie. With an expressionless face, he said, They will be resurrected and serve as an endless stream of frontline forces, nothing more fitting. Though Chris didn't know exactly how Gu Yeoming had brought so many fourth calamity beings under his command, he still nodded in agreement, genuinely pleased inside. At that moment, system notification boxes popped up one after another. Boss-level Lord Gu Yeoming of this faction has arrived. Boss-level leader Stitcher Chris has arrived. Boss-level leader White Walker Queen Fiona has arrived. Seeing these layered alerts, almost every player froze for a moment. Then, the crowd instantly erupted into a noisy clamor. Village Chief. Where's the Village Chief? Village Chief. I'm your fan. Village Chief. I adore you. Nearly all the players dropped what they were doing and anxiously looked around. Suddenly, a player named Kidney Stone Sufferer excitedly pointed toward the distance, where Gu Yeoming stood calmly watching them. The players surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, their faces full of uncontrollable joy. Wow, man, this is way too many people, Chris muttered, shrinking back a step as distant tremors beneath his feet made his eyelids twitch. Simple, Gu Yeoming replied, still expressionless. Immediately afterward, the system flashed another warning. Warning, do not approach the boss-level Lord Gu Yeoming too closely, or your favorability rating will drop, and you may be automatically disqualified from this faction battle. This message appeared on every player's screen, causing everyone to stop dead in their tracks. Those not paying close attention bumped into the halted players ahead, causing many to fall and sparking a stampede. No, don't step on me. Damn it, I can't move. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Chris opened his mouth in surprise. Did you just make them stop immediately? He asked Gu Yeoming. Something like that, Gu Yeoming said coolly, slowly walking toward the crowd of players. Everyone exchanged glances, then followed him. The village chief is here. Someone shouted while squeezing through the crowd. Don't push. From the crowd emerged flexible leg hair, beaming with joy. He skillfully dropped to his knees beside Gu Yeoming, tightly hugging Gu Yeoming's left leg with both arms and shouting, Village Chief, you finally arrived. The IGU fan club has been waiting for you. After speaking, he quickly pointed behind him to a large flag emblazoned with the bold words IGU Guild. Then, shifting gears, flexible leg hair pulled out a picture from his pocket and handed it to Gu Yeoming. Village Chief. This is the exclusive portrait the brothers have been rushing to make for you day and night. Take a look. Does it look just like you? Gu Yeoming took the image, and at first glance, it was as if a 10-level beauty filter had been applied. A giant question mark seemed to hover over his head. Village Chief. See, isn't it insanely handsome? Flexible leg hair urged. Ah, here, take it back, Gu Yeoming replied coolly, handing the picture back. The lively scene was extraordinary. The players' fervent enthusiasm stood in stark contrast to Gu Yeoming's calm demeanor, yet it sincerely reflected their reverence and high hopes for their leader. A trace of helplessness flashed across Gu Yeoming's face as he handed the image back to the incredibly flexible leg hair. Then, his left leg tensed slightly before he unleashed a powerful kick. Bang, accompanied by a deafening crash. Leg hair was sent flying, soaring straight into the sky. But what left Gu Yeoming feeling both amused and exasperated was the voice calling out from afar. "Oh yeah, village chief just kicked me." He sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead, thinking this was probably the first time in his life he found kicking someone so embarrassing. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How amazing must the village chief's kick be to inspire such bold bravado? Oddly enough, none of the other players around seemed bothered. Instead, they appeared awakened to some strange new fascination. Chris and a few others behind him shot him odd looks, filled with confusion, as if silently asking, "What on earth did you do to them?" Feeling the curious and peculiar gazes fixed on him, Gu Yeoming cleared his throat to steady himself and then spoke in the formal tone of a standard NPC to the players before him. "Thank you all for coming. The actions of the Moreide Corporation branch have enraged both gods and mortals alike. Very soon, we will launch an official assault on the company. Everyone, contribute your strength." No sooner had he finished, a commanding pre-battle declaration echoed throughout the scene. The camp's BOS level lord, Gu Yeoming, has issued a battle proclamation. All players in this camp receive a 10 boost to maximum HP, defense, attack power, overall speed, and damage resistance. Additionally, all 4 core attributes increase by 5 points. For a moment, every player burst with adrenaline, raising their weapons high, faces flushed with excitement, shouting in unison, "Understood. Village Chief Gu, rest assured, we will cut down the company. Whoever dares challenge us will be utterly defeated." A large-scale faction battle like this was the moment every player dreamed of. At this very instant, who didn't fantasize about being a brave general charging heroically across the battlefield? Just then, Wei Jianxuan arrived late behind Gu Yeoming's group. Seeing the highly spirited players shouting in battle cries, he froze in place. These people were actually the 4th calamity. The scene shifts to the night one day later, within the crime domain and the company's interior. "Dude, how did your hand turn into a crab claw?" a modified player asked in astonishment. "Don't even get me started. My arm got torn off and reassembled like this," the other replied helplessly. "Village chief, I owe you an apology," the man said with a complicated expression. "I was later automatically reassigned to the company's faction by the system, and there was no way to resist the brainwashing." Many players belonging to the company faction were now shuttling back and forth through various corridors with urgent movements, as if preparing something in earnest. Yang Qingli stood at a distance, observing the bustling crowd with a slight frown, murmuring to himself, "What are they up to? Everyone seems particularly tense. I can't shake this feeling of an impending storm." Xiaoyinghe walked over slowly and said quietly, "I feel the same way." Yang Qingli nodded in agreement. He looked at Xiaoyinghe and said, "I don't know what they're so busy with. I've never seen them this nervous before. But even if something does happen, we're no pushovers here." Xiaoyinghe shrugged. "Not only do we have all kinds of biochemical machinery, but add those human modification monsters to the mix. Today's lineup is more than enough." He frowned and pressed further. "Where's that guy Mo1-san? He's receiving representatives from other branches. They must be discussing something major. He'll definitely let us know once the results are in," Yang Qingli answered. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yang Qingli turned and asked Xiaoyinghe, "By the way, what about that new executor? How strong is he? I remember he carries a pitch-black longsword." "Ing Shixin," Xiaoyinghe said with a bitter smile. "You really should remember that name. His techniques are fierce, his swordsmanship is solid standard executor level. I heard he's the sole survivor from Research Facility Number 3 in the unnumbered zone of the Kongming Empire." "Right. I need to find time to ask him about that Gu Yeoming fellow," Yang Qingli said. "Suit yourself," Xiaoyinghe shrugged. As they were chatting, Ing Shixin approached slowly from nearby, sword cradled in his arms, his voice steady. "Talking about me? Ing Shixin, we were just discussing you." Xiaoyinghe acknowledged with a nod. Yang Qingli took over the conversation, speaking bluntly. "Have you met Gu Yeoming? How strong is he?" Ing Shixin's brow furrowed tightly, as if old wounds were surfacing in his heart. "I'm sorry. During that disaster, my adoptive father teleported me away directly. I never actually saw Gu Yeoming and the others." He fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, "Like you, I can only watch the recorded footage. In the end, only my adoptive father survived." Gripping his sword hilt, his eyes flashed with intense hatred. "But if I get the chance, I'll personally hunt them down and cut them to pieces." Yang Qingli and Xiaoyinghe exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. "Our condolences." Just then, more modified players passed by the trio, their expressions both excited and tense, some muttering to themselves as if preparing for some great battle. Seeing this, Xiaoyinghe frowned and called out to them, "Hey, you all look pretty busy. What's going on?" One of the players paused, startled, and replied, "Lord Xiao, don't you know? The faction war is about to begin." "Faction war?" Xiaoyinghe's frown deepened. "Be more specific. What faction war?" The player shook his head helplessly. "There are restrictions here. I can't reveal too much. All I can say is that soon, many enemies will attack our side. Get ready quickly." With that, he hurried off to join the rushing army of players. "Someone's going to attack us?" The three exchanged looks of alarmed disbelief. Isn't that suicide? Yang Qingli thought to himself. Suddenly, a tremendous boom came from outside, the ground shook, and the walls trembled slightly. What's happening? Yang Qingli looked around alertly, his tone full of doubt and vigilance. Outside the company, Gu Yeoming stood on a distant rooftop, his sharp gaze fixed on the crime domain company's direction, cold light flashing in his eyes. The faction war countdown shadowed him relentlessly. Time remaining until faction war begins. 2 seconds. Time remaining until faction war begins. 1 second. As the timer hit 0, the faction war between Gu Yeoming's side and the crime domain company branch officially began. Several system alert boxes flashed across the screen, and all the players present surged forward like a raging flood, rushing toward the company's branch at high speed. Thunderous. Tens of thousands of heavy footsteps shook the ground slightly. Even the residents nearby could clearly feel the continuous tremors. At the same time, with a deafening boom, the massive doors of the company branch were blasted open, and a swarm of players poured out. Their appearances were bizarre and varied, clearly all alien warriors specially modified by the company. Within less than a minute, the players from both factions collided like crashing tides. Blades flashed and swords clashed, the deafening sounds of combat filling the air. The only constant was the fierce determination written across every face. Someone shouted, "Long live the company. Take them down," while others gritted their teeth and yelled, "Damn that company, they're all monsters. Today we'll wipe them out." As they fought, insults and jeers flew relentlessly, the chaotic scene thick with tension and animosity. Amid the smoke and chaos, Yang Qingli and the others moved to the window, wide-eyed at the overwhelming scene outside. So many people, he murmured to himself. Even they couldn't help but feel a chill witnessing this brutal battle among over 10,000 players. What on earth was going on? Disbelief flickered in Yang Qingli's eyes. What those people said earlier was true. There really are this many attacking us. Xiao Yinghe furrowed his brow, his face darkening to an extreme. Ing Shixin stood silently by his side, eyes fixed on the battlefield soaked in blood outside. Xiao Yinghe spoke quietly, "We'll go find Mo Wonsen. He must have heard the fighting too." With that, he turned and strode quickly toward the conference room. Only Yang Qingli and Ing Shixin remained, still staring out at the bloody clash unfolding beyond the window. On the distant rooftop, Gu Yeoming gazed down at the war below with an unreadable expression, completely calm amid the turmoil. Chris approached slowly and asked in a low voice, "Boss, should we intervene now?" Gu Yeoming shook his head, his tone steady. "Not yet. Let them exhaust themselves first. The company hasn't made a move. Well, wait and watch a little longer." Chris nodded silently, eyes burning as he stared intensely at the battlefield. Others nearby were itching to act, their excitement and impatience barely contained. Suddenly, Gu Yeoming called out, "Diz." His tone was commanding. Diz froze briefly, then snapped to attention, replying immediately, "Here?" He stood firm, expression unchanged, but the virus within him began slowly spreading and diffusing. System alert. Our faction's BOS level leader, Plague Source Diz, has activated multiple skills: corrosion, vitality leech, viral invasion, plague assimilation. Another alert followed. These large area damage and weakening skills affect only the enemy faction. Our boss has made his move, brothers. Charge with me, shouted a player named by only good with rice, raising his weapon, his voice piercing through the chaos of battle. The flames of war blazed higher as the battle reached its fiercest point. The air was thick with roars and challenges as players fought with every ounce of strength, driven by their desire for victory and conviction. As the system notification suddenly appeared on the screen, morale among Gu Yeoming's faction players surged dramatically, each one buzzing with excitement as they pushed forward quickly. In stark contrast, the company's faction players were in despair, complaining bitterly, "Damn it, my health bar is dropping way too fast." It turned out that a large-scale destructive boss had appeared on the opposing side, leaving them helpless. "Wait, why hasn't our boss come out yet?" One player muttered anxiously. With the spread of the Dizzer virus, Gu Yeoming's faction noticeably accelerated their advance, methodically pushing straight toward the front lines. Suddenly inspired, Gu Yeoming took the Phantom sniper rifle out of his system backpack, found a good angle, and lay prone with the barrel aimed at the distant enemy players. After all, experience points shouldn't go to waste. "Oh?" Kay raised an eyebrow and asked with a teasing tone, "Mr. Gu, you're using a gun too?" "Yeah," Gu Yeoming nodded calmly. Kay chuckled. "Now that I can relate to. Want me to teach you a few tricks?" Gu Yeoming shook his head shyly. "I'm actually pretty confident in my shooting skills." Seeing this, Kay thought to himself, "Since you're so generous and promising to take on the company with full force, I should at least teach you some gunplay in return." But a few seconds later, his smile froze. One after another, gunshots erupted. Kay watched as every bullet Gu Yeoming fired struck perfectly at the enemy's head. Each shot a clean headshot. The intervals between shots were astonishingly shortless than half a second. Normally, a sniper needs time to aim, but Gu Yeoming seemed to need no delay, dispatching more than 20 enemies within seconds. This. Kay's expression grew complex as he stared at Gu Yeoming, dumbfounded and speechless. What did you just say? You want to learn shooting from me? Gu Yeoming tilted his head and asked. Ah yes. I meant, if I get the chance, I'd like to learn a few moves from you. Kay replied, blushing slightly, his tone awkward. The four experimental subjects nearby exchanged amused glances, trying not to laugh at Kay's embarrassment. Kay shot them an awkward look, shrugged helplessly, and murmured, who would have thought Mr. Gus Gun's skills were so impressive? Rat-a-tat at that moment. Footsteps sounded behind them. Gu Yeoming turned slowly to see Wei Jianxuan approaching. Oh, a flicker of light appeared in Gu Yeoming's eyes as he asked calmly, Commander Wei, you're here? Wei Jianxuan wore a black leather coat. The mechanical devices on his arms glinted coldly. In a deep voice, he said, I have reported to our superiors. They will hold off other company branches for now. Gu Yeoming nodded. Knowing this was already a huge help, Wei Jianxuan continued, however, before you arrived, quite a few of their people showed up, including several enforcers. They'll probably face you in a direct confrontation soon. Thank you for your help, Commander Wei. It's nothing, Gu Yeoming said sincerely, showing no blame. He understood the sensitivity of Wei's position and valued any assistance. Wei Jianxuan paused, then surveyed the formation before him. Also, I will join your attack on the company, on my own authority. As his words sank in, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. The group steadied themselves, preparing for an even fiercer battle ahead. Hearing this, Gu Yeoming raised an eyebrow and glanced toward Wei Jianxuan. Officer Wei, while I appreciate your help in fighting against the company, have you thought about what you'll do afterward? Wei Jianxuan understood the deeper meaning behind Gu Yeoming's words. Given his combat style, once he appeared, the company's surveillance would immediately detect him. At that point, the Scarlet Blood Empire would almost certainly face severe repercussions from the company. Wei Jianxuan only smiled calmly in response. Don't worry. As I said before, after the battle, I'll announce my dismissal from the Empire on my own, then return home to accept punishment. Gu Yeoming knew this wasn't a simple firing, it was more like a ceremonial honor. He understood Wei Jianxuan's planned fallback and silently nodded his thanks without saying more. Boom! A loud explosion came from below. Gu Yeoming looked over and saw some of their players scattered and disorganized from the blast. The company had made its move. His eyes instantly narrowed as he guessed the mastermind behind the attack. The system immediately warned. The enemy camp had deployed a BOS level Commander 101 model biomechanical weapon. The next moment, the ground in front of the company's gate cracked open with a deep fissure. From the chasm, a towering 5-meter humanoid mechanical soldier slowly activated and lifted itself up. Its entire body gleamed in silvery metal, with massive missile launchers mounted on its back. Accompanied by a series of beeping startup sounds, the mechanical weapon raised its head, its originally pitch-black eyes glowing red. Suddenly, the gun muzzle on its arm blasted out a sharp, high-frequency laser sword beam. The system warned again. Enemy BOS level Commander 101 model biomechanical weapon preparing to launch an attack. The company had officially entered the battle. Players' morale instantly surged as they all stared eagerly at the advancing mechanical monster, excitement written all over their faces. Gu Yeoming's gaze hardened as he fixated on the machine. His system panel appeared in his view. BOSS level 101 model biomechanical weapon. Level 49. Strength 51. Agility 40. Willpower none. HP 93. Skills: laser cannon, high-frequency laser sword, 101 model area missile barrage, mechanical armor, heavy suppression, immune to mental controls and negative effects. Current rating, C. A top-tier biomechanical weapon from the company's branch, a true instrument of war. Studying the stats, Gu Yeoming's expression remained calm. He knew this was just a probe by the company. Their true main force had yet to appear. The system labeled it a low-risk target codenamed Fourth Calamity. The mechanical soldier slowly rotated, accurately aiming at the players led by Gu Yeoming. Its right arm gradually rose, palm opening as it began to gather a shimmering laser cannon energy ball. Suddenly, the system flashed a very high danger alert. The mechanical weapon seemed to detect something else. It jerked its head upward and coldly locked its gaze on Gu Yeoming and his group, not far away. It appeared to have found them. Gu Yeoming spoke calmly. No sooner had his words ended than the mechanical soldier didn't hesitate. It aimed its palm sharply at Gu Yeoming's position. The scorching laser cannon suddenly erupted in a searing blast. A narrow beam of laser, scorching hot, shot straight toward Gu Yeoming and his group with fierce intensity. Hey guys, dodge quickly! Chris shouted anxiously, his eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching laser cannon. At this critical moment, a slender, heat-laden laser surged out from Gu Yeoming's side, colliding violently with the incoming beam. It was Wei Jianxuan. He stood firmly not far behind Gu Yeoming, firing laser blasts continuously from his palms. A fierce wind howled, whipping his black long coat wildly. These lasers are nothing. Don't embarrass yourselves, Wei Jianxuan said coldly with a sideways glance, his tone casual but carrying an unmistakable threat. The next second, boom. With a thunderous roar, Wei Jianxuan suddenly intensified his laser output. The powerful recoil nearly tore the ground beneath his feet apart, splitting the earth into deep cracks. His laser instantly thickened, the immense beam swallowing up the mechanical weapon's light. SWSH Wei Jianxuan's laser struck the mechanical weapon with brutal force, forcing it back several meters. The ground beneath was carved with two long, deep gouges. "Looks like there's no way out this time," he said, retracting his laser and stepping slowly closer to Gu Yeoming, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "My fighting style is too distinctive. After that strike, the company must already figured out who we are." Gu Yeoming remained calm, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, so they'll be getting serious very soon." Meanwhile, inside the company's control room, the giant screen had been zoomed in multiple times, showing the figures of Gu Yeoming and his team clearly on a distant rooftop. "That's Gu Yeoming?" Yang Qing's expression immediately darkened. Clenching his fists until veins bulged, his face twisted with fury. "They actually came to attack us?" Others glanced at each other's faces. Xiao Yinghe pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and whispered in analysis. "I recognize them. Chris, Fiona, Wang Dazhu, Dais, Kes, experimental subjects who escaped from other branches long ago. Didn't expect K got free and became some kind of rogue hunter. The one firing laser has to be Wei Jianxuan from the Red Blood Agency," someone nearby stated without hesitation. Morrison stood quietly among them, eyes fixed on the screen. After a long silence, he spoke coolly. "It's laughable experimental subjects daring to counterattack the company." His tone was tinged with contempt, directed at the operatives from other branches. The other operatives exchanged glances, struggling to hide their shock. This was the first time they'd encountered a situation like this. Morrison turned with a solemn expression and declared, "Since the enemy's identity is confirmed, begin the counterattack." The ambush behind the mechanical weapons thus escalated into an even fiercer battle. The mechanical weapon concept was inspired by a fan named Haydeshabinya. The late-arriving Blade Squad stood at the entrance to the faction war zone, and the shocking scene before them instantly ignited their battle spirit. The faction war had already officially begun, and the number of participants was unexpectedly high. A selection box popped up in the center of the screen. Sin Domain Corporation Branch available Factions 1. Gu Yeoming side 2. Sin Domain Corporation Branch. Blade's Edge clicked the first option without hesitation, Gu Yeoming's side. And immediately the system notified him that he had received a powerful buff granted by this faction, urging him to quickly join the battlefield and help the faction gain an advantage. Looking at the rows of flashing system notifications, Blade's Edge let out a long breath. Although late, he could still choose a faction to participate, which filled him with confidence. He turned to look at the three people behind him and asked with slight urgency, "Have you all made your choices?" "All set, Captain. Definitely Gu Yeoming's faction." Chi Wajichuang held up his shield and grinned excitedly. Little Angel's eyes lit up, looking toward the battlefield with anticipation written all over her face, saying impatiently, "This is so exhilarating. I'm ready to heal you all." Soft Candy gripped her staff tightly, her brows slightly furrowed, her voice tinged with nervousness. I'm ready too." Confirming that everyone had chosen their faction, Blade's Edge nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze immediately locking onto the distant enemies. A group of familiar figures were fighting desperately. Ri Hongchajiang and his team had arrived quite a bit earlier than their squad. Blade's Edge's eyes flashed coldly as he gripped his weapon tightly and said in a deep voice, "Found him. Follow me. We're going straight for Ri Hongchajiang's head." "Yes." The team members roared in unison, their battle spirit surging. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Gu Yeoming quietly overlooked the chaotic battle below, making no move. Beside him, Kahizi couldn't sit still, holding his revolver and rapidly pulling the trigger, bullet holes appearing one after another with precision in the enemy formation. Though not as masterful as Gu Yeoming, the effect was still solid. "Buddy, when exactly are we going to join in?" Kelasi scratched his hair boredly, appearing restless. Gu Yeoming's brows furrowed slightly, also finding it strange. Aside from that earlier probing mechanical weapon, why had there been no movement from the corporation's side? What exactly were they scheming? Suddenly, warning sounds blared. Enemy faction BOS level leader, Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli has entered battle. Enemy faction BOS level leader, the Sage Xiao Yinghe has entered battle. Enemy faction BOS level leader, Black Sorting Shirshin has entered battle. Along with these notifications, a cold glint flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes as he coldly uttered, "The opposition is finally getting serious. Let's make our move too." As his words fell, Kelasi couldn't wait to leap from the rooftop, shouting with a fierce grin, "Corporation bastards, prepare your necks. Here I come." Kahizi chuckled dryly, shaking his head as he followed. "I'm going down too. Be careful." Wei Jianxuan walked steadily to Gu Yeoming's side and said calmly, "I'm going as well." With that, the two successively jumped from the rooftop, throwing themselves into this white-hot faction war. Except for Dais, Wang Dazhu and Fiona exchanged brief greetings before quickly diving into the fight. On the rooftop, only he and Dais remained. A boss like Dai's, with massive area effect power, was hardly suited to the chaotic frontline where the crowd was dense. Besides, he was socially anxious by nature. Such a hectic battlefield would only make him more nervous. Watching his teammates one by one plunge into battle, Dai's timidly raised his hand and said to Gu Yeoming, "I think you'll stay here." Gu Yeoming nodded calmly. "Stay put and use your abilities from here." "Thank you." Dai's replied quietly, bowing his head as he quickly retreated into a corner, curling up and falling silent. Seeing him obediently take cover, Gu Yeoming turned his gaze back to the battlefield below. What made him frown was that suddenly many players on his side stopped moving, their eyes locked on him with expressions full of anxiety. Their worry came from several abrupt warning windows flashing into view. Warning. Enemy faction boss-level leaders Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli and Black Swording Shixin are charging at our Lord Gu Yeoming. Warning. The enemy faction has initiated a decapitation tactic. Protect our Lord at all costs. Lord's death will mean faction defeat. Chief, come down quickly. The sneaky ones are coming to kill you. The players below shouted desperately, their voices hoarse. Gu Yeoming's expression remained indifferent, unmoving. The watching players grew even more anxious, their shouts rising louder. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. In the next moment, two figures shot out from his left and right, rushing straight at him. They were none other than Yang Qingli and Ing Shixin. Before the battle even began, they had agreed on a plan. Their top priority was to kill Gu Yeoming quickly. His exceptional marksmanship and damage output were their biggest threat. If they let him keep pressuring from afar, victory would be impossible. So without hesitation, they volunteered to charge at Gu Yeoming, aiming to strike first and eliminate him in one blow. Besides, they had their own grudges against Gu Yeoming, making it only natural for these two to take action. In their minds, two company executives teaming up to take down Gu Yeoming was a guaranteed outcome. "Hold on, buddy. I'm coming to help." Seeing the situation, Chris clenched his teeth, desperate to rush to Gu Yeoming's side. "Mr. Gu." On the other side, Kehet's sharp gaze was fixed, drawing a revolver ready to provide long-range cover. However, one after another, figures suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. These were executives from other company branches. Without a word, each charged toward their targets, determined to stop Chris and Kehes from reaching Gu Yeoming. Chris found himself tightly surrounded by several executives, helpless to break free. Heart racing with anxiety, he readied to transform into his monstrous form, but it was already too late. "Gu Yeoming, die!" Yang Qingli sneered, his fist cutting through the air as he swung straight at Gu Yeoming. Ingshur Xin remained silent, but the murderous intent burning in his eyes betrayed his true feelings: revenge for his foster father. As the thoughts surged through his mind, the killing aura in his gaze intensified. Suddenly, he drew the pitch-black longsword from behind and swung it fiercely towards Gu Yeoming's front. The strike was lightning fast, with neither of them missing a beat in their clash. In the distance, crouching Diz desperately wanted to rush forward to help, but he could only helplessly watch the deadly blow aimed straight at Gu Yeoming. Suddenly, the rooftop exploded with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire building. The heavy shockwave tore open the ceiling, sending billowing smoke, dust, and scattering rubble flying. The scene before him quickly reddened Chris' bloodshot eyes. His face twisted into a snarl as he ground his teeth and roared, "I want you all dead." Before finishing his sentence, he spun around sharply, his form shifting instantly into that of a monster. System prompts flashed rapidly. Allied faction boss-level leader, the Stitcher Chris, has activated the skill Monster Liberation. Stitcher Chris has been promoted to rank B. Stitcher Chris has entered Berserk mode. Chris roar thundered, "Damn it!" KZ was furious at this sudden turn of events. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "If he dies, what happens to my remaining 600,000 Kongming coins? You damn bastards, all of you die." His words were filled with fierce, murderous intent. At that moment, all players present were stunned, especially the allied faction members, who wailed in despair. "It's over. The village chief has been ganked. The faction battle is probably doomed to collapse." Just as everyone sank into hopelessness, a clear and determined voice suddenly sounded. "Everyone open your eyes wide, and check the system prompt to see if failure has been declared." It was Legmao Nungxiu Nengxian, whose eyes shimmered with a sharp glint, his shout sending a jolt through everyone's hearts. That sentence was like a splash of cold water awakening them. Indeed, if the village chief had died, the system would have announced failure by now. Since no failure had been declared, could it mean? Their minds instantly sharpened, and the allied players rallied, fixing their gaze on the rooftop, silently awaiting the dust to settle. Meanwhile, the enemy faction's many players gradually ceased their movements, full of curiosity. With two boss-level leaders attacking together, could Gu Yeoming possibly survive? Seconds later, as the smoke slowly cleared, everyone's eyes revealed a shocking sight. Gu Yeoming stood unharmed atop the roof. He was seen catching a powerful punch thrown by Yang Qingli with one steady hand, while holding the Weeping Ghost sword in the other, continuously parrying the dark sword strikes from Ingshur Xin. The swords clashed, sparks flying, revealing the brutal intensity of the fierce battle. An expression of disbelief flickered in Yang Qingli's eyes. Mingled with absurdity, this guy actually caught my punch. And he was the experimental subject he had regarded as useless just a month ago. Although Gu Yeoming had grown stronger, how could he have reached such a level in only a month? This was simply incomprehensible. Nearby, Ingshur Xian gritted his teeth, intensifying his sword strikes, but was still firmly held at bay by Gu Yeoming. Shock and fury were written all over his face. How is this possible? Ingshur Zin's pupils contracted sharply. Under the combined assault of two company enforcers, this man was able to skillfully defend every attack with ease. Just like their own feelings, the other executors and enemy players watching from the battlefield below were stunned into silence. Huh, dude, what are you? Hot red tea sauce stared blankly at the scene on the rooftop, his mouth slightly open. He knew the strength of the company executors. Not long ago, he had even checked out some info about them on player forums. Two executors teaming up to attack, and Gu Yeoming could still hold his ground so calmly. The village chief is amazing. The village chief is so cool. Take them down. Players on his side erupted with unprecedented shouts, each face burning with excitement. Morale had never been higher. As expected of him, a sharp gleam flashed in Blade's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Gu Yeoming, full of admiration. Huh, man, I knew you weren't going down that easily. Chris laughed heartily, bearing a fierce smile at the executors blocking him. Decapitation tactics? Don't make me laugh. He's not that easy to kill, you bastards. Mr. Gu, I'm so glad you're alive. On the other side, Kay has beamed with joy. Now there's finally hope for the other 600,000. Wei Jianxuan and the other test subjects watching the unfolding scene let out sighs of relief. None of them had expected the enemy to send two executors to assassinate Gu Yeoming directly. Had they known, they wouldn't have rushed in so recklessly. Gu Yeoming's power far exceeded their expectations. Except for Chris, who had witnessed it firsthand, none of them realized he had grown this strong. Executors from other divisions on the field furrowed their brows in disbelief. They had long considered Gu Yeoming the weakest and easiest target, but now they were stunned by his astonishing combat ability. Unlike the others' varied emotions, Gu Yeoming remained expressionless, calmly looking at the two fighters on either side. Looks like you're both a bit impatient, huh? In the next instant, his body exploded with lightning-fast movement, suddenly kicked Yang Qingli, sending him flying backwards. Then, he swiftly grabbed the black sword from Ing Sixin's hands. The blade sliced through the air, two crisp sounds ringing out as Gu Yeoming carved a deep cross-shaped wound across Ing Sixin's chest. Think you can take me down just by getting close? After finishing, a cold gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. His face was void of expression as he said, if it were that easy to beat me by closing in, I wouldn't deserve the title of #1 Gunblade. Before he finished speaking, a sharp aura burst forth, swirling like a small vortex that whipped up fierce winds and overwhelming pressure. The damage boost from swords and blades, combined with the fully activated penetration effect of Weeping Ghost 7 enchantment, surged powerfully. Gu Yeoming casually flicked his sword, twisted his neck with audible cracks, then curled his fingers coldly and said with a detached tone, "It's honestly boring to just hide up there and snipe all the time. Fine, let's change things up a bit. You two, come at me together. Thanks for the gift, mwah 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 mwah." Looking at Gu Yeoming's expressionless face, Yang Qingli felt a surge of fury rising in his chest. What had he just said? Come at me together? Those arrogant words echoed in his mind, causing his eyes to quickly fill with bloodshot veins and the tendons on his forehead to bulge violently. On the other side, Ing Shixin remained silent, gripping his black sword tightly as a ghostly light flickered in his eyes. Gu Yeoming's gaze swept briefly over Dai's behind him, his thoughts flashing by in an instant, and the next moment, he had already leaped straight down from the platform. Yang Qingli and Ing Shixin followed without hesitation, their eyes now fixed solely on Gu Yeoming, completely disregarding everyone else around them. Bang! The moment he landed, Gu Yeoming swiftly pulled the Gluttony Destroyer from his system inventory and, without a second glance, fired bullets in rapid succession at Yang Qingli and Ing Shixin as they pursued him through the air. You have dealt 455 damage to BOS level Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli. You have dealt 439 damage to BOS level Black Sword Ing Shixin. Accompanied by a series of thudding sounds, bullet wounds burst open on their bodies, spattering blood everywhere. Though they cried out in pain, they showed not a trace of fear. After landing, they instead pressed forward relentlessly, pursuing Gu Yeoming with deadly intent. They moved with extreme speed, closing in on Gu Yeoming in mere moments. Ing Shixin's expression hardened as he took the initiative to attack, his black sword cutting through the air in flashes of cold light, striking fiercely at Gu Yeoming. Using a sword? I see. Gu Yeoming nimbly dodged each sword strike, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, and seizing an opening in his opponent's offensive, he swiftly thrust the Weeping Ghost toward Ing Shixin's heart. Whoosh! Just as this lethal strike was about to connect, Yang Qingli suddenly kicked the weeping ghost's blade aside, causing the thrust to miss. Ing Shixin immediately retreated upon seeing this, cold sweat sliding down his forehead as he watched Yang Qingli still entangled with Gu Yeoming, his heart filled with unease. Had it not been for that crucial kick, he would have likely suffered a critical injury just now, his life hanging by a thread. At this thought, his heart pounded wildly, clearly still frightened by that perilous moment. Ing Shixin, stop spacing out and help me. Yang Qingli shouted as he fought with Gu Yeoming. No matter what moves Yang Qingli made now, Gu Yeoming could easily evade them by the smallest margin, filling him with dread. This scene reminded him of their encounter a month ago back then. Gu Yeoming's physique wasn't strong, and though he could predict attacks, his slow reactions still resulted in him being hit. Now things were vastly different. In just 1 month, Gu Yeoming's strength had skyrocketed. He dodged attacks effortlessly and could even seize openings to deliver devastating counterstrikes. Several bloody wounds opened across Yang Qingli's body, blood spraying out. But ignoring the pain, he continued to entangle with Gu Yeoming, doing everything he could to prevent him from creating distance and firing from range with his gun. Though extremely reluctant to admit it inwardly, he clearly realized if it came to a unknown fight today, he would very likely be defeated in a short time, perhaps even lose his life. Coming. Hearing Yang Qingli's anguished shout, Ing Shixin finally snapped back to reality. Clutching his black sword tightly, he lunged once again at Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly, first dodging Yang Qingli's punch, then appearing right as Ing Shixin swung his sword to block the strike. With a subtle flick of his wrist and deft control of force, Gu Yeoming sent Ing Shixin's black sword flying out of his hand. What is this? Ing Shixin felt a powerful, irresistible force pulsing through his palm. His pupils constricted sharply as he watched helplessly as the sword slipped from his grasp, shock roaring like thunder in his chest. Get out of the way, Gu Yeoming said coldly. Spinning on his heel, he delivered a heavy kick that sent Ing Shixin crashing to the ground a short distance away. Ing Shixin hit the earth hard, pale and stunned, unable to get up at first. His mind raced over the scene again and again, disbelief choking him. His once unshakable confidence in swordsmanship shattered in an instant. His lifelong pride, praised by his foster father as among the top 3 executioners, had been utterly destroyed by Gu Yeoming. He could see Gu Yeoming's skill was beyond anything he could match, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. With one effortless flick, Gu Yeoming had stolen the sword straight from his hand. Ing Shixin's lips parted slightly, bloodshot eyes staring blankly as his foster father's face flashed through his mind. The gap in power was so vast, how could he possibly avenge him now? At that moment, his conviction crumbled completely. Yang Qingli cursed fiercely, that worthless fool. Struggling to fend off Gu Yeoming's slashes, he cast a mocking glance at Ing Shixin lying not far away. You've always wanted revenge, right? Why have you lost your spirit now? Gu Yeoming's figure shifted rapidly, swordlight flashing like a violent storm from every direction, unleashing a relentless onslaught upon Yang Qingli. The sharp swish of blades slicing through air filled the battlefield. Puchapuchi streaks of sword light slashed surfaces, drawing blood across Yang Qingli's body, pain radiating deeply. His defenses weakened with every blow as he scrambled desperately backward. Surrounded by the overwhelming barrage, threats closing in from all sides, he found no way to hold firm. Blocking one attack revealed an opening elsewhere, leaving him exhausted and mentally drained. Suddenly, realization struck him like a thunderclap, his heart sinking deep. Gu Yeoming had countless chances to kill him, yet had only inflicted painful wounds. Was Gu Yeoming deliberately tormenting him? At that thought, Yang Qingli's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted in rage as he snarled. You dare humiliate me? Slap! Gu Yeoming abruptly stopped and stepped forward, lightly tapping Yang Qingli's cheek with the blade. Right guess, no reward, Gu Yeoming said coldly. Yang Qingli's face flushed fiercely. Roaring in fury, he swung a fist straight at Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming merely tilted his head slightly, and the punch whistled past harmlessly. Yang Qingli lost all control, his movements so fast they blurred into afterimages as he launched a flurry of relentless punches at Gu Yeoming. Yet, Gu Yeoming seemed to toy with him, maintaining the perfect distance, dodging lightly and gracefully, as if deliberately provoking his opponent. Witnessing this, Yang Qingli's spirit plunged to its lowest point. The burning rage vanished instantly, replaced only by utter despair and hopelessness. While attacking Gu Yeoming, Yang Qingli kept glancing around furtively and noticed that his colleagues and operatives from other companies were already entangled with the test subjects, unable to pay attention to him. He wanted to call for help, but found no voice to shout out. At this moment, the only one who could help was Ing Shixin, who was still lying not far away. Clinging to this hope, Yang Qingli finally threw caution to the wind and shouted loudly, Ing Shixin, help me. Stop just lying there doubting your existence. But Ing Shixin seemed to have not heard a thing and remained motionless. Don't worry, no one would pay attention here anyway. Gu Yeoming, seeing through Yang Qingli's intention, spoke calmly. As for that guy who attacked me with you just now, I don't know why he's been lying still. Why don't you go ask him? Yang Qingli didn't respond, and instead launched a desperate, reckless assault on Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming, sensing the despair radiating from him now, dodged a punch and took the chance to slash off Yang Qingli's left arm with his sword. Blood gushed like a broken dam from the severed limb. Yang Qingli's face twisted in agony as he let out a low growl, already powerless to turn the tide, and fled in disarray. Once a dominant operative in the Discipline Zone Company's branch known as the Sleeping Lion, Yang Qingli had now retreated so pathetically before a single test subject. Gu Yeoming did not chase immediately. He slowly raised the gluttonous destroyer in his left hand and suddenly fired 2 shots in quick succession, the bullets hitting both of Yang Qingli's legs with precision. The force of impact tore through flesh and bone. Despite the excruciating pain, Yang Qingli screamed and collapsed straight onto the ground. Though his legs had completely lost all feeling, his survival instinct burned on. Using his remaining hand, he desperately crawled forward. His disheveled hair and once neat suit were now tattered, his body covered in bloody, gruesome wounds. Rat-a-tat. Gu Yeoming advanced step by step, crouching coldly with a low, resolute voice. Want to stay alive? At these words, a flicker of longing suddenly flashed in Yang Qingli's formerly vacant eyes. He looked up at the opponent he once regarded as insignificant and nodded miserably. Sorry, no? Gu Yeoming rejected him lightly, raised the gluttonous destroyer again, and fired decisively. Bang! A gunshot cracked through the air as Yang Qingli's head was blown apart. His brain matter, a macabre mix of red and white, oozed out slowly. The sleeping lion of the Discipline Zone Company's operatives, Yang Qingli, had fallen hard, the life within him extinguished. You have slain the BOS level enemy Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli. Your damage contribution against Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli was 100. All rewards have been claimed. 13,255 experience points. The epic grade equipment Fickle Fate, 5 advanced health potions, 10 intermediate health potions, and 5 fatigue resistance potions. A series of chimes rang out like a triumphant overture. Gu Yeoming casually glanced at the quiet system panel before closing it completely. This was a battlefield. Getting distracted by rewards now would have been foolish. Scanning the surroundings, the sounds of battle continued in waves amid lingering smoke. Confirming there were no hidden threats nearby, he stepped over Yang Qingli's corpse and slowly made his way toward Ing Shixin, not far ahead. The quiet sound of footsteps caught Ing Shixin's attention. A flicker of light appeared in his eyes as he slowly rose, his confused gaze locking onto Gu Yeoming approaching. His eyes unintentionally swept over the fallen body behind Gu Yeoming, and fragmented memories flashed in his mind, leaving him stunned. He parted his lips, voice low and doubtful. Who taught you your swordsmanship? Gu Yeoming didn't stop walking and responded calmly, himself taught. Hearing this, Ing Shixin let out a harsh laugh. Impossible. You're lying. I've checked your records. You were nothing but cannon fodder before qualifications as a superpowered being. Your strength and sword skill growth in just 1 month are shocking. Without a master, you can't have reached this level. His accusation mixed resentment and self-comfort, as if struggling to accept this harsh truth. Gu Yeoming was uninterested in arguing, maintaining his composed demeanor as he neared, his eyes glancing at the black sword tightly gripped by Ing Shixin. He said coldly, "Looks like your fighting spirit hasn't died out yet." Ing Shixin stared into those calm but resolute eyes, as if suddenly understanding something. He said firmly, "I swore revenge against my foster father's killer. Even if the path ahead is hopeless, I will fight to the very end." Gu Yeoming frowned, voice steady. "Who? I don't recognize you." That sentence hit Ing Shixin like a blow to the chest. He ground his teeth and spat out, "Research Institute number 3. My foster father." "Oh, got it." Gu Yeoming nodded lightly, his expression remaining indifferent and cold. That chill completely shattered Ing Shixin's defenses. Tears welled in his eyes as he raised his sword and swung fiercely at Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming's body flickered slightly, effortlessly dodging Ing Shixin's attack, and then a faint sound echoed. Ing Shixin was beheaded instantly. His head slowly rolled to Gu Yeoming's feet, frozen with a look of disbelief. As if, until the very end, he hadn't realized who had defeated him. The system alert sounded abruptly. "You have slain the BOS level enemy Black Sword Ing Shixin. Your damage contribution against Black Sword Ing Shixin was 100. All rewards have been claimed. Congratulations. Strength successfully increased by 2. Gu Yeoming glanced briefly at the system screen once more, then closed it without expression. With that, both of the Zuiyu Company division's strongest enforcers had been wiped out. He pulled a fatigue resistance potion from his backpack and downed it without hesitation, feeling his stamina quickly restored to peak condition. Though the fights with the 2 enforcers hadn't drained him much, staying in top shape was essential on this dangerous battlefield. Turning his gaze to the enemy faction players stirring restlessly, Gu Yeoming gripped the ghost-weeping sword firmly, his steps steady as a cold, ruthless killing intent flickered in his eyes. He began moving forward deliberately. Time to start mowing them down. Inside the company, The bodies of Yang Qingli and Ing Shixin appeared clearly on the screen. Xiaoing He was silent for a moment before speaking in a low, resolute voice. Those two were killed by Gu Yeoming. I'm not blind. I know exactly what happened. Mo Wonsun stood silently by the side, emotionless as he stared at the screen, as if the loss of 2 lives didn't stir him at all. Then he asked, has Lu Long been sent out yet? Not yet. Xiaoing He shook his head. His power is still increasing. Even with a conservative estimate, he should reach grade A level soon, though his natural ability is only around grade B. The forced drug injections pushed him into grade A temporarily, but that boost won't last long. No need to overthink it. Just keep developing him and use him as needed. Whether he lives or dies afterward doesn't matter. Mo Wonsun cut in coldly, his tone flat, but commanding. Take out all these intruders as soon as possible, then find a chance to quietly retreat. The activity here is too intense. Other forces have already taken notice. I've reported the situation to headquarters. We won't be staying here any longer. Xiaoing He nodded, continuing to watch the fierce battle unfold on the screen. TSK, Mo Wonsun frowned deeply. We tolerated Wei Jianxuan destroying our trade channels before, but now he dares to attack us directly? His gaze sharpened. From now on, focus on Gu Yeoming and Wei Jianxuan, especially Gu Yeoming. To grow this much in less than a month is unprecedented. He clenched his fist, voice icy. We must seize this opportunity to crush him completely. On the battlefield, Rihong Chejiang narrowly dodged a fierce slash from Daofeng Suaji, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he retreated step by step and shouted angrily, Daofeng, are you crazy? Why do you keep harassing me? Daofeng Suaji paid no attention and attacked relentlessly. Pressed to the edge, Rihong Chejiang frantically raised a pistol he had bought with in-game currency and fired several shots at his approaching opponent. I'm here to help, Captain. Nearby, Chuawadaquang saw Rihong Chejiang raise his gun and immediately raised his shield to block Daofeng Suozi's path. Ping ping, the bullets bounced harmlessly off the shield onto the ground. Rihong Chejiang's anger flared. Team battles are one thing, killing is fine, but why do you guys always come after me? I've never wronged any of you top players. I don't understand what grudge you have against me. Just go die already, Daofeng Suaji said coldly, using the shield for cover as he closed in on Rihong Chejiang. Hey, brothers on my team. I've got this guy. Help me finish him off. At that moment, a player named a level 1 veteran suddenly blocked Rihong Chejiang's retreat, gripping his shoulders tightly. No matter how much he struggled, it was no use. Let me go? Let me go? Rihong Chejiang shouted desperately, struggling with all his might. The scene was tense, the atmosphere thick with pressure and conflict ready to erupt at any moment. At that moment, 2 players suddenly rushed out from opposite sides of Ling, and no chatting. They quickly closed in from both flanks and pinned hot black tea sauce firmly to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Ling snarled. So you've been causing trouble for our village leader all this time, huh? Time to face the consequences. No chatting also joined in with fierce insults. Seeing the situation turn in their favor, Blade's Edge nodded repeatedly and hurried forward, raising his blade to strike down hot black tea sauce's neck. With a sharp thud, hot black tea sauce's head was severed cleanly, his body collapsing lifelessly. Blade's Edge swiftly grabbed the head and excitedly shouted to his teammates nearby. All right, now we can finally report back to Gu Yeoming. The surrounding team members all nodded firmly, their faces glowing with excitement. We took down the boss. Let's finish them off. A short distance away, a small gang of enemy players, furious at the scene, brandished their swords and charged forward. Blade's Edge caught sight of the dozens of approaching foes, his pupils narrowing. Urgently, he whispered to those beside him. Too many of them. We need to retreat for now and wait for reinforcements. Just as everyone turned to pull back, a shadow flashed in front of Blade's Edge and darted straight into the center of the enemy horde. It was Gu Yeoming. Expressionless, he moved fluidly between the opponents, sword light flashing wildly, and wherever the blade landed, heads flew off. System notifications popped up repeatedly. You have killed a player. Outline form activated. Gained 245 experience points. You have killed a player. The answer is Thief's Meat. Gained 221 experience points. The sword strikes came like rain, swiftly slaughtering all nearby enemies. Blood splattered everywhere. Gu Yeoming wiped the blood off his face, cold and merciless as ever. Blade's Edge stared at the cold village leader nearby, mouth slightly agape, his mind racing. Is this really the power of a gun swordsman? He exchanged looks with his teammates for a few seconds, then solemnly nodded and turned to approach Gu Yeoming slowly. Hearing footsteps, Gu Yeoming stopped, his gaze sweeping over the enemy squad they had just encountered. His brow furrowed, a cold light flickering in his eyes as he asked calmly, was it you? As the words fell, the screen before Blade's Edge and his team flashed multiple system warnings. BOS level Gu Yeoming's goodwill towards you. 50. Warning. You have become enemies. Warning. You may lose eligibility for faction battles. Blade's Edge blinked twice, unable to suppress the twitch in his eyelid as he felt Gu Yeoming's oppressive killing intent. Hastily, he stepped forward to explain, village leader. That time in the building, we never betrayed you. Gu Yeoming arched an eyebrow but remained silent, staring intently at him. Seeing this, Blade's Edge lifted hot black tea sauce's severed head again and said urgently, Village leader, look, to clear up any misunderstanding. We specifically took down this ringleader who was causing you trouble. Moreover, we found out who leaked your location. Blade spoke rapidly, nearly dumping all the information he had at once, clearly afraid that Gu Yeoming might lose his temper and slash him without warning. He blurted out the three names, Qixing Entertainment, Shuren Wochi, and another player. Just as he finished, a glaring warning box suddenly popped up on the screen warning. Do not disclose any information about this game. The unexpected system alert stunned Blade, leaving him panicked and scrambling for a way to explain himself. This was bad. How could he get out of this mess? But instead of hearing the system's usual enforced silence, Gu Yeoming clearly caught the very names Blade had tried to reveal. Qixing Entertainment, Shuren Wochi, and Good Sleep. His eyes narrowed slightly as he silently pulled up the player forum. With focused intent, he typed those names into the search bar. Instantly, the screen filled with comments and exposés about the three players. Among the posts were accusations that these players had sold out Gu Yeoming's real-world location for money, but it was clear to Gu Yeoming that none of them were true traitors. Casting a calm glance at Blade, Gu Yeoming quietly closed the forum page. The look in his eyes made Blade's skin crawl and his face fall in defeat, and Glum knew this explanation wasn't going to fly. His career as a gun swordsman was likely over. Just as Blade was about to give up in despair, a new notification popped up. BOS level Gu Yeoming's favorability toward you 60. Current favorability 10. You have entered a neutral relationship. Notice, risk of disqualification from faction battle lifted. Happiness came so suddenly that Blade stared blankly at the prompt, surprised and hopeful. Could it be the misunderstanding was truly cleared up? Nervously, he looked up at Gu Yeoming, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Yeoming's calm voice. Nodding to the group with a faint encouragement, he said plainly, keep it up. With that, his figure blurred into afterimages as he dashed into the enemy faction players surrounding them. Watching Gu Yeoming's retreating figure, Blade parted his lips and clenched his fists, determination shining brightly in his eyes. The other team members had also received the favorability boost notifications and couldn't help but bombard Gu Yeoming with questions. Captain, is the misunderstanding really over? We all got your favorability alert. Gu Yeoming nodded, a relaxed expression softening his features. Blade let out a heavy sigh of relief, visibly unburdened. The misunderstanding has been cleared. Let's continue the faction battle. The team exchanged glances, then slowly nodded, morale soaring instantly as they shouted back, all right. Gu Yeoming moved swiftly through the smoke-filled battlefield, his sharp eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. His mission was clear to settle the score with Ri Hongchaji and his gang. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as if he had spotted something. He halted abruptly, then rapidly changed direction, dashing toward another side. In this faction battle, players usually set their respawn points nearby to quickly rejoin and support their team. Naturally, Ri Hongchaji followed this rule. Just respawned. He roared angrily. Damn it, there's no way this ends here. Come with Malays, show Blade's Edge what we're made of. The players around him nodded heavily, their eyes full of loyalty and anticipation. Bang! A gunshot pierced the air, followed by a sharp crack. A bullet struck Ri Hongchaji right in the head, splattering his brain like a watermelon smashed open. Before his body even hit the ground, he respawned seconds later. Still furious, he yelled, who the hell just backstabbed me from behind? In the next instant, Gu Yeoming appeared before him, expression cold, eyes locking onto him with lethal focus. Ri Hongchaji panicked, shouting his name, Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming didn't respond. With a swing of his sword, the cold blade slashed diagonally, splitting Ri Hongchaji in two, blood spraying everywhere. Then, like a ruthless killing machine, he swiftly wiped out all enemy players nearby, including the three who had revealed his position. After clearing the enemies, Gu Yeoming didn't immediately move on but stood still, waiting patiently for the next wave to respawn. Seconds later, those he had slain reappeared, but before they could react, he cut them down again. He was blocking the respawn point, casually crushing an enemy's skull with his hand. Gu Yeoming remained expressionless, his gaze icy and sharp. His earlier failure to suppress this group stemmed from not knowing their exact respawn spots. Continuous kills had been nearly impossible. Now that had found them, he wasn't about to miss the chance to wipe them out. Sure enough, just seconds after respawning, Ri Hongchaji barely opened his mouth to shout before Gu Yeoming's sword ended him instantly. In panic, he cried miserably, don't block, damn you, stop blocking. Whoa. My level's almost gone, bro. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I'll call you dad if you want. His tone shifted from arrogant to weak, begging, even sobbing. Clearly his level was plummeting. Gu Yeoming ignored him completely, expression unmoved as he ruthlessly continued slaughtering. Minutes later, only a few stubborn players still respawned and charged to dispatch them all mercilessly. The rest had long been crushed into silence, no longer respawning. Having finished off the last enemies, Gu Yeoming finally moved away. He had more important matters and no time to waste on these players. His gaze shifted to the enforcers battling other test subjects, a cold glint flashing in his eyes now. It was time to focus on attacking these treasures, holding massive experience points. Thoughts flashed through Gu Yeoming's mind in an instant as he swiftly dashed toward Wei Jianqin's position. At that moment, Wei Jianquan was locked in fierce combat with a mechanical soldier, the air around them filled with the continuous explosions of sci-fi, artillery fire, the ground pockmarked with craters from the blasts. Gu Yeoming nimbly dodged several ricocheting shells, then leapt up with a sudden surge, swinging his sword to strike directly at the back of the mechanical soldier's head. System alert. Extremely high-risk target detected. The mechanical soldier seemed to sense the danger. Its right arm twisted at an unnatural angle with superhuman speed, unfolding a massive shield from its forearm. Just as the shield blocked the deadly blow, Wei Jianquan reacted swiftly, raising his palm without hesitation and unleashing a powerful shock blast directly at the mechanical soldier's right arm. Boom. The mechanical soldier's right arm was blasted backward, exposing the back of its head right in Gu Yeoming's sharp line of sight. Seeing Wei Jianquan clear the way for him, Gu Yeoming seized the perfect opportunity without a moment's hesitation. His eyes narrowed as a barrage of skill activation prompts flashed across his vision. The ghostly green glow instantly flickered along his Wuguei blade. Whoosh! Gu Yeoming became a blur as he dove, slicing over the mechanical soldier's head. The razor-sharp blade carved a clean arc, cutting straight into the creature's neck. The next second, crack! A crisp breaking sound rang out as the mechanical soldier's head dropped to the ground. System warning. Mechanical soldier has entered Phase 2. No kill prompt available. The unexpected system message caused Gu Yeoming's expression to shift subtly. He spun around quickly to look behind him. The mechanical soldier's mechanical components rapidly activated, a huge circular cannon barrel slowly extending from its chest. System warning. Mechanical soldier preparing heavy suppression skill. A glowing core appeared inside the cannon's barrel as the mechanical soldier gathered energy, radiating an intimidating aura. Sensing the danger, Gu Yeoming quickly turned to Wei Jianquan and whispered urgently, "Quick! Use whatever means you have and shoot straight into its cannon barrel. If possible, make it explode." Wei Jianquan's eye sharpened. His right arm instantly morphed, transforming into a long, powerful laser cannon. Boom! A piercing laser beam shot out from the barrel, aiming directly at the mechanical soldier's charging cannon. The mechanical soldier detected the threat immediately and tried to dodge sideways to avoid the lethal strike. But at that very moment, Gu Yeoming appeared suddenly from above. His eyes gleamed coldly as he charged his entire right arm, smashing it forcefully into the mechanical soldier. Boom! The blow landed with tremendous force, pinning the mechanical soldier firmly in place, unable to move. Seizing the enemy's momentary immobilization, Gu Yeoming stepped onto its body for leverage, springing off quickly and skillfully dodging aside. At the same time, Wei Jianquan's laser cannon struck the mechanical soldier's cannon barrel with a thunderous impact. Rumble! The laser blast penetrated the barrel and instantly triggered a cataclysmic explosion throughout the mechanical soldier's armor and systems. The deafening blast shook the air, thick smoke mingling with flames rising from the battlefield. A massive shockwave rapidly spread out, knocking nearby players flying, sending dust and wreckage swirling violently across the scene. This was just a minor episode. Most players only glanced here briefly before charging determinately toward the enemy ranks. The BOS-level mechanical weapon had fallen. You dealt 32 of the total damage to the BOS-level mechanical weapon. Gained 4,899 experience points. Obtained Advanced Healing Potion 3. Obtained Intermediate Healing Potion 5. Obtained Fatigue Resistance Potion 1. Obtained Superior Grade Sustained Defensive Shield. Strength 2. Level up successful. Gu Yeoming skillfully adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily. The system's alert sounds echoed continuously in his mind as he quickly opened his inventory, immediately focusing on the equipment that had just dropped. Superior Grade Sustained Defensive Shield. Equipment Type, Silver Bracelet. Quality, Superior. Defense Bonus, 70140. Remaining Durability, 100. Additional effect. When worn, the consciousness links with the equipment, enabling activation of a sustained defensive shield. The shield blocks incoming attacks, but consumes durability. The higher the enemy's damage, the faster the durability decreases. Once durability is depleted, the shield disappears, and the bracelet is destroyed. Level requirement, 23. Source, probable drop from defeating BOS-level mechanical weapons. Evaluation, a rare defensive gear. Be careful not to let it break, or you'll regret it. Gu Yeoming cast a brief glance at it, then put the bracelet on without hesitation. In the next moment, a translucent pale blue shield slowly materialized around him. Though clearly visible, it didn't obstruct his vision. Gu Yeoming nodded approvingly. This gear was quite impressive. As he scanned the surroundings, soft footsteps sounded nearby. He turned to see Wei Jianxuan approaching. Now, Wei Jianqin's black leather coat was badly torn and dinted, with flickering sparks intermittently escaping from his mechanical joints. His health bar overhead read, BOSS level iron arm Wei Jianxuan HP 2, 9313, 589. Gu Yeoming glanced at the number and nodded slightly. It roughly matched the light injuries from the recent explosion. Thinking this, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a bottle of advanced healing potion, tossing it casually toward Wei Jianxuan. Wei Jianxuan reacted quickly and caught it steadily. Staring at the red liquid inside the bottle, he furrowed his brows and asked skeptically, "What's this?" Gu Yeoming replied calmly, "It heals your wounds instantly." A trace of doubt showed on Wei Jianqin's lips. Something that miraculous? His body was mostly mechanical, and typical potions had no effect. Usually, replacing mechanical parts was the only way to recover from damage. Despite the skepticism, he twisted off the cap and took a slow sip. Watermelon flavor quite tasty, actually, he admitted with surprise. As the potion took effect, the mechanical parts on Wei Jianqin's body began rapidly repairing themselves. The broken circuits and damaged components seemed to be restored by an invisible force, and the flickering sparks suddenly vanished. This, Wei Jianxuan stared in amazement, touching the nearly flawless mechanical sections. What is this thing? It actually repairs my mechanical parts? He kept examining his body, his curiosity about the potion growing deeper by the moment. Although Wei Jianxuan thought this way, he was wise enough not to directly ask Gu Yeoming about it. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and items that can heal wounds quickly were rare. The healing potion in Gu Yeoming's possession was definitely not something casually found. With that in mind, Wei Jianxuan nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you." Gu Yeoming replied calmly, knowing he still had plenty of that potion, so giving one away was no big deal. Using it to boost Wei Jianqin's favorability was definitely a good trade. BOS level iron arm Wei Jianqin's favorability toward you 30. The current favorability of this boss toward you was 70, and their relationship had progressed to close friends. Seeing the system's notification, Gu Yeoming's lips curled into a slight smile as he considered the deal worthwhile. The issue with the mechanical weapons was settled. It was time to help others. All right. Gu Yeoming's tone was indifferent. Wei Jianxuan nodded firmly, and without looking back rushed off to the battlefield where other test subjects were fighting. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Gu Yeoming lightly tugged at the rounded cap on his head and turned toward the next battlefield not far away. Inside the company, the screens displayed the mechanical weapons long reduced to scrap metal. Morinsen's brow grew tighter, and he snapped coldly, "Is Lu Long still not recovered? If this drags on, the other enforcers will all be killed by these test subjects." Even though Lu Long had successfully advanced to a rank, being attacked by so many meant the situation remained extremely critical. Xiaoyinghe switched the view to Lu Long's position and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Should we deploy him onto the battlefield now? On the screen, a heavily muscled, golden-haired young man lay quietly on an injection table, hooked up to various devices. A colorful array of medicinal liquids was continuously pumped into his body. Watching the scene, Morinsen stroked his chin and said calmly, "Test, and see if his strength truly meets a rank." "He has reached the standard," Xiaoyinghe nodded. "My suggestion is to deploy him immediately. Otherwise, if we keep injecting medicine without battle, he might not survive the strain and could explode before even fighting." "Then deploy him." Morinsen's eyes darkened and his voice grew low and serious. "Also, you will be controlling him." Xiaoyinghe was stunned, frowning deeply. "Why? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to let Lu Long control himself?" Morinsen shook his head, switching the view back to the intense melee on the test subject battlefield. He pointed at the opponents locked in a desperate fight. "They are a clear example. This is a critical moment, and no mistakes can be allowed. Having you control him is the final safeguard against accidents." Xiaoyinghe nodded silently, but hesitated again. "With my abilities, controlling him won't be easy. To fully master him," his voice trailed off uncertainly. "Speak." Xiaoyinghe took a slow breath, lowering his voice. "To totally control him, he must be rendered completely brain dead. If any resistance of consciousness arises during the control process, unimaginable consequences could happen. Of course, once brain death occurs, he becomes completely useless. At most, the body still holds some disposable value. Then let him reach brain death." Xiaoyinghe was about to speak when Movinsen cut him off. "I already said, the purpose of training him was to use him. Use him when needed, discard him when done. Don't hesitate at this critical moment." "Understood." Xiaoyinghe pressed his finger down on the red button on the table. The moment the button was pressed, on the screen, Lu Long's eyes suddenly snapped open, bloodshot, and almost entirely red. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead. "Why?" His pupils constricted sharply as his gaze locked onto the surveillance camera. His eyes were filled with accusation and unwillingness. Movinsen and Xiaoyinghe watched the screen silently. Despite Lu Long's incredulous stare, neither of their expressions changed in the slightest. Lu Long mustered his last strength to raise his right arm. trembling fingers reaching for the infusion tube inserted in his brain. Driven by a survival instinct, he tried to pull out the fatal line. But the arm fell heavily halfway up. His consciousness began to fade, as if his soul was being sucked away, and he gradually lost control of his body. He opened his mouth, only able to emit faint rasping sounds. Die. Those 3 words barely escaped his lips before the light in his eyes went out completely, and his struggling body went utterly still. Beep. The heart monitor's rhythm flattened into a continuous tone. Lu Long was completely dead. Xiao Ying has stared at the motionless corpse on the screen, then after a moment of silence asked, "May I ask something?" Movenson glanced at him. "Go ahead. We clearly could have called for help from other divisions and avoided paying such a high price." Xiao Ying paused. "Why didn't we ask other divisions for support? They'll tell you clearly." Movenson's tone remained calm. "From the very beginning, I notified the other divisions, hoping for aid. But guess what?" His fists slowly clenched. "The local national forces have a tight grip on the other divisions. No matter what reason we give, it's useless. Even contacting headquarters is pointless. To them, we're just dispensable pawns. Now, if we want to truly break through, we can only rely on ourselves." Movenson loosened his fist and turned to Xiao Ying. "So it's your turn now. Take control of him." On the battlefield, Chris briefly pulled back from the fierce fighting to find a corner to catch his breath. At that moment, he faintly heard soft footsteps nearby. Who could it be? His eyes sharpened as he quickly turned to look alertly. Coming into view was the silhouette of Gu Yeoming. "So it's you, buddy." Chris exhaled in relief, a hint of ease appearing on his face. Gu Yeoming approached at a measured pace, his expression cold and calm as he spoke softly. "Looks like you're hurt. Need some treatment?" "No need." Chris shook his head stubbornly. "Thanks, but I don't need treatment. I have super regeneration abilities. I'm just a bit tired right now. I just took down 2 of the enforcers. The other 2 must be hiding somewhere. They'll rest here for a bit." Gu Yeoming nodded and pulled a vial of anti-fatigue potion from his system backpack, casually tossing it to Chris. "Drink this." Chris caught it steadily and downed it without hesitation. At the moment the liquid touched his lips, his eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body felt significantly lighter. The fatigue seemed to disappear instantly. "Hey, what's this stuff?" he asked curiously, staring at the empty bottle after finishing it. "Good stuff," Gu Yeoming replied coolly, offering no explanation. "Ah, all right then." Chris nodded, not pressing further. "How are the others doing?" Gu Yeoming asked. "Of course," Chris said firmly. "Except for those 4th plague who can resurrect. We've nearly wiped out the company's enforcers. Only a few stragglers remain. The survivors must be hiding now." Gu Yeoming nodded silently, about to say something when Fiona appeared from the side like a ghost. "Gentlemen," she said softly, wearing a white dress stained red with blood at the hem. "Looks like you've taken care of quite a few enemies and still have time for small talk." "Haha." "Naturally." Chris grinned widely, sharp teeth showing with remnants of enemy flesh clinging to the corners of his mouth. He said proudly, "Killing these company bastards feels damn good." Gu Yeoming offered a casual nod to Fiona, then opened his system backpack, his gaze settling on a recently looted epic-level item, Fate's Trickery. With 2 powerful experimental subjects watching vigilantly, Gu Yeoming could finally focus on examining the dropped treasure. It was a golden chest badge, carved in the center with a sleeping lion that radiated dazzling light. Epic-level Fate's Trickery. Item type, chest badge. Quality, epic. Speed bonus, 8. Mental energy required to equip, 45. Golden glow special effect. Each attack has a 4 chance to trigger one of the following 3 effects. 1. Deal 150 additional attack damage. 2. Increase overall speed by 30 for 1 minute. 3. Increase damage resistance by 40 for 30 seconds. Cooldown on triggered effects, 1 hour. Gu Yeoming's expression grew serious as he considered the potential uses of this powerful equipment moving forward. Additional negative effects of Dark Assault. When mental points fall below 45, the speed bonus from equipped gear becomes invalid. At the same time, there is a 20 chance every moment to randomly trigger one of the following 3 negative effects: attack damage decreases by 200, overall speed drops by 80, or damage resistance reduces by 50. These effects last for 5 minutes each with no cooldown. Level requirement, 31. Rating, let's see if you're truly lucky. Looking at the detailed attribute panel of the equipment in front of him, Gu Yeoming nodded with satisfaction. His level was 32 and his mental points were 50, fully meeting the requirements to wear this equipment with no side effects. If the additional effects did trigger, it would undoubtedly provide great aid in battle. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to take the gear out of his system inventory and equip it directly over the left side of his chest. System prompt. You have equipped epic grade Fate's Trickery. Mental point check success. You have gained the equipment's attribute bonus. Speed increased by 8 points. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly, feeling the increase in speed as his gaze began to sweep over the battlefield. The streets were littered with countless player corpses. The air hung heavy with the smell of blood. Fresh blood had formed small streams seeping into the ground. The faction war had already been raging intensely for nearly an hour, and the ferocity of the battle in such a short time was shocking. Players from their own faction hurried closer to the company's main gate, all wearing excited expressions, firmly believing victory was within reach. Just as Gu Yeoming closely monitored the shifting battle, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Epic Grade Monarch's gaze triggered additional effect, malicious perception. Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly, his pupils narrowing as he urgently ordered, "Move aside." No sooner had he spoken than he kicked off the ground, instantly dodging to the side. Fiona and Chris beside him also heard the warning and hurriedly scattered. Boom. A massive explosion erupted where they had just been standing, kicking up clouds of dust and flying debris. The force was immense. Obviously, this was a rigorously enhanced experimental subject. As the dust settled, a huge, muscular figure was revealed. It was the company's secretly concealed ace experiment Lu Long. But this was no longer the real Lu Long. What stood before them was only a powerful body controlled by Xiaoyinghe. Gu Yeoming quickly stepped back to keep distance, eyes locked on Lu Long as he opened the attribute panel. System prompt. You have detected a BOS-level enemy blood savage. Lu Long detection successful. The panel showed. Level, 85. Strength, 98. Agility, 71. Mental points, none. HP full at 100. Active skills, Blood Form, Life Drain, Blood Fury. Passive skills, Blood Rage Power, Frenzy. Current rank, Attire Enhancement Originally Tire. Enhancement duration, 21 minutes and 56 seconds, ongoing. Current status, Temporary buff, under mind control. HP, 8100, 8100. Rating, Extreme Danger. Overall evaluation. This experimental subject has multiple blood demon genes implanted, with an extreme thirst for blood and flexible control of blood in combat. Avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Gu Yeoming shuddered involuntarily. This was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered since his transmigration. Not far away, Chris and Fiona also felt the oppressive pressure Lu Long radiated. Their expressions darkened, and they exchanged a silent glance. For a moment, the entire situation fell into a tense stillness. Glancing at the enemy's status panel before him, Gu Yeoming reacted swiftly and shouted loudly toward Chris and the others not far away, "Be careful. Don't go head-to-head with him. He's currently in a temporary buffed state, lasting 21 minutes. If we can just survive this period, we'll have a chance to take him down." Chris heard the warning and furrowed his brow, nodding heavily. No one would dare to fight this muscle-bound monster Hedon, as every player clearly felt the incredible power erupting from Lu Long's body. Lu Long slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Gu Yeoming in the distance with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Strange, how does he know my corpse has been strengthened? He wondered silently. Yet he still moved the body he controlled slightly. It was his first time commanding this form, making his movements a bit stiff, but there was no time to waste. He had to end the fight quickly. First, the mission that Morven instructed. Lu Long's eyes darkened with sharp, ruthless light as he pointed toward Gu Yeoming far away. The next moment, all players on Lu Long's side suddenly ceased fighting. Two system alert boxes simultaneously popped up before their eyes. Warning. Enemy faction BOS level leader Blood Butcher Lu Long has locked onto the allied faction's leader. Gu Yeoming, protect our leader immediately. If the leader dies, the faction will lose. Village Chief. Leg hair is flexible and stretchable. Seeing the system message, players looked around searching for Gu Yeoming's figure. Hurry, protect the village chief. Don't let them gank him. Orders rang out one after another as teammates who had been focused on attacking suddenly changed tactics and rushed toward Gu Yeoming, forming a dense human shield. Knowing he couldn't go toe-to-toe with Lu Long, Gu Yeoming retreated step by step, trying his best to blend into the crowd of allies, hoping to rely on their numbers as a protective barrier. Don't think you can run. Lu Long growled sharply, sending a shower of stones flying. Suddenly, he vanished in a flash and rapidly closed the distance to Gu Yeoming with his intent. Clear. Gu Yeoming was the target. Chris reacted quickly and shouted to Fiona, "Go alert the others to join the support. They'll go help now." Before finishing, he swung his sword and charged at Lu Long. Lu Long's speed was astonishing. Within seconds, he caught up to Gu Yeoming. With a roar, blood suddenly oozed from his right arm's pores, forming into a long, blood-formed blade. As the blood blade took shape, Lu Long swung it ferociously, the edge striking toward Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming quickly raised his blade, Weeping Ghost, to block the blow. The collision rang out with a heavy clang as a deep crack appeared on the surface of Weeping Ghost. A system warning popped up. Warning. Superior grade weapon Weeping Ghost 7 durability decreased by 18. Current durability at 48. Please use cautiously to avoid weapon breakage. Seeing the glaring warning, Gu Yeoming's eye twitched involuntarily. With Lu Long's 98 strength points backing that single strike, nearly 1/5 of his weapon's durability had been reduced in just one hit. Another few blows like that, and Weeping Ghost could break right there on the spot. But now is definitely not the time to worry about weapons. In the next moment, Gu Yeoming's eyes sharpened suddenly. Using his expert skills, he precisely deflected the long blade swung at him. Without missing a beat, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick that sent the attacker flying about a meter back. Given Gu Yeoming's current strength, anyone struck by that kick would be launched into the air, yet this guy only retreated a single meter, showing just how extraordinarily tough his body is. Unlike the previous Flesh Monarch, this muscular brute possessed not only far greater strength and speed, but also superior agility, making him a completely different level altogether. Back then, Gu Yeoming had been able to tussle with the Flesh Monarch because the research facility's cramped quarters limited the latter's advantages compared to the open world outside. But now the situation was completely different. Whether it came to a straight-up brawl or grappling close, things were extremely unfavorable. With the opponent's speed, he could close the distance in an instant and punish even the smallest opening with a lethal strike. Even if Gu Yeoming survived, his body would be left badly battered. A cold glint flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Lu Long was readjusting his stance, Gu Yeoming suddenly plunged into the dense crowd of players behind him. Right now, only the tactic of blending into the crowd could stall the enemy, allowing the enhanced state to gradually wear off or creating an opening to sever the entity controlling this powerful body. Thinking this through, Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes, his expression grave and focused like never before. The other test subjects and players quickly formed a tight ring, surrounding Gu Yeoming on all sides. Seeing this, Lu Long roared fiercely and charged forward, gripping the blood Qi Long Dao with mad fury. But the thousands, possibly tens of thousands soft players blocked him like a tidal wave. Even with this level body unleashed to its fullest strength, it was impossible for him to advance at the breakneck pace he had before. His pursuit was thoroughly bogged down by the sheer sea of humanity. Everyone, get out of my way. He swung his blade in a wide arc, desperate to slaughter the nearby players and find a breakthrough by any means necessary. Yet with such an overwhelming crowd, even his formidable physique began to tire, struggling to endure the relentless clash. Just as Lu Long was locked in this brutal fight, piercing sounds cut through the air nearby. Chris and the other test subjects had arrived. Chris let out a roar and suddenly raised his sharp claws, lunging straight at Lu Long's position. Whoosh! A sound of cutting through air rang out as the claws sliced through the air, immediately leaving a wound of moderate depth across Lu Long's back, the faintly crimson bloodstain appearing particularly striking. Such terrifying defense. Seeing this, Chris narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of wariness flashing through them. Though his attack had technically landed, he didn't relax in the slightest, quickly dodging to the side to guard against Lu Long's counterattack. It's you people? Lu Long turned around hastily, seeing the successive waves of attacks coming at him like a storm. While defending himself, he said coldly, "Fine then, saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." At this point, his voice suddenly rose. "Since I can't deal with Gu Yeoming for now, I'll start by killing all of you." As his words fell, thick blood gushed from the pores on his back, rapidly coalescing into blood energy spikes that shot wildly toward the surrounding test subjects. "I should thank you all." Lu Long's expression was cold as he watched the test subjects dodging his blood energy spikes, then continued, "If you hadn't slaughtered so many Fourth Calamity players, there wouldn't be such an abundant supply of blood energy." His words carried a tone of contempt. "With all this fresh blood, your deaths are inevitable." Not far away, Gu Yeoming heard the tremendous commotion behind him and had already reached a conclusion. Lu Long had been held down by the combined forces of enemies and players. He nodded, then rushed toward the company entrance at a quick pace. Since the mastermind controlling Lu Long was likely hiding inside the company, he needed to find them as soon as possible. Beep! The system notification sounded, and players near Gu Yeoming all received instructions. "Please escort your faction's boss-level Lord Gu Yeoming into the company interior." As soon as the prompt appeared, several hundred players immediately volunteered, gathering around Gu Yeoming and advancing toward the company entrance in a mighty formation. What are they trying to do? Players from the opposing faction stared blankly at the surging crowd for a moment, then snapped to attention and frantically swarmed toward Gu Yeoming's direction. "Get lost! Don't block the way!" Tumeo Nungtsu Ningxian, standing at the very front, shouted at the incoming enemies. At the same time, the Daofeng Seji squad maintained a solid guard around Gu Yeoming, their gazes like swords fixed on the charging enemy forces, the air instantly filling with a murderous atmosphere. "Don't block the village chief's path. Move aside." Xingyuch, who had previously taken the clothing materials quest, was also present, wielding his newly acquired quality weapon and shouting loudly. Within seconds, both sides clashed violently. Due to their smaller numbers, Gu Yeoming's group was immediately surrounded by enemies. However, their allied players resisted fiercely, and several hundred people actually entered a stalemate with over 1,000 enemy troops. "Clear a path for me. I'll break through." Gu Yeoming gripped his Chigue tightly, giving orders in a deep voice to the players protecting him. "All right." Everyone responded in unison, and the players in front of Gu Yeoming quickly cleared a passage. A string of skill activation notification boxes rapidly flashed across his vision: damage amplification, blade enchantment, penetrating blade slash. Gu Yeoming's eyes focused sharply, and he turned and swung his sword. A narrow black sword energy burst forth through the air, cutting sharply through the enemy players blocking his path, instantly cleaving them in half at the waist. This sword energy, what the hell? The enemy forces cried out in alarm. It even has a penetration effect? Damn it. Long live the village chief. The allied players cheered loudly. They had already opened a breach. Brothers, rush in. Don't let the enemy spoil the hard-won opening made by our village chief. Players on our side surged through the gap, fiercely clashing with the opposing players trying to seal it off. Urgent shouts rang out all around. Village chief, get inside quickly. Gu Yeoming nodded sharply, then exploded forward at top speed, charging toward the company's main gate. The enemies staggered left and right as he cut them down one by one. At last, he broke through their defense and successfully entered the company building. He's inside. Stop him. The enemy players instantly abandoned their skirmishes with our side and turned inward to encircle him, desperate to regain the initiative. The village chief is in. Don't let them ruin his plan. Our players would never stand by. Wave after wave of them locked down the gate, willing to use their own bodies as a wall and refusing to let the enemy get through. The battle flared fiercely again, blood and fury mingling, blades flashing amid the narrow doorway. Seeing the dire situation, Mao Sen's expression hardened. Calmly, he pressed a blue button on the table. Facing the microphone, he assumed a commanding posture and coldly ordered, "Stop Gu Yeoming. Whoever kills him will receive heavy rewards. This is an order. Any defiance will trigger immediate chip explosion in the brain. Everyone, proceed with caution." The moment the blue button clicked, the cell doors holding the test subjects throughout the building cracked open. Various experiment bodies with transplanted monstrous limbs slowly poured out. Mao Sen's orders were implanted directly into their brains via a chip. Most of the brainwashed subjects responded aggressively. A small number of unbrainwashed ones obeyed reluctantly. Before Gu Yeoming's eyes unfolded a shocking scene: mutated test subjects snarling and clawing, rushing at him with murderous intent. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low, icy voice, "I'm giving you a chance. Clear the way immediately." The horde ignored his warning and surged forward relentlessly. Without wasting another word, Gu Yeoming gripped his weeping ghost longsword with his left hand and dove into the crowd. These experimental creatures were generally weak. Most were class E or F, with only a few reaching class D. For him, slaughtering this group was like slicing through melons and vegetables. His sword danced through the air, casting cold flashes as blood splattered. Limbs shattered, and corpses quickly piled like mountains on the ground. The unbrainwashed test subjects hidden in the chaos, witnessing this brutal carnage, began to waver. They were trapped in a dilemma: resist and risk chip explosion, or obey and die by Gu Yeoming's blade. Eventually, these hesitant subjects abandoned their fight against him and turned on their more fanatical comrades. "What are you doing?" Gu Yeoming frowned, noticing this strange turn as he swept forward without pause. Suddenly, a muffled explosion rang out ahead of one test subject, blew apart, red and white fluids splattering, clearly triggered by Mao Sen's secret control. Seeing this, the remaining doubting subjects let go of all defenses and burdens, launching fierce attacks against their own kind without hesitation. The battle erupted into even greater chaos. One brainwashed subject stomped on a crushed head on the ground, then gave Gu Yeoming a meaningful smile and slowly said, "No matter who you are, anyone who can destroy this company is our ally. Carry our wish and bring destruction to this place." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his head exploded, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere. Sputter-fresh blood splattered, coating Gu Yeoming's face, but his stride never faltered. He charged forward with relentless force as always. His gaze grew even colder, sharp like a blade. A fierce, murderous aura slowly emanated from his side, instantly thickening and darkening the air around him. His movements were swift and fierce, swinging his sword to cut off the lifelines of the test subjects trying to block him. Amid flashes of steel and explosions ringing out one after another, the sounds of piercing strikes continued without pause. The rebellious test subjects crumpled to the ground in a chaotic collapse, teetering between life and death. 5 minutes later, the corridor was completely strewn with thick piles of corpses, the floor stained dark red with blood, the stench of iron heavy in the air. Gu Yeoming's body was drenched in blood, but his steps remained steady and measured as he strode through the sea of bodies. His momentum grew even stronger, the edge of his resolve sharp as a knife's blade. Through the morning, ghost gripped tightly in his hand. Fine cracks spidered across the surface, but did nothing to diminish its power. Just then, he noticed a figure slowly appear around the corridor's bend. Mo Wensun. Mo Wensun stood firmly, his gaze calm and indifferent as he watched Gu Yeoming approach. His voice was steady, yet carried an undercurrent of meaning. "Not easy, killing off all the test subjects we've gathered over the years. Though modified, they still have human minds. You slash without mercy. Don't you feel any remorse? Gu Yeoming stopped, no more than 10 meters from him, casting a cold glance. He replied faintly, you seem very calm. Mo Winsun raised a brow, revealing a cold smirk. Of course. After so long fighting enemies and these test subjects blocking your path, your stamina should be nearly drained. Your combat strength probably wanes to just a little. He glanced around at the corpse-strewn floor, a note of contempt in his voice. Though most were failures, they were useful in crucial moments. I will remember these lives. Gu Yeoming stared at him expressionlessly. Then, before his eyes, an attributes panel slowly appeared. You have released reconnaissance skill on BOS level elemental control, Mo Winsun. Scanning reconnaissance successful. BOS level elemental control, Mo Winsun. Level, 69. Strength, 69. Agility, 58. Spirit, 78. Stamina, 60. Superpower, control of 5 elements. Active skills, Storm Rage, Fiery Explosions, Deep Water Surge, Root Bind, Earth Formation. Passive skills, Mastery of 5 elements level 3, Martial Arts level 1, Swordsmanship Expert level 2, Blade Mastery level 2, Gun Mastery level 1. Current level, B Enhanced State Original level C. Enhancement duration, 51 minutes and 27 seconds. Current status, Temporary Enhancement. Health points, 4722, 4722. Rating, Danger. Current evaluation, a fully proficient 5-element mage, injected with high-quality enhancement serum, raising his strength temporarily to tire. The details and data appeared clearly in Gu Yeoming's vision. The tension in the air remained thick as the standoff between the two suddenly intensified. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Gu Yeoming's expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple. He stared directly at Mo Winsun and said expressionlessly, it seems you still have no confidence in yourself. Do you think injecting enhancement serum will let you rest easy? Mo Winsun's faint smile stiffened slightly upon hearing these words. His brows furrowed tightly as he asked in confusion, how did you know? A wave of doubt surged in his heart. How could this Gu Yeoming know he had injected the enhancement serum? In just 1 month, his strength had skyrocketed to this level, and he seemed to know almost everything. At this thought, Mo Winsun's frown deepened. Since Xiao Yinghe was still temporarily held back by the experimental subjects, the task of killing Gu Yeoming fell to him. After consecutive fierce battles, Gu Yeoming's condition must be far from peak, while he himself was not only at full strength, but had also injected the enhancement serum, briefly elevating his power to rank. After careful consideration, the possibility of losing was virtually zero. Mo Winsun's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said coldly, it doesn't matter. You're going to die here anyway. As his words fell, 5 transparent elemental orbs immediately materialized behind him, each tinted with red, yellow, blue, green, and white colors. An overwhelming pressure instantly swept outward, imposing and threatening. Mo Winsun advanced step by step, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gu Yeoming gave him an indifferent glance, then pulled out a bottle of anti-fatigue potion from his system inventory. That is, Mo Winsun reacted swiftly. Though he didn't know exactly what that potion was, he absolutely couldn't let his opponent drink it. He waved his hand, and a blazing fireball immediately condensed in the air, shooting straight toward Gu Yeoming. However, Gu Yeoming paid no attention. He slashed forward with his sword, and the fireball was instantly cleaved in two by the sword energy. Seizing this moment, Gu Yeoming quickly twisted off the cap and downed the entire bottle. The system notification sounded. You have fully recovered your stamina. He gently twisted his neck, and his fierce aura suddenly erupted to its peak. Feeling this sudden change, Mo Winsun's face instantly turned terribly grim. What's going on? After drinking that potion, his condition has completely recovered. His pupils contracted slightly in disbelief. Gu Yeoming slowly shifted his gaze to him and said coldly, weren't you smiling quite happily just now? Don't worry, I'll make you cry soon enough. As Gu Yeoming's entire body radiated an intense, imposing aura, Mo Winsun's expression grew increasingly grim. But inwardly, he thought, it's finny. No matter if he's back at full strength, with this terrain and my abilities, I still hold the advantage. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly gathered 2 blazing fireballs in his hands and suddenly charged fiercely toward Gu Yeoming not far ahead. Suddenly, a flash of sword energy streaked through the air, sharp and cold, instantly slicing the 2 fireballs apart. Flames scattered wildly. Gu Yeoming felt the ground shift slightly beneath his feet. Furrowing his brow, he looked down to see thick, sturdy roots emerging rapidly from the floor, wrapping around his legs with a life of their own. Then, a chilling sound tore through the air. A silent wind blade screamed from the side, rushing sharply at his neck. Gu Yeoming slightly lowered his head to dodge. The wind blade whistled past, smashing violently into the wall nearby and sending debris flying. 2 swift slashes came down in succession. He chopped through the entangling roots, binding his legs. Looking up, Mo Winsun's figure suddenly disappeared. Obviously, seeing his wind blade attack fail, he had wisely retreated to avoid counterattack. Mo Winson clearly understood his own limit. She had witnessed Gu Yeoming's precise and unpredictable combat style on screen, and knew close combat was not his strength. Expressionless, Gu Yeoming kicked away the broken roots blocking his path and pursued swiftly. Approaching a corner, he didn't immediately turn but suddenly stopped, waiting for a moment. In an instant, several razor-sharp wind blades howled past the corner. Had he turned too soon, he would have been cut. Gu Yeoming's battle instincts had long become second nature. Opponents loved to set ambushes around corners during quick attacks. He purposely stalled for an extra second, laying a deceptive trap. The wind blades missed, and Gu Yeoming quickly slipped around the corner to find Mo Winson calmly watching him. Strangely had predicted I would stop and wait for an ambush. His hesitation in his footsteps had been obvious, yet he halted at the last moment. Clenching his fists, Mo Winson's face darkened with frustration. The situation was growing more troublesome. Behind him, Xiao Yinghe was controlling Lu Long's corpse. Time was running out, and he had to seize any opportunity. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming immediately gave chase, pulling the voracious destroyer from his system backpack and firing repeatedly at Mo Winson's legs. Gunshots rang out as bullets tore through the air, relentlessly targeting Mo Winson's rear. Mo Winson seemed prepared. A golden light slowly appeared in his right palm, and suddenly a massive stone wall burst forth from the ground, instantly blocking the incoming bullets. Gu Yeoming narrowed his brow and decisively swung his sword, shattering the massive barrier. Then he pressed on, chasing Mo Winson fiercely. No, there are no more branching paths ahead. If I keep running forward, they'll only expose Xiao Ying's hiding place. Originally sprinting at full speed, Mo Winson slowed his pace as this thought crossed his mind. He turned sharply to fix his gaze on the rapidly approaching Gu Yeoming. Of course, Gu Yeoming gave him no chance to catch his breath. Seeing Mo Winson halt, he didn't hesitate to unleash a long, narrow slash of black sword energy. The blade howled through the air, scraping the walls on either side like a razor-sharp edge aimed straight at Mo Winson, radiating a fierce, killing intent. A flicker of gravity flashed across Mo Winson's eyes as he raised his hand and violently swung out several sharp wind blades that suddenly surged from his side, fiercely colliding with the sword energy. The impact exploded into a deafening roar, sending countless stones flying and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Before the dust could settle, a rapid burst of gunfire rang out from Mo Winson's fingertips. Bullets sliced through the haze and struck him directly. The projectiles hit with precision, instantly staining his chest with blood. You have dealt 488 damage to the BOS level element, Controller Mo Winson. You have dealt 453 damage to the BOS level element, Controller Mo Winson. Mo Winson let out a muffled grunt, blood pouring from his wound. The earlier chaos had left him unprepared. Despite the sharp pain, he forced himself to suppress panic, quickly scanning the injury before immediately hurling several fireballs and razor-sharp wind blades forward. Gu Yeoming emerged from the dust, fearless as the elemental attacks surged at him. Brandishing his sword, he slashed out a flurry of agile sword shadows. In an instant, the fireballs and wind blades shattered and vanished in midair. Mo Winson wasn't displeased. Instead, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he lowered his eyelids, as if silently declaring, "You've fallen into my trap." Sensing a weakness, Gu Yeoming's eyes sharpened and he accelerated toward Mo Winson. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the surrounding walls fractured violently. Countless heavy stone pillars erupted from the cracks, blocking all paths before and behind Gu Yeoming. Mo Winson chuckled lightly. Nowhere left to run. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he waved both hands. Dense wind blades swiftly darted through the narrow gaps between the stone pillars, sharp as blades as they slashed toward Gu Yeoming. Even if you can cut through these stone pillars, so what? Breaking out of such a tight blockade will cost you precious time. Delaying the moment was all he needed to secure a prime offensive position. But Mo Winson overlooked one detail: if he could attack Gu Yeoming through the gaps, Gu Yeoming could just as easily fire bullets through them. With a sharp bang, a bullet whistled through the stone pillars, hitting Mo Winson hard. You have dealt 478 damage to the BOS level element, Controller Mo Winson. Mo Winson coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fierce as he rapidly sealed every gap with his power. If that trick won't work, he'll trap you inside with stone spikes. He wiped the blood from his lips as golden light surged from his palms. The interior of the stone pillars rumbled continuously, sending thunderous cracks echoing through the air. Mo Winson's brow furrowed tightly as a foreboding feeling rose in his chest. Could Gu Yeoming really withstand the stone spikes and break through from the inside? Suddenly, a sword beam cleaved through several pillars, scattering debris on both sides of Mo Winson. His expression darkened and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Gu Yeoming stepped slowly through the gap, brushing dust from his eyes and staring at Mo Winson with a cold, piercing glare. Mo Winson keenly noticed that Gu Yeoming hadn't escaped unscathed. Multiple obvious puncture wounds marked his body, blood seeping out slowly. It seemed the stone spikes were effective after all. A thrill reignited in Movinson's eyes. He knew that as long as he pressed the tactical advantage, even if he couldn't kill Gu Yeoming immediately, he could still stall for significant time and seize the initiative. Let's do it this way. A glint of sharp determination flashed in Mo Winston's eyes as he watched Gu Yeoming's movements warily. Golden light flickered again between his palms, clearly preparing to repeat the tactic he had just used. Notice, BOS-level elemental controller Mo Winson has stared at the wearer for over 5 seconds. Epic-level Monarch's gaze extra effect activated. Monarch's gaze automatically triggered. Abnormal-level flesh Monarch illusion generated. Just as Mo Winson grew confident, a wet, gurgling sound came suddenly from behind, accompanied by the dripping of saliva. Startled, Mo Winson whipped his head around. Before him stood a massive creature formed of congealed flesh. Its bulky body was tipped with a long spiked tail, blood-red wings spread wide on its back, and its gaping maw revealed tightly spiraled, razor-sharp fangs dripping putrid, viscous saliva. It seemed ready to swallow Mo Winson whole. What the? Mo Winson's pupils shrank abruptly, the overwhelming threat instantly sending his nerves into overdrive. Wasn't this the ultimate killing weapon created by the long-destroyed Research Institute No. 3? How had it appeared here? The flesh monarch suddenly unleashed a furious roar, opening its blood-red mouth wide and lunging to bite Mo Winson. Get the hell out of my way! Mo Winson bellowed, bloodshot eyes blazing as he wildly lifted both hands. Sharp stone spikes erupted rapidly from the walls and floor, interweaving as they shot toward the charging flesh monarch. But to his shock, the spikes seemed blocked by some invisible barrier, leaving not a single scratch on the monster's flesh. Its body seemed like a feint. The spikes passed straight through it. What? Mo Winson's eyes filled with disbelief, his heart pounding wildly. As the flesh monarch's fangs neared his body, complex thoughts crowded his mind. No, that's wrong. According to previous files, this creature shouldn't have any ghostly intangible traits. Mo Winson's voice dropped. How can it be pierced by spikes yet show zero injuries, like a phantom? In less than half a second, Mo Winson confirmed the flesh monarch before him was an illusion, not truly present. He opened his mouth to warn himself, but every hair on his body stood on end, sending chills through him. He knew this hallucination had already cost him 2 or 3 precious seconds. Realizing this, Mo Winson gritted his teeth and quickly shook off the confusing illusion. With a furious roar, he spun around to escape, palms glowing golden, ready to counterattack. But the next moment, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, followed by a splatter of blood in midair. Mo Winson had no time to react before a searing, heart-wrenching pain tore across his chest. A long, deep slash cut through flesh and muscle, exposing ruptured organs and bone to the air. Gu Yeoming's swordsmanship was like an icy, lethal arrow, his cold, merciless gaze locked on Mo Winson. Time seemed to slow as Mo Winson's blurred eyes watched the floor beneath stained bright red with blood. His consciousness rapidly slipped into darkness. With a heavy thud, he collapsed straight down, violently coughing up torrents of blood. The gaping wound on his chest gushed relentlessly, turning the floor beneath him into a crimson pool. Ha! Mo Winson collapsed to the ground with unfocused eyes, blood churning in his mouth as he let out a series of revolting groans. Gu Yeoming wiped the blood spattered on his face and stared expressionlessly at the man on the ground, his voice detached and icy. Now, you have 2 choices. First, tell me where the controller is hiding, and I promise to give you a quick, clean death. Second, I'll dismember you piece by piece until you beg me to stop. Don't worry, with your physical condition, although you don't have the super regeneration of other test subjects, you'll at least stay alive for a while and won't die anytime soon. You have 3 seconds. Choose. The controller? How? How could he know about Xiaoying? A glimmer of light flickered back into Mo Winson's dazed eyes. He stared fixedly at Gu Yeoming, his tone low and urgent. You, who exactly are you? Gu Yeoming remained silent, merely watching him coldly. In less than a month, this guy has progressed so fast and seems to know everything. Looks like the intelligence about our transaction channels came from you to Wei Jianqian otherwise. How could he have known so much? You're not one of the original test subjects at all. Just who are you? Mo Winson's voice grew increasingly hoarse, his eyes filled with fury and despair. You, who the hell are you? He stared intently at Gu Yeoming, as if desperately searching for an answer. The 3-second countdown ended. Gu Yeoming showed no hesitation. Looks like you've made your choice. With that, sword light flashed. Swoosh. Mo Winson's palms were severed with a single stroke, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Starting with the hands. Don't worry, there are plenty of other parts on your body. We'll take our time. Gu Yeoming's voice was cold as a demon's, threading its way into Mo Winson's eardrums. Despite his agony and helplessness, his face contorted in pain, he stubbornly refused to let out any screams. Next came the skin. The sword tip slowly dragged across his limbs, tearing open gashes of raw flesh. The ripping sounds were piercing, the pain soul-crushing. Mo Winsan could barely suppress his screams, yet he forced his tears back, letting them slide down his cheeks instead. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, a look of almost suffocating shock and revelation flashing through his eyes. He seemed to have realized something: those immortal fourth calamities, their collective disappearance without warning during that period, and Gu Yeoming's terrifying growth in just 1 month. Mo Winsan's mouth flew open, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain of his torn skin. He stared at Gu Yeoming with a shrill, trembling gaze, using every ounce of strength to force out words that shook Gu Yeoming to his core. Is this a game? Hearing Morven's words, even Gu Yeoming's usually calm and steady heart couldn't help but ripple with shock. Yet he remained silent, his gaze steady and unshaken, calmly continuing as he cut into the skin. Morven kept watching him in silence, eyes full of hope and urgency, as if waiting for Gu Yeoming to speak would unravel all the mysteries. But as the seconds ticked by, Gu Yeoming still spoke not a word, showing no intention of responding. Gradually, a sense of helplessness rose in Morven's chest. Though he had largely guessed Gu Yeoming's suspicions, he could not confirm that chilling truth. Suddenly, a fresh streak of blood opened up, and a piercing, agonizing pain gripped him again. Morven could no longer bear it, and let out a heartbreaking wail. Yet Gu Yeoming remained indifferent, showing no sign of stopping. His cold, unwavering gaze was fixed on Morven's struggles, his movements as resolute and icy as ever. The harsh sound of the blade cutting flesh echoed loudly in the silent space, mingling with Morven's intermittent cries of pain. Shockingly, despite such torment, Morven stayed completely silent, never revealing any information about the mastermind behind him. A minute later, Morven's struggles quieted, and his cries of pain ceased. He suddenly stopped breathing, completely dead. This time, he had been crushed by the pain itself, falling with a heart full of doubt and unwillingness. The system prompt appeared. You have slain the BOS level enemy elemental controller Morven. Your damage contribution to the BOS level enemy elemental controller Morven, 100. You have received all rewards and successfully upgraded your current free attribute points, Strength 2. Gu Yeoming slowly sheathed his blade, his expression solemn as he stared at Morven's body. The man was indeed no ordinary opponent. His guess had been surprisingly accurate. Thinking this over, Gu Yeoming shook his head slightly, forcing himself to calm down. He stood still, replaying every detail from just now in his mind. What's strange about this? He muttered. In his memory, Morven could have fled straight ahead, which would have been the more sensible and effective strategy. Yet Morven stopped abruptly here and instead chose to face him head-on. No matter how you looked at it, this was an extremely foolish choice. Since he had initially chosen a strategy of dragging things out, it was clear he had a clear grasp of his close combat abilities. So why rush into a death fight? Frowning, Gu Yeoming's gaze flicked back and forth along the corridors, confirming there were no other branching exits, only the path straight ahead and the one behind. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Morven's true purpose had just been to buy time, and the puppet master controlling him was most likely hiding somewhere in the corridor ahead. Convinced of this, Gu Yeoming nodded slightly, stepped over Morven's corpse, and quickly advanced forward. Soon, he reached the end of the corridor. Ahead was an impenetrably thick wall, and to the left of it, a firmly shut door. Found it. Gu Yeoming's eyes gleamed coldly as he kicked the door open without hesitation. What greeted him inside was an empty storage room. No one was there. Gu Yeoming carefully pushed open the door and looked around. After a moment, he realized that besides piles of clutter, there was not a single soul in sight. Could I have guessed wrong? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he didn't turn away. Instead, he continued searching every corner, trying to find any hidden mechanism or secret compartment. To his disappointment, this room was nothing more than an ordinary storage space with no special features. Gu Yeoming stood still, furrowing his brow, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings as a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. Logically, the controller should be nearby. Just then, as if sensing something, he slowly stepped out of the storage room and fixed his eyes on the wall at the end of the corridor. Forget it. No clues no matter how hard I look. I might as well try my luck, Gu Yeoming murmured. With that, he raised his blade and swung it fiercely against the wall several times. Instantly, the wall shattered into huge stone blocks, revealing a hidden narrow room behind it. A deception. Seeing this newly uncovered space, Gu Yeoming's pupils contracted sharply. His gaze flicked back to the storage room and then to this narrow chamber, realization dawning in his mind. It seemed this storage room was just a disguise to mislead others. He shook his head slightly, stood still for a moment to carefully observe the interior, and after confirming nothing was amiss, stepped inside. The first figure that came into view was Xiao Yinghe, leaning against a corner with his eyes tightly shut. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes as he clenched his weapon. Chigawei. I know this man, one of the enforcers from the Gu Corporation's branch, Xiao Yinghe, who possesses mind control abilities. So the controller really is him, no doubt. With that thought, Gu Yeoming didn't hesitate. He raised his blade and aimed it straight for Xiao Ying's neck, ready to deliver a decapitating strike. At that moment, a sudden beep broke the silence. The sound source was unknown, but clearly a bad omen. Gu Yeoming's nerves tightened instantly as he swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Then boom, an explosion suddenly erupted, a blinding flash engulfing his vision. Narrowing the focus, it wasn't just this room, the entire company building was swallowed by a fierce blast. Raging flames roared upward, and players near the battlefield were immediately engulfed in intense fire, turning into charred skeletal figures within seconds. At this moment, Xiaoyinghe, who was controlling Lulong's corpse, was locked in a desperate fight with a test subject. The sound of the explosion thundered in his ears, his entire body stiffened, and he suddenly turned toward the source of the noise. The once imposing company building had become a burning ruin, slowly collapsing into a pile of broken walls and debris. His eyes filled with disbelief, Xiaoyinghe parted his lips and whispered, "Emo Wensan." Before he could finish, despair flickered in his expression. He gave up the attack and stood silently, his gaze fixed on the distant burning wreckage. Since he had failed, the original body must have been blown to ashes as well. Xiaoyinghe raised his hand slightly and sighed softly. He could feel his control over this body fading away. His original form was dead, and his consciousness was about to vanish. He had hoped to grasp a slim chance of survival by inhabiting this body, but in the end, he still could not escape failure. Was it Gu Yeoming? He recalled Gu Yeoming bursting into the company. But with such a devastating explosion, there was no way anyone could survive. No trace remained but ashes. Thinking this, Xiaoyinghe let out a faint laugh and shook his head. His gaze swept silently across the surroundings, as if bidding farewell to the world, taking in everything he could see one last time. TSK, he clicked his tongue with a hint of helplessness. The scene at the moment of death was bleak, bodies strewn everywhere, the flames of war still burning. Looking at the severed limbs scattered across the battlefield, Xiaoyinghe exhaled heavily. Finally, he turned toward the nearby experimental subjects, their expressions tense and guarded, and opened his mouth as if to say something. But moments later, his eyes lost their light abruptly, and his entire body collapsed with a heavy thud. Plunk! The heavy sound of his fall echoed in the deathly still air. Chris, badly wounded, stood frozen in place. His sharp hearing caught the last words from Xiaoyinghe. "You have won." That phrase echoed in his mind, refusing to fade, leaving him momentarily confused. What does "you have won" mean? Literally? Chris' mind raced before he finally relaxed. Facing Xiao Ying's overwhelming power, even with the experimental subjects giving their all, the pressure had been immense. Now that Xiaoyinghe was dead, it was actually a relief. He's really dead? Wei Jianxuan looked at the fallen body nearby with a dazed expression. He seemed fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly die? Not sure, but it looks like a good thing, Wang Dazhu, battered and bruised, said quietly. If he had lasted 2 or 3 more minutes, we might have lost people on our side. He glanced at his companion's injuries, silently grateful that although severely wounded, none had died. That was close. Kihertzi touched his blood-stained wounds and exhaled deeply, thankful this brutal fight had finally come to an end. Meanwhile, system notifications sounded repeatedly. Faction Lord of the Sin's Domain Company Subdivision has died. System judgment in progress. Congratulations. Gu Yeoming's faction has won. All lost level experience and dropped equipment due to death in this faction have been fully restored. This faction's buff effects have ended. Here are the victory rewards for this faction. All players will receive unconditional 2-level upgrade voucher 1 valid for 7 days. Random excellent equipment 1. Excellent enhancement materials 10. These system messages rang inside every faction player's mind, followed immediately by an unprecedented outburst of cheers across the battlefield. We won. The village chief is awesome. This feels amazing. These rewards are incredible. The members of the Blade Squad exchanged pleased glances, their eyes sparkling with genuine joy. Captain, this trip was definitely not in vain. Someone joked while raising a slightly battered shield. Take that. Hee. Not only did we clear up the misunderstanding, but we also earned the village chief's favor and got the faction victory rewards. That's a real win. The captain replied with a laugh. The air was filled with an indescribable ease and satisfaction. After all their struggle and sacrifice had finally paid off with the glory of victory. Gummy flashed a victory sign at everyone, while the little angel nodded firmly and declared, all death penalties during the faction war are lifted, and any lost experience points and gear drops have been fully restored. At the news, enemy players ended up with nothing and inexplicably lost a huge amount of experience and equipment, all thanks to Chief Gu. Blazing Blade beamed with joy and speculated, I bet Chief Gu infiltrated the company, took down the enemy leader from within, and that's how we won. Yeah, choosing Chief Gu's faction from the start really paid off. The team breathed a collective sigh of relief, the mood suddenly much lighter. Suddenly, Eat My Hemorrhoids froze, as if Head just realized something. He hurriedly said, Chief Gu entered the company, and then the whole building exploded. Do you think before he could finish, everyone fell silent, exchanging uneasy looks. That's right. Chief Gu hasn't come out yet. Blazing Blade's face fell as he murmured, "This is bad. Chief Gu still isn't out." Suddenly, a piercing wail sounded nearby. Blazing Blade turned quickly to see Flexible Leg Hair kneeling by the rubble, wailing mournfully, as if lamenting the guild's downfall. Could our IGU guild be doomed? Hearing the cries, other allies snapped out of it and rushed to the ruins, frantically digging through thick debris, desperate to find any sign of Gu Yeoming. Meanwhile, the experimental subjects who arrived quickly were equally stunned by the devastation. Chris frowned, scanning his companions, and asked gravely, "Where's Gu Yeoming?" His sudden question stunned the others into silence. "No way," Chris muttered in disbelief, his face clouded with worry. Then, he grew agitated and strode toward the ruins. The other experimentals exchanged shocked looks, a chill hanging in the air. Could it be? As if a terrible thought struck them, they gathered near Chris, staring blankly at the wreckage. "Hey, you there, where's Gu Yeoming?" Chris grabbed a player by the collar, urgently demanding, "Weren't you protecting him all along? Where is he now?" The player froze, hesitating before saying, "We were protecting Chief Gu at first, but he insisted on rushing into the company. We didn't know his plan, but we covered for him." Chris' mind was hit like lightning. He released the player abruptly and whispered, "No, he's not the reckless type." The other experimentals fell silent, eyes fixed on the shattered ruins. No one spoke anymore. The atmosphere was heavy. Even the normally indifferent players showed restraint and kept quiet. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. "Why are you all standing there dumbfounded? We hit 1,000 followers, so I created a fan group. Anyone who wants to chat can join." Hearing that unmistakably familiar voice, everyone present froze instantly, their gazes instinctively snapping toward the source. From a nearby crumbling ruin came a dull thud, and then the heavy stone slab capping the wreckage was suddenly blasted aside. Gu Yeoming slowly climbed out from the rubble, his eyes scanning the crowd gathered before him. Village Chief. The players could barely contain their surprise and joy, bursting into cheers and shouting excitedly, "The chief is still alive? I'm so happy." Nearby, a player known for his agility's eyes sparkled as he fixated on Gu Yeoming, his excitement palpable. Members of the Blade's Edge squad nearby visibly relaxed, and Blade's Edge himself showed a subtle look of relief thankfully. His professional mentor was still alive, even though the situation had been extremely perilous moments before. The test subjects exhaled deeply when they saw Gu Yeoming completely unharmed. Chris beamed with joy, calling out enthusiastically, "Huh? Man, I really thought you were dead back there." Beside him, Keihez let out a long breath, his anxiety finally easing. 600,000 Kongming coins. And you're alive, that's incredible. Everyone wore different expressions, but Gu Yeoming shook his head wearily and slowly raised his wrist to reveal his completely shattered shield bracelet. He sighed softly. That bracelet had been the key to his survival through the fierce explosion. Most of the blast damage was absorbed by the bracelet, instantly draining its 100 durability until it was utterly destroyed. After the bracelet broke, he had to bear 688 points of health loss himself, but a single bottle of advanced life recovery potion would restore that. Without that bracelet, he would have been vaporized instantly by the blast. Thinking this over, Gu Yeoming finally allowed himself a sigh of relief, though a faint unease still pulsed beneath. Then the system alert tones rang out one after another. "Congratulations. You have completed the long-term mission. Due to players accepting the task to weaken the company, your personal contribution value has increased accordingly. Congratulations. Your personal contribution value is 68.9, receiving the following rewards. Unconditional level 10 upgrade, coupon 1 valid 7 days. Random legendary equipment 1. Passive skill level up, coupon 1 effective below mastery rank. Enhancement blessing coupons 10. Special life recovery potion 30. Advanced life recovery potion 50. Anti-fatigue potion 20. All rewards were instantly deposited into the system backpack. Gu Yeoming's spirit soared. While most rewards were insignificant, the 2 upgrade coupons and the random legendary equipment were extremely valuable, truly reflecting the generous payoff of the long-term mission. He nodded faintly, suppressing his overwhelming joy, and slowly stood up from the rubble. Facing the assembled players, he spoke with calm formality and a resolute tone befitting an NPC. "Thank you all for your contributions. The destruction of the Sin Domain Company branch would not have been possible without your efforts. My sincerest thanks once again." No sooner had he finished speaking than he summoned his quest menu with his mind and clicked complete mission. Within seconds, all players who had accepted the company weekend mission received the quest completion notification. The scene erupted into celebration, players incredibly excited, the atmosphere absolutely electrifying. With the faction victory plus the mission rewards, that totaled 2 pieces of excellent grade equipment. Jackpot. The village chief was truly generous. "Village chief, I will always support you." All the players on site received their mission rewards, their excitement barely contained. Together, they shouted thanks to Gu Yeoming, and the atmosphere instantly grew lively. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly to the crowd, but said nothing further. He walked straight up to Keihez. From his system inventory, he pulled out a thick stack of bills and handed it to Keihez with a calm but firm tone. Thank you. This is what you deserve. Oh, Mr. Gu, it's only what I should do. Keihez laughed heartily. Taking the money, he temporarily forgot about his injuries. Carefully tucking it into his chest pocket, a proud smile spread across his face. If you ever need anything, just come find me. I love helping someone as rich and generous as you. His words overflowed with gratitude and excitement. He continued, besides, this is a big matter for the company. Opportunities like this are rare for someone like me. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. Gu Yeoming nodded politely, and then looked toward Wei Jianxuan with a serious expression. Officer Wei, thanks to your help. Wei Jianxuan smiled in reply. No problem. I didn't put the company first on this. Frankly, I just couldn't watch this go down smoothly, so I decided to step in myself. Now I have to go back home and face punishment in the surface. At least, they'll pretend to plead guilty. Gu Yeoming said nothing more and calmly turned back to Chris and the others, nodding in thanks. You've worked hard, too. Chris let out a hearty laugh. No worries, man. The company screwed us over badly before. This is payback. Gu Yeoming smiled softly, then shifted his tone toward Wei Jianxuan. Officer Wei, about the procedures for leaving the crime zone. Wei Jianxuan paused for a moment, then laughed and nodded. We'll take care of the follow-up. Don't worry. Gu Yeoming nodded again, gratefully expressing thanks. At that moment, Tue Mao, who could stretch and bend his legs unusually, hurried over with bright, eager eyes. His voice was somewhat cautious as he asked Gu Yeoming, Are you all leaving now? Yes, Gu Yeoming answered simply. Do you still have missions for us to do? If there's a chance in the future, there will be, Gu Yeoming replied calmly. Tue Mao's eyes lit up. Then can I get your autograph, village chief? Gu Yeoming blinked in surprise, his expression turning half amused and half exasperated as he saw Tue Mao holding up an image of Gu Yeoming's incredibly handsome face. He smiled reflexively. All right. Tue Mao beamed and pulled out a pen excitedly. Village chief, sign right here. Gu Yeoming sighed and took the pen, quickly signing his name before handing it back. Awesome. I have the village chief's autograph. Tue Mao grinned from ear to ear, clutching the signed photo as he dashed back to his guild, showing it off all the way. Dude, they really worship you. Chris walked over, teasing with a smile. And everyone calls you village chief. What's that about? Gu Yeoming shook his head helplessly and downplayed it. It's nothing. Then he turned back to Keihez with a solemn tone. I'm entrusting you with the follow-up matters. No problem, gentlemen. Keihez accepted the final payment, his face full of eager excitement, replying enthusiastically, Follow me, sirs. Let's get out of this damn place quickly. Nearby, Dao Fengsuaji, who had wanted to say more, could only watch helplessly. They were really leaving. Did you capture everything? Don't worry. The entire operation was recorded from start to finish. Nothing was missed. It's shocking that the Zueyu Company branch was completely wiped out like this. It seems our suspicions were correct. People inside those companies were indeed conducting secret, illicit experiments. Now that we have solid evidence, let's hand these materials over to our superiors and see how they plan to deal with the other branches. On rooftops scattered in the distance, scouts from various international factions recorded the full course of the assault and defense at the Zueyu branch. What about the test subjects who escaped? What else can we do? They are extremely powerful, and we couldn't hold them back. All we can do is report this situation to our superiors and let them handle it. Sigh, it really feels like the balance of power is about to shift. Inside a tastefully designed office at company headquarters, the entire space was made of original wood emitting a peculiar fragrance, solid yet refined. A large desk stood in the center, scattered with various books and intelligence reports. A man in a blue-purple striped suit and black mask sat calmly at the desk, meticulously reviewing the information before him. Knock knock. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. He slowly lifted his head, his voice low and deep. Come in. The door creaked open as a male secretary in a suit cautiously entered, respectfully nodding to the man. He closed the door behind him and approached to quietly report. Boss, there's news from the Zueyu branch. Oh, the man relaxed into his chair, tone calm. Go ahead, I'm listening. The Zueyu branch was completely destroyed by test subjects and a large number of fourth calamity creatures. The man's expression didn't change, but he asked gravely, All dead? All of them. What about Morensen? That young man who managed things well, is he okay? The secretary nodded. He's dead too. The man fell silent for a moment, then continued. Any other details? The ones who destroyed research site number 3 in the Zueyu branch were the same group of test subjects. After a long pause, the man suddenly said, Right, I remember one of the test subjects was called Chris. Was it them? Yes. Really them. His tone remained steady, but the secretary sensed a faint killing intent beneath it. He muttered softly to himself, Humph, I guess other nations' factions are starting to learn the truth too. Then he asked, What about evacuation orders? How are they progressing? The secretary replied, I immediately alerted the other branches as soon as the conflict broke out at Zueyu. Except for the executors who went there for the meeting, most others have evacuated in large numbers. After the conflict, all branches encountered trouble from local powers. The man said no more, quietly watching the reports on the desk as the office returned to silence. The secretary stood still, responding with a crisp and clear tone. Upon hearing this, the boss curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smirk, his voice tinged with sarcasm and mockery. So the truth has finally leaked out. Those old factions just couldn't hold back any longer. Do they really think they can swallow us whole? He sneered repeatedly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the empty space in front of him as he continued. We pulled out a large number of troops long ago. What's left holding the fort now are just a bunch of abandoned leftovers guarding an empty city. Even if this city falls or gets wiped out, what of it? He paused briefly, his tone turning even colder. Bring all those who retreated back here. Send 2 guards to escort them. Under no circumstances can we let those monsters pick them off along the way. The secretary responded respectfully, understood. Also, he lowered his head slightly, a hint of hesitation in his voice before he continued. Is there a particular person we need to pay special attention to? The boss suddenly turned his gaze to the secretary, his expression tightening. Who? The secretary produced a file from his pocket, speaking steadily. Gu Yeoming. Even before the outbreak of conflict in the Sin domain, we received investigation reports and dossiers on him from Mo Wenson's side. This man was once a disposable test subject at one of Sin domain's company branches. According to cellular activity scans, his chances of becoming a psychic were virtually 0-0. But a researcher acted on their own and allowed this Gu Yeoming to escape successfully. What's more incredible is that something miraculous happened to him afterward. The secretary paused, his eyes unwavering. His marksmanship suddenly became exquisite, his combat strength increased dramatically, and his battle awareness sharpened significantly. Even at his initial weak stage, he made one of the enforcers, Yang Qingli, pay a heavy price. He spread out a detailed intelligence dossier before the boss. This is all the information we have on Gu Yeoming. Please review it. The boss read carefully from beginning to end, his eyes behind the mask gleaming with strong interest. Such a transformation is truly rare. Keep a close watch on him. If there's a chance, capture him and find out exactly what happened to him. The secretary nodded in agreement. Understood. Boss, is there anything else to report? Nothing more. You may leave now, the boss said coldly. The secretary saluted again and turned toward the door. The office fell silent once more as the boss rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Yeoming's photo lying on the desk, as if lost in thought. Gu Yeoming, he murmured quietly. Let's stop here. Inside the car, Gu Yeoming looked at Kahizi, who was focused on driving, his voice calm but resolute. Huh. Kahizi froze at those words, turning with a puzzled look. Mr. Gu, we haven't reached our destination yet. Should I take you to the hotel where everyone gathered earlier? No need. Gu Yeoming shook his head, his gaze drifting past the window to the increasingly desolate landscape outside. There was a weight in his tone. Everyone, listen to me for a moment. What's up, man? Chris, sitting nearby, frowned with concern. Gu Yeoming paused, then spoke slowly. After that battle at the company, I think we've been completely exposed to the public eye. If I'm right, other forces will soon try to make contact with us. Whether they're friend or foe, we have to prepare for the worst. He hesitated, his eyes darkening with gravity. Once we go back, unpredictable things could happen. So, I'm not going back. The car fell silent. Doubt and helplessness showed on their faces. Indeed, Gu Yeoming's assessment was spot on. Their identities had become targets not only for ordinary factions, but possibly even for hidden watchers in the shadows. So you mean get off here? Wang Dezhu leaned against the window, his voice low as he stared at the barren wasteland. This place is close to the out-of-control zone. Danger is unavoidable. Yes. Gu Yeoming nodded and quickly reached for the door handle, opening it. Turning back to the group inside, his voice was firm and cold. This is where we part ways. Remember what I said, lay low for now. Without another word, he stepped out of the car and disappeared into the bleak horizon. Those inside exchanged glances, speechless, only a quiet sigh breaking the stillness. All right, Mr. Gu is gone. What about you all? Where do you plan to go? Kahizi turned around, tiredness in his eyes. Back to the Kongming Empire? Or hide out somewhere remote? Chris shook his head. I have to go back to Kongming first. I've been gone for so long. The boss lady and my sister must be worried sick. The other test subjects also named their destinations one by one, their voices tinged with hope and frustration. Got it. Everyone, hurry up, we need to pick up the pace. Kahizi urged. Outside, the engine noise gradually faded away. Gu Yeoming looked back toward the receding vehicles on the highway and nodded silently. Every word he said was the truth. After destroying the Zhuyu company branch, their identities and faces had been uploaded to the surveillance networks of all major factions. The safest option now was to disappear for a while and avoid being tracked. He casually walked to a shadow by the roadside, found a stone to sit on, and opened his system screen to begin tallying the loot. Potions. Gu Yeoming's eyes scanned over the assortment of medicines on the screen, feeling a slight relief. These dazzling potions were his greatest assurance right now. As long as he avoided fatal injuries, his survival chances were very high. But if only my bracelet was still intact. Regret flashed in his eyes as he thought about the shield bracelet he had just acquired. It was destroyed before he even had a chance to use it, severely weakening his ability to protect himself. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and prepared to face the even more complicated challenges ahead. After finishing the potion inventory check, Gu Yeoming's eyes fell on the icon deep within the system backpack, glowing with a golden shimmer. A faint smile of anticipation curved his lips. Random legendary equipment. What could it be? His finger lightly tapped. You have used random legendary equipment 1. Random draw in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained legendary Great Screech. A blood-red attribute panel unfolded before his eyes. Legendary Great Screech. Equipment type, longsword. Quality, legendary, upgradable. Attack power, 450700. Demon's Gift, 3 all attributes, 10 damage resistance. Restores 0.2 HP per attack. Demon's Minion, additional 30 armor penetrating damage on attacks. Ghost type enchantment. Demon's Taunt, 10 chance to inflict frenzied screech on target. Lasts 5 seconds, 10 seconds cooldown. Demon's Madness, each enemy killed permanently increases max HP by 1 up to 50. Inner Demon Negative, ignores spirit attribute, always triggers. Level requirement, 45. Review, to gain great power, one must pay an equal price. Inner Demon, are you the new master of this sword? Haha. In the system backpack, a narrow, sharp long sword floated silently. Its blade intertwined deep crimson and jet black, bearing a faintly sinister snarling pattern. Countless blood vein-like sword scars covered the entire blade, radiating an ominous aura. Satisfaction flickered in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Even among all legendary equipment, the attributes of this sword were top tier. He had hit the jackpot. But that negative effect, ignores spirit attribute, always triggers? He furrowed his brow. In his previous life as a player, he had never heard of this weapon. Before he could dwell further, 2 bright crimson system notifications suddenly popped up. Legendary Great Screech hopes you can wield it firmly. Notice, level restriction temporarily ignored. Notice, due to level limit, can only be held for 1 minute. Will be forcibly recalled to system backpack after 1 minute. Gu Yeoming's pupils contracted sharply. A sentient sword? It can temporarily bypass the level limit? He was only level 33 now. Originally had no right to wield this level 45 weapon. This was unprecedented. In the backpack, Screech lay quietly, the crimson blade seeming to breathe, waiting for something. Should I give it a try? Gu Yeoming fell into deep thought. The legendary sword, Jianxiao, desperately tried to make Gu Yeoming grip it tightly. Clearly the voice had been building up for a long time. Suddenly, 2 system prompt windows appeared before him, but Gu Yeoming didn't rush to summon Jianxiao. Instead, he continued to ponder. Ignoring the negative effects on his mental attributes meant that no matter how much his level increased in the future, holding this sword would always come with a penalty. Strangely, however, this sword not only had excellent stats, but could also upgrade its quality. Any equipment that could improve in quality, even the lowest ordinary grade, was extremely valuable. This sword was legendary quality to start with, yet it could still upgrade an unbelievably powerful combination. Undoubtedly, this sword was a double-edged blade in more ways than one. After a moment of thought, Gu Yeoming decided to experience it firsthand. Even if something unexpected happened, the system could forcibly retract it back into the backpack after 1 minute, ensuring a safety net. With his eyes narrowed, the next moment Gu Yeoming summoned Jianxiao from the system backpack. The moment the blade appeared, it erupted with a dark red ominous aura, floating slowly in front of him as if shouting, "Grab me quickly." Without hesitation, Gu Yeoming extended his right hand and firmly grasped the hilt. You have now gripped the legendary sword Jianxiao. The system countdown began displaying, 59 seconds. Then, a cheeky voice suddenly echoed in Gu Yeoming's mind. Phew, I was suffocating in there. Haven't spoken to a living person in ages. You must be my new master, right? Frowning, he looked around but saw no one. His gaze immediately shifted to the sword. Stop looking around. It's me. Yes, the very sword in your hands. Jiangxiao's consciousness spoke again in his mind. You don't look very strong. Holding me too long will only harm you. Fine, since it's only a short time, why not have a good chat? Before he could respond, his vision suddenly went black, and the world around him disappeared, replaced by a swirling space of black and red. Don't stare. I've pulled you into the consciousness space. It's just the 2 of us here, you and me. In the next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Gu Yeoming looked closely. It was himself, exactly alike in every way except the eyes, which were now an eerie blood red. Not bad looking. At least somewhat pleasing to the eye. Seems I finally have a good image. Jiangxiao's consciousness circled around Gu Yeoming, eyes scanning him up and down before nodding in satisfaction. Gu Yeoming remained expressionless and calmly asked, "Are you a demon of my mind? A demon of your mind?" Jianxiao paused, then shook its head and countered, "What's your name?" Gu Yeoming grew cautious and only gave his surname, Gu. He knew that even the smallest piece of information could become leverage, so he answered carefully. You can call me Gu or Heo, haha. Sounds pretty cool, right? The sharp scream consciousness chuckled mischievously, stretching its smile almost to the ears, giving off a slightly eerie vibe. Whatever, call me whatever you want. Time's running out, and I'm too lazy to argue about it. Gu Yeoming remained expressionless, while the sharp scream consciousness seemed bored, scoffing softly before suddenly speaking up. Hey, can you get stronger faster? That way I can stay in your mind longer. Nobody talks to me, and I'm about to lose it. It's rare to find a living person like you. I don't want any distance between us. We weren't supposed to be able to see each other, but I fought hard to get even this 1 minute of brief reunion. You got some big shot watching over you, right? Sharp scream muttered to itself. I feel like I'm about to be snatched away. Weird, I was just drifting in some space aimlessly. Then suddenly I ended up here with you. Get stronger quick. I'm leaving. Before it finished speaking, Sharp Scream's words sped up like it was afraid time would cut off abruptly. Its voice grew more urgent, then it slowly faded away, disappearing completely from Gu Yeoming's sight. The streak of black and red in Gu Yeoming's vision quickly dissolved, and the outside world steadily came back into focus. Time was up. Legendary Sharp Scream forcibly recalled to system inventory. Legendary Sharp Scream level requirement 45. Please upgrade Gu Yeoming as soon as possible. Gu Yeoming scanned his surroundings, relieved everything was normal. The sharp scream in his hand had been forcibly taken back by the system, ending their consciousness connection. Who would have thought that chat just now was really with a conscious legendary weapon? Whether that was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Recalling the absurd scene that had just unfolded, Gu Yeoming shook his head. He opened his system inventory to check the loot from this time. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Warning. Legendary Sharp Scream is attacking and devouring Superior Weeping Ghost 7. Force suppress? What the heck? Gu Yeoming's eyelids fluttered as he saw the pop-up. To his surprise, Sharp Scream was restless even inside the system inventory and was attacking another weapon. Without hesitation, Gu Yeoming clicked agree. Force suppression activated. Legendary Sharp Scream has been pacified. Sharp Scream, which had been relentlessly gnawing on Weeping Ghost, quieted down, clearly subdued by the system. Gu Yeoming hurriedly summoned Weeping Ghost. Its durability was down to only 28. His face went pale, and his expression turned painful, as if it was stuck. Feels like the one I drew this time is definitely a handful. 6 days later, in the afternoon. After 6 consecutive days of wilderness hunting, Gu Yeoming's level had steadily risen to 36. Holding his firearm firmly, he decisively shot and killed a high-threat mutated monster nearby. The bullet pierced through its flesh, causing a spray of blood. Finally, he allowed himself a brief rest and took out a fatigue relief potion, drinking it in one gulp as the soreness in his muscles gradually eased. Only then did he slowly open the system screen. Strength 2. The cold numbers flashed on the screen. Gu Yeoming took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcing himself to relax for a moment. Then, his gaze shifted to the most important item in his system backpack, the unconditional level-up voucher that raised levels by 10. The voucher was only valid for 1 week, so he naturally had to make the most of this precious opportunity. Using it too early would cause future level-up experience requirements to increase by 1 tier, which wasn't cost-effective. But now, with only an hour or 2 left before expiration, if he didn't use it immediately, it would become void. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. All monsters had been slain. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate to tap the use button for the voucher. You have used 1 unconditional 10-level upgrade voucher. The screen prompted. You have successfully upgraded to level 46. You now have 20 free attribute points to allocate. Gu Yeoming's eyes narrowed slightly as a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips. A full 20 free attribute points meant his power would leap to a whole new level. He quickly opened the attribute distribution panel and carefully allocated the points 10 to stamina, 6 to agility, 4 to strength. After confirming his allocation, he immediately used another voucher. You have used 1 unconditional passive skill upgrade voucher. The screen displayed. Your passive skill Master Equipment Manufacturer has been raised to level 3. This upgrade was equivalent to a major breakthrough, leaving only 1 step away from Masteria Momentous Improvement. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly. This upgrade was a huge gain. After reviewing all the rewards, he opened the system panel to check his current status. Name: Gu Yeoming. Age: 21. Gender: male. Level: 46. Race: human. Main class: aggregator. Subclasses: gun swordsman, equipment blacksmith. Active skills: bullet enchantment, sword slash, damage amplification, vengeance determination, sword enchantment. Passive skills: equipment blacksmith, master equipment manufacturer level 3. Passive skills: gun swordsman, combat mastery level 1, vehicle expert level 3, gunsmith level 1, swordsman level 2, blade master level 2, agility master level 1, combine talent, gun sword master talent active. Attributes: strength 54, agility 54, spirit 50, stamina 50. Free attribute points 0. Current rating C. Current status: healthy. Health points 24002-400. Overall, Gu Yeoming resembled a hexagonal warrior, with all four core attributes balanced and robust, each hovering around 50 points. His level had also jumped across a major tier, from D to C. This didn't even include the 3 bonus from his piercing whistle, which added another 12 free attribute points. Judging from everything, the rewards from the long-term mission were incredibly generous, significantly boosting his combat power. If he appeared before Mallinson right now, Gu Yeoming could almost defeat him without taking a scratch. And the controlled Lu Long was also capable of holding his own against him. Gu Yeoming's gaze was resolute, and his fighting spirit soaring, fully prepared to face the challenges ahead. Of course, defeating an opponent at that level was nearly impossible after all. The gap between crank and a rank was enormous. Managing to hold his own, even slightly, was a rare feat yet. This kind of improvement was clearly far from enough. As his level rose to 46, all the skills corresponding to his 2 classes were unlocked. Gu Yeoming shifted his gaze slightly to scan his attribute panel, then opened the skills interface. You have learned the Gun Swordsman passive skill Blade Chi. You have learned the Gun Swordsman active skill Sword Edge, Final. You have learned the Gun Swordsman active skill Blade Chi, Fury. You have learned the Gun Swordsman active skill Wild Knight Black Veil. System notifications appeared in rapid succession. Detected host has already mastered the ability to release Blade and Sword Chi. Skill will be upgraded. Detected legendary item Screech and system bag. Upgrade successful. Blade Chi had been transformed into Demon/Blade. The skill description for Demon/Blade was crystal clear. Upon activation, the legendary Screech Sword's blade releases a swirling blackened blade Chi that circles the user. When wielded, it emits a ferocious Demon/Blade Chi far surpassing ordinary Blade Chi. However, after use, the host will be continuously assaulted by murderous energy and killing intent, but can actively dispel this state. By harnessing the power of the legendary Screech Sword, the following Gun Swordsman active skills were auto-upgraded. Sword Edge, Final became Demon/Fall, releasing a raging black-red sword Chi that, upon striking enemies, has a high chance to accelerate bleeding and increase bleeding damage. Blade Chi, Fury became Demon/Annihilation, whose burst of black-red blade Chi also intensifies enemy bleeding and raises damage output. Wild Knight Black Veil remained unchanged. The Wild Knight Black Veil skill detail read. Upon activation, it creates a dark zone with a 10-meter radius centered on the host. Inside, the host's overall speed increases by 20, damage resistance rises by 5, and maximum HP grows by 10, all without visual impairment. Enemies entering the zone suffer a 20 speed reduction, 10 damage decrease, severely shortened vision, and perception limited to 2 meters. If enemies' mental attributes exceed 40, 50, or 60, the skill's effect weakens by 20, 30, and 50, respectively. Those with mental attributes above 70 or with none at all are completely immune. The skill lasts 1 minute with a 5-minute cooldown. Enemy targets taking over 4,000 damage can break the space and exit the dark zone. Staring at the lines of flashing system messages, Gu Yeoming's expression stiffened slightly. Had it mutated? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he carefully skimmed the detailed explanations. Compared to the original skills, the upgrade seemed to mostly add the special attributes of the Screech Sword's Blade Chi. As for Wild Knight Black Veil, it was arguably one of the Gun Swordsman's signature techniques. Its defensive boosts might be modest, but its debuffs on enemies were formidable. Especially the drastic reduction of enemies' sight and perception severely curtailed their maneuverability and reaction scope. At this moment, he finally truly possessed a skill capable of decisively shaping the battlefield advantage. Next, Gu Yeoming turned to the equipment forging profession. The system notified, you have learned the Equipment Forger active skill Excellent Forging. You can now craft excellent grade equipment. He casually opened the forging interface, greeted by numerous crafting panels for excellent grade gear. Gu Yeoming nodded steadily, his mind already forming plans. Now that he could forge excellent grade equipment, it was time to upgrade and modify his King of Flesh and Blood gear as well. Well, I still needed to take stock of the gear I was wearing. Gu Yeoming's gloves were the soul gloves, his chest plate engraved with the words Fate's Trickery. He wore the Flesh King's armor set, and around his neck hung a necklace embedded with the Tears of Resentment. For appearance, he used illusion equipment to display the Gun Swordsman's class outfit. As for weapons, he possessed several deadly blades: Weeping Ghost, Screaming Spike, Shadow Phantom, and Gluttonous Destroyer. Running through all his gear in his mind, Gu Yeoming nodded. The only thing that needed upgrading was the Flesh King's armor set. Everything else had already reached at least the fine quality tier, leaving little room for improvement. The problem was the lack of materials to craft higher grade clothing. With a helpless shake of his head, he decided to wait until the next time he met other players to try and gather more materials. His strength had increased dramatically by now, so there was no urgent need to improve his equipment. As long as he didn't venture deep into the out-of-control zone, the monsters in the outer layers were no threat. Inside the outer zone, He practically walked through unchallenged. Just as he was thinking this, Gu Yeoming's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his system backpack, and his gaze suddenly fixed on the weapon lying quietly inside the one called Screaming Spike. Now that he had reached level 46, he fully qualified to wield Screaming Spike. Within the system backpack, the sword seemed to sense something and shuddered slightly, as if greeting him. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming shook his head with a wry smile. Although using this weapon involved some risk, he couldn't just leave it used in the backpack forever. Besides, the power of Weeping Ghost no longer matched his current pace. At level 46, his gear needed to be at least epic grade. Fine, let's meet again. Without hesitation, Gu Yeoming summoned Screaming Spike. The moment it appeared, the entire blade erupted with a sinister black-red aura, giving off an eerie vibe. He eyed the sword's body carefully before slowly gripping the hilt. As soon as he grasped the handle, the screen quickly flashed a message. You are now wielding the legendary grade weapon Screaming Spike. All attributes 3. In the next second, his vision was engulfed by a black-red haze, as if swallowed by a dark energy. The consciousness of Screaming Spike manifested in his mind, slowly opening blood-red pupils that scanned Gu Yeoming up and down with an excited expression. I can feel it. The ceiling curse seems to have been lifted. The sword's consciousness suddenly burst out with an indescribable sharp laugh, continuing for a full minute before calming down and offering a grin. Apologies for the display. It's been ages since I've spoken with a living person. I got a bit carried away. It continued. Not bad at all. It looks like your power has truly advanced. You're strong enough now to bear my strength. Then the sword's consciousness suddenly leaned closer, mischief shining in its eyes. By the way, have you thought about what you want to call me? You're officially my master now, and we'll be together for a long time. Don't you think we'd both benefit from a good name? Gu Yeoming met those blood-red eyes with a steady tone, Screaming Spike. Ah, what a boring name. The sword's consciousness teased with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Jianxiao shrugged helplessly and said, if you ask me, you might as well call me Gu number 2. I think that name sounds pretty good. Gu Yeoming didn't respond, quietly staring at Jianxiao in silence. Seeing this, Jianxiao shrugged again, seeming to give up on arguing. Fine, call me whatever you want. After all, you're the one in charge. He then made a face at Gu Yeoming and added, besides, your appearance isn't bad at all, much better looking than any of the masters I've met before. Gu Yeoming raised an eyebrow and asked, you mean you've served several masters before? Of course. Jianxiao chuckled. I've served quite a few masters in the past, but without exception, they all died, some of old age, some were killed, others had accidents, and some just abandoned me. Although I can make them a lot stronger for a while, the price is high. Those who can bear the cost inevitably die, and those who can't treat me like a demon and cast me aside. His tone shifted, locking his gaze on Gu Yeoming with an inquisitive smile. And you? My new master, how do you plan to treat me? Will you use me, or toss me aside like the others? The price. Gu Yeoming replied calmly. Whenever I use you, my blood is constantly drained, and every time you are called upon, dark energy and murderous intent flood my mind, clouding my thoughts. He paused. So, how about trying it out first? As soon as the words left his mouth, the outside world slowly faded away and Gu Yeoming returned to his consciousness space. Jiangxiao's voice echoed in his mind again. Go ahead, swing a few times. You won't be disappointed. Gripping Jianxiao, Gu Yeoming nodded gently, then quickly activated his skill, Demonic Slash. Demonic Slash, Descent. At the sound of 2 system notifications, his right arm began to seep fine droplets of blood, which gradually gathered on the blade as a brilliant red glow flared intensely along the sword. System notice. Current state continuous bleeding, loses 2 health points per second, totaling 120 health points lost over 1 minute. All this passed through Gu Yeoming's mind, and he nodded calmly. To him, the cost was trivial. His backpack was stocked with all kinds of blood-restoring potions, and even the lowest grade one could easily replenish the loss. Besides, Jianxiao had a lifesteal effect. So long as the attack speed was fast enough, the bleeding wouldn't outpace the healing. Stealing his mind, Gu Yeoming adjusted his stance and focused his thoughts. Holding the sword, he slashed fiercely toward a nearby ruined area. In an instant, a massive and narrow blood-red sword aura appeared out of thin air, charged with dense murderous energy, thunderingly rushing toward the rubble. With a thunderous roar, a violent wave of blood-red sword chi surged out like a fierce storm, sweeping across like a razor-sharp blade. Even the relatively intact ruins nearby shattered instantly, sending stones and dust flying in all directions. Gu Yeoming stood still, witnessing this breathtaking scene, unable to hide the slight shock on his face. This kind of power far surpassed any sword chi he had encountered before. Master, how do you find the power? The piercing voice sounded again, filled with pride and arrogance, directly entering Gu Yeoming's mind. Gu Yeoming nodded, about to respond, when suddenly a chilling murderous aura surged from all directions, coalescing around him into ominous, cold energy strands that floated slowly. His spiritual interface popped up a status readout, current points 53. Although affected by a 70 negative impact from Jian Xiao, he was still within a weakened legendary tolerance threshold. He took a deep breath and struggled to suppress the rising bloodlust inside him, finally gaining firm control over the impulse. Calm once more, Gu Yeoming nodded again. The power is indeed formidable. Huh, didn't expect you could forcibly suppress the desire, Master. Jian Xiao's tone revealed surprise and curiosity. Past masters using me almost all succumbed to their killing urges, eager to spill blood recklessly. Huh, looks like your willpower is extraordinary. Gu Yeoming said nothing, instead carefully recalling the previous moment and silently approving his own restraint. Luckily, the remaining 30 negative effect was fully bearable for him. After this trial, he realized he could handle all side effects brought by Jian Xiao steadily. More importantly, the benefits were substantial. The damage output rose dramatically, and all attributes received a comprehensive 3 boost. Just then, Jian Xiao's puzzled voice sounded again in his mind, with a slight tone that sharply brought Gu Yeoming back to attention. He silently thought, what's wrong? Strange, Jian Xiao said with unusual confusion. I can observe the outside world from your perspective, but these scenes are completely different from the ones in my memory. Those buildings, none of them look like the styles I used to know. Gu Yeoming frowned deeply. Most of the buildings were dust-covered, dilapidated ruins. Old though usual in construction style, anyone could easily tell if it was normal or not. Yet Jian Xiao clearly seemed confused, as if he didn't recognize the architectural style at all. Could it be? Thinking this, Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes slightly as a guess took shape in his mind. He silently asked, "You're not in your original dimension, are you?" "What?" Jian Xiao exclaimed, murmuring. "Hiss, could it really be that we've crossed into another world?" Gu Yeoming's suspicion grew even stronger, and he said slowly, "Jian Xiao, what exactly was your original world like?" "My original world," Jian Xiao seemed lost in thought. After a pause, it suddenly spoke. The architecture over there is completely different from yours, and the way people dress is totally unlike here. If I had to sum it up in one word, oh, I remember now." Its tone suddenly brightened with a hint of eerie excitement as it chuckled softly. "According to how my previous masters called me, they all called me the Sword Spirit. Judging by the terms they used, that world is probably a cultivation realm." Gu Yeoming's pupils narrowed slightly, surprised that Jian Xiao truly came from a weapon in another dimension. The thought flashed through his mind, and his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected to encounter a weapon from a different plane so early on. Random equipment was indeed random. No wonder Jian Xiao possessed a level of consciousness unlike any other gear. According to that cultivation world's terminology, it would be called sentience. Suddenly, Jian Xiao burst into loud laughter, its tone brimming with excitement. "I never imagined I'd end up in another world. This is fantastic, simply fantastic. Twice the joy finding a new master and wandering a new realm. Amazing." Gu Yeoming shook his head slightly, deciding not to delve deeper into the origins of this extraterrestrial weapon. Since it had come, he might as well settle his mind. It was lucky to have early exposure to a weapon from a different plane. "By the way, Master," Jian Xiao suddenly said, as if recalling something, sounding a bit embarrassed. When I was suppressed before, there happened to be a weapon nearby that was like a snack. Now that I'm here, shouldn't I be the one to devour it?" Hearing this, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but smile wryly, understanding Jiang Xiao's meaning. Another thought crossed his mind. Since Jian Xiao could grow stronger, would absorbing other weapons accelerate its growth? With that in mind, he nodded and summoned Qigui from his system inventory. As soon as Qigui appeared, Jian Xiao exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, that's the one. I've tasted it before, it's quite good. Give it to me, give it. As long as I'm near it, I can feed." Gu Yeoming didn't immediately put Jian Xiao and Qigui together. His gaze fell on the blade of Qigui in his hand, and his brow tightened slightly as he sighed. After all this time by his side, Qigui was destined to be retired. Without hesitation, he brought Jian Xiao close to Qigui. The system prompt popped up instantly. "Warning. Legendary rank Jian Xiao is attacking and devouring superior rank Qigui 7. Suppress?" Gu Yeoming decisively chose no. Immediately after, legendary rank Jian Xiao continues devouring. Devour successful. Legendary rank Jian Xiao growth value increased by 0.2. Reading these words, Gu Yeoming's mouth opened slightly in obvious surprise. Devouring a superior rank weapon like Qigui only increased Jiang Xiao's growth by 0.2. That thing must have a huge appetite. So, to really start growing significantly, Jian Xiao would probably have to consume at least epic rank weapons in the future. Just as Gu Yeoming felt a surge of helplessness, the sharp voice rang in his mind again. Delicious, delicious. Really good. Cough. If only there was more of this tasty stuff." Hearing this, a faint, helpless shadow flickered across Gu Yeoming's face. He thought to himself, this strange voice is still thinking about food. As he warily scanned his surroundings, a deep, steady voice suddenly came from nearby. "Oh, I expected monsters to appear in such a noisy place, but it's just a person." Gu Yeoming slowly turned his head and saw a middle-aged man standing there. He wore a white casual outfit, a sports cap, and had a stubbly beard but his gaze was sharp and focused on him. Hello, young man. To break into the outer layer of the out-of control zone takes skill, the middle-aged man said with a friendly smile. Hearing this, Gu Yeoming was stunned. An information panel instantly appeared in his mind. This man was one of the guardians of the Kongming Empire, Drake Anders, a top-tier combatant from the Blue Tech dimension, ranks class and strength. How could he be here? Though shocked, Gu Yeoming's expression remained calm as he fixed his gaze on Drake cautiously. At the same time, his neural system reconnaissance skill automatically activated, displaying the panel. Boss level Guardian Drake. Level 101. Strength 129. Agility 118. Spirit 91. Vitality 145. Superpower attribute space manipulation. Active skills: spatial rift, spatial teleportation, spatial displacement, spatial compression, spatial freezing, spatial exchange. Passive skill: spatial affinity master level 2. Current status: healthy, HP 13, 81013, 810. Evaluation: unrivaled. Overall rating: Guardian of the Kongming Empire, extremely formidable, possesses rare spatial abilities, avoid confrontation at all costs. Staring at these godlike stats, Gu Yeoming felt his eyelid twitch involuntarily. Achieving such numbers in the version 1.1 world was no small feat. The player armies would take countless days to even approach this level. He silently reminded himself this was only the second living human he had ever encountered. Just then, the high-pitched voice in his head sounded again, tinged with playful laughter. So, want to spar with him? Gu Yeoming calmly shook his head, ignoring the voice. The gap from a crank breaker to a rank expert was already huge, let alone facing in strength powerhouse. Drake lightly stroked his beard, his eyes flickering as if recalling something. Young man, I think I've seen you somewhere before. He scanned Gu Yeoming from head to toe with a puzzled look. Gu Yeoming remained silent, locking eyes without giving away any clues. No, wait. Drake suddenly clapped his hands and chuckled bitterly. Haha, getting old. I'm already forgetting intelligence from just a few days ago. That's right. Aren't you one of those test subjects who destroyed the Moreide Corporation branch? Gu Yeoming's face showed no emotion, only shaking his head slightly. Test subject? What do you mean by that? Drake laughed heartily and relaxed his expression. Ha ha ha, young man, don't pretend. I'm not going to harm you. The air held a subtle tension, but beneath it lurked a spark of anticipation. Drake immediately sensed Gu Yeoming's thoughts. He spread his hands in a gesture of goodwill, then smiled and said, I'm not going to harm you. In fact, I have to give you some credit. Honestly, watching you wipe out that branch of the Sin Domain Company was quite satisfying. He laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Then he explained, because of you, the company's true nature was finally exposed. Someone recorded the entire attack on the Sin Domain branch and sent the footage directly to the top officials across several empires. We have wanted to strike the company for a long time, but lacked concrete evidence, so we couldn't act openly. Now, with irrefutable proof, we've been able to take down or dismantle almost all their other branches. There was gratitude in his tone. Thank you. Without you, it might have taken us ages to make a move. He took off his sports cap and nodded with a sincere smile toward Gu Yeoming. Sorry, I talked so much and forgot to introduce myself. I'm Drake Anders, protector of the Kongming Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this, a faint but hard-to-notice gleam flashed across Gu Yeoming's eyes. He nodded slightly, inwardly pleased. It looked like the plot was accelerating. Normally, the takedown of multinational company branches was supposed to happen in version 1.3, but here it was already unfolding in 1.1. Realizing he could no longer conceal his identity, he responded politely, Gu Yeoming. Nice to meet you. Drake smiled, about to say more, but suddenly his expression changed. His face grew grave as if sensing something terrifying. Lowering his voice urgently, he said, Kid, hide. Trust me. Before he finished, he flashed suddenly and triggered a spatial displacement skill, vanishing without a trace. The sudden turn froze Gu Yeoming for a moment. Though he didn't know why Drake had issued that warning, a bad feeling crept in instinctively. After weighing the situation, he decided to heed the advice and hide quickly. Once Drake was gone, Gu Yeoming moved swiftly, disappearing almost instantly into the shadow of a nearby ruin. Just as he settled into hiding, holding his breath tensely, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the area, powerful enough to whip up dust and debris into the air. In the sky, swirling rocks churned like a dark cloud. Squinting, Gu Yeoming saw a massive shadow slowly move across the bright blue sky, so enormous it almost blocked out the sun. Its shadow cast a thick darkness over everything below. Seeing this enormous figure pass by, Gu Yeoming stiffened, shrinking further into the shadow and holding his breath. The oppressive presence tightened his chest. What could it be? A strange, terrifying monster. Judging from the shadow's size, it was unbelievably huge, far beyond normal creatures. Even an S-level powerhouse like Drake would be wary. This scale could only mean one thing: a legendary, world-ending level aberration. Suddenly, a bright red warning box flashed in front of Gu Yeoming's eyes. the text blinking incessantly. Warning, catastrophe level is passing through. Please seek shelter immediately. Warning, catastrophe level is passing through. Please seek shelter immediately. Reading this, Gu Yeoming's expression finally broke down completely. Catastrophe level? Time slipped away second by second as Gu Yeoming pressed himself against the shadowed corner, his gaze fixed on the flickering shadow cast on the ground. Yet inside, a storm of emotions raged violently. This was the outer edge of the out-of-control zone under normal circumstances. Disaster-level aberrations should never appear here. So why were they showing up beyond the boundary? The term disaster level meant their power was enough to lay waste to the world, bringing catastrophic devastation. Outside, the howling wind tore through the air, and rocks smashed together with deafening clashes. Though filled with curiosity, Gu Yeoming forced himself to stay calm, choosing to remain hidden in the dark. When facing disaster-level creatures, there was no room for carelessness. What's wrong? You look tense. Did something dangerous show up? A piercing voice echoed faintly in his mind. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly, silently telling himself, new things always pique curiosity. Yet he ignored the voice and held his silence, waiting for the strange monster to pass. A minute later, the shadow on the ground suddenly streaked forward with lightning speed, accompanied by a chilling beam of light that re-entered Gu Yeoming's sight. As the disaster-level creature vanished into the distance, the roaring winds quelled, and a furious storm of falling debris pounded the earth like rain. The clatter of stones crashing echoed repeatedly, plunging the entire area into a brief, violent shattered stone tempest. When the wind and rain finally stopped, Gu Yeoming stepped out from the shadows. Before him lay a scene of chaotic devastation. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and what had once been mostly intact ruins were now reduced to rubble. Only a few sturdy walls stubbornly remained standing, though cracked and fragile, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming sighed heavily. The title disaster-level monster truly was deserved. Just a single passing swept up such havoc. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He turned to gaze toward the distant direction of the Kongming Empire, and a chill crept up his spine. Was that monster headed for Kongming? His pupils contracted sharply, heart racing. At that moment, a ripple of spatial distortion silently appeared nearby. Moments later, Drake's figure landed steadily on the ground. His eyes scanned the ruinous terrain, brows furrowed in confusion mirroring Gu Yeoming's own. He muttered, strange. How could a monster of this magnitude show up beyond the out-of-control zone? A creature capable of this level of destruction should be at least a catastrophe level. Footsteps approached from the side. Drake turned to see Gu Yeoming approaching. So it's you, kid. Drake nodded in greeting. Glad you're all right. Looks like you saw that monster too. I stayed farther back, couldn't get a clear look at it. Gu Yeoming shook his head calmly. No, I was hiding as well and didn't see its true form. But judging by its level, it should be disaster level. Disaster level? Drake's pupils contracted sharply, uncovering his barely concealed shock. Gu Yeoming continued, and its direction of movement was straight towards the Kongming Empire. What? Drake froze, his expression suddenly very grave. Hearing this, it was as if a thunderbolt struck above Drake's head. He stood stunned for a few seconds before speaking with a grave tone. Little brother, that kind of joke is off limits. Are you sure? Gu Yeoming didn't reply but stared at him silently. The seriousness in his eyes made Drake's expression even more solemn. At that moment, a faint beeping came through the communication earpiece. Drake reacted swiftly, answering, hello? What's going on? An urgent female voice came through on the other end. Sir, return immediately. According to the Empire's energy monitoring, an unidentified creature is rapidly approaching the Empire. Judging by the energy intensity, it's likely a disaster-level threat. Drake replied tensely, I'm on my way. Without another word to Gu Yeoming, he vanished anxiously, leaving only ripples in the space where he had stood. Watching this, Gu Yeoming frowned slightly. Although he couldn't hear the exact details of Drake's call, his experience allowed him to guess the general situation. This sudden twist stunned him. This was only version 1.1. So how could a disaster-level freak show just suddenly appear? And right at the start, target the Kongming Empire no less. Frowning deeply, Gu Yeoming was momentarily baffled. He opened the player forum, hoping to dig up any clues about this upheaval. The forum homepage displayed a detailed video and commentary of the recent large-scale battle he joined with test subjects and many players against the Gu Corporation branch. A landmark, first big clan war for the community, still topping the popular posts days later. But Gu Yeoming felt no interest and ignored the player discussions. He skipped the video and scrolled further, searching for info relevant to the current crisis. Refresh, refresh, refresh again. No leads appeared. His gaze froze on the slowly loading page as he pondered. What are you spacing out at the air for? A sharp voice suddenly sounded inside his mind, tinged with curiosity. You've been staring into thin air a long time. What's so fascinating? Gu Yeoming shook his head and gave a quiet evasive reply. Nothing. He wouldn't expose the presence of the system that was his deepest secret. Even the sharp voice accompanying him knew nothing. Suit yourself. The voice seemed to sense the evasion but didn't press, shifting the subject. That guy earlier was in a real rush. Just how terrifying is that disaster thing you mentioned? Gu Yeoming nodded and explained, our world has many strange monsters of varied species. Disaster level ones are the most fearsome. So you said a disaster level creature is heading toward the Kongming Empire? Does that mean it wants to wipe them out? The sharp voice pressed. Gu Yeoming fell silent for a moment. He couldn't be sure of the creature's intention, but he understood that if it truly targeted Kongming, it would spark a battle far greater than their fight with the Ziyu branch on. Extremely brutal and indescribable conflict was looming. Suddenly, Gu Yeoming snapped back to reality. His player forum just refreshed with a brand new post, time-stamped only moments ago. The title stood out boldly. Huge unknown creature spotted in the sky. Suspected strange monster. Without hesitation, he clicked the post open. The first thing to catch his eye was a clear image. In the picture, a disastrous level bizarre monster appeared, its shape blurry and shrouded in thick black mist, resembling a massive rolling storm cloud. Gu Yeoming's heart tightened instantly as a name flashed through his mind. Codenamed Mutation. Staring at the monstrous figure, Gu Yeoming's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood what this meant. The game progress in the blue technology dimension had been accelerated by at least 2 to 3 versions. His thoughts raced. How could this happen? In his memory, when he was still a player, the mutation had indeed appeared and invaded nations. But at that time, the game version was only at 1.4, and the company's other branches were just being shut down by various countries. Back then, the invaded nation was Yueying, not the current Kongming. How could the mutation show up already in version 1.1 and directly invade the Kongming Empire? Gu Yeoming furrowed his brows, his complexion shifting with the weight of realization. Clearly, some of his prior actions had triggered a butterfly effect, causing the timeline to accelerate drastically. Though the changes were drastic, the overall trajectory hadn't altered much, which brought him some small comfort. He recalled the past version shifts. When he was still a player, in version 1.4, other branches of the company had just been shut down, followed quickly by the mutation invasion. Now, in version 1.1, the Ziyu company branch has been destroyed, other branches eliminated by national forces, and the mutation has suddenly appeared, advancing directly toward the Kongming Empire. Gu Yeoming narrowed his eyes, a bold suspicion forming in his mind. Could the mutation's appearance be tied to the company? He never imagined the two were so closely linked both in version 1.4 and now. The mutation arises right after other branches are dismantled. In the past, forum discussions about the mutation's cause had been baseless speculation, with some dismissing it as a random freak occurrence. But comparing the timing made him glimpse a shadowy pattern. Very likely, the company was behind the mutation disaster. Just as Gu Yeoming was piecing together this critical discovery, the system alert suddenly sounded, and a quest window popped up before his eyes. The text read, "You have triggered a long-term quest destruction mission. Quest details. With the fall of the Zuiyu branch and other branches eliminated, the company's headquarters refuses to give up its dominion. They have discovered your existence as an experimental anomaly and seek to capture or kill you. Quest goal: completely erase the company from this dimension. Quest difficulty: extremely high. Quest reward: based on your personal contribution." Faced with this quest, Gu Yeoming accepted it without hesitation. He muttered to himself with a bitter humor, as if saying, "Of course, the company would never just let me go." Without hesitation, he chose to accept. Instantly, a system message popped up. "You have accepted a long-term mission destruction drop." Just then, another alert sounded abruptly, and a new subtask window overlaid the original mission screen. The prompt read, "You have triggered a subtask truth mission." The sudden appearance of the anomaly signals an impending disaster, apparently linked to the company. Mission objective: investigate the truth behind the catastrophic anomaly Cogret's emergence. Difficulty: hard. Rewards: random epic equipment 1 and unconditional level 1 upgrade voucher 1 valid for 7 days. Subtask status: automatically accepted. Gu Yeoming's brow furrowed slightly. The anomaly's occurrence was indeed tied to the company, confirming his suspicions. He nodded to himself, solidifying his judgment. Immediately after, another system alert appeared. Elite level Wei Jinshuan calling. As your strength increases, your assessment of other targets will change accordingly. Gu Yeoming's eyes brightened as he summoned his phone from the system inventory. This was a communication device, gifted by Wei Jinshuan for instant contact. He pressed the answer button and spoke calmly. "Officer Wei, what orders do you have?" Wei Jiankin's voice came through, heavy with concern. "Are you alright over there? Last I heard, you headed toward the Kongming Empire. We just received reports that a catastrophic level strange creature has appeared there, triggering the highest alert. If you're still in that area, you must evacuate immediately. That creature poses a huge threat beyond what normal strength fighters can handle." Gu Yeoming paused before replying, "Don't worry, Officer Wei. I'm not in the Kongming Empire, but currently stationed at the outer layer of the uncontrolled zone." There was a noticeable sigh on the other end, though Wei's tone remained serious. "That's good. The Kongming Empire is in crisis. countries worldwide are mobilizing reinforcements. Even being at the outer uncontrolled zone is safer than there. Gu Yeoming's brow tightened again as if recalling something. He interrupted quickly, but right now, I'm the only one at the outer uncontrolled zone. Chris and the others are still in the Kongming Empire. Wei Jiankin's voice dropped to a low murmur. They're not with you? What are you going to do? I gave them all my contact numbers. He'll reach out and warn them now. Wei Jinshuan paused briefly before earnestly advising, and above all, do not go back to the Kongming Empire. It's far too dangerous. The call ended with Weiss' anxious reminder hanging in the air. Gu Yeoming's gaze hardened, his heart weighed down by the gravity of the situation. After casually slipping his phone back into the system backpack, Gu Yeoming let out a long sigh. The appearance of the mutated Kogret signaled that the blue tech dimension was about to face widespread turmoil and disasters. This was just the beginning. Soon enough, abnormal and catastrophic level bizarre monsters would emerge repeatedly, becoming an everyday occurrence. As he was lost in thought, a system notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. World boss catastrophe level mutated Kogret has appeared. This boss is rapidly advancing toward the Kongming Empire. Guard mission activated. Details for repelling the boss. The arrival of the catastrophe level mutated Kogret foreshadows disaster. The first nation to be struck is the Kongming Empire. Mission objective: assist the Kongming Empire in repelling catastrophe level mutated Kogret. Mission difficulty: hard. The Kongming Empire mobilizes the entire nation in unity. Mission rewards: increase faction favorability with the Kongming Empire based on personal contribution. Submission detected, linked to truth. Accept mission. Looking at the mission window, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but think to himself, just as expected. As a player, he had once experienced the guard mission when the mutated Kogret invaded the Yuang Empire. Nearly all players across the blue tech dimension took part. Back then, player power was still weak, only capable of handling the small minions around Kogret, while the Empire's elite forces dealt with the main threat. Now that the mutated Kogret was invading the Kongming Empire, it naturally triggered a similar guard mission. What surprised Gu Yeoming was the presence of a submission connected to some kind of truth. He nodded slightly, instinctively thinking, looks like he'll have to make a trip back to the Kongming Empire. Facing the arrival of a catastrophe-level bizarre monster, these test subjects wandering the streets wouldn't attract any attention. Although the catastrophe-level monster was extremely powerful, one country alone could resist it. The cost of repelling or killing such a creature was enormous, the very reason why no-go zones had formed. If he hadn't known that catastrophe-level monsters wouldn't destroy a nation outright, he wouldn't be foolish enough to jump into this chaos. With that in mind, Gu Yeoming decisively accepted the mission. You have accepted the guard mission. Repel mutated Kogret. Please proceed immediately to the Kongming Empire. As for other players, it was no surprise they would all accept this mission. Such major events, especially involving death, city destruction, and intense battles, always drew the greatest player interest. With this in mind, Gu Yeoming opened the player forum. Just as he expected, a flood of posts had already appeared, all declaring players had taken on the guard mission and sparking large-scale discussions about the world boss. Among the chatter were several familiar names. Leg hair, flexible and resilient, right? I thought the highest level for bizarre monsters was catastrophe, and this is only version 1.1, with the plot already exploding like this? Qin Zhaoxue, who loves sweet pepper beef, insane plot pace. Cheng Shi, swindled 3 million in online dating, and I have to fight a catastrophe-level boss? Seriously? Underscore Star Fury, aspiring to be Villager Gu. Accepted it, just for the excitement. Want to see a big scene. Gu Villager's dog. True that, but upstairs your gamertag Omega is King Kong menswear? Underscore Eat My Hemorrhoids. Gu Villager, old man, subway phone. The forum buzzed non-stop, the topic gaining momentum. Watching the discussion heat up, Gu Yeoming felt his resolve only grow firmer. Faced with the overwhelming flood of comments, Gu Yeoming's expression matched the frustration described by the phrase, like swallowing my pride. He looked deeply aggrieved. He shook his head helplessly just as expected. These people hadn't changed at all. Overall, the number of players taking part in the defense mission far exceeded that from a few days ago during the siege at the Zhuyu Company branch. The scale had grown significantly. After the player forum was forcibly shut down, Gu Yeoming decisively pushed the chaotic thoughts aside and prepared to leave the quarantine zone. Just as he was about to move, the system backpack suddenly rang with an incoming call. It was elite class Stitcher Chris. Chris is calling me. Gu Yeoming raised an eyebrow, casually pulled out his phone, and answered. Hey man, are you still in the quarantine zone? On the line, Chris' voice was urgent and excited, mixed with some cursing. It's way safer where you are than in the Kongming Empire. The entire Kongming nation is a total mess right now. I heard a disaster-level weird monster is coming. Everyone's on edge. Gu Yeoming listened carefully, silently cursing under his breath. Damn, I just got back and now this. Chris continued. It's dangerous here. Man, don't go to Kongming Empire. The guys are all planning to bail. No one even knows if there's a shortcut. Just hang tight there a bit longer. Trust me, We've got a plan. Before Chris could finish, Gu Yeoming spoke slowly. It's fine. They'll be coming over soon. The other side fell silent for a moment. Then came Chris' shocked voice. Wait, what? Don't be ridiculous, man, Chris replied anxiously in a rapid-fire rush. You have no idea what disaster level really means, do you? Remember the branch of Zhuyu company we took down before? Disaster level monsters could wipe it out effortlessly. You really want to come help us? Man, we appreciate it, but seriously don't come. Wei Jianxuan just called to warn us Tuan, he's a stand-up guy. We owe him big when this is over. Anyway, don't come. I'm hanging up now. Before Gu Yeoming could respond, the call was abruptly cut off. Gu Yeoming stared at the darkened phone screen. A bitter smile crossing his face. He hadn't gotten a word in the whole time. Shaking his head helplessly, he muttered to himself, whatever, I'm going anyway. Tucking the phone back into his system backpack, he dashed toward the road. With the boost of his current 57-point agility, Gu Yeoming quickly reached the street he had passed just moments before. What was once a quiet, empty road was now filled with non-stop traffic, though most vehicles were headed in the opposite direction clearly. Once the latest news spread, travelers planning to go to the Kongming Empire were turning back, while many cars were fleeing from the empire itself. As he pondered this, a soft sound caught his ear. Turning his head, he spotted an armored vehicle nearby, and inside sat a familiar figure Wei Jianxuan looking at him with surprise. Gu Yeoming, Commander Wei? Their eyes met, and Gu Yeoming felt a silent shock. This encounter seemed like fate, an incredible coincidence. Why are you here? Aren't you still supposed to be in the uncontrolled zone? Wei Jianxuan stared at Gu Yeoming with furrowed brows, his tone full of confusion. What exactly are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to go to the Kongming Empire? Inside the armored vehicle, the others cast curious glances at Gu Yeoming through the window. Who was this stranger, and how was he so familiar with Officer Wei? Gu Yeoming didn't answer immediately. He frowned slightly, then turned to Wei Jianxuan and asked, Officer Wei, are you heading to reinforce the Kongming Empire? Wei Jianxuan nodded, his expression serious. That's right. The fate of neighbors is closely linked. The Kongming Empire is in big trouble right now. Countries are scrambling to send humanitarian aid, and our team is part of that effort. But something doesn't feel right, Gu Yeoming said slowly, his voice low. By all logic, you were involved in the recent battle to defend the Zhuyu company branch. After that, you should have. His words were purposely vague, intended only for Wei Jianxuan to understand. At that, Wei's face darkened, and he sighed deeply. He opened the vehicle door, came over to Gu Yeoming's side, and lowered his voice. I know what you're implying, but there's no other way now. Gu Yeoming looked at him intently, as if trying to piece something together. He didn't interrupt. He just waited quietly for him to continue. Wei Jianxuan spoke bitterly. A nation's people are diverse, their thoughts even more so. Though I fought in the campaign against Zhuyu company and even received some recognition, the leadership isn't united in backing me. The battle a few days ago completely ruptured our relationship with that company. They think it upsets the current standoff and could ignite a much larger war. Bitterly, he smiled and lowered his voice further. As a result, some at the top have made me a scapegoat, deliberately sending me with this batch of reinforcements. The survival rate in the Kongming Empire is dreadfully low. Even heroes like me might not make it out alive. Those young people inside the armored vehicle thought they were on an honorable mission to Kongming, but in reality, it was just a death sentence, a show of force with cannon fodder as the price. Wei Jianxuan gazed out from the vehicle, his whole demeanor heavy and helpless. And what about you? You still haven't answered my question. Are you really willing to wade into this mess? He asked. Gu Yeoming nodded lightly. Yes. Ugh. I remember warning you not long ago. The Kongming Empire is extremely dangerous right now. Wei Jianxuan frowned deeply, his tone grave and low. Don't you have any concept of the threat level here? We're talking about a calamity-level disaster. It takes a whole nation's strength just to hold it off. Even strength fighters have a high chance of falling. This isn't a small skirmish. It's a catastrophe that will cost many lives. Gu Yeoming, however, merely shrugged indifferently and smiled faintly, shaking his head. Don't worry, Officer Wei. Those top-tier experts are the ones facing the calamity-level threats. People like us on the front lines deal with different monsters. His gaze was steady. Don't you know me yet? I rarely do anything truly reckless. If I'm going to the Kongming Empire, I have my reasons. Officer Wei, rest assured. Wei Jianxuan stared intently at Gu Yeoming's calm, deep black eyes for a long moment. Then, with a helpless sigh, he gave a bitter smile and said, Forget it. I can't persuade you. Let me be clear, once you're there, it's best to stay in the second or even third line. The heavy burden of frontline combat is still ours, the older generation, to bear. Go find Chris and the others. Since you're all test subjects, your bond will naturally be closer. Helping each other makes sense. You're still young, so don't go doing anything foolish that's just a death sentence. I can feel this is only the beginning. More disasters will follow. In the future, these burdens will have to fall on you young people. After speaking, he patted the car door. Well, get in. Let's go together. Gu Yeoming nodded and stepped inside. No sooner had he entered than his eyes caught the curious gazes from 2 rows of people inside the carriage. He gave a slight nod and greeted faintly, "Hello." Those few responded with smiles, warmly replying, "Hello, hello." Wei Jianchuan then entered and introduced, "This is Gu Yeoming. He's headed to the Kongming Empire like us. Don't test him lightly, he may be young, but he's much stronger than you." His words barely finished before awkward smiles spread across the faces. Mixed with surprise and quiet speculation, could he really be as strong as Officer Wei said? Gu Yeoming quietly scanned each face. Everyone seemed relaxed, harboring a bit of hope. These were just battlefield rookies. It seemed that even humanitarian aid sent to the Kongming side was just for show. Who would willingly send their true elite to die? With that thought, Gu Yeoming shook his head slightly, but already guessed what would come next. Every new soldier entering the battlefield wants to prove themselves. But when surrounded by clashing blades and death's razor edge, they'll face relentless cruelty. Corpses strewn everywhere, the battlefield drenched in red. The expressions on their faces now glanced around the carriage thoughtfully before slowly withdrawing. His gaze would grow numb by then. Of course, only if they survived. Otherwise, numbness would be beyond reach. Gu Yeoming made no effort to engage the others. Folding his arms, he leaned back against the carriage seat and closed his eyes to calm himself. On the battlefield, life was as worthless as grass, and interacting with them would only invite trouble. The chance these rookies would die was something Gu Yeoming didn't even need to consider. "Heh, looks like you don't want to get involved with them." A sharp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He ignored it, relaxing his taut nerves, quietly preparing himself for the calamity ahead. Truly a mute, not even willing to mutter a word. The voice sounded resigned. Across from him, Wei Jianchuan looked at Gu Yeoming's cold expression and sighed too. How could he not understand Gu Yeoming's thoughts? Though harsh to say, it was the brutal truth. The battlefield held no glory, only endless suffering. Regarding your question about pacing, the current storyline is focused and tense, which fits the gravity of the impending conflict, but it does risk feeling a bit heavy or monotonous if every chapter is marked by grim battles and hardships. Introducing occasional lighter moments between key events can make the narrative more engaging and human. If you jump straight into the world boss fight after the outline, it's efficient, but you might lose chances to build character depth and reader investment. Balancing intense sequences with some downtime or casual interactions, especially among players, can increase emotional payoff and highlight contrast when action returns. So, if you prefer to maintain a brisk pace, a strategy might be allow each major event to conclude with a short scene of camaraderie, humor, or daily life. This relieves narrative tension and makes characters more relatable without dragging out the plot. Ultimately, it depends on your storytelling goals: fast-paced thrill or rich world building and emotional connection. Either approach has merits, but mixing some lighter breathers between heavy moments often helps sustain reader interest and deepen immersion. Let me know if you want suggestions on where or how to insert those kinds of scenes naturally. At the company headquarters, inside the boss office. "Is the mutation over?" the secretary asked respectfully. "Yes, but it will still take some time to reach the Kongming Empire." The boss leaned back in his large leather chair, a cold glint in his eyes as he listened quietly to the report. After hearing the secretary's words, he nodded slowly, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. "Those old bastards have been pushing too hard. It's about time they learned what true power looks like." He sighed slightly, regret shadowing his gaze. "It's a pity these catastrophic, unnatural monsters can't be at our disposal all the time." His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest as he murmured to himself, "If only we could command them whenever we wanted, we could sweep across the 4 nations in no time and bring the entire world under our control." Then his expression hardened. "But we only have a transactional relationship with them. We're nowhere close to mastering them." The secretary remained silent, expression unreadable. The boss sighed intermittently and muttered under his breath, wrestling with his own ambitions. Though silent, the secretary thought cynically, beasts are just beasts, no matter how high their aspirations run. Suddenly, a cold smile curled the boss' lips. "They want a piece of my world? What a joke." His eyes sharpened, voice full of dominance. "The only race that can rule the world is humanity. Those formless beasts dare meddle in our human civil war? We use them for now, but once the time is right, they'll be wiped out." Shaking his head, the boss turned to the secretary. "Besides the mutation, how are our operatives faring? Remember, before the mutation erupted, we sent 2 senior agents to the Kongming Empire." The secretary answered calmly. "The Kongming Empire has been largely focused on containing the mutation, paying little attention to our 2 agents. The mutation drew most of their focus, allowing our agents to operate in the shadows, causing ongoing disruptions. Even as the mutation is pushed back, Kongming's losses have been severe." He paused, then chuckled softly. "Don't forget the principle of mutual dependence. Based on intelligence from our agents in other countries, most reinforcements sent by the 3 nations are weak. Even some C and level operatives are political scapegoats. In that regard, the supposed unity among the 4 nations is just a facade." He swirled the tea in his cup. "Once we create an opportunity to absorb one of them, the other 3 won't stand aside. Even if absorption fails, Their mutual suspicion will force them to turn their attention away from us. The boss tapped the desk in a steady rhythm, his tone measured. If this drags on, they will exhaust each other, and rarely through our own efforts. When the time is ripe, that'll be our harvest. He adjusted the black mask covering his face, eyes deep and calculating as if spotting a crucial point. Then his voice turned serious. Of course, we must prepare for the worst. We can't underestimate them, especially those old foes. They're far more cunning and intelligent than we imagine. If things don't unfold as we expect, there's no point in continuing with this strategy. In the end, we'll still have to rely on those beasts. He shook his head slightly, slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, furrowed his brow, and then asked, "Let's set these matters aside for now and see how things develop. By the way, what's the progress on creating the artificial aberrant monsters?" The secretary glanced at his wristwatch and tapped the screen. An instant holographic projection appeared in midair, detailing the research outcomes and related data. The results are quite promising. Here are all the files on the artificial aberrant monsters for your review. The boss stepped forward slowly, eyes fixed intently on the floating images, analyzing them thoroughly. Other branches have also had successful cases. After recalling production here, most have joined the new wave of lethal weapon manufacturing, the secretary explained without missing a beat, pointing at the screen. Multiple trials have significantly improved success rates, and the factories are currently running non-stop. We already have several dozen Class A monsters, 3 class level, and a number of other tiers. The investment is substantial, so we're controlling production at this scale for now. But the time will come when these numbers double. The boss nodded with satisfaction, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Those beasts will never suspect that we're making monsters of our own. The main force of future wars will come from them, whether it's a united front of the 4 nations or those reckless challengers. His eyes narrowed beneath the black mask, a sharp gleam flashing. His voice dropped low. When that moment comes, everyone will be kneeling at our feet. At the border checkpoint of the Kongming Empire, civilians are strictly forbidden from entering. The atmosphere is thick with tension and oppression. Chaotic shouts rise and fall, and some people at the gate argue anxiously. "Let me in. My parents are still inside. I have to save them," a young man shouted, his voice full of anxiety and desperation. The guard remained expressionless, replying coolly, "Please rest assured the government will keep them safe. You must stay outside." Gu Yeoming sat quietly in the car, calmly gazing out the window, silently observing the chaotic scene. Although the current unrest was still small-scale, once full-scale war erupted, the entire Kongming Empire would plunge into utter chaos. At that time, panic would spread like wildfire, and no official reassurances could soothe the people. Knock knock. An inspector tapped twice on the car window. The driver rolled it down and handed over ID and reinforcements credentials. "Oh, you're reinforcements from the Red Blood faction." The inspector examined the documents with a relieved smile. "Thank you for coming to aid us in this critical moment. You may enter." The iron gate slowly swung open. The driver nodded in thanks, started the engine, and the vehicle eased inside. "Damn it. We're here to help, no time for nonsense." On one side, a few players immediately seized the opportunity to rush through the open gate. "Brothers, charge. Alarm. Someone's breaching the checkpoint." The guards tightened their defenses instantly. "Report to command immediately." The air grew charged with tension. The storm of riot was about to break loose. Notifying them was useless. These people seemed fearless. As if nothing could stop them, they barged in with brazen faces. Clearly, they were the 4th calamity. Angering them would lead to disaster, so it was better to simply let them in. The players' numbers were overwhelming. No matter how sternly the guards warned, it had no effect. Blocking them was purely symbolic. They helplessly watched as this wave of 4th calamity crashed through the gate like a tidal wave. What exactly did these 4th calamity intend to do? Sitting in the control room, the overseer stared at the surveillance screen, watching the endless stream of players pouring in. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Although he himself was a rank ability user, he still felt utterly exhausted seeing the unending flood of 4th calamity. "Let them in," a voice came over the radio at that moment. "But sir, these guys are lawless. If we let them in, trouble will surely follow," a subordinate's voice said with obvious concern. The overseer hesitated briefly but quickly regained his composure. "Calamity is approaching, and they themselves are calamity, right? You said they claim they want to help us fight that true calamity-level mutated monster?" "Yes, sir, they said exactly that." "Enough, it's already chaotic. Whatever their motives, let them inside first. That monster attacks indiscriminately, surely it will rile up these 4th calamity. Then we'll see which calamity is stronger." "Understood, sir. I'm beginning to open the gates now." The overseer nodded, his hand trembling slightly. Holding this checkpoint was his responsibility, but the situation was extremely difficult now. Fortunately, higher-ups agreed to let them pass. Otherwise, if these people caused trouble later, he would definitely be blamed. He took a deep breath and firmly pressed the button on the desk. With a mechanical roar, the massive iron gate, which had been slowly closing, began to slowly open from both sides. Seeing this, the players surged forward like a flood, stomping inside amid clouds of dust and shouting. The overseer sighed helplessly, standing in the control room watching the scene before him. He silently prayed, letting this many fourth calamity inside. Whether this will bring fortune or disaster is really anyone's guess. Looking at the players who had just rushed into the vehicle from behind, Wei Jinshuan muttered quietly, again with these fourth calamity folks? Seems like wherever something big happens, they show up. Sitting on the other side, Gu Yeoming nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Did they follow you here? Wei Jinshuan asked Gu Yeoming with some confusion, recalling, I remember back when we were at the Zhuyu Company branch. They seemed to be taking orders from you. Gu Yeoming shook his head calmly. That was the last time. This time, they came on their own initiative. But one thing's for sure, they're here to team up and fight that calamity. Sure, they might cause some trouble once inside, but the benefits far outweigh the risks. The Kongming Empire should actually be quietly pleased. Hearing that, Wei Jinshuan grew even more curious. You seem to know them pretty well? Gu Yeoming just gave a faint smile without elaborating. After all, he used to be one of the players, so naturally, he understood them deeply. At that moment, a few newcomers sitting nearby were chatting excitedly. Now that we're inside Kongming territory, do you think the locals will welcome us? Another person replied enthusiastically, definitely. We're like a timely helping hand. They'll be grateful. Didn't you see the look on that inspector's face at the checkpoint just now? Ha. Gu Yeoming glanced at them with a hint of caution in his eyes, but quickly withdrew his gaze. He knew that before a war breaks out, it was important to hold on to this optimism. He understood that their mindset would soon change, but he didn't want to say anything to crush their morale. Meanwhile, Wei Jinshuan listened to the newcomers' laughter with a helpless expression on his face. Of course, he wouldn't shatter their hopeful illusions just yet, but as the war loomed, he knew it was only a matter of time before they'd have to face the harsh reality. Several hours later, the vehicle arrived at area 4, the city where Gu Yeoming had stayed for a long time before. They'll get off here, Gu Yeoming said softly to Wei Jinshuan as he stared out at the familiar streets. All right, stop here. Wei Jinshuan nodded and signaled the driver to pull over. This is where we part ways. We're heading to Area 1 to regroup, and all reinforcements have to check in there, he said, watching Gu Yeoming open the door and step out. He cautioned, it's a second-line mission since this place is far from the front. Take good care of yourself. Goodbye. Gu Yeoming thanked him sincerely. Wei Jinshuan nodded, closed the door, and the armored vehicle started up again, slowly pulling away. Watching the vehicle fade into the distance, Gu Yeoming sighed quietly and shook his head. Facing the calamity's onslaught, Wei Jinshuan and the others would be the first to charge into battle. All he could do was pray for their luck. Pulling himself together, Gu Yeoming scanned his surroundings. The streets that had once been bustling were now almost deserted. The local residents had either fled to safe places or stockpiled supplies, locking themselves indoors seeking some peace of mind. Now, only the players who had arrived one after another dared to stand openly on the streets. The storm's coming. Looks like that calamity you mentioned is seriously terrifying. A sharp, high-pitched voice sounded nearby. Gu Yeoming frowned slightly. The voice, tinged with a sweet laugh, said, with all these tall buildings, there must be a lot of people living here, but outside there are only a few, which makes me even more curious about this calamity. Don't worry. The chances of encountering it are slim, Gu Yeoming said coolly. He wasn't foolish enough to directly confront the horror of the calamity. Do as you like, but it looks like a big battle is inevitable, the sharp voice said excitedly. It's been a long time since I've seen such a large-scale scene. Really thrilling. Gu Yeoming didn't respond. According to intelligence, the anomaly was carrying hordes of monsters, preparing to drop into multiple areas, including this one. At that moment, a female voice interrupted their conversation. Is that you? Gu Yeoming turned his head and saw it was Chris' younger sister Kalina. You actually showed up? Kalina still carried that cold aloofness, a flicker of surprise and suspicion in her eyes. She quickly glanced at Gu Yeoming, then scanned the surroundings before fixing her gaze firmly back on him, and said calmly, follow me. He'll take you to the hideout. No sooner had she spoken than she turned and led the way toward a concealed spot ahead. Gu Yeoming said nothing, simply nodded and followed closely behind. Before long, the two arrived at a manhole cover by the sewer entrance. Looking at the crude opening, Gu Yeoming raised an eyebrow in resignation. Your hideout for the past few days has been under here? Kalina nodded without replying. She lifted the cover with a skillful push and descended first down the rusty metal stairs. Gu Yeoming shrugged helplessly and followed, replacing the manhole cover behind him. They stepped on the damp, uneven concrete floor and walked along a narrow path beside the sewage water. Their footsteps echoed sharply in the confined space, filling the entire sewer with their sound. Man, I really don't even know what to say to you. Kalina's expression relaxed a little, and then her skin twitched subtly as she gradually transformed into Chris' likeness. He muttered helplessly as they went. Didn't I warn you before? It's way too dangerous here now. People all over the country are on edge. He shook his head. Even the outer edge of the uncontrolled zone is safer than this. Why won't you listen? Gu Yeoming shook his head slightly. I have my reasons for coming here. Then he paused and added, well, It's no secret I want to investigate the truth behind the disaster. Investigate the disaster's truth? Chris frowned, a mixture of confusion and resignation in his voice. Honestly, man, we test subjects usually have to hide from those guys to investigate anything. But you're going out of your way to dig it up? Gu Yeoming answered calmly, don't worry. With the disaster imminent, most people's attention will be on that monster. No one will notice us. All right, man, Chris said. Instead of chasing after the disaster, you'd do better to just lay low in the sewers. When the big fight starts, ITLL spread across the country. The sewers will be the safest refuge. Gu Yeoming turned his head slightly, eyes scanning Chris calmly. Weren't you saying on the phone earlier that you were ready to run? Why say now you plan to stay in the sewer? Chris sighed helplessly, bitterly responding, don't mention it. We wanted to leave the Kongming Empire and take refuge outside. But no one controls what those above think. Outsiders can't get in, insiders can't get out. Except for the foreign troops, ordinary folks don't have free movement rights. He paused, trying to sound somewhat reassuring. At least people inside still move freely. If even that freedom was gone before the monster came, the Empire would already be boiling with public outrage. But those with power, they've already sent their families abroad for safety. People like us with special identities, even if we got outside, we can't be completely sure. We're always in their sights. The damp, musty smell and faint sense of danger filled the air as their voices resonated in the long, narrow sewer. They fell silent, footsteps steady and determined as they pressed forward, bracing for the unknown calamity ahead. Upon hearing this, Gu Yeoming finally understood. No wonder Chris and the others had chosen to stay in this dark, sunless sewer. There was more to the story than met the eye. Just as he was pondering this, Chris suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Gu Yeoming urgently. By the way, since the Kongming Empire doesn't allow outsiders in, how did you manage to get inside? Gu Yeoming answered without hesitation. I came with Wei Jianxuan. Wei Jianxuan was sent by the Red Blood Empire as reinforcement, and I hitched a ride with him, which is how I got in directly. Hearing this, Chris muttered to himself. Wei Jianxuan came too. Then he asked, where is he? Why don't you bring him here? At least it's safer here. Gu Yeoming shook his head and explained. Since he's part of the reinforcements, he's naturally among the first to go to the battlefield. He's already headed to District 1 to report and assemble. What? Have those red blood people lost their minds? Chris erupted in anger, his face darkening. They sent the hero who destroyed the crime domain company branch here to die? Gu Yeoming said nothing more. Wei Jianxuan being sent to the battlefield first was already a done deal, and no amount of talk would change that fact. Chris sighed. Ah, what a shame for Wei Jianxuan. That guy is really a good person. Before his words had fully settled, Chris continued leading the way. We're here. This is our current base. They reached a corner, and Chris pointed to a temporary camp not far ahead. That's the place. Gu Yeoming followed his gesture and saw numerous tents set up along the shore, with several campfires burning beside them, illuminating busy faces. People were sorting supplies, conversing, or standing guard. Though the atmosphere was tense, everything remained orderly. So many people. Gu Yeoming was secretly surprised, having assumed only familiar faces like Wang Dazhu would be here. As if reading his confusion, Chris explained with a smile. These are all homeless people and those who've been abandoned. With the disaster approaching, they're in the same boat as us. They had already settled here before we arrived. They're pretty nice folks. When we showed up, not only did they not reject us, they actually welcomed us warmly. Chris patted his chest. More hands make light work. To thank them for their help, we naturally take responsibility for security. There are plenty of vents here, so we don't have to worry about explosions from making fires. Only then did Gu Yeoming nod with relief, realizing that Chris and his group hadn't been showing great charity. Rather, they had been taken in by these people. As they were talking, a familiar laugh came from nearby. Well, if it isn't Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you'd actually make it to the Kongming Empire. The voice belonged to Kehizi, whom Gu Yeoming had previously hired. Upon learning the news, he'd immediately found his way here. Chris introduced him while nodding in Kehizi's direction. He said it wasn't very safe for him out there alone, so he came to join us. He's strong and has a good personality. He even attacked the company branch with us before. We get along quite well. Kehizi walked up to them, adjusted the cowboy hat on his head, nodded to Gu Yeoming in acknowledgement, then turned to Chris and asked, did you have any luck finding supplies out there? Chris shook his head and sighed, pulling out several pieces of blackened meat from his pocket. Everything's been looted. Supermarkets, grocery stores, all empty. My sister searched for hours and only managed to dig these badly spoiled chunks of pork out of a trash can. Judging by that color, even dogs wouldn't normally bother with them. Kehizi sighed helplessly. But given the current situation, having these things isn't bad. Roast them over the fire for several hours, and they should still be edible. As the two chatted enthusiastically, Gu Yeoming's gaze landed on the camp in the distance. He suddenly focused his eyes and spotted a familiar figure. The bakery owner was sitting on a wooden crate, her expression calm. Gu Yeoming's heart stirred, and he immediately guessed that Chris had already revealed his identity to her. That made sense facing the imminent disaster. Concealing one's identity would only add to the difficulty of survival. Splashing sounds came from nearby, and when Gu Yeoming turned his head, he saw a deer immersed in the sewage. He was lying back on the surface of the filthy water, looking completely at ease, seemingly unaffected by the pungent stench. Various types of trash floated in the water, but deer appeared to have completely merged with the dirty, chaotic debris, paying it no mind. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. If it were him soaking in this filthy, elementable-like sewage, he'd probably wish he could just shed his skin and start anew. Among everyone present, deer seemed to be the only one who actually had a strange fondness for this filthy place. This feels really comfortable. Huh. Deer half opened his eyes in contentment and noticed Gu Yeoming watching from the shore. Oh, Mr. Gu is here? Sensing Gu Yeoming's gaze, deer immediately struggled out of the sewage, stepping toward Gu Yeoming to greet him. But Gu Yeoming took a cautious step back as the strong stench grew closer, unable to hide his disgust. Ah, sorry, I almost forgot I'm a mess right now. Deer stopped and sheepishly scratched his head, where a few insects crawled in his hair, making him look a bit uneasy. It's okay, just keep your distance. Gu Yeoming pointed to the space between them and swallowed hard. Even from 2 or 3 meters away, the almost unbearable odor reached him. So this was how deer lived in the sewers. Suddenly, Gu Yeoming understood why deer had appeared so clean the first time they met. Must have carefully cleaned up. Otherwise, Gu Yeoming himself would have been made visibly uncomfortable by the stench back then. Thinking of that moment now, he shook his head and smiled wryly, imagining how absurd deer must have looked. Ah, Xiaoza, you should go back for now. At this rate, you'll scare people. Chris frowned as he caught the smell, then helplessly advised. Sorry, I'll go back right away. Deer apologized quickly, his footsteps echoing behind him. Clop clop. Just then, Wang Daju and Fiona approached, both looking somewhat surprised. Gu Yeoming? Mr. Gu? Wang Daju sized him up and asked gravely, I didn't expect you to come back at such a dangerous time. Fiona nodded gently and smiled at Gu Yeoming. Mr. Gu Yeoming, you're braver than I imagined. Did you also go out to look for supplies? Gu Yeoming asked when he saw they returned empty-handed. Yes, Fiona answered with a hint of embarrassment, but all the supplies outside had already been snatched up, so we came back empty-handed. That's okay. Chris weighed a piece of spoiled meat in his hand and shook his head. This is all I could find, some rotten meat. Are you running low on supplies? Gu Yeoming asked further. No, we still have enough, Chris replied. Thanks to Keihez, who immediately bought and transported a lot of supplies here. But in these extreme times, it's better to be prepared. Chris chuckled and nodded toward Keihez beside him. I thought this guy was a miser, but I didn't expect him to step up when it mattered. Quite the surprise. I'm just interested in money, not so stingy as to pinch every penny. Keihez glanced at Chris with a knowing look. Then he stopped joking, turned to Gu Yeoming, and asked, Mr. Gu, are you planning to join us from here on? While speaking, Keihez carefully wiped his beloved revolver with a white cloth, his movements calm and steady. Tilting his head toward Gu Yeoming, he added, we still have plenty of supplies here. If you're like Chris and prefer eating raw meat, we've got plenty of that ready too. However, Gu Yeoming simply shook his head gently and said to everyone with a calm gaze, no need. I'll stay here for a while, but I have to head back out soon. The group paused in surprise at his words. Keihez couldn't help but ask why. It's safe enough here already. Do you really want to go wandering outside where the calamities are? Gu Yeoming shook his head again, his tone resolute. You know how terrifying the calamity-level monsters are. I'm not foolish enough to provoke that kind of trouble. Hearing this, Keihez laughed in relief. Good. I thought you actually wanted to mess with those monsters. People around visibly relaxed, having initially thought Gu Yeoming might recklessly seek out danger. After all, this was the first time they'd seen someone voluntarily face such a threat. Gu Yeoming looked at the complex expressions around him and furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat helpless. Of course, he wasn't careless enough to rush headlong to the front lines to die. He explained, investigating the cause of the calamity's emergence is one reason, but farming monsters is another. When the mutation Kogred appears, it brings a swarm of monsters. The calamity itself gives the tall guys a headache. The other monsters become my portable experience packs. He paused, a calm calculation flashing in his eyes. So, let's just treat this battle as an opportunity to farm monsters and level up. The others absorbed Gu Yeoming's words in silence. Despite the heavy pressure of the impending disaster, for now they mentally framed it as a monster farming fight. This conversation laid bare the differing mindsets and understanding of danger among them all. Hey, you're not planning to stay here forever, are you? Just as Gu Yeoming's thoughts were disrupted by this sentence, a sharp, piercing voice suddenly echoed in his ears, invading his mind. The voice was so agitated it nearly shouted, this is way too boring. Ah, I want to see rivers of blood. I want to see rivers of blood. The shrill shouting flooded Gu Yeoming's thoughts like a tide. His expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting tightly, clearly tormented by the annoying noise. So noisy, Gu Yeoming muttered coldly under his breath. Keihez noticed his unusual demeanor and asked suspiciously, Mr. Gu, What's wrong? You don't look well. Gu Yeoming ignored the persistent racket in his mind for a moment, slowly shook his head, and said calmly, nothing. Then he glanced around. All right, enough small talk. I have to go now? That's soon. You've only been here a few minutes. Chris was stunned, quickly stepping forward to ask, are you sure you're not coming with us? It's about to get dangerous out there. Gu Yeoming just shook his head without further explanation and walked straight down the way he came. The others watched him go with mixed expressions of confusion and concern. Do you think he'll be okay? Fiona asked nervously, looking around. I hope so, Chris said with a shake of his head, a trace of helplessness in his voice. He's clearly gotten a lot stronger. After a pause, his gaze turned serious. Honestly, from what I sense, he's already a huge threat. If we fought him, we'd lose in no time. I really don't know how he manages it, Fiona murmured softly. Anyway, he should be fine. Let's rest here a bit. If he needs help, we'll rush to him immediately. Everyone nodded in tacit agreement and busied themselves, the atmosphere tinged with tension. Outside, clang. The manhole cover was pushed open roughly. Gu Yeoming slowly climbed out, taking a deep breath of the cool air. He immediately felt much more relaxed. He couldn't help but envy the players in the game who had those automatic sensory adjustment systems. After closing the manhole cover, he finally had time to deal with the screaming noise still roaring in his mind. Had enough? Shut up, Gu Yeoming shouted impatiently. The shrill voice chuckled. Oh hey, you're finally paying attention to me. I thought you were going to stay in there forever. Could it be you're feeling charitable, planning to protect those weaklings? The weaklings the shrill voice referred to were clearly not Chris and the others, but the homeless people wandering around. Gu Yeoming shook his head coldly, showing no regret. Those homeless people are useless to me, just a burden. I'm not wasting time protecting them. Since entering the game world, he had stuck to one principle. Care about no one's survival, but focus solely on what benefits he can exploit. If protecting those homeless could help him rise to the top, he'd definitely say yes. But the reality was that such a windfall didn't exist, and he was unwilling to make meaningless sacrifices. Right now, his only goal was to one day climb to the peak and stand above everyone else. Whether it was corporations or so-called natural disasters anything in his way, even if he wasn't strong enough yet, he would one by one eliminate. That's great. The shrill voice grinned in his mind, its tone dripping with mockery. To reach the pinnacle, there's no room for indecision, just cast it all aside. So, for now, be quiet. Gu Yeoming replied calmly, his expression unreadable. Heh, all right, they'll be quiet now. A sharp laugh faded away, then silence returned. Gu Yeoming exhaled softly, shook his head, and began to carefully scan his surroundings. His brow lifted slightly as more people started gathering. Not far down the street, a growing crowd appeared. Gu Yeoming pondered. Their aura didn't seem like local NPCs, but more like newly arrived players. These had to be the first wave. There would be many more players coming to join. Guardians for the mission wouldn't be so few. Suddenly, he spotted a figure in the crowd. A player named Tian Wu Bu Xiang Nuli Lu squinted, watching Gu Yeoming standing in the middle of the street, murmuring in confusion. Huh? That person doesn't seem like a player. More like an NPC? Wait. Nearby, the veteran Su Leaguai from Blue Mountain Village exclaimed, eyes lighting up as a smile formed on his lips. That looks like Gu Yeoming, the village chief. What? The chief is here too? Another player said in astonishment. No way, let's rush over and see if there's a quest. The chief's always the most generous. At these words, newly arrived players swarmed toward Gu Yeoming like wolves catching the scent of blood, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming realized that his identity had been exposed. Since he urgently needed a large amount of materials for upgrading the Flesh and Blood King armor, he nodded, pulled up the system interface, set the task parameters, and confirmed. From the players' perspectives, a bright red exclamation mark suddenly appeared above Gu Yeoming's head. Quest available. The players instantly went wild. Usually, quests were extremely hard to get, and other NPCs were stingy. To get equipment materials, you either had to gamble in the wild or pay expensive fees to transfer job equipment smiths. Gu Yeoming's generosity was practically charity. Whoever took his quest would certainly brag about it on the forums, sparking envy and jealousy from everyone else. So the players practically lost control in their excitement upon seeing Gu Yeoming, surging toward him like a flood. Their footsteps thundered, shaking the nearby residents as if a minor earthquake had hit. What's going on? Has the battle already started? Chris and others whispered from inside the sewers, watching dust falling from above. Warning, please avoid getting too close to the boss-level NPC Gu Yeoming. Otherwise, your favorability will decrease. The system notification popped up, then listed the penalties. 1. Unable to accept any quests from this NPC. 2. This NPC may launch attacks. 3. Might even hire other players to target you. At that moment, Gu Yeoming couldn't help shouting, Stop! Don't crowd me so close. I'm about to lose favor. Damn it. Who's squeezing from behind on purpose? He shouted angrily. In an instant, an invisible barrier seemed to form around Gu Yeoming. The once thronging crowd immediately stopped and kept an automatic distance of about 3 meters from him. Although the streets were filled with people, order was maintained amidst the lively atmosphere, tinged with tension and expectation. Looking at the chaotic crowd of players who dared not take a step forward, Gu Yeoming's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This trick really always worked. As the players exchanged greetings, almost asking after each other's families, a quest window suddenly popped up before them. Quest name, material collection. Quest details. The usual NPC Gu Yeoming needs a large amount of clothing materials. No matter how you get them, stealing, robbing, or any means, hand them over, and the quest is complete. Quest objective, clothing materials. Quest difficulty, easy. Quest deadline, none. Quest reward, depending on the quantity of materials submitted, receive common or high-quality equipment. Do you accept this quest? Hey, isn't this the same quest as before? Someone exclaimed. The quest details are so ruthless, I love it. Bro, don't get too overpowered. By the way, why does the village chief need so many clothing materials? Who cares, just give it to him. The noise rose as players rushed to accept the quest, then quickly scattered, searching everywhere for suitable equipment materials. Watching wave after wave of players arrive, Gu Yeoming gently rubbed his chin, a sudden idea forming in his mind. Since upgrading and crafting equipment required so many clothing materials, why not release a large number of quests all at once to avoid trouble later? The thought passed quickly, and he nodded, greatly increasing the quest acceptance limit. Have you all accepted the quest? Yes, there are so many quests, it feels like most players have taken them. Good that we can accept so many, no need to compete. Sensing the abundance of quest availability, the players once jostling anxiously gradually quieted, staring fixedly at Gu Yeoming with expressions like starving cubs, full of anticipation. Meanwhile, Gu Yeoming's location was posted on the forum. Breaking news. The village chief actually appeared in Area 4 of the Kongming Empire. Comments. Leg hair can bend and stretch, huh? Village chief? Wherever there's the village chief, there's the IGU fan club. Brothers from Kongming Empire, charge. Where the blade strikes, Gu Yeoming? Wait for us, we're coming. Such a tantalizing big event. Huh, village chief in Kongming Empire? Looks like I have to pick up that guarding quest. You're a big beaker. I remember someone called Hot Red Tea Sauce kept looking for the village chief trouble, but haven't seen them lately? Hot Red Tea Sauce, 1. Doesn't eat coriander, 1. King Kong menswear, wow, risen from the dead. Leg hair can bend and stretch. I thought you all quit after getting beaten by the village chief. LOL. Just as Gu Yeoming kept issuing quests, a sharp voice sounded again in his mind with curious questioning. Who are they? I see they get excited when they see you. What's your relationship with them? And the way you interact is weird. You stare into the air, but they stand silently in front of you for a few seconds and then walk away smiling. Gu Yeoming shook his head, unwilling to reveal his relationship with the players, and replied casually, nothing much. The sharp voice suddenly dropped in tone, pleading, come on, master, just tell me. Gu Yeoming ignored the system's protests and went ahead with assigning the task. TCH, what's the big deal? Jian Shao muttered helplessly before falling silent. High above, a surveillance drone, nearly blending into the skyline, operated silently, its camera precisely locking onto the target below. Inside the monitoring room, the security personnel responsible for the area stared intently at the enlarged screen. Is that Gu Yeoming, the test subject who took part in the offense and defense battle at the Sin Domain Company branch? Other colleagues gathered around the screen. The others don't seem like locals. Most of them appear to be Fourth Calamity members. What exactly is Gu Yeoming's connection to them? I think previous footage also showed several Fourth Calamity members covering for him. Forget their relationship for now. We need to figure out how Gu Yeoming ended up here. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind them. Who's there? The monitor jolted around, voice cutting off abruptly. Lord Drake? The newcomer was Drake Anders, protector of the nation, dressed in a black officer's uniform, his brow furrowed as he stared at the screen. What are you all babbling about? The next moment, recognizing the figure on screen, he raised an eyebrow, mouth slightly agape. Is that him? I remember not long ago he was in the outer layer of the out-of-control zone. How did he get to the Kongming Empire so fast? At that moment, Gu Yeoming on the screen slowly lifted his head. His expression was blank, but his jet-black eyes seemed to pierce through the screen, locking directly onto everyone in the monitoring room. Does he see us? How is that possible? Under the horrified stares, Gu Yeoming's lips moved slightly. Hello. The entire monitoring room suddenly fell into a delicate silence. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Gu Yeoming on the screen. How is this even possible? He actually detected the surveillance drone. But this drone was equipped with environmental camouflage, flying almost silently. How on earth did he notice it? The people in the room looked alarmed, their expressions complicated. Only Drake furrowed his brow deeply, staring at the screen as if trying to glean some clue from Gu Yeoming's gaze. Yet his hopes quickly turned to disappointment. There was no flicker of emotion or any hint of intent in Gu Yeoming's eyes. What exactly was this man's purpose in coming to the Kongming Empire? The question lingered in Drake's mind, but he made up his mind. To be safe, He needed to confront him in person. Lord Drake, should we report Gu Yeoming's location to headquarters? A monitoring officer raised his hand hesitantly, voice uncertain. Drake snapped back to attention and cracked a faint smile, shaking his head. Headquarters? I am headquarters. Apart from the old Demers, who else has more authority than me? All right. The officer awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had just said something redundant. Drake issued a serious order. Send me his location. I'm going to meet him personally. Don't engage him, and don't share this information with anyone else. Keep patrolling. Yes, sir. The team responded, and the tension in the room eased slightly. On the screen, the surveillance drone gradually drifted farther away as Gu Yeoming slowly withdrew his gaze. The drone was incredibly stealthy, almost impossible for ordinary people to detect. But Gu Yeoming was different. He had a special piece of equipment that quickly locked onto its position. Yes, the legendary gear called the Monarch's Gaze. He had been using it for some time now, and found it extremely practical, surpassing even many epic-grade items. In battle, the Flesh and Blood Monarch's Phantom could distract enemies and help him maintain the upper hand. Some legendary equipment couldn't match its performance, and its durability was remarkable. There was no denying the Monarch's Gaze greatly simplified Gu Yeoming's operations. By his judgment, the surveillance drone was likely spying on various areas and had now focused on him after a period of observation, clearly having taken note of his identity. Realizing this, he immediately decided he had to retreat at once and keep changing his location. He knew all too well that someone would come knocking soon, whether friend or foe. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. In an instant, Gu Yeoming moved like a fading shadow. With 57 points in agility, his speed astonished even players who hadn't yet accepted the mission. It was as if he evaporated into thin air, gone without a trace. As soon as Gu Yeoming disappeared, the players who hadn't started the mission stood frozen, then erupted into frantic shouts. The village chief ran away. I haven't even accepted the mission yet. Who said we don't have to compete? Speak up. That's my mission. A wave of chaos and frustration quickly spread. The faces of those who hadn't taken the mission were filled with helplessness and resentment. The Bladepoint squad, arriving late, spotted a large crowd of players not far away and quickly guessed that Gu Yeoming might be among them. But the cries rising from the crowd turned their faces pale. These weren't cheers, but heart-wrenching wails. Gu Yeoming is gone. Those words hit Bladepoint like a hammer to the chest. He widened his eyes, lips trembling slightly. I just got here. How could he already be gone? The other team members exchanged worried glances, unsure how to comfort their captain. The first time they met, Gu Yeoming had kicked him out outright. The second time, after the Sins Corporation branch battle ended, they tried to talk to him, but he just turned and left. Now this was even worse. They had rushed over only to find he had vanished without a trace. They shared helpless looks, silently mourning for their captain. Bladepoint took a deep breath, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. No, I won't give up. He lifted his head, eyes burning with determination. The quest screenshots on the players' forum made it clear. Gu Yeoming will stay in the Kongming Empire while on the guarding mission. I will find him. The team breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least their captain wasn't broken. Suddenly, the air beside them seemed to ripple, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. "Ai Chow?" Startled, jumped up, and the others instinctively stepped back with weapons half drawn. It was Drake. He ignored their reactions, scanning the crowd, and then looking off into the distance with a slight frown. Gu Yeoming isn't where he was before. Drake turned to Bladepoint's squad. Hey, do you know where Gu Yeoming went? Bladepoint and the others froze for a moment before realization hit. This guy was probably the one who caused Gu Yeoming to leave early. So it was you. Bladepoint ground his teeth as a weapon materialized in his hand. Wait, Captain. Chow rushed to block Bladepoint. We don't know where Gu Yeoming is. At the same time, he quickly typed into the team channel. Captain, don't rush. Throw out a scouting skill first. Bladepoint hesitated, then activated his scouting skill. You have cast scouting skill on BOS level Protector Drake. Scouting in progress. Scouting failed. Due to the vast level gap, no panel information could be detected. What the heck? Bladepoint's eye twitched uncontrollably. After all this time playing, he had never encountered a boss completely immune to scouting. Even for D or Clevel bosses, at least 20-30 of info would usually show up. This complete failure meant only one thing: the opponent was absurdly overpowered. Bladepoint silently sheathed his weapon. Although they could respawn infinitely, the death penalty was heavy, not worth dying for no reason. Besides, maybe they could still find some advantage from this powerful figure. Drake noticed the hesitation on their faces and chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Don't worry, I have no intention of going after Gu Yeoming. I just want to clarify a few things. He had already caught sight of the moment when Dao Feng Suaji suddenly revealed his weapon, but hadn't called it out. In fact, he found it quite natural. After all, it's only reasonable to be cautious around a stranger. Besides, since the fourth calamities can resurrect, there's no need for him to waste effort targeting them specifically. Seeing Drake's friendly attitude, Dao Feng Suaji and the others gradually relaxed. The little angel beside them earnestly explained, "We don't know the full situation either. When we arrived here, the village chief had already left. Village chief. Drake was caught off guard by the term and looked puzzled. After a moment, he composed himself and asked, "You mean the village chief is Gu Yeoming?" "Yes." The little angel replied simply. At that moment, images of what had seen earlier flashed through Drake's mind. Footage from the Xin Domain Company branch's battles showing the fourth calamities protecting Gu Yeoming. Recent surveillance clips also captured scenes of Gu Yeoming interacting with them. Drake muttered to himself in amazement. Just what kind of person is this Gu Yeoming? From what had observed, those fourth calamities seemed genuinely willing to follow him. Lost in thought, he pursed his lips and decided to ask directly. "By the way, why do you all like staying with him so much? Does he have some kind of power?" Dao Feng Soaji and the others exchanged looks full of helplessness. It wasn't that they didn't want to explain, but their system restricted what they could say. After a brief silence, Ruantong shook her head hesitantly. You can think of it as a kind of employment arrangement. That's all we're allowed to say. Though, it's not entirely like that many genuinely admire the village chief. Wherever he goes, everyone follows. Her gaze involuntarily flicked toward Dao Feng Soaji, mixing respect with reliance. Dao Feng Soaji turned his head away, pretending not to hear. Employment relationship? Drake felt a jolt inside. Suddenly, a thought surged through his mind. Could it be that the massive numbers of fourth calamities are drawn to Gu Yeoming? No wonder those test subjects dared to resist the Xin Domain branch. They have such a solid backing. The more he pondered, the more chilling it felt. Most of these fourth calamities weren't particularly powerful individually, but they possessed an extraordinary ability, resurrection. Reports showed that their strength steadily improved beyond that of ordinary people. Not only can they revive, but their powers keep growing, and they act cohesively with a unified will. Anyone who could truly command these fourth calamities would essentially control a vast military force, enough to establish a new faction outside the four nations and one authority, shaking the world order to its core. Judging from what these people said, Gu Yeoming clearly meets that condition. If he wanted to, there was no doubt he had the ability to form a powerful new force with those fourth calamities. My goodness, what exactly was Gu Yeoming scheming? He had attracted so many arrogant fourth calamities. Could it be that he intended to carry out some secret plans behind the scenes in the Kongming Empire? The more Drake thought about it, the heavier his heart became. The pity-stricken, naive test subject he once envisioned had transformed into a shrewd and ambitious warlord aiming for world domination. Seeing Drake's expression shifting repeatedly, the others exchanged confused glances. What on earth was he thinking? He looked pretty upset. Maybe it was after I mentioned our connection with the village chief that he suddenly changed like this. Little angel, it seems things are heading in a perplexing direction. Blade Point dismissed the worry, straightforwardly saying, "No need to overthink it for now. Let's observe patiently." After everyone shared their thoughts in the group chat, the room fell silent. All eyes fixed on the complicated look on Drake's face. Lost in deep thought, he furrowed his brows and only sighed helplessly after a while. He knew clearly that he had to rethink his strategy regarding Gu Yeoming. No matter what, those fourth calamities as Gu Yeoming's bodyguards gave him a terrifying amount of power. But what mattered more was uncovering Gu Yeoming's true intentions. After all, leaving these lawless fourth calamities in the Kongming Empire could only cause more trouble, and most of that trouble would be their doing. As his mind raced, Drake snapped back to reality and noticed Blade Point and the others staring at him oddly. He cleared his throat and tried to appear casual, saying, "I'd like to ask you all a favor." They stared silently, waiting for him to continue. He went on, "If you ever come across Gu Yeoming, please do me a favor. Tell him the Kongming Empire remains friendly toward him, so there's no need for him to be overly cautious." The moment he finished speaking, a mission prompt suddenly appeared in front of Blade Point, and the other sent assignment to pass the message to Gu Yeoming. Mission triggered, as expected. Ugh, the reward for this mission was ridiculously small. Nothing compared to the village chief's task. Plus, it wasn't even guaranteed we'd run into Gu Yeoming later. Oh well, better to take it than leave. It'y say, every little bit helps. In an instant, Blade Point nodded. "Don't worry, if we meet him, we'll pass the message." Drake nodded, about to say more when suddenly, whoosh, a fierce wind blasted through, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. In their line of sight, the ground shook violently as a massive shadow tore open the space before them. Drake's pupils constricted sharply, and though he didn't look up, his instincts immediately told him. The calamities have arrived. Warning. The world boss, disaster-level mutation Kogret, has arrived in the Kongming Empire. The protection mission is now officially underway. With the sound of two system notification chimes, two prompt windows simultaneously popped up in front of all players who accepted the mission. Gu Yeoming, standing in a certain alley, was no exception. Is it starting? He stared at the message box in front of him, then immediately looked up at the sky. There, high above, a massive black cloud, as dark as ink, drifted slowly. Its surface churned with intense dark energy, like a surge of hidden currents. Too far away, reconnaissance skills cannot lock onto disaster-level mutation Kogret. Please approach the target to scout. Gu Yeoming shook his head with a trace of helplessness at the corners of his mouth. No matter if he couldn't scout for now, there was no way he'd foolishly fly directly into danger to die. A sudden gust of agitated wind swept past, making the edges of his cloak flutter loudly. He tightened the dome-shaped cap on his head and gently summoned Jiao Xiao with his right hand, as if waiting for something. So this is the so-called disaster-level monster? Jiao Xiao let out several sharp, excited screeches. It's really huge, haha. It's finally starting, right? I've been waiting for this. Gu Yeoming nodded slightly to the creature, but said nothing, his gaze fixed on the roiling black fog above. Based on past experience, if the intel was correct, the mutation would soon release minions. Sure enough, the swirling dark fog seemed to be brewing toward a fierce eruption. Region number 1. The residents here had long since evacuated, replaced by a well-equipped army of powered individuals and a range of high-tech lethal weapons. Beneath their feet stretched a thin but strong pale yellow high-energy protective shield covering the entire area, transparent, yet powerful in both defense and offense. Faced with the mutation Kogret far beyond normal limits, everyone on site instinctively held their breath, their expressions tense and eyes locked on the black mist in the sky. Wei Jianxuan stood among the crowd, brows furrowed deeply, his gaze grave. Officer Wei, I am a little nervous, a few rookies whispered to each other, fingers gripping their gun handles so tightly their voices trembled. That feeling is completely normal, Wei Jianxuan tried to reassure them calmly. It's almost time to fight. Don't do anything stupid. Run as far as you can. The power of a disaster level far exceeds what we imagine. I estimate even the top high-energy shield won't hold out long. Understood. The rookies nodded solemnly, fear flickering across their faces. Though mentally prepared, facing such a colossal monster made their nerves feel nearly suffocating under the pressure. Whoosh. Suddenly, a spatial ripple exploded nearby, and in the next instant Drake's figure appeared. He looked up toward the dark, churning fog overhead, his expression grave to the extreme. Drake is here. A murmur spread through the crowd, and everyone breathed a little easier, their tension easing as if gaining stronger mental support. Drake, where have you been? Someone whispered quietly. We just thought you'd run off. At that moment, several other guardians slowly approached, their brows all tightly furrowed, their gazes fixed on Drake as they asked urgently in lowered voices. Hearing this, Drake shook his head and responded with a grave expression. Nothing much. I just wanted to find that Gu Yeoming and check on the fourth disaster's movements. Gu Yeoming, Wei Jianxuan, not far away, clearly heard the name. He first glanced at the conversing guardians in surprise, then quickly averted his gaze, afraid of revealing any trace. He sighed inwardly. It seems Gu Yeoming and the others have been discovered, but hopefully everything will be all right. Gu Yeoming. One of the guardians showed a curious expression and inquired. Is that the test subject who participated in the attack and defense of the Moreide Corporation's branch not long ago? He's being held here. Drake nodded, his face solemn, and continued. That's right, he's here with us now, but his true purpose is unclear. Moreover, I just encountered many of the fourth disaster, and they're also looking for Gu Yeoming. The guardians exchanged glances, and another person said in a lowered voice, no matter what, our primary task right now is to deal with this crisis. We'll address Gu Yeoming's matter later. Drake, what's your plan? Drake's gaze turned toward the mutated Kogret in the sky. After a moment of silent contemplation, he slowly said, observe first, don't act rashly, and figure out that monster's intentions. Meanwhile, the defensive fortifications must not stop. Continue strengthening the energy shield's output and be ready to face the next wave of attacks at any moment. The guardians all nodded in agreement. Just as the words fell, the black fog surrounding the mutated Kogret suddenly churned violently, and countless bizarre creatures with strange forms burst through the mist, clawing and lunging toward the city below. Enemy attack. Alarm sounds suddenly blared across the battlefield, and soldiers immediately gripped their weapons and entered combat stance. One high-tech weapon after another opened fire, attempting to annihilate the monsters before they could land. Splat crash. The monsters were blown to pieces in the dense barrage, scattered blood mist staining the air red, as if staging a brutal slaughter. Drake quickly grabbed the command microphone beside him and loudly ordered, ability user teams, stay calm and conserve your strength. Let conventional forces handle the consumption first. The voice quickly transmitted into everyone's helmets, and they all nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Jianxuan's expression was heavy, his gaze locked on the situation overhead. Although their side was clearly achieving results at the moment, his heart remained unsettled. A disaster-level aberrant monster would never be this easy to deal with. Sure enough, the next second, the black fog surrounding the mutated Kogret seemed like a bottomless dark pit, continuously spewing out more monsters that rushed toward the city. Even more shocking was that mixed among them were large numbers of self-detonating, aberrant creatures. Drake's keen eyes instantly recognized these monsters, high-risk grade heat burst worms. Information about them quickly surfaced in his mind. These were giant insects about 0.7 meters long and 1 meter tall, resembling flies in appearance, but containing powerful thermal energy within their abdomens that, once detonated, could blast a building into ruins. Hundreds of heat-burst worms instantly gathered overhead, and their numbers were still surging. Damn it, Drake's heart tightened. Clearly, the opponent had planned this carefully, targeting the energy shield directly. The destructive power of a single high-risk self-detonating monster was terrifying, let alone such a dense quantity. He immediately roared through the microphone. Ignore the other monsters for now. They can't get in for a short time. Priority elimination of the heat-burst worms overhead, or the shield won't hold much longer. Before the words had finished, Drake swept his hand, and a white light quickly surged from his palm. Immediately, amid a humming sound, massive spatial fluctuations appeared in the sky, forcibly teleporting many heat-burst worms to the wilderness, where they instantly exploded. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the distance, thick smoke rapidly rising, and shockwaves swept toward them overwhelmingly. Everyone present could clearly feel that the force of that impact was enough to destroy a vast area. Watching the blazing fire in the distance, cold sweat broke out on Drake's forehead. Even if the shield could withstand this explosion, after several waves of such impacts, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Drake, well done. The other Guardians noticed the scene before them and breathed a sigh of relief, nodding respectfully toward Drake. But it wasn't over yet. The enemies were spread out too widely, so I could only transfer part of the energy. However, Drake quickly shook his head with a serious expression and continued, my energy transfer can't be sustained continuously, it needs time to cool down. Sigh. In the end, a large group of enemies remained unaffected. Even worse, they focused their firepower on a single point, bombarding it relentlessly. At this rate, the shield was still in grave danger of breaking. Loud and continuous explosions erupted overhead, putting immense pressure on the Guardians. Drake sighed. His eyes filled with helplessness, wanted to intercept, but he was powerless to turn the tide. The energy shield above them trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. For a moment, the entire scene was tense beyond words. Only the armed soldiers desperately firing upward broke the silence. Worry was etched on everyone's face. It's unfortunate that after detecting this guy's energy fluctuations earlier, we lost track of him entirely. If we could have intercepted him halfway, maybe things would be different, another Guardian said with regret, shaking his head. Using such devastating weapons in a city will catch 100 enemies, but also damage 800 of our own. Now, we can only grit our teeth and hold this line. He whispered, they will break through the shield sooner or later. The Guardians stared silently upward, saying no more. Minutes passed. The bombardment overhead showed no sign of stopping. Even though Drake kept transferring thermal energy from the firebugs to relieve pressure, his efforts were stretched thin, barely slowing the relentless enemy assault. Suddenly, a clear cracking sound rang out from the shield. Everyone looked up to see cracks forming across the pale yellow transparent energy barrier, like shattered glass. A wave of tension swept the scene just as expected. Disaster was unfolding. Drake sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He quietly adjusted his stance and warned in a low voice, everyone, get ready, enemies are breaking in. One Guardian quickly issued commands over the radio, and then fell silent, eyes fixed on the widening cracks. The bombardment continued deafeningly as the cracks rapidly spread outwards. Finally, with a deafening blast, the shield tore open, leaving a narrow gash. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. As the breach opened, black mist swirled around the aberration, and sinister energy erupted from the cracks above. Wave after wave of formidable monsters tumbled through the opening, their twisted and grotesque forms charging straight at the crowd below. Among them were foes of extraordinary power. Full line attack. Reinforce the shield. We must seal that breach. Drake shouted angrily. The Guardians and the Psychic Corps adjusted their formations instantly, unleashing their powers as they surged toward the breach. But the monsters poured out in far greater numbers than expected. Though the first wave was wiped out, the second, third, and even fourth waves rushed out in relentless succession, crashing like a tide. In less than a minute, a huge mass of creatures broke through the cracked shield, roaring savagely as they lunged at the crowd below. Drake's eyes flashed like lightning as he dashed into the horde, a burst of white light glowing in his palm, ready to face the deadly battle ahead. Every monster beside him was ruthlessly torn apart by the power of space, blood spraying everywhere with each explosive impact. The other protectors fought desperately, but cautious of the strange disturbances above and the eerie silence, they held back from going all out for the moment. Ordinary soldiers suffered heavy casualties, forcing the cadre of psychics to reluctantly join the battle. Brilliant attacks intertwined, tearing through the battlefield amid lingering smoke and chaos. Wei Jianxuan gripped command tightly, directing soldiers to organize counterattacks while silently praying for the bloody battle to end soon. Explosions roared and shouts pierced the air. Everyone on the battlefield was risking their lives in a desperate struggle. With the defense mission officially underway, the battlefield chat lit up as players chimed in. legs that bend and stretch. Wait, where's the village chief? Where did he go? The blade struck. I won't even talk about it. I just arrived and he was already gone. Xing Tianxian here, supporting the front line. Rear squad, heads up. The energy shield above us has a breach. There are too many monsters for us to hold. They're spreading all over the country. Xiao Shuaoyang, seriously. That's getting me fired up. You're such a dog. Brothers, when facing high-level monsters, pull others up. Don't hog kills. There are too many monsters. Gu Yeoming scanned the chat window and nodded, having a clear picture of the situation. The front line's energy shield had been broken, a massive horde of monsters poured in and was spreading nationwide. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He exhaled slowly, pushing his physical state to its peak. His eyes flicked subtly toward a certain direction, as if sensing something unusual. A ferocious roar echoed nearby. Gu Yeoming tightened his grip on his piercing weapon, his aura sharpening to its maximum edge. Here it comes. Gu Yeoming's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the source of the sound. Dozens of monsters surged forth from the darkness, roarers swinging their bone-covered forelimbs, giant lizards dragging their armored, scale-covered bodies, and shapeshifters twisting their ever-changing forms. A putrid stench of blood and decay filled the air. Gripping his sword, sharp scream, Gu Yeoming felt the blade glow with a dark red light. With a low growl, he charged straight into the horde. A roarer lunged, its claws slashing through the air. Gu Yeoming dodged to the side, then stabbed backward, piercing its skull. As he withdrew his sword, black blood dripped from the blade. Swish! Sharp scream carved an arc through the air, and monsters fell one by one wherever the sword's glow passed. Every strike was precise and lethal. You have slain a high-risk roarer, gaining 2,591 experience points. You have slain a medium-risk giant lizard, gaining 499 experience points. You have slain a fatal-level shapeshifter, gaining 7,815 experience points. System alerts rang out repeatedly as the bodies piled up beneath his feet. Damage amplification. Demonic killer blade. Demonic killer descent. 3 skill icons flashed. Veins bulged on Gu Yeoming's right arm, blood flowing like a living thing toward sharp scream. The sword absorbed the blood and erupted in a dazzling crimson light. Leaping high atop the corpses, he evaded attacks from left and right. Midair, he twisted his body, gripping the sword with both hands for a horizontal slash. Whoosh! Blood-red sword energy tore through the air, sweeping out in a 10-meter-wide arc. Every monster in its path was cleaved cleanly in two. The cuts were so smooth they reflected light like mirrors. Guts spilled onto the ground. The dense monster pack was instantly thinned by more than half. The few survivors cowered in corners, trembling as they stared at the torn limbs of their fallen comrades. Awesome. This feels incredible. Ha ha ha. Sharp screams, mad laughter exploded in Gu Yeoming's mind. Mental points judgment in progress. Judgment successful. Current points 53, negative effects from legendary sharp scream, reduced by 70. A tidal wave of bloodlust rose, but Gu Yeoming gritted his teeth to suppress it. You have triggered sharp scream's additional effects. Restored 0.2 of health. Enemy kills, 50. Maximum health permanently increased by 50, not final bonus. Current maximum health, 3,690. His health jumped from 2,460 to 3,690, a surge of 1,230 points. A gleam flashed in Gu Yeoming's eyes. Such a boost was the equivalent of dozens of stamina attribute points. Adding stamina via attribute points alone was inefficient. Each point only gave 20 health. Clearly, to raise health quickly, he'd have to rely on gear and set bonuses. He casually dispatched the few remaining monsters, then scanned the ground littered with bodies and shook his head. There still weren't enough. At his current level, the experience needed to level up was enormous. These monsters, at most fatal level, just weren't enough anymore. It was time to hunt the bizarre, abnormal tier monsters. This was probably just the first wave to arrive. Many more were still holding the front line. Gu Yeoming frowned slightly, couldn't wait idly any longer, and had to take the initiative. Wiping the blood splattered on his clothes with his sleeve, he quickly mapped out his next move. The air was thick with the stench of corpses. Dead monsters and players lay scattered everywhere. The once chaotic battlefield had fallen eerily silent. Time was running out, and he needed to scout other areas. Muttering quietly to himself, Gu Yeoming warned inwardly. During the defense mission, these strange invading monsters weren't limited to the ones right in front of him. If he missed this chance, a huge amount of valuable experience points would slip through his fingers. He opened the battlefield channel. What met his eyes were coordinates marked by players for the whereabouts of high-level monsters. Staring at the dense cluster of monster locations, Gu Yeoming's lips curved into a faint smile. He had to admit, sometimes player intel was more reliable than his lone efforts. Scanning several key points quickly, he memorized their coordinates and then moved like the wind, becoming a shadow darting through the alleys. These are the targets, he muttered, sprinting toward the nearest point. The ground along the way was torn by monster claws, littered with broken bodies. The smell of blood was sharp and overwhelming. with players' corpses scattered about. In his mind, a piercing voice rang out again, tinged with excitement and mania. Ha! Found my new master at last. My favorite part is huge slaughter and wild fighting. Gu Yeoming ignored the voice, his expression serious and steps unrelenting. He knew this natural experience farming zone was rare, had to clear each monster cluster quickly then move on. Approaching the first marked location, he kicked off a wall and, in seconds, vaulted onto a rooftop. Looking down from above, Gu Yeoming saw several players fiercely battling monsters, the sounds of combat rising and falling. His brow furrowed, each point was tough, all under player watch. But oh well, since he was the vanguard anyway, clearing a few heads wouldn't hurt. He nodded once and without hesitation dove down. From the player's viewpoint, a black shadow flickered past, followed by a sharp slash cutting through the air. The monster before them was instantly cleaved to bloody pieces, gore spraying everywhere. Gu Yeoming's moves were swift, clean. He quickly retreated from the scene and was gone long before the players could react. The players on site exchanged confused glances, stunned for a moment until one named Zai Pin Lu shouted, "Wait, who just stole our kill?" Almost immediately others snapped back to awareness, groaning, "Damn, we'd been targeting it for so long, just about to finish it, and then it got snatched. Who was that? I only saw a shadow. Didn't get a clear look," another complained bitterly. All that effort for nothing. After a spate of grumbling, the group sighed in defeat and prepared to move on to the next monster cluster. They exchanged tired but determined looks. Though frustrated, the fight must go on. Well, time to hunt the next batch of monsters. Gu Yeoming swiftly slipped away from the chaotic scene with agile movements, the recent battle replaying in his mind. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. As expected, headshots were the fastest and most satisfying. The surprise attack had been nearly perfect, no one had caught a clear glimpse of his face. Now, it was time to move on to the next group of targets. He quickly pinpointed several locations in his memory, nodded to himself, and then picked up his pace. Within minutes, he appeared at the next spot. His movements were lightning fast, effortlessly delivering a clean K to the target's head. Then, like a shadow, he vanished from view, leaving behind a group of stunned players who were dumbfounded and helpless against the sudden disappearance of the threat. As his kills mounted, the battle chat became dominated by one topic. Naixiang, Big Thunder. Guys, has anyone run into that Black Shadow headshot guy lately? That dude just wiped out all the monsters we painstakingly gathered. Seriously, he's going all out. Yeah, that Black Shadow also stole our monsters and killed them, also frustrating. Hot red tea, you all are lucky. I'm about to lose my mind here. Headsprout, you here too? What happened on your end? That Black Shadow headshot guy not only stole monsters, but one-shot us too, got nothing, and even lost XP and levels. Leg hair bendy seriously cracks me up. Normally, if you lose a monster, you just lose XP, but you lost both monsters and XP and levels. We haven't seen this guy yet. Anyone knows what he looks like? Invincible Tyranno said no one sees him, clear lies, just too dang fast. No wonder they call him the Black Shadow headshot guy. From a rooftop, Gu Yeoming watched the scrolling messages in the battle channel with a faintly amused expression. Honestly, teasing these players was oddly relaxing. Just then, an earth-shattering blast echoed nearby. Gu Yeoming snapped back to attention, fixating on the sound source. Only two things could make such a noise. Either a self-destruct type strange monster, or a high-level entity. If it was the latter, no matter what, he had to go see it for himself. He quickened his steps, deftly weaving across rooftops, a trace of anticipation rising in his chest. That sound meant an intense battle was underway, and it might be the legendary Sha Gui, or even an abnormal level monster. Captain, maybe we should just run, facing the rampaging dark creature before them. Chiwa's twitching eyelids betrayed his fear as he whispered to Dao Fengsu. This guy's an abnormal level weird monster. At our current level, we're just sitting ducks, well, only lose XP and gear. Yeah, we all died once already. Let's get out of here. Busy fighting these monsters isn't helping. The little angel interrupted with a weary shake of her head, eyes filled with helplessness. My staff Ruan Tang stared at her fallen staff, discarded by the Black Shadow creature, her hands empty, her expression heavy with sadness and inner turmoil. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances silently. Their sighs betrayed their frustration and anxiety. Blade shook his head helplessly and said, "Tang, my staff fell. How about we wait a moment and see if that monster leaves? Then we can try to retrieve it." Okay. Chi Waji Chuang and Little Angel nodded reluctantly, agreeing to the plan. Just as everyone was hesitating, heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind, abrupt and startling. They quickly turned around and it was Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming? Chi Waji Chuang stammered in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. Gu Yeoming showed no expression but gave a slight nod in greeting. Hello. Then, with firm steps, he headed straight toward the dark monster not far away. Everyone quickly stepped aside, making a clear path for him. Watching that figure, Blade's senses suddenly sharpened. That really was Gu Yeoming. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he stared unwaveringly at him. Little Angel whispered, It looks like he heard something. Let's not say more for now. He seems determined to face that monster alone. Qi Zichuang opened his mouth, shocked. I am starting the recording. Wan Tang hurriedly pulled up the footage and focused the camera on Gu Yeoming, eyes locked on his movements. Blade clenched his fists tightly, his gaze burning with intensity. Could it be that he was about to witness Gu Yeoming single-handedly confront this abnormal-level terrifying creature? Unlike the tension and unease behind him, Gu Yeoming remained calm and expressionless as he approached the dark figure steadily, slowly advancing with his left hand activating a scouting skill. System prompt. You have cast scouting skill on abnormal level Shadow Devourer. Scouting successful. Attribute panel appeared. Abnormal level Shadow Devourer. Level 69. Strength 69. Agility 82. Spirit 62. Stamina 73. HP 6,988. Active skills: Shadow Strike, Dark Devour, Fear Gaze. Passive skills: Shadow Power, Merge with Darkness, Shadow Form. Current rank B. Current status: Healthy. Danger level: Extremely dangerous. Description showed the Shadow Devourer came from an unknown realm, driven by dark forces as a soul hunter feeding on human souls filled with fear and despair. A chilling cold wind always accompanied it, along with a suffocating sense of pressure. Its figure was blurry, about 2 meters tall, limbs long and powerful, covered with black scales that shimmered with dark purple light. Its face was indistinct, with only a pair of glowing red eyes that sent shivers down the spine. Gu Yeoming stared calmly at the screen, expression unchanged. When he stepped within 5 meters of the Shadow Devourer, he pressed the dome-shaped cap atop his head. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his voice dropped. Let's begin. The Shadow Devourer, which had been wreaking havoc moments ago, seemed to sense Gu Yeoming's presence and abruptly froze. Its face, devoid of any discernible features, slowly turned toward him. Gu Yeoming stood his ground, the shrieking blade in his hand emanating an ominous crimson glow, his gaze calm as still water, utterly unperturbed. Clearly, this was a speed-type aberrant creature. However, given his current state and the weapon's additional effects, he was confident he could swiftly track and react to the creature's movements. At this thought, a cold glint flashed through Gu Yeoming's eyes as a swirling vortex of energy gradually surged around him. The Shadow Devourer distinctly sensed this aura, tilting its head slightly upward, its scarlet eyes locked onto Gu Yeoming as it emitted a low, guttural growl. As the dark aura emanating from its body spread, the surrounding light seemed to be gradually devoured. At the same time, 3 notification sounds chimed from the system. Damage amplification, Demon Slaughter Blade, Demon Slaughter, Meteor. Gu Yeoming roared, his figure shooting forward like lightning, the shrieking blade transforming into a crimson beam of light in his hand, thrusting straight toward the Shadow Devourer's throat. The Shadow Devourer reacted with extreme speed, dodging the attack with a sidestep, while simultaneously slashing out with its long claws, sending a razor-sharp strike hurtling toward Gu Yeoming. Gu Yeoming's reflexes were equally swift. He swept the shrieking blade in his hand in a reverse arc, colliding violently with the claws and producing a deafening metallic clang. Seeing this move fail, the Shadow Devourer roared thunderously, rapidly condensing a sphere of black energy in its mouth. The next second, with a resounding bang, the energy sphere shot toward Gu Yeoming's face like a meteor. Gu Yeoming merely tilted his head slightly to evade, the energy sphere grazing past him and slamming into a building behind him with tremendous force. The building exploded violently, the black energy sphere rapidly expanding and instantly devouring the entire structure. Gu Yeoming's expression turned grave as he suddenly leaped into the air, evading the Shadow Devourer's pursuing assault, while simultaneously slashing down with the shrieking blade in his hand. Immediately, a massive blood-red sword energy surged skyward, howling as it tore through the air, shooting straight toward the Shadow Devourer. Facing the approaching sword energy, the Shadow Devourer let out a low growl, clearly with no room to retreat, preparing to withstand this strike heat. It shrieked, and the black scales on its body suddenly radiated a deep purple glow. Accompanied by an ear-splitting boom, the blood-red sword energy slammed into it with devastating force, violently knocking it back several meters. A system notification sounded. You have dealt 898 points of damage to Abnormal Class Shadow Devourer. Abnormal Class Shadow Devourer has entered a bleeding state, losing 2 hit points per second. At the same time, the Shrieking Blade's additional effect triggered, restoring 0.2 of Gu Yeoming's health. Drops of black blood slowly dripped from the Shadow Devourer's arms, which trembled slightly, indicating that this heavy blow had placed tremendous pressure on it. At this moment, the Shrieking Blade's formidable damage had given Gu Yeoming a clear advantage. If he had still been using his old Weeping Ghost Blade, he likely wouldn't have been able to penetrate the creature's defenses. Confirming the favorable situation, Gu Yeoming snorted coldly, bending his body low before charging toward the Shadow Devourer once more. The Shadow Devourer suddenly unleashed an abnormal skill, shadow manifestation. It roared, and the surrounding shadows rapidly coalesced, swiftly transforming into a massive shadow creature. The creature opened its gaping maw and lunged roaring toward the approaching Gu Yeoming. Seeing this, Gu Yeoming showed no intention of dodging. The sharp blade in his hand glowed faintly red once more. In the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the shadowy monster was instantly cleaved in two. Yet, the Shadow Devourer showed no sign of panic. Instead, its form dissolved abruptly, as if vanishing into nothingness. Quick to react, Gu Yeoming immediately assumed a sword-drawing stance, his eyes darkening with focus. With the whistle of steel, he spun sharply, unleashing blood-red sword energy like sharp blades slashing in all directions. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a system alert. 322 damage dealt to abnormal grade Shadow Devourer. Gu Yeoming frowned slightly, silently wondering why the damage was so low. His gaze snapped toward a low growl behind him. Turning his head, Gu Yeoming saw the Shadow Devourer clutching its palms tightly, black blood dripping slowly apparently. His attack had only hit its hands, explaining the limited damage. Quick to adjust, Gu Yeoming launched a counterattack, transforming into a dark shadow as he dashed toward the creature. But the equally swift Shadow Devourer vanished again in an instant before his movement landed. In this tight space, the two collided repeatedly, the clash of metal ringing sharply as fists, blades, and claws met, raising clouds of dust and lime. The intensity of the fight left the members of the Blade Squad nearly dumbfounded. Can you even see clearly? Someone wiped cold sweat from their brow, voice tinged with anxiety. Not at all. The little angel panted, drenched in sweat. That Shadow Devourer didn't even use its full power earlier. It's like it was dealing with cattle. Only the village chief's pressure forced it to fight seriously. Ruantang shook their head helplessly. It's just too fast. No matter how you look, you can't keep up. Standing aside, Blade's eyes were sharp and voice firm. Gu Yeoming is strong. This just proves choosing the Gunsword Soldier class was absolutely the right call. The sound of sword clashing against the Devourer's hard scales rang sharply. The two figures exchanged dozens of blows, until finally, a figure shrouded in dark purple-black was violently hurled into a nearby house, smashing a massive hole in the wall. Gu Yeoming landed a flying kick and touched down steadily, eyes calmly fixed on the gaping hole. He didn't rush after the beast immediately, for any building's corners or cover could hide traps, and when facing a speed-type abnormal, caution was essential. Complacency was forbidden. The system alert suddenly blared. Abnormal grade Shadow Devourer activated skill, Shadow Assault. Gu Yeoming's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he reversed his grip on the sharp blade to protect his back. Clang. A deafening clang rang out as iron struck iron, the impact vibrating up his arm with a tingling numbness, causing his eyelid to twitch involuntarily. Fortunately, his quick reflexes prevented a fatal blow from behind. The creature's speed was uncanny, and its damage no less dangerous. Once the Shadow Assault skill was triggered, it meant the Devourer had plunged into the shadows, able to swiftly traverse and ambush its enemy. Gu Yeoming couldn't afford distraction. He braced his arm fiercely, forcefully pushing the Shadow Devourer away as it lunged from the darkness. In that moment of repulsion, his right arm sliced through the air like a phantom, summoning countless sword shadows that howled in pursuit, aiming straight for the hidden foe. Blades rained down like a violent storm, each sword strike razor-sharp, instantly weaving an invisible net in the air that tightly trapped the Shadow Devourer as it tried to close in again. Unable to dodge in time, the creature was forced to endure the relentless assault. As the sword energy streaked across its body, multiple cracks appeared on its surface, and black blood erupted violently. With a shrill, agonized roar, the Shadow Devourer opened its gaping maw, quickly gathering a dense orb of dark energy, seemingly preparing to unleash its fatal counterattack. But the moment it opened its mouth, Gu Yeoming had already seen through its intent. With a heavy punch, he struck fiercely, sweeping across the creature. The gust broke the creature's casting mid-action, and the monstrous beast was sent flying hard, crashing to the ground not far away. Before it could rise, Gu Yeoming was already in front of it, the piercing sword light in his hand surging wildly. As blood pulsed, the damage bonus from the demonic slash fall was triggered, and a cold, murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. A streak of crimson light slashed through the air, and in the next instant, a narrow, deep cut tore across the Shadow Devourer's chest, black blood gushing like a fountain. The system alert sounded. You have dealt 1,489 damage to the abnormal class Shadow Devourer. The creature roared in pain and fury but had no time to react before Gu Yeoming's relentless assault continued without mercy. Sword shadows howled as they swept swiftly, slicing through the air and spraying blood, gradually tearing the Shadow Devourer's flesh to a bloody pulp. Its health plummeted sharply as the beast's berserk state rapidly approached. Another warning blared. Abnormal class Shadow Devourer is about to enter berserk mode. The system showed its remaining maximum health at only 2,281 points. Gu Yeoming furrowed his brow, knowing this was the decisive moment. If the berserk mode triggered, the foe would become even more frenzied and unpredictable. His gaze sharpened instantly. Without hesitation, he reached out, firmly grabbed the Shadow Devourer's head, and slammed it forcefully into the ground. The impact cracked the hard earth with deep fractures. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yeoming swung the piercing sword wildly. Wherever the blade struck, blood sprayed and limbs of the beast were severed, flying apart in the air. All its remaining ability to resist was utterly shattered. With the Shadow Devourer nearly stripped of any defense, Gu Yeoming quickly reversed his grip, pointing the sword tip directly at its forehead and stabbing hard. A crisp, poochy sound echoed as the piercing sword plunged deep into its skull. The creature bellowed painfully, black blood spurting from the wound. Its previously feeble body suddenly erupted with incredible struggling strength, violently twisting in desperate survival instinct. Gu Yeoming knew the tenacity of an abnormal class monster was unnerving. Taking advantage of its frantic thrashing, he gripped the piercing sword with both hands and twisted the blade repeatedly, intent on completely destroying the creature's brain. Gradually, the Shadow Devourer's resistance weakened. Its movement slowed until it finally ceased, dissolving into layers of black mist that drifted slowly away. As the Shadow Devourer's form dissipated, a powerful energy ripple shook the surrounding air. A shard emitting a faint purple glow slowly descended from above and landed quietly at Gu Yeoming's feet. He looked down to see the fragment radiating a mysterious aura, its surface etched with intricate runes that seemed to hold some profound secret. You have successfully slain the abnormal class creature Shadow Devourer and obtained all rewards. Special class Dark Fragment, Super class Life Recovery Potion 10, Advanced Life Recovery Potion 20, Intermediate Life Recovery Potion 30, Anti-Fatigue Potion 10, and Shadow Devourer Material Fragment 50. You also gained 31,589 experience points, successfully leveled up your current free attribute points, and received 2 points in Spirit and 2 points in Breath. As the kill notifications popped up one after another, Gu Yeoming finally relaxed completely, breathing slightly heavily as he withdrew Shriek, which he had pulled from the Shadow Devourer's body. Ugh, how disgusting. Shriek's voice carried a hint of helplessness. While stabbing through the forehead is indeed an effective method to subdue enemies, that sensation is still unbearable to me. Gu Yeoming shook his head, clearly unconcerned with such minor details. His attention was quickly drawn to what was happening nearby. After killing the Shadow Devourer, no leveled equipment dropped. Instead, it dropped what appeared to be a special item. The fragment, emitting a faint purple glow, lay on the ground. Gu Yeoming crouched down, frowning slightly as he picked it up. Immediately, a notification window appeared before his eyes. You have obtained Special Class Dark Fragment 1. Congratulations. You have received a summoning-related special item notification. This fragment has a low probability of dropping when killing evil spirit class or higher-level shadow type aberrant monsters. After collecting 5 fragments, you can synthesize a summoning key, which upon use will summon Destruction Class Nightfall Sovereign. This summoned creature will serve you for 24 hours. Looking at this notification, Gu Yeoming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Being able to summon a Destruction Class aberrant monster was almost equivalent to having in Strength Powerhouse by his idea a powerful ally he could deploy at any time, providing tremendous benefits for both survival and combat. Unfortunately, he currently only had 1 fragment. After putting away the dark fragment, Gu Yeoming turned his gaze toward the Blade squad members nearby, whose eyes were gleaming with excitement. Did you record everything? Eat my hemorrhoids. A squad member approached enthusiastically, asking Want Candy beside him. Of course, Want Candy nodded in response, his face showing a hint of smugness and cunning. Don't worry, once I finish editing, I'll post it on the player forum. It's bound to go viral. Blade's Edge stood nearby without speaking, still savoring the spectacular moments of that battle. The clean and decisive kill left him sighing repeatedly. What a visual feast. After speaking, his gaze shifted to Gu Yeoming, a trace of respect flashing in his eyes. Gu Yeoming nodded at them, then turned to leave. Seeing this, Blade's Edge seized the opportunity and quickly called out, "Wait. Village Chief, someone asked me to deliver a message to you." Hearing this, Gu Yeoming immediately stopped in his tracks, turned back to look at Blade's Edge, and waited quietly for what would follow. Seeing this, Blade's Edge secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had called out to the village chief in time. After silently feeling relieved, Daofeng Suji quickly spoke up, "Village Chief, hey, race the situation. There was a guy named Dalik who's been looking for you for a long time. Since he couldn't find you, he asked us to pass along a message." Dalik? Upon hearing the name, Gu Yeoming immediately pictured a middle-aged man in his mind. It seemed that the inspection drone from last time really had revealed my identity. He furrowed his brow slightly. What does he want with me? Gu Yeoming nodded expectantly, waiting for Daofeng Suji to continue. Daofeng Suji said, "He told us that the Kongming Empire views you with friendliness, and you don't need to be too suspicious of them." Hearing this, Gu Yeoming felt an inexplicable unease. The Kongming Empire is friendly toward me? What on earth does that mean? What are they after? Doubt filled his mind. Dalik's words clearly had a deeper motive. Besides, there wasn't just one protector of the Kongming Empire, not all of them would necessarily be so friendly. Seeing Gu Yeoming's puzzled expression, Daofeng Suaji exchanged glances with the other team members, then added, Village Chief, when Dalik asked us for help, he also specifically questioned the relationship between you and the Fourth Calamity. I said it was a mercenary relationship, Daofeng Suaji continued, and his face suddenly turned strangely grim. Nearby, Xiangyao Ruantong hurriedly chimed in. Yes, yes. At that time, his expression was really odd. Their words sparked a sudden insight in Gu Yeoming's mind, and a light went on. Could it be like this? His eyes narrowed slightly as several keywords flashed through his thoughts: mercenary relationship, large number of Fourth Calamity forces gathering near Kongming Empire, Dalik's sour expression. Putting the clues together, he quickly arrived at a startling conclusion. Could that guy believe that this latest surge of the Fourth Calamity was all because of me? Gu Yeoming recalled the massive uproar during the recent Gu Corporation branch assault battle, which had drawn intense attention from all the powers in the Gu domain and even left behind many videos. Their interactions with the Fourth Calamity were clearly visible. Dalik had most likely misunderstood based on this, mistakenly thinking Gu Yeoming was the mastermind behind the Fourth Calamity's incursion into Kongming Empire, which is why he said the Empire should maintain a friendly stance toward him. With this thought, all the scattered threads suddenly wove into a complete picture. Gu Yeoming took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and realized that Dalik's misunderstanding had unexpectedly become an opportunity. Although it was a mistake, the advantage it brought was significant. Setting aside other nations, the Kongming Empire alone would now be wary of him. It was widely known that the Fourth Calamity's regenerative abilities had become a global consensus, and their strength was increasing, spreading all over. For any sensible power, actively antagonizing such a unique faction would be akin to digging their own grave. The only options were to either absorb them or ally with them, but never make them an enemy. His frequent dealings with players would only cause the upper levels to suspect a special connection between him and the Fourth Calamity, prompting them to adjust their attitude and strategy toward him. With the full truth finally revealed, Gu Yeoming's mind cleared, and his resolve steadied. In just a few seconds, Gu Yeoming completely understood the reasoning behind it all and clearly grasped his current status and advantages. Who would have thought that back then, when he'd simply picked a random path to avoid conflict, he had somehow inadvertently changed how others perceived him? As for whether to clear up this misunderstanding, what a joke. The benefits this misunderstanding brought were extraordinary. Of course he had to maintain it. Gu Yeoming sighed inwardly at fate's strange workings, let out a gentle breath, and turned his gaze toward the Blade squad members who were watching him with eyes full of expectation. If someone among them hadn't casually mentioned it, Gu Yeoming probably wouldn't have noticed this connection until much later. Drake might never have even thought in this direction, and when things happened, he'd have no choice but to deal with them then. Thinking of this, Gu Yeoming nodded emphatically and spoke to Blade's Edge and the others. Having killed the Shadow Devourer, gained fragments, leveled up once, and now received this unexpected good news, he was in an excellent mood. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy, would properly reward these people who had rendered such meritorious service. He composed himself, chuckled softly, and nodded at the people before him. Very good. Thank you for bringing me this news. I'm quite satisfied. Upon hearing this, joy immediately bloomed on the faces of Blade's Edge and the others. This was their first time actually experiencing this game, their first time meeting the NPC Gu Yeoming, and their first time hearing such a satisfied tone from the village chief. Could it be was the village chief about to give out rewards? Everyone looked at each other, reading barely concealed excitement in one another's eyes. Sure enough, Gu Yeoming seemed to sense their thoughts, nodded slightly, and asked, Go ahead, what reward do you want? As long as I have it, I'll do my best to accommodate you. At the same time, 3 system notification windows popped up. Congratulations. You have triggered a bonus reward. NPC Gu Yeoming is very satisfied with your performance and has decided to grant a special reward. Note, you may make a request, and NPC Gu Yeoming will do his best to fulfill it. Looking at these suddenly appearing selection boxes, everyone nearly cried out. Previously, rewards were mostly random. Even the village chief's tasks were no exception. If they randomly received equipment unsuitable for themselves, they could only dismantle it or sell it to other players. Now they could actually choose their desired rewards themselves. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of this, the excitement on everyone's faces practically spilled from their brows and eyes. Who wants to go first? Gu Yeoming chuckled and shook his head, inquiring of the group. Jichuang, haven't you always wanted a high-quality shield? Blade's Edge turned to Eat My Hemorrhoids and said, called out by name. Eat My Hemorrhoids' eyes immediately lit up. He ran toward Gu Yeoming with a smile and said excitedly, Village Chief, if it's possible, I'd like a shield of fairly good quality. Hearing this request, Gu Yeoming's brow furrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, fairly good quality. Eat My Hemorrhoids' heart immediately sank. Did the village chief not even have an excellent quality shield here? He scratched his head awkwardly. It's fine if you don't have a good one. Just give me any piece of equipment. Unexpectedly, Gu Yeoming chuckled and shook his head, clearly understanding his misunderstanding. Fairly good? That won't do. If I'm going to give something, it has to be good. What kind of standard is fairly good? Disbelief and delight filled Eat My Hemorrhoids' face once more, his hands trembling slightly as a quality grade he'd never dared imagine before suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be a fine quality shield? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.